In her 6th grade, Perry Flit was greeted by the long-awaited Triwizard Tournament at Hogwarts. Once selected as Hogwarts champion, she found the initial challenge to be remarkably effortless. The exquisite Australian bowtruckle, adorned with pearlescent scales, graciously delivered the golden egg into her hands. Confronted with an onslaught of inquiries, Polly rolled her eyes inwardly. Were they expecting her to divulge the truth? That the dragon she was encountering for the first time was actually a remarkable prize from a shop she had opened in her previous life? Chapter 1, Platform 9. It was the morning of September 1st. Perry Flit had grown accustomed to the reality of being the sole occupant of her home. For a time traveler, this was hardly a matter of concern. It was merely that her affluent and adventurous parents spent most of the year away, leaving her alone for all but a brief month. She double-checked her luggage, 2 large trunks and a cage containing her owl. Her wand was securely tucked into her pocket, and she ensured she could draw it at a moment's notice, glancing down at her mechanical watch. With 23 minutes remaining until the taxi's arrival and nothing to occupy her time, she summoned her system. Indeed, as a time traveler, Polly possessed a systemone derived from a mobile game titled Harry Potter. Magic Awakened, whimsically nicknamed Hogwarts Online O Branch, which she had never had the chance to explore before her reincarnation, albeit a truncated version. In truth, Polly's system had not encountered any malfunctions aside from her inability to exit the game. It was simply that she could not spend money, partake in the non-existent balls, or join the dueling club that excluded younger students. Moreover, she could not sneak into the Forbidden Forest, nor was she required to contend with adult trolls in Charms class, or face boggarts and Cornish pixies in defense against the dark arts. Additionally, the game's main storyline took place a decade after the conclusion of the original Harry Potter series, and Polly, upon entering her first year, discovered she was in the same year as the Weasley twins, rendering her unable to engage in main quests or even daily sign-ins. However, the Daily Refresh store still offered free gifts. She could utilize the spell feature to view the spells she had learned. An odd bug, too, persisted when Polly had gone to the library to do her homework in her first year. She inadvertently clicked the Leave Room function in the game system, only to find herself tumbling into a massive garbage heap. As she struggled to discern her surroundings, she spotted an ugly wizard's half-portrait toppled over a cabinet, alongside a dusty old hat and a rusted diadem at her feet. Any Harry Potter enthusiast would be stirred by such keywords. Yet, considering that this was not only Ravenclaw's diadem but also a Horcrux of Voldemort, Polly had to rummage for some time before finding a tattered blanket to wrap it in. Naturally, as she had not entered the room of requirement through conventional means, she could not exit it normally either. The map's teleportation feature was likewise restricted. Thus, she was compelled to wait in that vast refuse pile for her missing classmates and professors to discover her. Thanks to Professor Dumbledore's previous hasty passage past the troll that had been thumping the tapestry on the 8th floor in search of a restroom, the professor successfully located Polly before she succumbed to hunger-induced unconsciousness. "I have no idea, I was just writing a paper in the library a second ago," was her standard response to inquiries. Considering she had retrieved Ravenclaw's diadem, the professors ultimately concluded that it was a manifestation of Hogwarts magic, a hope for the lost diadem's return, for which Polly earned Hufflepuff an additional 50 points. Indeed, Perry Flit was a Hufflepuff. As a result, Professor Flitwick's expression during each Charms class was one of deep conflict. He evidently could not comprehend why Hogwarts had chosen a Hufflepuff to recover Ravenclaw's diadem, or why the Sorting Hat had placed this exemplary student, who excelled in all subjects, into Hufflepuff. Of course, Polly was quite content with her house. Being close to the kitchen meant she could always dash to grab a snack before curfew. In any case, the system's daily free gifts still yielded some rewards. Each day, she received a standard card and a random reward, which could range from various rarities of cards to gold equivalent to real-world galleons or gems within the game. Given that she had been collecting the free gift known as the Wizarding School Welcome Gift daily since her enrollment at Hogwarts, she had amassed a considerable fortune over the past 2 years. For instance, a significant sum of galleons that could be utilized at any time without being deemed counterfeit by goblins. Additionally, 2 legendary cards whose purposes remained unknown to her. An Australian bowtruckle hatchling and Harry Potter himself. To this moment, she reviewed her system status. Her galleons were dwindling, most stored in Gringotts. Most cards in her spellbook were marked for upgrade but required a substantial amount of galleons, which she chose to disregard for the time being. The extraordinary card packs that refreshed daily were still beyond her financial reach, but she currently possessed 108 gems, just 12 short of the next exceptional card pack. She minimized the system display with satisfaction. This year marked her 3rd at Hogwarts, coinciding with Harry Potter's first year, during which the school would confront Voldemort and the increasingly irritable Professor Snape. She needed to be thoroughly prepared. After waiting a little longer, even feeding Germaine her owl, a brown fish owl, a piece of Muggle-made jerky, the taxi finally arrived. The driver assisted her with her luggage and upon seeing the owl couldn't help but exclaim, "Is there a trend for owls now? I passed at least 2 kids with owls on my way from downtown London." Polly replied after one classmate adopted an owl as a pet, The rest began to find it quite cool. I suppose that's the reason for their popularity. And honestly, owls are rather adorable, don't you think? Maybe, the driver muttered, but all I know is that burning owl eggs and grinding them into powder can correct vision. Germain flapped his wings indignantly in his cage, and Polly chuckled awkwardly. That's just a rumor, I believe. She tore off another piece of jerky and tossed it to Germain before sliding into the backseat of the taxi. Well then, King's Cross Station. The driver recalled the destination. I believe we'll arrive by 10:30. That would be splendid. I need to be there before 11 on the first day of school. The streets of London were quite congested, but fortunately, the driver fulfilled his promise. As Polly wheeled her cart laden with large trunks and the owl cage into the station, her watch read 10:31. Why don't they install a fireplace in the station? She muttered under her breath, noticing several people pointing at her owl. She soothed the disgruntled Germain through the cage. Then she heard a stuttering voice say, "Excuse me?" It was the voice of a young boy. Judging by his appearance, she turned around. The boy was dressed in a long-sleeved shirt and jeans, pushing a heavy trunk in a cage containing an owl, looking somewhat anxious. Polly noted his tousled black hair, the round glasses framing his emerald green eyes, and a vaguely familiar face. It would not be accurate to claim that the child bore a striking resemblance to Daniel Radcliffe. Rather, Polly had merely glimpsed a photograph of James Potter in a book. She managed to suppress her excitement and inquired, "A new student at Hogwarts?" Yes, yes. The child nodded vigorously, glancing timidly in a certain direction. Polly noticed a family of 3 in a nearby vehicle, erupting with laughter. "The ticket says Platform 9. Do not fret," Polly reassured him. "Follow me. It seems your professor may have inadvertently neglected to mention this." She guided Harry Potter to the space between platforms 9 and 10, where an abandoned ticket booth stood. Polly gestured towards it. "Just as Diagon Alley is concealed behind the leaky cauldron, our platform lies within this ticket booth. Simply charge right through, fear not, you shall not collide with anything." Noticing the lingering hesitation on the young boy's face, she added with a smile, "After all, this is magic." Harry Potter nodded, though somewhat perplexed. The station was bustling with people, and he navigated through the throng towards the ticket booth. He made it through. He did not collide with the barrier. Instead, he entered a new platform, teeming with travelers, yet it appeared markedly different from the outside. Looking back, he saw that the ticket booth had transformed into an iron archway, inscribed with the words Platform 9. Moments later, the girl who had assisted him emerged from that very archway. Upon entering, she drew her wand and with a gentle flick towards the 2 large suitcases on her trolley, uttered an incantation. Instantly, the suitcases floated gracefully from the trolley, following her in tow. She approached, holding the cage containing her owl. "See? It's quite simple." Harry nodded in gratitude, relieved that he would not miss the Hogwarts Express departing at 11 o'clock. "Thank you. My name is Harry Potter." "Oh, of course. I'm Perry Flit." The girl replied, "Would you like assistance with your luggage?" Harry eagerly nodded, mimicking Polly as he lifted Hedwig's cage, and then Polly waved her wand again, chanting the spell that caused his enormous suitcase to rise into the air. "This is the levitation charm," Polly explained. "You will learn it in your first year. Naturally, we must refrain from using our wands in public to avoid detection by muggles." By this time, many students had already boarded the train. Polly directed the floating suitcases forward, and then spotted a compartment window sliding open. A student leaned out. "Polly, you made it." "Oh, hi, Cedric. Long time no see," Polly greeted with a smile. "Wait, I have a new student here. Why not bring him to sit with us?" Stibbins went to find Fawcett, and Alicia's brother is starting this year. She won't be coming, so the compartment is quite empty. "Oh well then, Harry, would you like to?" "I would love to," Harry replied instantly. Thus, Polly floated the 3 suitcases into the carriage, settling them comfortably in the corner of the compartment. "Cedric, you arrived quite early. Some matters at the ministry, so Dad brought me along ahead of time." Cedric yawned. "I suspect it might be a chimera." After muttering a few words, he turned to Harry. "Hello, I'm Cedric Diggory, a third-year Hufflepuff." "I'm Harry Potter." Harry introduced himself, only to witness Cedric's astonished expression. "Harry Potter? The Harry Potter?" Harry hesitated, about to respond when Polly interjected, "Yes, Harry Potter, he looks exactly like his father." All thoughts Harry had intended to express momentarily evaporated. Did you know my father?" Well, certainly not." Polly finally settled Germain's cage and comfortably seated herself. "I read about him in a book." With a hint of double entendre that only she could decipher, she continued, "You and your parents are quite renowned in the wizarding world, which is why I looked it up. The library has a photograph of your father." Harry's heart raced. He had no memories of his parents, and the Dursleys never spoke of them. "A photograph?" "The library contains records of past students, including the Quidditch teams, and they have group photos." "Of course," Cedric interjected, realization dawning upon him. "But I haven't perused anything from so long ago." "Quidditch. A sport in the wizarding world," Polly explained. "A game played on broomsticks. Cedric is our Hufflepuff seeker. Your father was a chaser for Gryffindor. Could you tell me more?" Harry eagerly implored. I don't know much about them or a lot of things. Cedric, an ardent Quidditch enthusiast, promptly set aside Harry's identity as the boy who lived and excitedly began to elucidate the intricacies of Quidditch. Meanwhile, a twinge of guilt flickered in Paula's eyes as she quietly listened. She was well acquainted with the tales woven in those pages. The past of James Potter, Lily Evans, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, Severus Snape and Peter Pettigrew. But she could not muster a reasonable explanation for her extensive knowledge, so she refrained from speaking. I am truly sorry, Harry, yet I shall do my utmost. This is a fairy tale, and fairy tales are meant to have a happily ever after. Chapter 2, The Hogwarts Express. Upon discovering that Harry Potter appeared to be entirely oblivious to the wizarding world, Cedric commenced an enthusiastic exposition. Parvati occasionally interjected, as she too hailed from a Muggle background, while at times Cedric struggled to find suitable analogies to elucidate certain concepts. Harry swiftly began to feel a pang of anxiety regarding Cedric and Parvati's vast knowledge. Is it permissible for me to attend Hogwarts like this? I know nothing at all. I dare say I shall certainly be the most abysmal student in the class. Cedric erupted into laughter at this remark. No. Parvati's extensive knowledge is due to her being the most outstanding student in the entire year. She spends nearly half her time in the library. That is simply because there is hardly any engaging entertainment in the wizarding world. Parvati shot Cedric a disapproving glance. As chess pieces gestured animatedly, playing cards exploded. And as for gobstones, goodness, I cannot fathom why any wizard would enjoy a game that sprays foul liquid in one's face. Cedric continued to chuckle. We also have Quidditch. Sounds like quite a lot. Parvati recited dryly. While Muggles have a variety of ball games, including basketball, volleyball, soccer, badminton, table tennis, and so forth. Cedric, momentarily taken aback, instinctively turned to Harry. Is Parvati telling the truth? It must be so, Harry replied, somewhat dazed, and Muggles also have computers. My cousin Dudley, my Muggle cousin, can sit in front of a computer for an entire day, blasting aliens and whatnot. So you cannot blame me for spending all day in the library. Parvati reassured Harry. You needn't worry, many students at Hogwarts come from Muggle families, and they arrived in the wizarding world entirely uninformed as well. Yet that has not hindered their academic success. Harry released a sigh of relief. Just then, a knock echoed at their compartment door and a golden-haired head peered in. Cedric? Parvati? How splendid you are both here. Let me see your potions essays. The one slipping into the compartment was also a third-year Hufflepuff, Evelyn Hall. Parvati shook her head in exasperation. She pulled out her trunk and quickly rummaged through it to retrieve her summer assignment. My essay has a rather unique format. If you merely copy it, Professor Snape will spot it instantly. You wouldn't want to start the first potions class with AP, would you? Evelyn shuddered. And Cedric displayed a look of trepidation. He produced his potions essay and handed it over. AP from Professor Snape would undoubtedly come with point deductions. Goodness. Just imagine starting the term with points deducted. Their tense demeanor affected Harry, who wore a somewhat nervous expression. Are the professors at Hogwarts very strict? Most of them are quite amiable, Parvati explained. The Transfiguration professor is Professor McGonagall. She is stern with all her students, serving as both the deputy headmistress and head of Gryffindor. Herbology is taught by Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff, who is gentle and kind. Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, teaches charms and particularly appreciates exceptional students, yet shows great patience towards those who struggle academically. Professor Snape, is the head of Slytherin and is exceedingly strict, with a slight bias. Evelyn interjected. Parvati, I understand your reluctance to speak ill of the professors, but Professor Snape is indeed more than just slightly biased. I heard that in potions class, Weasley and Percy Weasley received nearly perfect scores. Yet that oafish Marcus Flint botched his potion, and still managed to earn AD. They say that potion deserved AT. Parvati conceded. Very well. Professor Snape is exceedingly biased. Astronomy is taught by Professor Sinistra, who apart from being a bit strict regarding assignments, is impeccable. Madame Hooch teaches flying. And she is not overly harsh. As for history of magic. Cedric laughed again. History of magic is taught by Professor Binns, who is a ghost. Hogwarts has ghosts? Harry asked, astonished. Oh yes, Parvati replied. Professor Binns was so ancient that one day he simply forgot to take his body to class when he awoke. Well, he has been a ghost for many years, so his accounts of history are generally accurate. However, many students do tend to doze off while he speaks. Nevertheless, Professor Binns never deducts points. This description made Harry chuckle. He encountered a similar teacher in his Muggle primary school. Lastly, there is the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Cedric added. The professor for this course changes every year. We've had Professors Robbins and Griffin. Who knows what this year's instructor will be like? I actually like Professor Griffin, Evelyn complained, only for him to accidentally ingest some poison, and then spend the subsequent years at St. Mungo's. She had obtained 2 summer assignments but showed no urgency to leave. Instead, she sat down to continue chatting with them. After 3rd year, you can begin choosing elective courses. I've chosen divination and Muggle studies this year. Parvati opted for care of magical creatures and ancient runes. Cedric, what did you select? Care of magical creatures and arithmancy. Cedric replied. See, those make up the elective courses. Evelyn turned to Harry. You're a 1st year, right? You won't need to consider these until 3rd year. If you ask me, 1st years needn't worry about anything else, just prepare for potions class ahead of time. Although I still find myself flustered every time I do. What's your name? Harry Potter. Harry Potter? Evelyn's eyes widened in astonishment. Oh, then you're the one. She pointed at Harry's forehead. Yes, Harry said, brushing aside a lock of hair to reveal the lightning-shaped scar. Evelyn gasped. My goodness, that was the work of the Dark Lord. She gazed in awe at the scar, falling silent, which caused Harry to awkwardly shift. In truth, I remember nothing of it. You don't remember? Evelyn echoed, mimicking him. Not remembering is a good thing. Parvati interjected, for it is certainly not a joyful memory. I believe your parents would wish for you to be happy every day. Yes, indeed, Evelyn stammered. Then suddenly became animated again. Harry Potter, do you not know which house you will be sorted into? Oh, I am quite uncertain, Harry replied, bewildered. I do not even know how they decide which house I shall belong to. At this question, the 3 older students exchanged knowing glances, and Parvati offered a gentle smile. It is not terribly difficult, but we must preserve some of the mystery surrounding the ceremony. It is a tradition. Harry became more curious. Yet even Evelyn would not divulge the details. I hope you will be placed in Hufflepuff, she said. You are quite an extraordinary individual. Harry recalled Hagrid's introduction in Diagon Alley. I remember Hagrid saying Hufflepuff. Harry suddenly realized that he was in the presence of 3 Hufflepuffs. Hastily swallowing that remark and hurriedly saying, just don't place me in Slytherin. Not a single wizard or witch who turned dark has emerged from Slytherin. Voldemort. Evelyn and Cedric were taken aback. Most witches and wizards tend to refer to him as the Dark Lord. Parvati shrugged at Harry, but to me, that sounds like a punchline for a joke. Well, the Dark Lord was also a Slytherin graduate. Evelyn uttered a peculiar gasp. Ah, indeed. Many dark wizards have graduated from Slytherin. However, not all Slytherins are malevolent wizards. Cedric took a moment to compose himself before stating fairly, in 4th year. This year being 5th year, there was a rather commendable Slytherin named Farley. Yet, indeed, there are some rather insufferable individuals. If one harbors reluctance towards attending a particular house, one may convey such sentiments to the Sorting Hat. Polly could not resist divulging that the Sorting Hat would indeed honor one's preferences. However, I surmised that Harry is quite likely to be sorted into Gryffindor, given that both James and Lily Potter were students of that esteemed house. Harry's eyes sparkled with determination, as if he had resolved to follow in the footsteps of his parents. They continued their conversation for a while longer. Around midnight, a lady from the train's trolley service arrived to offer refreshments, prompting Evelyn to exclaim. There were still students in her compartment awaiting Cedric and Polly's assignments. In a flash, she vanished, while Harry, Polly, and Cedric began to select their lunch. Polly replenished her stock of fizzing Whizbees, enamored as she was with their delightful texture, and also procured some cauldron cakes. Cedric opted for chocolate frogs and pumpkin pasties. Harry, evidently captivated by the array of unfamiliar delicacies, selected a bit of each, paying 11 silver sickles and 7 bronze nuts. As he unwrapped a chocolate frog, he was startled by the sudden leap of the frog. Cedric, having unwrapped his own chocolate frog, reassured him. Fear not, these are not real frogs, merely enchanted to hop for a time. However, you should swiftly catch it, lest it leap away to an unreachable location. Harry managed to grasp the frog, only to discover a trading card nestled within the opened wrapper. This card, accompanying the chocolate frog, featured renowned witches and wizards, many of whom are avidly collected. Polly explained that they could examine the card to see who it depicted. Harry's card bore the visage of a man adorned with half-moon spectacles, possessing a crooked, elongated nose, with silvery hair and a flowing beard. The name inscribed beneath read, Albus Dumbledore. Ah, Professor Dumbledore is indeed one of the most commonly found cards, Polly remarked, adding that the reverse of the card contained biographical information on these illustrious figures, which could prove beneficial for their history of magic examinations. Though typically it does not. Cedric mumbled through a mouthful of frog. Polly is not fond of chocolate frogs, hence her limited knowledge. Nonetheless, collecting the cards is rather enjoyable, Harry. You might wish to try it. Oh no, he has gone. Harry exclaimed. Ah yes, portraits and photographs in the wizarding world are animated, Polly explained. When I first showed them a muggle photograph, all my classmates attempted to poke the faces to make them move. Cedric cleared his throat, evidently recalling his own foolishness at that time. I simply could not fathom why they did not freeze in place. Harry chuckled, sensing his anxiety dissipating gradually. It was acceptable not to understand many aspects of the wizarding world, just as wizards were unfamiliar with muggles. He even recalled Evelyn's mention of third-year course selections. Perhaps he could opt for muggle studies, a subject that seemed relatively easy to excel in. Shortly thereafter, a girl clad in a school robe approached, leading a round-faced boy. Has anyone seen a toad? The girl inquired. Neville has lost a toad. Polly looked up, recognizing this as Hermione Granger and Neville Longbottom. Suddenly, she recalled a certain incident. She might, perhaps, have inadvertently interfered with the initial meeting between Ron Weasley and Harry Potter. Polly coughed awkwardly. You've lost a toad? That is rather difficult to locate. Indeed, Cedric remarked. Half the train is likely preoccupied with unwrapping chocolate frogs at present. The round-faced boy appeared on the verge of tears. Polly hurried to console him. Do not fret. It will return on its own. Magical pets typically possess such traits. Excuse me, Harry inquired curiously. Is there no spell to locate that toad? Cedric and Polly exchanged glances. The summoning charm is indeed often employed to retrieve lost items. Cedric explained, but summoning living creatures is quite a challenging endeavor. I believe it requires at least OWL's level proficiency in charms. Furthermore, items purchased from shops are usually enchanted with anti-theft spells to prevent summoning by anyone other than their owner. Polly shrugged. I suppose the toad is no exception. Well then. The girl appeared somewhat disheartened. If it will return automatically, perhaps there is little cause for concern. After offering some words of comfort to the round-faced boy, she introduced herself. I am Hermione Granger, and this is Neville Longbottom. We are both first-year students this year. I am Polly Flammel. Polly introduced herself. And this is Cedric Diggory and Harry Potter. Goodness, is it truly Harry Potter? Hermione exclaimed. I have read numerous books about you, including modern magical history, the rise and fall of dark arts, and significant magical events of the 20th century, all of which mention you. Hermione turned to look at Harry. Harry felt a shiver run down his spine. There are such books? You were not aware? If I were you, I would certainly read every book that mentions me. No one in my family understands magic, so after receiving my acceptance letter, I purchased many books and even memorized the textbooks. I hope they prove useful. Cedric coughed again. That sounds quite Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw? Hermione remarked. I have heard that is a commendable house. However, I still wish to be sorted into Gryffindor. I have heard it is the best house, and Professor Dumbledore graduated from there. I believe you will find that all four houses possess their own merits, Polly interjected. She had always admired Hermione Granger in her readings, yet found herself slightly uncomfortable upon hearing this remark. There should be no hierarchy among the houses, only suitability or lack thereof. This year, the top 2 students in our year are both in Hufflepuff. Hermione was taken aback. She cleared her throat. Oh, I see. Thank you for the clarification. After she and Neville departed, Harry realized he had unconsciously exhaled in relief. He then recalled Polly's earlier statement. The top 2 students in our year? He asked. Cedric said you are the most exceptional in the entire year. Is he the second? Polly chuckled. Indeed. So we do possess a bit more knowledge than the other students, she replied. Should you have any questions after school begins, feel free to come to us. But I wish to be in Gryffindor. Harry hesitated. I still want to see the house my parents belong to. That does not matter. Polly smiled. We are friends. Are we not? Forgive me, Ron. You and Harry may continue to foster your friendship in the dormitory. I hold great affection for Hermione, but upon revisiting the initial encounter, it feels rather unkind towards Hufflepuff. Even Hagrid remarked that Hufflepuffs are merely bumbling fools. Yet Newt Scamander is also a Hufflepuff. The summoning charm, XX, come here. Yeah. Rowling often stated that this spell cannot be used on living beings, yet many creatures have indeed been summoned, including but not limited to Nifflers and Toads. Chapter 3. The start of a new term. That evening, Harry Potter indeed fulfilled his wish, and became a member of Gryffindor. Polly, seated at the long table, endeavored to recall the names of this year's new students, realizing that the list bore a striking resemblance to the individuals she had previously encountered in her memories. She thus set aside such thoughts and joined her peers in applauding when the new students were sorted into their house. This year, the prefects for Hufflepuff were Gabriel Dumbledore and Selena Garcia. After the feast concluded, they escorted the first-year students to the Hufflepuff common room. Observing them, I could not help but reminisce about 2 years ago, remarked Alexia Taylor. You are nostalgic because you see your brother, Evelyn replied with a laugh. Alexia's brother, Yates, has been sorted into Ravenclaw. Well, I cannot deny that. Alexia chuckled heartily, though it seems there are particularly many first years this year. Indeed, Polly nodded in agreement, noting that there were quite a few new Hufflepuffs as well, which is rather delightful. I just hope I don't encounter any first years who mistakenly knock on the wrong barrels in the next month. Evelyn glanced at her robes, recalling her unfortunate encounter with a first year, who misremembered the correct barrel last year, resulting in her being doused in vinegar at the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room. I hope the first years can navigate their first days smoothly, Polly remarked wistfully. During the previous feast, she had particularly noticed two professors. Professor Snape appeared more discontented than in the past 2 years, while Professor Quirrell, whom she had seen in her first year when he taught Muggle studies before taking a year off to travel and returning as the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, seemed rather ordinary. Who would suspect he had a Voldemort attached to the back of his head? Thinking of this, Polly felt a sense of unease. She truly wished events would not unfold as they did in the original narrative, yet she found herself at a loss for words. The Ravenclaw diadem had been a stroke of luck bestowed by Merlin in her first year, but since then, she had encountered nothing of the sort. She could neither find a way to uncover the true identity of Percy Weasley's rat, which now belonged to Ron Weasley, nor fathom how to inform the professors about the basilisk that lay dormant within the Chamber of Secrets. She dared not approach Professor Dumbledore to declare herself a seer. Everyone knows about the butterfly effect, and should her false prophecies lead to worse outcomes, there would be no recourse for her. Fortunately, according to the original timeline, this year's events still had some leeway, so she did not yet feel an overwhelming sense of urgency. Care of magical creatures. What? Oh, Gary is telling us about Professor Kettleburn, Alexia remarked. We have that class tomorrow, and I've heard Professor Kettleburn is rather, exuberant. Polly snorted with laughter. I asked an upperclassman, and they said Professor Kettleburn showcased a billywig in his first lesson, and several students got stung. Goodness. Alexia gasped. I recall that the billywig is a XXX level magical creature. I hope Professor Kettleburn changes things up this year. I mean, what if he brings in a fire crab or something? We could start with flobberworms. I find that rather unlikely, Cedric chuckled. I've heard my father say it took Professor Kettleburn a full 62 years to complete his probationary period. Evelyn patted her chest. Thank goodness I didn't choose care of magical creatures. But I did. Alexia lamented. Cedric, why didn't you tell me sooner? I only found out during the summer, Cedric shrugged. Polly looked down at the timetable. We have care of magical creatures in the morning and potions in the afternoon. Wow. I think we should get to bed early tonight to conserve our energy. Alexia groaned. Yes, what could be more terrifying than care of magical creatures? And then there's potions in the afternoon. The next day in care of magical creatures class, Professor Kettleburn introduced the fire crab. Alexia whispered. We didn't notice yesterday that Professor Kettleburn had some sort of ointment on his left arm. A student did notice that. Professor Kettleburn even proudly displayed his left arm. He had already lost 1.5 limbs. The wizarding world has excellent potions and healing spells for ordinary limb injuries. Prosthetics are typically reserved for those severely harmed by magical creatures or cursed. This summer, I traveled to Peru. Perhaps some students know that Peru is home to the smallest of all dragons, the Peruvian vipertooth, which is now quite rare. But I happened to encounter a caravan willing to take me on a little adventure. 2 Slytherin students coughed at this statement, while many of the students enrolled in the class wore expressions of existential doubt. Of course I shouldn't be sharing this with you, Professor Kettleburn declared loudly. Today's topic is the fire crab. Who can introduce these delightful little creatures to the class? 3 hands shot up. Polly, Cedric, and Timothy Owen from Ravenclaw. Professor Kettleburn pointed to Timothy Owen, who promptly recited the description of the fire crab from Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. The fire crab, classified as XXX by the Ministry of Magic. Despite its name, the fire crab resembles a large turtle, adorned with jewels on its shell. In its homeland of Fiji, people have established a sanctuary along a stretch of coast to protect them, not only to prevent muggles from being tempted by their valuable shells, but also to safeguard against bored wizards who might use their shells as cauldrons. Naturally, the fire crab has its own means of defense. When threatened, it can expel flames from its rear. Fire crabs can be exported as pets, but one must possess a special license to do so. Excellent. Ravenclaw earns 5 points. Professor Kettleburn applauded. You recited Scamander's book quite well, didn't you? Thanks to Mr. Scamander, we now have considerable knowledge about many magical creatures. But that is not enough. The name of this class is Care of Magical Creatures, which means we must learn how to protect and care for them. He then instructed all students to form groups of 3, Each group would receive a fire crab, marked with specific identifiers, and they would be working with it over the course of approximately 3 to 4 lessons. Alexia immediately grabbed Polly. And their third group member was another Hufflepuff girl named Madeline. Cedric was called over by a fellow member of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, and they formed their own trio. Once the students had formed their groups, they queued up to receive their fire crabs from Professor Kettleburn. The fire crabs appeared quite uncooperative, with 2 already rudely spouting flames, igniting the hem of a Gryffindor student's robes. His classmate quickly extinguished it with a water-making charm, Aqua Eructo. This made both Madeline and Alexia quite anxious. However, unexpectedly, when it was their turn, the fire crabs seemed particularly docile. Polly looked thoughtful. She recalled the ordinary and rare cards she had collected in the system. Remembering those that were not spell cards, she had secretly tried using spell cards, and even spells not covered in class seemed to function if she had acquired them in the system. But what about summoning cards? Nifflers, centaurs. The Cornwall Pixie spellbook didn't provide corresponding spells, and it seemed she couldn't summon a Niffler out of thin air. Yet now, observing these exceptionally well-behaved fire crabs, she suddenly realized something. Could these be related to her summoning cards? She attempted to select one, discovering that the fire crab cooperatively followed her to an open space without any desire to breathe fire. Meanwhile, the proficiency level of the fire crab card in her spellbook increased slightly. This. As she began to feed the fire crab according to Professor Kettleburn's instructions, she pondered a question. If these are indeed connected to my summoning cards, where is her first golden card, the extraordinary gift that revealed the Australian protein-eyed hatchling dragon? The class ultimately proceeded rather smoothly. The fire crab from the Poppy group was surprisingly compliant, astonishing even Professor Kettleburn. It willingly accepted food from anyone without any intention to unleash chaotic flames, and even turned obediently as the 3 girls prepared to sketch it, responding amiably to their gentle prodding of its limbs. Is this truly a fire crab? Eventually, all the students gathered around, and one of the Weasley twins from Gryffindor wore a skeptical expression, pondering whether this creature was perhaps a gem-adorned sea turtle instead. Uncertain whether it was George or Fred, this Weasley gentleman picked up a stick and playfully poked at it, provoking an irate fire crab that swiftly turned and scorched the hem of his robe. Another Weasley promptly doused the flames with a splash of fresh water, then looked incredulously at Alexia. How did you manage that? In truth, it was primarily Poppy. Madeline shrugged. It's particularly docile in Poppy's hands. I can't quite explain why. Poppy glanced at her summoning card proficiency, which had now reached an impressive 200, and shut off the system. Perhaps I possess a special affinity for fantastic creatures. An astonishing talent. Professor Kettleburn's voice boomed. I have reason to believe that Newt Scamander once exhibited a similar gift, and of course, he was yet another Hufflepuff. Miss Follett, perhaps you might consider working at a dragon reserve in Romania after graduation. He scrutinized the well-behaved fire crab beside Poppy. Thus, for this particularly healthy batch of fire crabs, Hufflepuff earns 10 points. After class, the students continued discussing the events of the Care of Magical Creatures lesson. I believe this year you could earn Hufflepuff a substantial amount of points through this class, Madeline remarked. Professor Kettleburn is quite fond of you. I simply wish to know how you managed to make the fire crab so obedient. Cedric displayed the singed hem of his robe. Our group's drawing is unfinished, as the fire crab only wants to face us while breathing fire. He inquired hopefully, do you think Professor Kettleburn might allow us to reorganize into different groups? Upon hearing this, Alexia immediately tightened her grip on Poppy's arm, a look of wariness on her face. Don't even think about it, Mr. Diggory. This year I'm bound to Poppy. Me too, Madeline chimed in. Poppy cleared her throat. I don't think all magical creatures necessarily respond to me, after all. My summoning card doesn't include the Sphinx or the Flobberworm. A portion is still quite good. Alexia exclaimed enthusiastically. Poppy, my scores this year depend entirely on you. Perhaps inspired by the morning's uplifting events, Alexia performed admirably in the afternoon potions class as well. Professor Snape appeared even more brooding than usual this year. Today's lesson focused on herbicide potions, requiring the use of flobberworm slime, horclump juice, and spine bones from a puffskein among other ingredients. Poppy's regular partner in this class was Evelyn, who had just completed divination that morning, and appeared to be faring worse than before in potions. Fortunately, Poppy had not made any mistakes in this class yet, and they ultimately received an E. What's the matter? Poppy inquired as they exited the underground classroom. Professor Snape wasn't lingering near us today? Evelyn mentioned this with a hint of trepidation, recalling that Professor Trelawney had ominously predicted a grave catastrophe would befall the school this year, even suggesting that lives could be lost as a result. Poppy struggled to suppress a laugh. Of course, Trelawney wasn't entirely incorrect in that regard. Voldemort indeed represented a significant calamity, and Professor Quirrell had perished due to it. But one could hardly take her prophecies seriously under normal circumstances. I think you needn't worry too much, Poppy reassured her as they returned to the Hufflepuff common room. Perhaps you could ask upperclassmen who took divination in the past 2 years. I heard some things during finals last year. To enter the Hufflepuff common room, one must tap a specific barrel in rhythm with Helga Hufflepuff's tune. A misstep would result in a vinegar shower. Professor Kettleburn, Hagrid's predecessor, had a great fondness for magical creatures, but was rather reckless in nature. Long before Dumbledore became headmaster, he had contributed to the chaos caused by a silent film, inadvertently casting the expansion charm on a fire snake that ignited the floor. This tale can be found in the section on the Well of Fortune in the poems of Beedle the Bard, along with Dumbledore's annotations, which are quite entertaining. Chapter 4, The Little Sorcerer in the Library. The following week unfolded rather smoothly. Transfiguration and charms had always been Poppy's forte, while history of magic and astronomy were uneventful. Professor Sprout was consistently amiable in herbology, especially towards her own students. Ancient runes proved to be more challenging than expected. It was akin to learning a complex foreign language devoid of a dictionary, with various circumstances arising from different eras and regions. Professor Babbling initially introduced them to primitive Germanic languages such as Old Norse, and it was expected that they would later incorporate Old Futhark, Anglo-Saxon Futhorc, and Post-Futhark. The foundational characters were few, yet their combinations conveyed intricate meanings. Students were required to engage with the course from basic morphology, grammar, and expressions, ultimately attempting to decode texts inscribed in ancient runes. The only aspect of the week that left Poppy feeling disheartened was defense against the dark arts. The mere thought of Professor Quirrell teaching under Voldemort's influence sent shivers down her spine. Fortunately, Quirrell seemed disinterested in engaging deeply with the students. The disastrous incidents from his classes with first-year students had spread throughout the school, and no student believed that his stuttering was merely a result of nervousness when responding to questions from Gryffindor students. This year, the fifth-year students were particularly anxious. After all, it was their OWL's year, and having such a professor was decidedly unfortunate. On the bright side, you don't have major exams this year. Their head boy, Selena, appeared at the Hufflepuff table on Friday morning, looking rather lackluster. He stumbled through reading from the textbook. Good heavens! She recalled him being much more articulate when he taught Muggle studies. Poppy mused that during her 5th year, she would have had the privilege of being taught by Remus Lupin, one of the finest defense against the dark arts professors in the original series. Well, provided no butterfly effect altered that outcome. Self-study is the way to go, Evelyn offered earnestly. Professor Robbins had little to commend him. Selena groaned in distress. I am truly grateful to have been sorted into Hufflepuff. Gryffindor's Weasley is now tasked with managing the first years while grappling with these classes. Oh, by the way, if I recall correctly, he chose to take all subjects in his 3rd year, though he dropped 2 last year. Yet, he still intends to attempt all 12 OWLs this year. Though Poppy held no particular fondness for Percy Weasley's character in the original storyline, she could not help but feel a sense of respect at that moment. From this perspective, Percy was indeed remarkable. He encountered Harry Potter as a first year during his 5th year while simultaneously preparing for 12 OWLs, with one of the most critical subjects being taught by a professor with Voldemort literally affixed to the back of his head. Remarkable, she reflected. Given that he was merely a 15-year-old boy rather than a time-traveling individual like herself, his mindset and determination deserved commendation. However, she had little time to dwell on others' affairs. The academic demands of the 3rd grade are notably more rigorous than those of the 1st and 2nd grades. Considering the potential challenges that may arise in the coming years, she is determined to enhance her skills during her spare time. Thus, she finds herself once again immersed in the library over the weekend. At the onset of the school year, very few students are inclined to spend their weekends in the library, aside from those in the 5th and 7th grades who are preparing for exams. Only a handful are willing to forego the inviting sunshine outside, or the enticing games of wizard's chess and exploding snap in the common room. Unsurprisingly, Polly encounters Hermione Granger in the library. The young witch, having just begun her studies a week prior, is seated alone at a table by the window, surrounded by a stack of books. She furrows her brow, her quill lingering above the parchment, unable to descend. Polly recalls her previous conversation on the Hogwarts Express, and feels a twinge of regret. Perhaps she had been overly sharp in her remarks. Aware that Hermione meant no harm, she still felt compelled to defend Hufflepuff. She vividly remembers Hermione's experiences at the start of the original narrative. Her advanced preparation allows her to excel in her classes. Yet the unease she feels in this unfamiliar world renders her increasingly out of place. If she had been sorted into Ravenclaw, such a student would merely evoke knowing smiles. But in Gryffindor, Polly does not believe that a house can define an individual. Gryffindor has its Peter Pettigrew, Slytherin boasts Regulus Black. Ravenclaw is home to Gilderoy Lockhart, and Hufflepuff has Newt Scamander. However, most Hogwarts students tend to perceive their peers through the lens of their houses, making Hermione, as a young witch, an easy target for such scrutiny. Observing the determined expression on the young girl's face, Polly lets out a soft sigh before approaching her. Producing a bag of Honeydukes fizzing whiz-bees from her pocket, and placing it before Hermione. Taken aback by the unexpected gesture, Hermione stares in astonishment. Polly states, "I apologize. My previous comments on the train may have been rather pointed." Hermione's eyes widen, and Polly cannot ascertain whether she is glaring at her or simply taken aback. After a moment of silence, Hermione straightens her back and awkwardly clears her throat. "Oh, it's quite all right. I should be the one apologizing. I shouldn't have." Her gaze flits about nervously. "I shouldn't have commented without understanding the situation first. I mean, Hufflepuff is quite commendable too." Polly breaks into a smile. "Have we reached an understanding then?" "Yes, an understanding." Hermione bites her lip, instinctively relaxing. She glances at the fizzing whiz-bees pushed her way, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Thank you. Would you mind if I sat across from you? The light is better by the window." Hermione shakes her head, and Polly places her bag on the opposite chair before fetching 3 more books. It is evident that Hermione is quite curious about the ancient runes. These are books related to ancient runes for the 3rd year. You won't need them just yet. "Oh, I see," Hermione replies, her gaze still drifting curiously. "But, I mean, perhaps I could get a head start." Polly suppresses a laugh. "But I just saw you struggling with this week's assignments." Hermione instinctively reaches to cover her parchment, only to realize her error. She appears somewhat vexed. "I'm not struggling, I simply don't know how to write an essay." Of course, Muggles also write essays, but that is typically not required of students at this age. As far as I know, Muggle essays often take a long time to write because they require extensive research and the formulation of original ideas. I mean, I've memorized the textbook, but I still don't grasp how to write an essay. Polly observes Hermione's anxious demeanor and feels a mix of concern and affection for her. "Do not fret. Professors typically do not expect us to write papers resembling those of university students in the Muggle world. You merely need to synthesize the relevant content you've read in the books and compose a related note." She smiles, whether wizard or Muggle. Teachers generally do not set excessively high expectations for 11-year-olds. "Oh," Hermione replies, looking somewhat uncertain. "Is that really acceptable? I mean, to write directly from the textbook? If it matters to you, you could consider adding some extra reading material," Polly suggests. "For specific reference books, you can consult Madame Pants. As long as you adhere to the library rules, she is quite willing to assist diligent students in locating what they wish to read." Hermione relaxes, sensing Polly's friendly demeanor, which encourages her to voice a thought that has been troubling her since the beginning of the term. About the upperclassman Flitwick. "Just call me Polly," she interjects. "Polly, I've noticed that many first-year students, even those from wizarding families, do not engage in advanced study," Hermione hesitantly states. "I had assumed the library would be bustling with students on the weekend, but in reality, whether wizard or Muggle, students who are passionate about learning are always in the minority," Polly replies lightly. "Currently, most of the library patrons are 5th and 7th year students preparing for their OWLs and Newts, the ordinary and extraordinary wizarding levels. There are also some Ravenclaw students, who typically have a stronger thirst for knowledge. However, many prefer to relax on weekends. It's akin to Muggles. I imagine you encountered numerous such students in primary school." Hermione appears somewhat dazed, having conjured many delightful fantasies about the wizarding world, such as the notion that 11-year-old witches and wizards diligently prepare and review their studies. This realization worries her, as she fears being left behind by her peers from wizarding families. Yet, the reality diverges from her expectations. Polly regards her gently. "Do not place too much pressure on yourself." Hermione's cheeks redden, and she waves her quill dismissively, murmuring, "Thank you." The two then return to their respective studies. Hermione requests Madame Pants to recommend a few books that could assist her with essay writing, while Polly begins her battle with the ancient runes. She has memorized all the words, yet the sentences remain clumsy when strung together. This week's assignment in ancient runes involves translating a brief piece of runic text, prompting Polly to draft an initial version before heavily editing and annotating it. She approaches her assignments with the same diligence she would show her superiors at work, often refining her essays or assignments after completing them. At this juncture, magic proves to be quite beneficial. Erroneous words can simply vanish without leaving a trace. By the time she has laboriously completed her translation, the morning has drawn to a close. Polly stretches and notices that Hermione is still grappling with her work. Shall we go for lunch? You go ahead, Hermione replies without hesitation. I'll finish this before I join you. The intensely focused young witch is quite endearing. Polly chuckles softly as she gathers her belongings. Then I shall go first. The journey from the library to the Great Hall requires only a straightforward descent. This is also a strategy for navigating Hogwarts moving staircases. One must remember which floor their intended classroom is located on, and then calculate whether to ascend or descend the stairs accordingly. As she approaches the Great Hall, Polly happens upon a confrontation at the entrance between first-year students from Slytherin and Gryffindor. If she isn't mistaken. The parties involved are Gryffindor's Ron Weasley, Harry Potter, and Slytherin's Draco Malfoy, Vincent Crabbe, and Gregory Goyle. At that moment, Malfoy wore an expression of disdain, perhaps arrogance. Though on his 11-year-old visage, only a hint of disdain was discernible, as he uttered some remarks. Ron in turn vociferously countered him, his face flushed with indignation. Perry had already noticed that these pivotal characters from the original story bore little resemblance to the actors she recalled from the films. Yet they astonishingly matched the descriptions provided by Rowling that lingered in her memory. Ron sported the Weasley family's signature fiery red hair, appearing tall and lanky, his face dotted with freckles. Malfoy, on the other hand, was a particularly pallid boy, seemingly deprived of sunlight. After observing for a moment, Perry realized that her detached amusement was rather inappropriate, prompting her to ascend the shifting staircase. Hey Harry. Harry abruptly turned his head and beheld Perry descending with a shoulder bag slung across her. The gloomy atmosphere brought by Malfoy dissipated instantly as he greeted Perry with evident delight. Are you heading out? The weather outside is quite pleasant. I must recommend the grass by the Black Lake. One can occasionally glimpse the tentacles of the giant squid. That sounds splendid, Harry mused, envisioning the scene. Ron, clearly unfamiliar with Perry, was introduced by Harry. Ron, this is my senior from the train, Perry Flit. She is a Hufflepuff student. Perry, this is my roommate, Ron Weasley. Oh, I recognize the Weasley name. They are quite distinctive, Perry remarked, touching her nose, recalling their red hair. Hi Ron, it's a pleasure to meet you. Ron appeared somewhat flustered but quickly returned the greeting. Their atmosphere was amiable, yet Malfoy, standing nearby, bristled at being overlooked. He crossed his arms, eyeing Potter with disdain. Hufflepuff Potter, your taste is truly disappointing. Such words were hardly surprising, considering Malfoy's character. While Tom Felton might be a handsome lad, Draco Malfoy was merely a mischievous child. Not quite a villain. However, Perry, having just apologized to Hermione, maintained a calm demeanor. I only know that the top two in third year are in Hufflepuff. And the third is in Ravenclaw, she said nonchalantly. The top rank in fourth year is Ravenclaw, and in fifth, it's Gryffindor. Upon hearing the last phrase, both Harry and Ron instinctively puffed out their chests. Malfoy narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Perry for a moment. Flitwick? I haven't heard of that surname. He elongated the syllables, attempting to convey a sense of superiority. However, Perry perceived his words as an inability to refute, leaving him to seek alternative insults. She felt tempted to retort. I have heard of the Malfoy name. You are Lucius Malfoy's son. But she surmised that 11-year-old Draco likely did not find being referred to as someone's son particularly offensive. Thus, she abandoned the notion of further conversation, nodding at Harry. I'm off to the Great Hall. Harry, Ron, goodbye. Ron waved awkwardly at her, while Harry, having lost the desire to continue the quarrel, tugged at Ron's arm. Shall we stroll by the Black Lake? Malfoy, left behind, clicked his tongue in annoyance and turned to Crabbe. Go investigate what's happening in third year. Chapter 5, A Nocturnal Outing. Perry had anticipated that the following days leading up to Halloween would lack any extraordinary events, but circumstances often defy expectations. On this particular evening before dinner, she and Alexia were engaged in a discussion about their afternoon's charm class. Their textbook this year was Miranda Gosshawk's Standard Spells, Level 3, encompassing various incantations such as the Disarming Charm, the Stunning Spell, the Freezing Charm, and the Capture Charm. They had been practicing the Disarming Charm for the past 2 weeks. The students were paired to practice together. To ensure safety, Professor Flitwick had conjured several soft cushions in the classroom, though they seemed to serve little purpose now. Alexia grimaced as she rubbed her wrist. Did you preview these spells over the summer? No, wait, we can't use magic during the holidays. Perry shrugged. The Disarming Charm is quite useful. Professor Flitwick mentioned he would invite me to join his charms club in 5th year. I've heard he also teaches some dueling techniques, and I wanted to prepare myself in advance. That's still 2 years away, Alexia pouted. And why are you so interested in dueling? Perry chuckled, drawing her wand and waving it. You, heartstring of a fire dragon 11 inches, exceptionally sturdy. Mr. Ollivander said this type of wood is ideal for dueling. Her wand waving attracted the watchful gaze of Filch, the caretaker, who began to bellow, wands are prohibited in the corridors. Alexia closed her mouth. After they had walked a bit further, she whispered, it's prohibited to use magic. You merely waved your wand. He is probably concerned about students using silent spells or something. Perry replied, lowering her voice. Well, I'm feeling a bit peckish. Today's charm class was rather exhausting. I hope there are some delightful pies for dinner. The house elves possessed an array of hidden magic that rendered every meal at Hogwarts exceptionally enticing. Perry savored her meal, remarking, I feel like I've been consuming too much sugar lately. However, at 13, she found it unnecessary to contemplate weight issues. As the group of girls departed the Great Hall, Perry noticed Hermione standing by the entrance, seemingly waiting for someone. Oh, she's coming over. You all go ahead, she told Alexia. Hermione indeed awaited her, as they had frequently encountered one another in the library and had grown quite familiar. Perry, the young witch, bit her lip. I don't know how to say this. Take your time. What's the matter? You know Harry Potter and our house's Ron Weasley. I heard they are planning to go on a nocturnal dueling expedition after curfew. Hermione anxiously exclaimed, this violates school rules. Perry reflexively replied, Malfoy won't be going. Huh? Hermione responded, puzzled. Perry gently tapped her forehead. Well, I meant that there are quite a few Gryffindor students who would go on a nighttime escapade. The Weasley brothers, Fred and George, have been doing this since first year. It will indeed cost them points, but it's not a grave matter. Hermione stared at her in disbelief. Don't be alarmed, Perry reassured her with a pat on the shoulder, if you read Filch's regularly updated school rules carefully. I have read them, Hermione retorted vehemently. Then you would discover that some of them are rather unreasonable and quite vexatious, Perry stated. Hermione froze. But those are school rules, she stammered. And they will surely get caught. Let them earn back the points they lose, Perry replied. Who initiated the duel? Malfoy, Hermione answered instinctively. Then Harry and Ron are not the instigators, Perry assured her, patting her shoulder again. Don't worry. She left a still bewildered Hermione, and swiftly returned to the common room, where she found Selena Garcia engrossed in a particularly thick tome on ancient runes. Selena, do you think it's possible for me to master the disillusionment charm in just a few hours? She asked in desperation. What do you intend to do? Selena looked at her, puzzled. That's Newt-level material. I have no idea what I'm doing, Perry replied, covering her face. She was aware that Harry, Ron, and Hermione would not encounter any trouble that night. They would inevitably stumble upon the fourth-floor corridor, which Professor Dumbledore had expressly forbidden them to enter at the beginning of term, yet no genuine danger awaited them. But what if? Of course, there was no real what if, for Dumbledore was watching over them. Nonetheless, the thought gnawed at her conscience. The disillusionment charm? Just then, a sixth year named Keppel approached, inquiring what she was up to. Out for a nocturnal escapade? The phrase nocturnal escapade seemed to resonate, as several Hufflepuffs engaged in conversation turned their heads in curiosity. Typically, such ventures were thought to be the domain of Gryffindors. Even a trip to the kitchens would be prudently timed before curfew for Hufflepuffs. Yet, if someone were to embark on a night excursion, rest assured, I won't breathe a word, fourth-year color boldly proclaimed, uncertain which professor would be on patrol tonight. Madeline instinctively nodded in agreement. I won't say anything either. Perry, what has suddenly prompted your desire for a night out? Evelyn speculated. Did you find dinner insufficient? But I saw you devour 2 blueberry scones earlier. Perry's cheeks flushed crimson. It's because tonight's scones were exceptionally delightful. And I'm not hungry. Alexia chuckled. Don't fret. 2 scones aren't excessive. Perry struggled to redirect the conversation. You could consider me to have suddenly acquired some sort of Weasley twin spirit, wishing to sneak out after curfew. The third years erupted in laughter, while a few older students familiar with the infamous twins couldn't help but chuckle as well. Lena, a seventh year seated by the fireplace, remarked, I doubt a few hours would suffice to master the disillusionment charm. While you are indeed one of our finest Hufflepuffs, it remains too challenging for a third year. Perry nodded in dismay, acutely aware that her magical prowess was not as exceptional as it appeared. Her commendable performance stemmed from her adult-like tenacity, and the greater effort she exerted compared to her peers. Mastering the disillusionment charm was out of reach. She regretted not having procured a less effective invisibility cloak in advance. Yet, pondering such matters now was futile. The Hufflepuffs enthusiastically began discussing the essentials of nighttime excursions, advising her to promptly confess if caught by a professor, lest it lead to further point deductions. Of course, you needn't worry about point deductions. Professor Kettleburn will make it up to us, Cedric remarked, expressing gratitude for the fire crab incident. Indeed, she was grateful for the system that had granted her the fire crab summoning card, yet it seemed rather uncooperative. If only she could concoct an invisibility potion using the game's alchemical features right then and there. What could she possibly fear? Alas, the main storyline was stuck at the beginning, and she was unable to access those comprehensive features for the day. After a lengthy sigh, Perry finally came to terms with reality. She could not shake off the concern for those 3 little ones who might find themselves in trouble, nor could she guarantee she would not be caught by the patrolling professor. Thus she declared with a sense of tragic resignation, "If I lose points, I will earn them back." The Hufflepuffs playfully patted her shoulders and heads in a show of camaraderie, expressing their indifference. "It's fine, we wouldn't win the House Cup anyway. Slytherin has been on a rampage these past few years. Who can blame us for lacking a biased headmaster? Alas, Professor Sprout is quite lenient with students from all houses." Not quite. The last time the twins tried to sneak into the 3rd greenhouse, she promptly handed them over to Filch. That was the Weasley twins. After all, an exception among exceptions. The 2 head students exchanged knowing glances, sharing a tacit smile. They were indeed tasked with maintaining order. But Perry was unlikely to cause any significant upheaval. Perhaps it was best to let her be. At 11 o'clock that night, Perry quietly slipped out of the common room. She could hardly recall the timing mentioned in the original story, and since Hermione had not specified, she decided to wait a little in front of the Gryffindor Tower. Fortunately, she encountered neither Filch nor the fat lady on her way, yet she couldn't help but mentally berate Malfoy. If it weren't for that troublesome brat, she wouldn't have to venture into such easily detectable territory at this late hour. But then again, it was primarily her own fault. Suddenly, she heard a wheezing sound. Startled, Perry hesitated to use the Lumos charm, so she cautiously approached to investigate. It was a sleeping student, Neville Longbottom. She couldn't quite remember if he was supposed to appear at this moment in the original tale, but he would surely catch a chill sleeping on the floor. After a moment's deliberation, she resolved to expose herself and call for the fat lady to allow the Gryffindor student entry, only to discover, upon approaching, that the portrait frame was empty. The guardian had stepped out for a nighttime visit. This left her utterly at a loss. She could only wait until Harry and the others emerged to help Neville in. She softly cast a warming charm on Neville, then transformed her handkerchief into a soft cushion and sat down. After approximately half an hour, the portrait swayed forward, revealing a round opening through which Harry Potter climbed. Perry hastily shook Neville awake. "Well, what?" Neville mumbled, startled, and then jumped at the sight of Perry. Harry was equally taken aback, having thought he had just been caught by a professor. "Perry?" He halted, then let out a muted groan. Ron, following closely behind, clearly did not understand why Harry had suddenly stopped, resulting in a tangle as they all tumbled through the opening. The last to emerge, Hermione, seemed equally perplexed by the commotion, chattering about her concerns. "You don't want to lose the points I earned for you with Professor McGonagall's transfiguration spell, do you, Perry?" Perry greeted her awkwardly. "You mentioned Harry and the others. I was a bit worried." "Oh no, block the portrait." But it was too late. As the empty portrait shifted back into place beneath Hermione's robe, Neville gaped. What on earth just happened? Malfoy challenged Harry to a duel, Ron's his second. And Hermione came to stop them, Perry replied, exasperation bubbling within her. "This is a real mess." Harry and Ron insisted on going to the trophy room on the 3rd floor, while Hermione stared at Perry in astonishment, somewhat touched. "This is Hogwarts. They won't get into trouble." "Indeed, this is Hogwarts, but the castle harbors a basilisk and Voldemort, and the Forbidden Forest is home to acromantulas," Perry retorted dryly. "You've just reminded me why I can't relax." Ultimately, the 5 of them tiptoed toward the 3rd floor. Neville insisted he wouldn't remain behind alone due to the ghosts that might pass by. Undoubtedly, Malfoy was not present. Instead, it was Filch and the fat lady. Alerted by a tip-off, "Shoo," Perry hissed, covering her mouth with her sleeve, as she quietly cast a transfiguration spell, transforming her handkerchief into a mouse. Neville flinched as he watched Perry levitate the false mouse toward the trophy room door. Transfiguring inanimate objects into living creatures was exceedingly difficult. The faux mouse showed no fear of the cat, squirming a bit before being caught by the fat lady. Filch continued to advance with his lantern in hand, and Neville, utterly terrified, could no longer restrain himself and let out a scream, bolting away only to trip and crash into a suit of armor alongside Ron. The cacophony was deafening. Finally, Poppy recalled that Neville was indeed part of this sequence in the original narrative. The 5 of them sprinted away with great haste. In the pitch blackness, several portraits along the corridor stirred awake, grumbling in hushed tones. Harry led the charge, randomly selecting a direction, ultimately emerging near the charm's classroom. I knew it. I knew it, Hermione muttered anxiously. We're in serious trouble. I think we've lost Filch, Harry gasped. I'm sorry, Poppy, for dragging you into this mess. I'll get Malfoy back for this. They took a moment to catch their breath, while Poppy desperately tried to recall what was to unfold next. The details eluded her, but she was certain that the events of the night would lead Harry and the others into the forbidden corridor. She wondered if the butterfly effect had caused any alterations. Oh my. Suddenly, Peeves erupted from a classroom, spotting them and gleefully shrieking. Students. TSK, how naughty. Roaming the castle at this hour. You've awakened many portraits. You'll be caught. You won't tell, will you, Peeves? Please. Neville implored. I ought to inform Filch. It's for your own good, Peeves retorted with mock seriousness. But you don't even like Filch, Poppy countered. Don't you find it far more amusing to tease him and prevent him from discovering our whereabouts? Peeves erupted into a fit of giggles. That does sound delightful. He gazed at the students with pleading expressions, then suddenly kicked a portrait on the wall with great force. The occupant, already asleep, screamed. Oh no. Hermione echoed in alarm. But watching you suffer alongside Filch is far more entertaining. Peeves concluded, bellowing, students are awake. In the charms corridor, Poppy resolved to rummage through her spellbook for a tactic to deal with Peeves, but this time, she merely followed Harry and the others as they continued their frantic dash to the end of the corridor. It's locked, Ron exclaimed in despair. We're going to get expelled. Hermione had no time to respond. She snatched Harry's wand and tapped the door lock. Alohomora. The lock clicked, and the door swung open abruptly. The five of them rushed inside. Poppy hastily shut the door, and was about to utter a binding spell to secure it when suddenly, she froze, realizing where she was. Oh dear. Unlike Harry and the others, she did not press her ear against the door to listen for any sounds outside, but turned to face the enormous three-headed dog. It towered over them, each of its 3 heads and 6 eyes fixated on them, standing atop a trapdoor. Trembling, Neville hid behind Poppy, who stepped forward, ensuring the 4 first years were closer to the door, then cast a shield charm over herself. However, the 3-headed beast merely regarded them for a moment, not growling but instead folding its front paws, one head leaning forward to emit a gentle, non-threatening rumble. Poppy was taken aback. This creature was clearly an adult, yet her summoning card depicted a puppy. She quickly flipped through her spellbook, discovering that the card for the 3-headed puppy had not increased in proficiency. Yet perhaps, this creature detected something about her, even though she had never interacted with a 3-headed puppy before. Hermione's voice trembled, but she attempted to maintain her composure. Peeves and Filch's voices have faded away. We should back out slowly, Poppy whispered. You all head back to the tower immediately. I suspect the fat lady has returned to her portrait. What about you? Harry asked, only to realize how foolish the question was. I'm going back to the Hufflepuff common room, she replied. Tonight's escapade has been quite sufficient. I need a proper rest. Tomorrow is Friday and we have classes. Hermione gasped. We have potions tomorrow, she exclaimed. All right, let us hurry. They swiftly exited the corridor. The enormous 3-headed dog merely emitted a soft whine before lazily lying down again. At the stairwell, Poppy parted ways with the 4 first years. She noticed her palms were clammy with sweat. As she reached into her pocket, she remembered that her handkerchief had been transformed into a mouse. Perhaps the fat lady had even devoured it. Merlin help her. May the fat lady not suffer from an upset stomach. Chapter 6. A Spoiler's Way. When the alarm rang early the next morning, Poppy nearly failed to rise. The third-year Hufflepuffs had herbology and transfiguration today. In the greenhouse, she yawned incessantly, drawing the attention of Professor Sprout. Miss Flitwick, are you all right? Oh, I had a nightmare last night and couldn't sleep, Poppy replied dully. 13-year-olds were ill-suited for sleepless nights. She felt utterly miserable. You do look rather unwell, Sprout observed with concern. Dear, you ought to visit the nurse. Poppy couldn't suppress another yawn. All right, Professor Sprout. Madame Pomfrey was the head of the Hogwarts infirmary, a witch highly skilled in healing magic. When Poppy found herself unable to contain a third yawn before her, Madame Pomfrey's expression turned stern. If you ask me, underage witches and wizards require ample sleep. With a wave of her wand, a large glass vial flew from the cabinet, pouring approximately 50 milliliters of potion into a cup beside her. Poppy gazed at the potion's deep purple sheen, hesitating. Madame Pomfrey, I have transfiguration class this afternoon. I will speak to Professor McGonagall, Madame Pomfrey replied, floating the cup before Poppy, her tone brooking no refusal. Now, drink the dreamless sleep potion, and when you awaken you'll be fine. I was hoping for a stimulant, Poppy muttered to herself, before obediently climbing onto the sickbed and downing the dreamless potion in one go. She immediately succumbed to a deep slumber. When Poppy awoke again, it was already past 3 in the afternoon, and the first thing she saw was Cedric holding an array of sweets. "Hi, Poppy, you're awake?" Cedric looked at her with a mix of exasperation and amusement. "Everyone thought you'd sleep a bit longer, so I brought a lot of goodies." "Thank you." Poppy sat up, exclaiming, "Wow, so many honeydukes." "After all, they're your favorite," Cedric said. "They were supposed to be brought by Alexia. But she had matters to discuss with Professor Sprout." "So how are you feeling now?" "Quite well," Poppy replied, feeling invigorated. "Madame Pomfrey gave me a dreamless potion. By the way, what assignments were given for herbology and transfiguration?" "For herbology, we need to write an essay on bubotubers. Professor Sprout mentioned that you missed most of the class, so you can catch up with her. Professor McGonagall said that since you covered part of today's lesson in your previous essay, there's no homework for you." Poppy gasped softly, then began stuffing the sweets Cedric had brought into her bag. "Everyone is so caring. After all, everyone knows why you were so tired today. And you haven't lost any points." Cedric lowered his voice and inquired, "So where did you go last night?" Polly hesitated to deceive him. After a brief moment of contemplation, she divulged a fragment of the truth. "Hermione came to see me. A first year from Slytherin has challenged Harry to a duel. And I was a bit concerned." Cedric chuckled softly. "What is there to worry about with a duel among first-year students? They haven't even learned many spells yet." "Indeed." Polly gazed skyward. "Dumbledore is keeping an eye on Harry, so there's really nothing to fret about." She ruffled her hair. "I must go find Professor Sprout." "Of course." Cedric assisted her in cramming the last few pieces of candy into her bag. "Oh, by the way, our first trip to Hogsmeade has been scheduled for the end of the month. The notice is posted in the common room." Polly's eyes lit up with excitement. She had long been curious about the village mentioned in the original work, but for the moment, her most pressing concern was the plan she needed to execute in Hogsmeade. The plan, of course, involved subtly providing Dumbledore with spoilers. Polly was self-aware. Confronting Voldemort was tantamount to delivering oneself as a feast. The best course of action was to relay some information to Professor Dumbledore, allowing him to address the ensuing issues. For instance, the Ravenclaw diadem she had retrieved from the Room of Requirement during her first year. Rumor had it that this diadem possessed the power to enhance one's wisdom. She had once discreetly inquired about it with Professor Flitwick, only to receive a grave response. Regrettably, Professor Dumbledore found it to be tainted by dark magic, and we were compelled to seek the original owner's consent to destroy it. The original owner? Professor Flitwick hesitated but ultimately disclosed, "Do not share this with others." The Ravenclaw ghost, the Grey Lady, was originally named Helena Ravenclaw, the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw. She is the diadem's rightful owner. Polly was taken aback. "You all knew this?" Professor Flitwick misunderstood the reason for her astonishment. "Do not tell anyone. The Grey Lady prefers not to be disturbed." Polly nodded in agreement, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Dumbledore could indeed discern the traces of Horcruxes. The most powerful wizard truly was impressive. However, she was also reluctant to reveal the extent of her knowledge. It was best if everything could be resolved peacefully, with her remaining an inconspicuous backdrop amidst these events. She had yet to devise a plan for next year's diary and basilisk, but she had already contemplated how to discreetly inform Dumbledore about Professor Quirrell's issues this year. The focal point was Hogsmeade and her spellbook. Hogsmeade boasted a splendid post office, as per the recommendations of upperclassmen. All she needed to do was mask her face and send the spoilers to Professor Dumbledore. The information to be transmitted consisted of cards selected from the system's spellbook. One card depicted the snowball spell, while the other illustrated the summoning of a unicorn. Within the Magical Awakening game system, each card possessed an accompanying story and illustration. Polly's plan was to replicate both the image and story onto parchment using magic, then send it to Dumbledore. She opened the system and reviewed the descriptions of the two cards once more. Snowball spell. By casting this spell, one can summon a snowball to strike the target of the spell. If not intended for an attack, it could serve as a delightful prank, making it a fine choice of spell. The Weasley twins, Fred and George, were particularly fond of this spell, and had employed it on various occasions. One of its victims was Professor Quirrell, though at the time they were unaware that Voldemort's face lurked beneath Quirrell's turban. Unicorn. The unicorn is an extraordinarily beautiful and pure magical creature, yet it is also quite fragile. With its pure white coat and horn, it can be found in the forests of Scandinavia. Drinking a unicorn's blood grants immortality, but the drinker is condemned to a cursed existence. In Harry Potter's first year, he encountered a deceased unicorn in the Forbidden Forest alongside Draco Malfoy. This unicorn had been slain by Professor Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort. as he drank its blood to sustain Voldemort's life. Replicating the illustrations was quite simple. By taking a screenshot through the system, she could transfer the image to the designated medium. However, the textual portion required her to manually translate it into English. After she painstakingly translated the text, she removed the spellbook's level, currency value, and some system functions displayed on the right side of the screenshot. Satisfied, she tapped the parchment with her wand. In the illustration, one of the Weasley twins hurled a snowball at Quirrell's head. Polly's expression froze for a moment. She knew this tedious feature in the game system still existed. But shouldn't the screenshot's shared image remain static? She attempted to poke the illustration with her wand. Another Weasley twin tossed a snowball at Quirrell's head. They took turns throwing several times, and soon a very cartoonish tic-tac-toe appeared on Quirrell's head. He turned around in a fury, while the Weasley twins chuckled and hid in the woods, as a deep green mist began to swirl ominously behind Quirrell, creating a particularly eerie atmosphere. Polly fell silent for a moment. If she wished to alter the mode of these illustrations, she could only obscure them and redraw them. Yet she was not skilled at drawing. Never mind, she would simply send this version to Professor Dumbledore. Resolute, she felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. The entire series of Harry Potter, while captivating as a narrative, became profoundly different once she found herself at Hogwarts and became acquainted with this still youthful boy. Polly admitted she could not idly watch him face those perilous challenges. For the next few days, she counted down the days until Hogsmeade. Fortunately, most third-year students were eagerly anticipating their first trip to Hogsmeade, making her feel less conspicuous. Moreover, after seeing Professor Quirrell in class, her fear dissipated. She suddenly realized Quirrell did not retaliate after the Weasley twins struck him with a snowball, precisely because he feared exposing Voldemort to Dumbledore's gaze. As students, even if they behaved somewhat outlandishly, they were unlikely to face an attack from Voldemort. With this thought, Polly abruptly recognized that she might have been overthinking. She had been anxious for the plot, yet the antagonist was scarcely concerned with her. Have you fallen in love? What? Polly was momentarily bewildered. Are you in a relationship? Evelyn asked. I've never seen you in such high spirits before. Did you arrange to go to Hogsmeade together? Polly stared at her in confusion. Who? Cedric? Or perhaps it's Spencer from the fourth year. Alexia began to speculate. Wait, what are you talking about? Polly finally snapped back to reality. I am not in a relationship, nor have I made any plans to go to Hogsmeade with anyone. I thought we were all going together. But that day, Madeline asked if you wanted to go with her, and you didn't respond, Alexia reminded her. When? In care of magical creatures class. We were cleaning the gems on the back of the fire crab. Alexia stated. Madeline said she wanted to join us. I might not have heard clearly. Polly tilted her head, pondering for a moment, then awkwardly replied. Lately, she had been preoccupied with thoughts of what measures Professor Dumbledore would take after receiving the letter, often losing focus during lessons. So you weren't dating Cedric? Wait, how does this relate to Cedric? I am uncertain, yet you two are our year's top students. And given your amiable relationship, many believe you would make a splendid couple. Evelyn shrugged. Poppy exclaimed, but we are merely 13. Dear, you are already 13, Evelyn chuckled. And yet you still fret about your weight. That is entirely different. Poppy retorted, exasperatedly glancing at them. Well, I have no intention of contemplating romance at this early stage. Cedric and I are simply good friends, much like you two. I would like to accompany you to Hogsmeade, if that is acceptable. Absolutely, Poppy, Alexia replied with a smile. Her curiosity piqued. So, what has brought you joy lately? There is a matter that has troubled me for quite some time, which has finally found resolution, Poppy confessed. Did you manage to complete that assignment Professor Babbling assigned? Did Professor Snape award you another year essay? Poppy's demeanor immediately deflated, akin to a punctured balloon. I have yet to finish that translation for Professor Babbling. Oh, Evelyn said sympathetically, but you still have time, do you not? I heard from Stebbins that it is an extra assignment. As long as you complete it before the end of term, you can earn 30 points for the house. Poppy groaned. Yes, I confirmed it with others in class. Currently, only I and Owen from Ravenclaw are still attempting to tackle this assignment. The vocabulary is incredibly challenging, and the same sentence can convey entirely different meanings. We must scrutinize these texts meticulously. Ancient runes sound quite daunting, Alexia shivered. Fortunately, I opted for Muggle studies as my other subject. Professor Burbage assigns very little homework. Evelyn nodded enthusiastically. I am truly glad I chose divination and Muggle studies. Professor Burbage's assignments are minimal, while Professor Trelawney's merely require us to concoct some unfortunate events to satisfy her requirements. Poppy buried her face in her hands. You may continue to boast. Chapter 7. Hogsmeade. In the days that followed, Poppy devoted a considerable amount of time to her Ancient Runes assignment. She gradually discerned a vital truth. Professor Babbling's lack of a deadline for this task was intentional. During that week's Ancient Runes class, they learned a new grammatical structure. To her delight, Poppy discovered that previously indecipherable sentences could now be transformed into coherent statements using the new grammar. Yay! When she could no longer contain her excitement and pumped her fist in the library, even Hermione, who usually sat with her completing assignments or engaging in further reading, let out a sigh of relief. Poppy's intense focus on something she could not comprehend often cast a pall over those around her. Feeling the weight of the situation, Poppy felt a pang of guilt. Third years will be able to visit Hogsmeade this weekend. I can bring you back something. Hogsmeade. Hermione's expression immediately brightened. I read in a book that it is the only village in all of Britain without muggles. And it is located near the platform where we arrive on the Hogwarts Express, Poppy added, blinking. That platform is called Hogsmeade Station. There are many fascinating shops there. Honeyduke's main store is situated in Hogsmeade, and their fizzing whizbees are absolutely divine. The Scribulus writing instrument sells a variety of quills. I sincerely hope they develop better types, as the quick quill is still lacking, but I highly recommend you order some for use in History of Magic. Anne Dervish and Banges offers both magical equipment for purchase and repair. The Three Broomsticks serves excellent butterbeer. At this point, she suddenly laughed. And then there are the Weasley twins. You know them, right? Seeing Hermione nod, Poppy continued, their favorite joke shop, Zonko's, sells all manner of prank items, many of which are on Filch's list of prohibited items. Hearing the last sentence, Hermione erupted into laughter. Then I can guess what they sell there. Her expression brightened for a moment before it fell again. Poppy, I used to believe that the magical world was utterly enchanting, and possessing such talents was a wonderful thing. However, Poppy paused, recalling how, in the original story, Hermione had struggled to make friends during the early school year leading up to Halloween, which culminated in her emotional breakdown triggered by Ron's remark, resulting in her retreating to the girls' bathroom during dinner. A pivotal moment that forged the trio's initial bond. Poppy felt torn. She could not bear to see Hermione alone, yet she did not wish to disrupt the friendship between Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Alas, she had already altered the circumstances of Ron and Harry's initial meeting, so perhaps changing a few more details would not matter. Thus, she retrieved a fizzing whizbee from her pocket, which she always carried, and offered it to Hermione. Do you find Hogwarts to be an unhappy place? Hermione's face flushed. Not exactly. Her gaze faltered. Learning magic is indeed delightful, and contributing points to Gryffindor is splendid. I simply do not understand why it seems everyone despises me. Petil Brown. And the Weasleys, including Potter, they all find me insufferable. But they are the ones who fail to prepare adequately or complete their assignments, Hermione lamented. I have been contributing points to Gryffindor, and I am doing what is right. Poppy sighed. She moved to the opposite side of the table, pulled out the chair beside Hermione, and placed her hand gently on the young girl's back to comfort her. I believe they do see that, in truth. It is merely that most people are reluctant to acknowledge their own faults. They prefer to shift the blame onto others. This occurs in Muggle primary schools as well, where the exceptionally talented students are often derogatorily labeled as bookworms and ostracized. In her first year, she fortuitously did not encounter such circumstances. Cedric and she were equally matched, excelling in every class. Consequently, their classmates were more inclined to rejoice in having two prodigies in the house rather than two outcasts. Do not be disheartened, she advised. You are doing exceptionally well. But do not bottle up your feelings. If you ever feel down, you can come to me or write to me. The school's owls are available for all students to use. With her head bowed, Hermione accepted the fizzing whizbee Poppy offered her. Have something sweet. Sweets are particularly effective at lifting one's spirits when feeling low, Poppy suggested, tilting her head. I will bring you back some other treats this weekend. Honeyduke's has far more variety than the trolley lady on the express, and I bet you would adore the enormous coconut ice. Our prefect, Selena, brought some back once, and it was absolutely delicious. Hermione broke into a smile. Thank you, Poppy. You are so kind to me. Poppy smiled gently. I believe that is because you are deserving of kindness. On the morning of the weekend, the third-year students at Hogwarts arose particularly early. Everyone busied themselves in their dormitories, gathering the galleons and sickles they deemed necessary. Poppy exchanged a portion of her galleons from the system, and placed them into her pouch. As she entered the common room, Alectia, Evelyn, and Madeline were also ready to set off. You are still wearing your robes today, Evelyn exclaimed in surprise. It is the weekend. Perry found it difficult to assert that the school robe's pockets were sufficiently spacious for her to stow away other items, so she fibbed. I'm hoping to receive a discount from the shops in Hogsmeade, considering I am a Hogwarts student. After they had enjoyed breakfast in the Great Hall, the group made their way to the entrance hall. There stood Argus Filch, the caretaker, poring over an extensive list, attempting to identify any miscreant student. Madeline regarded him with disdain. Is there really a student who hasn't secured their parents' signature? That was hard to ascertain. Just behind them was Cedric, accompanying his classmates. I heard last year a student without a signature tried to sneak off to Hogsmeade. Diggory, who are you talking about? Came a voice from further back, where two fiery redheads were huddled together, speaking loudly. Fred George, don't let me catch you, warned a third, slightly taller redhead from behind them. Oh Percy, what can we possibly be caught for? We all have our dad's signatures this year. Sighing, he lamented, what can one do? After all, he wasn't a prefect last year. The Weasley twins' exaggerated tones elicited peals of laughter from the Hufflepuff students. Filch finally completed his checks on this side, and the four girls cheerfully exited the castle's grand doors. There was but one path leading to Hogsmeade, typically traveled by horse-drawn carriages at the start and end of term. But today they had to walk. The students relished the refreshing breeze caressing their faces. Not a single soul complained about the distance. Upon reaching their destination, Perry and her friends first visited Devine's. Alexia excitedly purchased a spyglass, exclaiming, Mum has always refused to let me buy one, claiming they are mere tricks. Perry, meanwhile, gazed longingly at a two-way mirror. She could indeed afford it, but had no immediate use for it. The girls then proceeded to the elegant wizarding apparel shop on the same street. Madeline appeared eager to buy a long green robe, but promptly dismissed the idea when Alexia reminded her that Professor McGonagall wore that color as well. The Honeydukes was their third stop. The place was bustling with students and adults alike. No one could resist sweets, especially those from Honeydukes, yet Perry only indulged in a modest selection. Don't you need to replenish your stock? I received about 3 pounds of candy after the night tour, and I need to finish them first. Alexia laughed heartily. Oh, I remember, Truman said it was to celebrate that you weren't deducted points. Her voice dropped conspiratorially, yet it was overheard by the nearby Weasley twins. Did we just hear something about point deductions? The top Hufflepuff, the most cherished student of Professor Kettleburn, entangled in point deductions? The twins harmonized teasingly, clearly intrigued by the mention of such a matter. However, even the ever-gossipy Evelyn chose to remain silent at that moment. Well then, a boy, either Fred or George, responded. Disappointment evident in his tone. Hufflepuff. Come on, brother, Lee Jordan said. He's waiting for us at Zoko's. I think we need to purchase a few more dung bombs this time. As the twins ambled away, Madeline and Evelyn sighed in relief simultaneously. The former wore an expression of alarm. Were they talking about dung bombs? Alexia's complexion turned slightly green. Remind me to steer clear of the Weasley twins from now on. At noon, they visited the Three Broomsticks. Aside from butterbeer, other refreshments were available. They selected a table and cautiously glanced around. Look over there, cloaked and shadowy. How is he supposed to drink? And there, someone was lurking. Shoo, I think they're watching us. The waitress promptly delivered their butterbeers and sandwiches. And Perry took a sip of butterbeer, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction as a Harry Potter fan, before feigning surprise. Oh no! I just remembered I promised Hermione I would bring back some Honeyduke sweets for her. Shall we go back then? No, it's too crowded over there. You all stay here. I'll go by myself. I'll be quick, Perry insisted. Oh, very well. Alexia waved her hand dismissively. We'll wait for you at the table. Don't take too long. All right. Perry hurriedly exited the Three Broomsticks. She took a detour towards the Shrieking Shack and, once out of sight, retrieved a shrunken black robe from her pocket, donning it, and transformed a pack of tissues into a mask. After enveloping herself securely, she hastened towards the post office. Inside, hundreds of owls perched neatly on their stands. Perry selected the swiftest one. In reality, even the slowest owl could deliver from Hogsmeade to Hogwarts by afternoon, and handed over the galleons along with her carefully sealed letter. The clerk, preoccupied, quickly counted the coins before dispatching the letter with the robust owl. Watching the loyal messenger take flight, Perry finally exhaled in relief. The Halloween feast was not until next Thursday. If Professor Quirrell could be dealt with before then, the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest would be safe, and the school would be free from trolls. Oh, and it seemed Hermione would have an even harder time befriending Harry and his friends. Perry lingered for a moment before sighing deeply. She ultimately shed her disguise and revisited Honeydukes, purchasing a considerable amount of sweets, determined to ask Hermione to help deliver them to Harry, Ron, and Neville in an attempt to mend their relationships. When she finally returned to the Three Broomsticks, Alexia and the others were growing somewhat impatient. Perry simply grabbed a sandwich to munch on during their journey. They then proceeded to the post office. This time Perry could finally take a good look at the owls. Yet she remained convinced that her German was the most handsome. The quill and ink shop, where they all bought additional quick quills for their history of magic class, and Zonko's joke shop. After completing their final stop, dusk began to set in, and the four girls contentedly returned to the castle, even encountering a scowling Filch at the entrance, whose face was as black as the bottom of a cauldron, without any of them being affected by it. I adore Hogsmeade, Elixia said dreamily. Perry echoed her sentiment, laughing. So do I. Chapter 8. The Missing Quirrell. In the evening, as Perry linked arms with Elixia on their way to the Great Hall, she took care to observe the staff table. While she could discern no unusual expression from Professor Dumbledore, it seemed that Quirrell was notably absent from dinner. Given that teachers could request house elves to deliver meals to their offices, as Perry had witnessed with Professor Sprout, she was uncertain whether Quirrell had merely missed this meal by chance. She decided to remain vigilant for the time being. After all, Dumbledore was present. On the other hand, she fortuitously encountered Hermione before dinner, thanks to the guidance of the third-year Gryffindor students, and thrust the large bag of sweets into her hands. I know your relationship with Harry, Ron, and the others isn't great, but could you help me deliver this portion to them? And Neville too, Perry asked. Feigning a sense of embarrassment, I haven't dared venture towards Gryffindor Tower lately. Considering that Perry had participated in the night tour that evening, her explanation sounded entirely plausible. Hermione hesitated momentarily before lifting her chin defiantly. Of course I shall. Polly regarded her with an expression akin to that of someone who had just received a duel challenge, her imposing demeanor causing a wave of melancholy to wash over her, as she pondered the possibility that the trio might indeed remain apart for the foreseeable future. That evening, she found herself consumed by distraction, akin to a reader waiting interminably for a story's conclusion, as she took a third helping of orange marmalade pudding, leaving Evelyn momentarily speechless. My dear, what is the matter with you? Typically, Polly would never indulge in a third dessert during dinner. Oh, it's nothing, Polly replied, diverting her gaze from Professor Dumbledore. I merely find today's pudding exceptionally delightful. However, fresh news soon arrived. On the following Monday, first-year Hufflepuffs were to attend a double period of defense against the dark arts with Gryffindor, spanning an entire morning. As Polly and Alexia strolled into the Great Hall, discussing their particularly robust fire crab, they noticed the first-year students seated at the Hufflepuff table, their faces ashen, reminiscent of those who had just endured a grueling double potions class, with each of them seemingly having received a D. What transpired? She whispered to Evelyn and Stibbins, who had arrived earlier. Evelyn appeared still in shock. This morning, Professor Snape taught the first-year defense against the dark arts class. Alexia shivered in disbelief. What? Did I just hear a name that feels decidedly wrong? Cedric, lagging a bit behind, failed to catch the full conversation. Are we having potions class this afternoon? Stibbins's complexion was pale. No, we are discussing the first-year defense against the dark arts from this morning. I heard Ibwa say that Snape was the one teaching them. Apparently, Professor Quirrell has some issues, so Snape is substituting for a week. A week? Alexia gasped in a whisper. Dear heavens. We have to see Professor Snape in addition to potions class? What happened to Quirrell? Is he ill? Can we visit him? Evelyn shivered in response. I don't know. I just wish he would return swiftly. Polly's expression froze for a moment. Professor Dumbledore acts with such alacrity. She glanced over at the staff table. None of the heads of houses or Dumbledore are present at the moment. With Dumbledore taking action, Voldemort should no longer linger at the school. Perhaps the Philosopher's Stone will also be destroyed. It remains uncertain when the corridors on the 4th floor might be unsealed. She had heard that Harry and the others were still curious about what might be hidden there. Polly. What? Why do you keep daydreaming? Alexia complained. We have defense against the dark arts on Wednesday. Where did Professor Quirrell leave off last time? I must confirm what we will study this Wednesday. Polly cleared her throat. Do you think Professor Snape will adhere to Quirrell's pacing? No, Evelyn buried her face in her plate. I am prepared. Let Professor Snape deduct points. After all, Hufflepuff's score will inevitably be at the bottom by the end of the year. Soon, the experiences of the first-year students spread throughout the hall. Students, their faces pale, began calculating which days this week they would have defense against the dark arts. Even the OWL and Newt candidates who typically derided Quirrell appeared troubled. I was wrong. Selena lamented. I shouldn't have cursed Quirrell, wishing for a more competent teacher. Truman, bewildered, replied, Cursed? Are you a Gryffindor? I merely expressed a complaint. Selena said weakly. I hope Quirrell returns to teach his Muggle Studies class alongside Professor Burbage. I think their Muggle Studies classes were quite good. No, Kiefer rolled his eyes. Didn't they say that Quirrell became like this because he encountered a vampire and a troublesome old witch during his travels? Even if he returned to teach Muggle studies, he'd still be stuttering like this. Polly, slightly curious, asked, what was Professor Quirrell like before? Selena pondered momentarily. He was the epitome of Ravenclaw. He assigned more work than Professor Burbage, but his lectures flowed quite smoothly. Sigh, he should never have ventured out on such adventures. Or applied for the position of defense against the dark arts professor. They say that position is cursed, don't they? Evelyn grew increasingly anxious. Surely, Professor Quirrell is just temporarily preoccupied or ill. He will return, won't he? Stibbons, chewing on a piece of lamb, mumbled, who knows? Have you forgotten the prophecy Professor Trelawney made on the first day of class? A great disaster will occur, and someone might die. Evelyn's complexion paled further. Will Professor Quirrell die? But I've heard that Professor Trelawney's prophecies are all false? Who knows? Stibbons replied enigmatically. Professor Trelawney is the divination teacher selected by Dumbledore. She must possess some genuine abilities. This perspective was quickly embraced by Evelyn. By the time Polly regained her focus, Hufflepuff students were fervently spreading rumors to their Ravenclaw counterparts. Professor Quirrell is dead. This was Professor Trelawney's prophecy at the start of the term. And now it has come to pass. Polly could only stare in disbelief. She observed the Hufflepuffs as they began to whisper conspiratorially with friends from other houses, finding the antics of her house both exasperating and amusing in equal measure. In the headmaster's office, Severus Snape stood with a grim expression before Dumbledore, alongside Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout, all wearing serious faces. So he has escaped. Snape's voice was hoarse. Yes, regrettably, Dumbledore replied, stroking the parchment beside him. I had hoped to contain him. But his current state resembles a liminal existence between life and death. It is challenging to confine a ghost, and thus we could only watch him flee. Flitwick interjected sharply. And Quirrell? Ah, Quirinus, Dumbledore sighed. He is a shadow of his former self, I believe due to Voldemort. The other four professors shivered slightly. I must insist on one point. We should name him. The fear of his name only amplifies our fear of him. Yet Voldemort is not to be feared. Indeed. Quirinus Voldemort has a talent for persuasion. He maintained his sanity while teaching Muggle studies, but he ventured too far in his pursuit of knowledge. Unfortunately, he encountered Voldemort. Dumbledore gazed intently at a floating silver sphere on the table. I have been vigilant against external threats, neglecting certain matters. Fortunately, an unknown gentleman or lady has reminded me. You mean Snape? Snape shot a disdainful glance at the parchment on Dumbledore's desk. I believe this informant means us no harm. Dumbledore replied softly, an intrigued glimmer in his eyes. They made quite an amusing jest on the parchment, did they not? In front of the four professors. He tapped his wand against the parchment depicting the snowball charm, and the Weasley twins resumed hurling snowballs at Quirrell's head. Professor McGonagall's lips twitched, appearing eager to deduct points from the absent twins. Dumbledore noticed her expression. I doubt that will transpire, he replied cheerfully. Quirinus did not wear such a turban in the past, and it hasn't snowed yet this year. So a seer? With a certain foolish Gryffindor sense of humor? A remarkably humorous and supportive seer, Dumbledore corrected Snape's assertions. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, I believe I ought to compose a letter to the Daily Prophet. The semester has yet to conclude, and we require another defense against the dark arts professor. However, I harbor doubts about our ability to find a suitable candidate. Perhaps I should seek an alternative means of securing a temporary instructor. Quirrell, alas. It is regrettable that Voldemort siphoned too much power from him. His body was rendered lifeless the moment Voldemort departed. And how shall we convey this to the students? Professor Sprout inquired uneasily. We cannot merely state that Professor Quirrell has departed. I mean, this is Hogwarts. The students should be assured of their safety here. Certainly, Dumbledore nodded. I understand, Pomona. As Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout turned to leave, Snape lingered, motionless at the back. So he truly is gone. Indeed, Severus. Albus Dumbledore regarded the pallid potions master with an intensity that suggested the gravity of the situation. This is a rather peculiar form of dark magic. I must confess. I have been vigilant for quite some time, but it was only 2 years ago that I truly comprehended what warranted my attention. The diadem that Miss Flitwick unearthed in the room of requirement. Everyone assumed it was Hogwarts' desire to restore Ravenclaw's diadem to prominence. Yet perhaps we have all erred. Hogwarts may be endeavoring to protect us. Horcruxes, such malevolent artifacts, Dumbledore remarked, a hint of distaste flickering across his features at the mention of the term. We have destroyed one. Yet, judging by Voldemort's demeanor, I have reason to believe he has crafted more Horcruxes. hidden away in places he deems inaccessible to us. Snape scoffed. And this unnamed seer failed to mention any of this in their correspondence? A most intriguing question. Dumbledore replied. Yet I do not wish to tarnish this rare gesture of goodwill. Since the individual has not revealed their identity, there is no need for us to pursue it. If necessary, I trust they will reach out to us once more. This matter has been resolved satisfactorily. I believe I shall indulge in a lemon sherbet, Severus? Snape turned and departed from the headmaster's office. Chapter 9. The Halloween Feast during the evening banquet. The students learned of the situation regarding the defense against the dark arts professor, as Dumbledore solemnly announced the unfortunate fate of Professor Quirrell. Regrettably, Professor Quirrell met with misfortune this past weekend while attending to some personal matters. He clearly did not anticipate the students' subsequent reactions. The majority of the hall regarded Professor Trelawney with a peculiar expression. The older students appeared incredulous, while the younger ones wore faces of awe. Perry cleared her throat. She had already uncovered the truth during the preceding 2 hours. This year, Professor Trelawney's prophecy of death had actually pertained to a third-year Slytherin student. Yet even the individual in question wore a look of confusion, questioning whether she had misinterpreted the prophecy. In such an atmosphere, only a small fraction of students felt anxious about the incident involving Hogwarts professors. Most were contemplating whether to opt for divination in the following academic year. Of course, the tragedy surrounding Professor Quirrell would not be easily forgotten. The presence of Professor Snape in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom would undoubtedly continue to provoke the students' minds. If Mr. Kohler enters 5th year in such a state, the OWL's examiners will surely be inclined to grant UAP in this subject, much like in potions. I sometimes wonder, Mr. Spence, if your mind is filled not with dried nettles, but with the slime of flobberworms. Perhaps a good shake of your head would yield us some excellent potion-making ingredients. I should not be overly demanding regarding your completion of this lesson's homework. After all, even trolls know to grasp their clubs firmly in the face of danger, rather than allowing their wands to slip from their trembling hands. In just 2 days, the Hufflepuff common room was already rife with complaints. Students echoed Snape's acerbic remarks from the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, their wilted appearances reminiscent of those who had just endured an ambush by a horde of Cornish pixies. I saw Professor Dumbledore's recruitment notice in the Daily Prophet. But can we truly expect a new teacher by next week? Consider this. The course has been cursed. This year's instructor barely survived half a semester. I truly miss Professor Quirrell, a girl lamented, her expression revealing signs of distress. He was one of the best teachers I have ever encountered. Perry sat by the fireplace, her sugary honeybee treats quickly devoured by her emotionally wounded classmates. Madeline sat beside her, her gaze vacant as she cradled her cat. Selena, would you mind cursing Professor Snape once more? I thought I was beginning to acclimate to potions class. Alexia chimed in from across the table, vigorously biting the head off a chocolate frog. I didn't he anticipate enduring double the torment. Perry, the instigator of their woes, raised her hand to cover her face. On the bright side, if a new professor arrives next week, we might not have to submit this week's essay. Is that so? Evelyn replied, her expression numb. I now wish the Halloween feast would prove a bit more entertaining. I truly envy the 7th years. They have a holiday on Friday, and they do not have to endure this torment. Lena calmly responded, after all, we all have newts this year. We cannot afford to be subjected to such trials. However, I am beginning to worry that I might not obtain a passing grade in this subject. Aside from Professor Snape, the Daily Prophet also did not spare the incident involving Professor Quirrell. The day following Dumbledore's announcement, Rita Skeeter's exclusive report had already graced the pages of the newspaper. She seemed to have garnered various rumors circulating within Hogwarts, evidently from an animagus, filling 3 entire pages with content that included fond remembrances of Professor Quirrell's teachings, accusations against Professor Dumbledore for failing to adequately address the issues, and implications that Hogwarts required reform. Nonsense, Stibbons scoffed. Professor Quirrell met with misfortune while attending to personal matters. How does that implicate Professor Dumbledore? Moreover, Professor Trelawney prophesied this event. Can anything truly be altered regarding prophecies? Uncertain. Perhaps I should change my elective next year. In such an atmosphere, they arrived at the Halloween feast. Professor Flitwick directed the male and female student council presidents and prefects to assist him in decorating the Great Hall. At that moment, approximately 1,000 bats flitted about the walls and ceiling, while another 1,000 swirled like low-hanging clouds above the dining tables, causing the flames within the pumpkins to flicker and dance. The house elves exerted themselves to present the finest meals, and the weary students clearly appreciated the effort. Without Quirrell, and without trolls, Dumbledore delivered a brief toast before taking his seat. Perry cast a glance at the Gryffindor table and noticed Hermione there. To her surprise, Hermione was conversing with Harry, and their interaction did not appear strained. Perry was uncertain of the circumstances, but it now seemed that friendships could sometimes be cultivated through alternative means. She exhaled in relief before ladling herself some beef stew. This music is rather delightful. In an effort to soothe the students' discontent stemming from the recent events involving Professor Quirrell, and possibly Professor Snape, the school arranged for a band to perform. Polly did not recognize them, but Alexia let out a quiet squeal. It's the Mischief Makers. I absolutely adore them. The name Mischief Makers suggests a band of fairies. Yet in truth, fairies are not particularly fond of music. This is a wizarding band that has purportedly been around for several decades. My father collects their records, Alexia remarked. The former lead singer, the portly Bodeman, had a magnificent voice. Unfortunately, he left the Mischief Makers after being struck in the ear by a turnip during a performance. Cedric added, the current lead singer is Leonard Pittman. He sings quite well. I've collected several of their new records. Oh, Pittman, Alexia scoffed, but his high notes are lacking. Aren't they? Plus, I've heard he is dating 2 witches simultaneously. Stubbins interjected. I believe that's merely a rumor. How could he possibly be in 2 places at once? On Crumple Street and in Diagon Alley? It must be slander spread by those envious of him. Where did you read that? I can't recall. Perhaps it was in some newspaper, Alexia replied, a hint of impatience in her tone. I think he sings quite well, Madeline said fairly. I'm considering purchasing their new record. Polly, what do you think? I think the drummer is rather handsome, Polly blurted out, only to realize her slip and hastily added. I mean, I also have an interest in drumming. So you fancy that sort of thing, Evelyn remarked, intrigued. I remember the current drummer is named Clarence or something. However, he is quite a bit older than us. Let us continue listening to the music, Polly suggested. Professor Dumbledore truly put in a great effort this time. A band. Cedric burst into laughter, evidently a fan of Leonard Pittman, as he was well acquainted with the man. Pittman had once been a student of Gryffindor and held Professor McGonagall in high esteem, despite his less-than-stellar transfiguration grades. So he would be thrilled to bring the band to Hogwarts. Most wizards in Britain are Hogwarts graduates, Stubbins mused. Who wouldn't he want to return to Hogwarts to perform? It was clearly a successful soiree. With the following day being a holiday for Halloween, each house's common room was filled with a second round of revelry. Hufflepuff had an advantage in this regard. Truman directed several boys to the kitchen to fetch a bounty of pumpkin juice and desserts, while the musically talented Una, a 6th year, entertained everyone with several songs by another renowned wizarding band, the Weird Sisters. By 11 o'clock that night, Polly had finally completed her evening routine and climbed into her 4-poster bed. Lying on the soft mattress, she found herself wide awake. The Halloween feast had been splendid. Did this signify the end of the year's crisis? Should she take further action? She had meticulously sifted through all the cards in the spellbook within the system. Aside from the legendary and some epic cards she had not drawn, she currently possessed 2 cards that could provide hints. The Thunderbolt card referenced that it was Peter Pettigrew who had murdered 12 muggles, not Sirius Black, while the Portkey card indicated that 2 years later, during the Triwizard Tournament, Barty Crouch Jr. would disguise himself as Mad-Eye Moody. The latter card was less concerning, but the former failed to mention that at this time, Peter Pettigrew was hiding in his rat form beside Ron Weasley, which surely would render Dumbledore incapable of taking swift action. And then there was the basilisk lying dormant in the Chamber of Secrets. If only the nameless book in the system could be unlocked. Alas! This function also required the main storyline's prerequisites, and her academic book remained stuck at the beginning due to the absence of Robin, Ivy, and Daniel at the sorting ceremony. She sighed deeply. In truth, she was uncertain whether the ensuing plot would unfold as she remembered. Had Voldemort escaped this time, or had Dumbledore vanquished him? If he had successfully fled, whom would he choose to possess? And who would he seek as a capable accomplice? With these thoughts, Polly's spirits dampened. She had contemplated how to convey the plot points lacking corresponding cards to Professor Dumbledore. She could draft similar illustrations on parchment in accordance with the respective cards, pairing them with text, or she could directly pen the relevant information and send it to Professor Dumbledore. The former seemed to possess a touch of humor, while the latter would likely raise suspicions about how she knew so much. However, she was uncertain whether these forewarnings would still hold true following Professor Quirrell's premature demise. She also feared exposing herself. Heaven knew what the Death Eaters might do if they discovered her. Polly did not believe she could withstand the effects of the Cruciatus Curse or the Killing Curse. She had attempted to clear her mind before sleep, but this only resulted in a cacophony of chaotic thoughts. Suddenly, she realized she was indeed a Hufflepuff. This was not merely a result of the magic awakening system sorting, but because she lacked the courage that Gryffindor sought. In the face of immense danger, her instinct was to retreat. Yet she did possess a modicum of Hufflepuff's integrity and loyalty. With this thought, Polly managed a faint smile. She resolved that she must prioritize her studies in advanced transfiguration and certain spells. Mimicking the illustrations within the system would not be an easy task. Merlin, help me. At least I have over a semester's time left, along with a time turner. Chapter 10. The Invitation from Professor Kettleburn. After Halloween, life at Hogwarts returned to a semblance of tranquility. On the ensuing Monday evening, a new professor arrived at the school. The new instructor was quite tall, bald, and adorned with a large golden earring on one ear. At first glance, Polly mistook him for a black rap artist, only to realize upon hearing Dumbledore's introduction that it was Kingsley Shacklebolt, a member of the Order of the Phoenix introduced in Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. He was an Auror at the Ministry of Magic and later served as the Minister for Magic post-war. In the original narrative, he was deeply trusted by Dumbledore, possessed considerable strength, and exhibited decisive intellect and exceptional skills. Such a character ought to be quite remarkable within the Ministry's Auror division. It was unclear how Dumbledore had persuaded him to take on the role of defense against the dark arts professor here. Polly was unaware that Dumbledore was genuinely concerned about Voldemort. Having witnessed the remnants of Voldemort's soul depart, he understood that further troubles were imminent. Thus, he endeavored to find a sufficiently accomplished wizard to instruct the students, hoping to equip them with some means of resistance in times of crisis. Ultimately, he discovered Kingsley Shacklebolt among the Aurors at the Ministry. After a lengthy discussion, he also sought a dialogue with the current Minister of Magic, Fudge. The former grasped the necessity of the situation under Dumbledore's explanation, while the latter was delighted at the prospect of a Ministry official intervening at Hogwarts, which expedited the process considerably. In introducing the new professor to the students, Dumbledore also clarified that this professor would serve only for the current academic year, after which he would return to the Ministry to continue his work as an Auror. The hall erupted in excitement. An Auror? He must be exceptionally powerful. Just think. Professor Dumbledore invited him here. How wonderful. My OWL results are saved. It turns out this new professor is indeed formidable. By Tuesday noon, students who had interacted with him began to extol his prowess in the Great Hall. The practical lessons have been nothing short of extraordinary. We practiced evading the trajectory of paintballs shot at us, a technique reportedly inspired by Auror training. It was quite challenging. However, we were relieved to find there was no homework. I have grown quite fond of Professor Shacklebolt. Do you think there will still be an Auror teaching us next year? I aspire to become an Auror. I must research what qualifications I need to obtain. On Wednesday, Polly's defense against the dark arts class similarly bore witness to this professor's remarkable skills. Upon learning that they had already studied the disarming charm in their charms class, Kingsley Shacklebolt arranged an engaging duel. Unlike the charms class, where students faced each other directly casting spells, one student stood in the center attempting to use the disarming charm while the others circled around, dodging. Among the third-year students, Polly, Cedric, and Slytherin's Keith successfully disarmed their classmates. While the remaining students lamented their failures, Professor Shacklebolt assured them there would be no homework, but if they were interested, they could practice in their free time. Professor Shacklebolt is truly remarkable. After class, Alexia mused, although it isn't quite right, I find myself missing Professor Quirrell less and less. Polly felt no nostalgia for Voldemort. She was instead contemplating that with no homework for this class, she could finally find time to read the recently borrowed overview of transformation charms from the library, just as she spotted Owen approaching. The Ravenclaw student handed her a note. Professor Kettleburn asked me to pass this to you. Polly thanked him and unfolded the rolled-up note. Evelyn leaned in to read aloud. Dear Polly, if you are free, please come to my office at 7 this evening. I would like to offer you a cup of tea. Wow, I wonder what Professor Kettleburn wishes to discuss with you. Perhaps it's about the next lesson, Alexia suggested. We just finished fire crabs. Maybe Professor Kettleburn wants to see which magical creatures Polly has a special affinity with. Polly was equally curious. She tucked the note into her pocket, laughing. I shall find out tonight. To her surprise, upon reaching Professor Kettleburn's office, he did not invite her to sit down for tea, but instead led her outside. He rubbed his hands together excitedly. Albus was initially opposed to this, but I managed to persuade him. I believe this is a splendid opportunity that must not be missed. Then I thought, I have another student in my class who excels at interacting with magical creatures, so I submitted another request to Albus, and eventually he consented. After a lengthy monologue, he noticed Polly's perplexed expression and simply smiled mysteriously. This is quite an intriguing matter. No, Polly, I don't think I should spoil the surprise for you. Just wait. Once we reach the headmaster's office, all will be revealed. They ascended to the 8th floor, and Polly was somewhat surprised yet not entirely shocked to find Rubius Hagrid waiting at the entrance to the headmaster's office. Honeydukes coconut cream pie. Professor Kettleburn announced the password, and the gargoyle shifted aside, revealing a spiraling staircase that moved upward. Polly had visited this place once during her first year, due to Ravenclaw's crown, during which Professor Dumbledore gifted her a rather splendid box of chocolates. As she pondered whether she might receive another sweet gift this time, she also began to wonder what magical creature Professor Kettleburn intended to show her. "Ah, Sylvanus, you've brought Miss Flitwick and Hagrid." Professor Dumbledore was seated behind his desk. "Have you informed Miss Flitwick of our plans for this evening?" "Not yet," Professor Kettleburn replied. "I believe the surprise isn't meant to be revealed prematurely, is it? However, Miss Flitwick ought to be aware of what she is to do." Dumbledore waved his wand, and the tip emitted a cascade of golden sparks. They formed an oval shape in the air, and then the color filled the outline. As Dumbledore conjured a remarkably clear image, Polly had already deduced what it was. It was a Norwegian ridgeback dragon egg. Professor Dumbledore noted the change in Polly's expression. "Miss Flitwick, you have recognized what this is, haven't you? It resembles a certain card she had failed to draw," prompting Polly to nod. "If I am not mistaken, this is a Norwegian ridgeback dragon egg." "Ah, quite accurate." Professor Dumbledore smiled. "If this were in class, I would certainly award Hufflepuff 10 points. Professor Kettleburn beamed with pride. "What do you think, Albus? Polly is the finest student I have encountered in decades. Indeed, Miss Flitwick's excellence has spread among the faculty." Dumbledore nodded, then as agreed, "Let us depart." "Depart?" Polly looked bewildered. "This Norwegian ridgeback dragon egg was discovered during our search for Professor Quirrell's relics," Dumbledore explained calmly. "By the time we found it, it was in rather poor condition due to neglect. Professor Kettleburn suggested we expedite its hatching process, so that the hatchling could undergo a more thorough examination post-hatching. However, he insisted on observing the hatching process and strongly recommended that you join us to witness this event. We shall travel via the Flu network to St. Trinian's village, where there is a temporary location that can ensure the hatchling safely emerges without causing any harm. Miss Flitwick, would you like to join us?" Polly looked at them with a strange expression. The description sounded as if the dragon egg would hatch once its health meter was full. Although she had not drawn the Norwegian ridgeback dragon card, no one could refuse the day of a dragon's hatching. "I would certainly like to go," she exclaimed eagerly. Upon arriving at St. Trinian's village, Polly noticed that a large area had been magically cleared and a fire had been lit. Professor McGonagall stood with a stern expression nearby, and upon seeing Polly arrive, her face displayed a look of displeasure. Several unfamiliar wizards stood beside her, whom Polly suspected were there to take the hatchling away afterward. The flames before them radiated an evidently high temperature, as they appeared to glow a peculiar blue-purple hue. However, Professor Dumbledore had erected a protective barrier, and Polly felt no heat from where she stood. "It should be tonight," Professor Kettleburn said expectantly. "I have seen many dragons. I lost my right hand and left leg to them, but I have never witnessed the hatchling emerge." Hagrid's enormous face bore a dreamy expression. "I've always wanted to raise a dragon. Alas, once it hatches, we must part with it." Professor Kettleburn sighed sadly. "Alas, Hogwarts is not suitable for its upbringing, this little darling." They waited for a while, and then a distinct cracking sound emanated from the center of the flames. "All right, Minerva. You may extinguish the fire," Professor Kettleburn called out loudly. "It's about to come out." With a wave of her wand, Professor McGonagall effortlessly extinguished the blue-purple flames, leaving behind only a large, blackened egg in the clearing. Under the radiance of the illumination charm, Polly observed a profound crack emerging on the shell of the dragon egg, while the sounds emanating from within grew increasingly urgent. Hagrid could not resist taking a step forward, and Professor Kettleburn was rendered speechless. Polly raised her camera. Earlier that afternoon, Alexia had speculated that Professor Kettleburn might take her to witness some extraordinary magical creature, prompting Stebbins to lend her his camera, requesting that she capture something memorable to bring back. They had no inkling that this camera was destined to immortalize the moment a Norwegian ridgeback hatched. With a sharp, grating sound, the egg split open. Polly held her breath as a black hatchling emerged from the shell. It unfurled its ebony wings and surveyed its surroundings with fiery orange eyes, then emitted sparks from its white nostrils. "Merlin," Professor Kettleburn choked beside Polly. Hagrid fished a massive cloth from his pocket, using it to wipe his face. Polly noticed a gentle expression softening Professor Dumbledore's countenance. "Isn't it adorable?" Professor Kettleburn exclaimed. "But we must not approach it. Alas, newly hatched dragons can be quite aggressive. Goodness, it's coming this way. The Norwegian Ridgeback, for reasons unknown, crawled towards them. It was not yet capable of flight, its spiny wings wobbling precariously on its slender body, occasionally flapping. Professor McGonagall's expression turned serious. Miss Flit, I believe you should step back. Dumbledore waved his wand, and Polly surmised he had cast some protective spell. She retreated a step, only for the hatchling to become increasingly agitated, hastily crawling forward and inadvertently tripping over itself, rolling clumsily twice. Professor Kettleburn gasped. The unfamiliar wizards began conversing. One with red hair glancing her way. Professor Kettleburn turned to Dumbledore. Albus, as I mentioned. Dumbledore's demeanor grew more serious. Sylvanus, we had an agreement. Polly blinked, watching as the hatchling collided with an invisible barrier and clearly hissed in her direction. Confused, she opened her system to confirm. She indeed possessed only 2 legendary cards. The Australian Puffskein and Harry Potter. The peculiar reaction of the 3-headed dog in the 4th-floor corridor also puzzled her. Surely, she did not possess an innate allure for magical creatures? She speculated that Professor Kettleburn favored allowing her to engage with the hatchling, attempting to harness her rare affinity. While Dumbledore had previously dismissed such an approach, she tilted her head. Professor Dumbledore, I believe I could give it a try. Dumbledore shook his head. Miss Flit, even a hatchling dragon can inflict irreversible harm upon a wizard. I trust you have gleaned this from Professor Kettleburn's state. But it shouldn't harm me. Polly turned her gaze back to the hatchling, strangely convinced that it merely wished to draw closer. Dumbledore's expression remained resolute. Regrettably, I believe your safety must take precedence. He stated simply, Minerva, I believe we should. Oh, of course. Professor McGonagall swiftly summoned a wooden barrel, filled with brandy laced with chicken blood, mixed with a potent sleeping potion provided by Severus Snape. The hatchling shook its head in confusion, soon distracted by the food inside the barrel. It wobbled towards it, and before long, Polly noticed it had become still. Kessler. Dumbledore called the name of one of the unfamiliar wizards. They maneuvered a large crate closer, then levitated the dragon inside. Do not be disheartened. The red-haired wizard approached, and Polly recognized him as Charlie Weasley, a graduate. He kindly said, We will take it to Romania. You can visit it whenever you have the chance. It seems to quite like you. Polly looked up at him. Thank you, I will. Chapter 11. The Iron Triangle of Gryffindor. By the time Polly returned to the school, it was already 9:30 in the evening, considering the curfew had passed. Professor McGonagall escorted her back to the Hufflepuff common room, reminding her, It is quite late, Miss Flit. You ought to retire to bed promptly. I imagine you have classes tomorrow. All right, Professor McGonagall, thank you for escorting me back. Polly bowed to her. To her surprise, upon entering her dormitory, she found the lights still aglow. Alexia was curled up on a massive cushion, petting Madeline's cat, while the latter engaged in a game of wizard chess with Evelyn. Upon seeing Polly enter, Alexia exclaimed, Polly, you're back. You're not asleep yet? Evelyn candidly remarked. We were all quite curious about what Professor Kettleburn wanted with you. Besides, it's not even 10 o'clock. Madeline had already curiously pushed aside the chess pieces, which protested angrily, though no one paid them any heed. Polly, what did you witness? Polly chuckled. I dare say you will find the wait tonight was well worth it. She retrieved her camera and placed it on the small round table. I think I should visit the Ollery tomorrow. I need to ask Germaine to bring back a batch of revealing potions. She headed to the washroom and, as expected, soon heard her roommates gasping in astonishment. A dragon? Goodness. Professor Kettleburn is too kind to you. I have never seen one, though it's not the most attractive. I've heard that the most beautiful fire dragons are the Australian Puffskeins. I wonder if we will ever have the chance to see one. Where is Professor Dumbledore keeping it? They sent it to Romania, Polly replied. Do you remember that graduated Weasley from Gryffindor, Charlie? He studies dragons over there. Dumbledore contacted them. What a pity, Alexia lamented. Though it may not be very pretty, it is still a fire dragon. Polly, after you develop the photos, could you send me a copy? Of course, Polly readily agreed. I plan to develop several copies. After all, Hagrid won't have the chance to raise a dragon, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione missed witnessing the hatchling's emergence. I feel a bit guilty about seizing that opportunity. She set off for the Ollery early the next morning. Germaine appeared somewhat miffed, as she had not sent him any letters since the start of term. Upon seeing the bag filled with coins she offered, he pecked at her finger in annoyance. Ouch. I'm sorry, Germaine. I swear it wasn't intentional, Polly apologized, attempting to defend herself. I certainly adore you. I mean, I named you Germaine. One of my favorite names. Germaine cooed a few times, and Polly quickly retrieved the jerky she had prepared before leaving. Germain snatched the treat and graciously extended his leg. All right, I'll be sure to visit you often. Polly reached out to stroke Germain's fluffy feathers. The brown owl affectionately nudged her finger with his beak. This time without pecking, before soaring out of the olary with the bag and a small note in tow. That noon, the photographs she took of the Norwegian ridgeback hatching had already ignited a sensation at Hogwarts. The camera had been returned to Stibbons, but some students, possessing surplus developing potions, borrowed film from Polly to print a few copies. Clearly, the students were unaware that the Norwegian ridgeback egg was a relic of Chilo, and thus various rumors swiftly circulated. It was said that Professor Kettleburn had acquired the dragon egg. ISNT private dragon ownership illegal? How impressive! I heard Professor McGonagall was furious. The subsequent rumors grew even more absurd. They claimed half of the Forbidden Forest had been scorched. That dragon supposedly attempted to bite a Hufflepuff girl, but thankfully, Professor Dumbledore arrived just in time to rescue her. Professor Kettleburn might even be expelled. Goodness! What will happen to our Care of Magical Creatures class? Surely it won't be Snape substituting again? Upon hearing the latest rumor, Polly's expression froze. Who could possibly have uttered such nonsense? After spending the day trying to quell the students' wild tales, Selena felt utterly exhausted. It all started with Parker from our house, who then told Gryffindor. You know how Gryffindor students love to stir up trouble, especially when it concerns the head of Slytherin. It's obvious this is impossible, Truman retorted. Snape only taught defense against the dark arts because he had longed to teach that subject. What would he teach us in Care of Magical Creatures? How to extract potion ingredients from various magical creatures. Madeline burst into laughter. I recall that fire crab shells can be used to make cauldrons. That's merely a rumor. Cedric reminded her. The textbook for Care of Magical Creatures states that there are always bored wizards who do such things, but in reality, those gems are just useless decorations. That's a relief. Alexia sighed. We've been caring for the fire crab for weeks, and I'd hate for it to come to harm. Especially in Snape's hands. What impression do you all have of Professor Snape? Polly said dryly he wouldn't do anything to a fire crab. Aside from tossing it out in annoyance. There are plenty of bored students, and even Hermione couldn't help but inquire about this matter in the library. I know Professor Kettleburn isn't illegally keeping a dragon. After all, Professor Dumbledore is here. She said, but where on earth did this dragon egg come from? Polly shrugged. It belonged to a wretched dark wizard. When they discovered the egg, it was already quite weak, so they had to forcefully catalyze it to hatch the dragon, enabling better care. She handed the developed photos to Hermione. I suspect you all will be interested. There are 5 copies. And could you ask Ron to pass one to his brother Charlie? The rest, Harry, Ron, Neville, right? Polly teased. Aren't we talking about Potter and Weasley now? Hermione coughed uncomfortably. Although they often act foolishly, they're not bad. The tension between them had eased somewhat since Hermione had given Harry and Ron the candies that Polly requested her to pass. Ron occasionally wanted to complain, but the thought of those candies silenced him. I thought she might keep them for herself, he mumbled. Such a big bag. She wouldn't do that, Harry said fairly. Otherwise, Polly wouldn't have asked her to pass them to us. Oh dear, Ron scratched his nose. I just didn't expect she would give me the chocolate frog card of Agrippa. They had been unwrapping candies in the common room when Hermione happened to reveal a card that Ron didn't have. Ron hadn't meant anything by it. He merely expressed envy. How nice, I'm only missing Agrippa and Ptolemy. To his surprise, Hermione immediately offered him the card. Here, you can have it. I don't collect these. Ron's face turned crimson, his ears burning as he stammered his thanks and happily added the card to his collection. After that, whenever he overheard classmates speaking ill of Hermione, he would rush to defend her. I'm just repaying a favor, you know. Not really. But Hermione is indeed quite remarkable. Harry said. She was the one who stopped the twins from conducting experiments on you last time. And she is truly impressive. Well indeed. Ron muttered again. I just hadn't expected it. Once he shed his prejudice, he quickly realized that Hermione was quite a suitable friend, to the extent that he nearly got into a fight with Malfoy for calling Hermione a mudblood. Hermione had been taken aback at the time. I just can't stand Ron arguing so stubbornly. That is not a kind word. He knows Hermione comes from a Muggle family, so he added, next time Malfoy says that, you tell me, and I'll punch him in the nose. Childhood friendships are surprisingly simple. Polly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, deciding not to tease Hermione further. Then please hand the photos to them. I still need to send 2 more to Professor Kettleburn and Hagrid, she then observed deliberately. Noticing that the 3 children were already seated together at the Gryffindor long table, with Hermione also including Neville. They occasionally bickered, but overall, they appeared to be enjoying each other's company. Oh, that little Ravenclaw from Gryffindor has finally made friends, Alexia remarked. I truly don't understand why you care so much about her. Although Hermione is quite adorable. She is lovely enough, Polly smiled. And isn't it great that they're having fun together? Indeed. Alexia nodded in agreement, but Gryffindor is truly peculiar. When we were first years with Cedric and you, we were all quite happy, though we still can't win the House Cup, Evelyn said. Not being able to win the House Cup doesn't matter, Cedric said. I truly hope we can win the Quidditch Cup this year. You know, Charlie is the seeker for Gryffindor now. No, this year they have Harry Potter. Cadwallader approached the long table, stating dryly, he is a chaser for Hufflepuff. Harry Potter? Cedric exclaimed in surprise. Isn't he just a first year? Yes, Cadwallader replied. I heard he showcased his skills during flying class, and Professor McGonagall happened to see it. Wood had kept this under wraps, but somehow the Slytherin students found out. How well does he fly? Stibbins inquired. I remember Polly mentioning that James Potter was once a member of the Gryffindor team. Cedric recalled, goodness. But he is just a first year. And he has never even touched a broomstick before. There's a Gryffindor versus Slytherin match this Saturday. We can see for ourselves. Cadwallader said, Hufflepuff hasn't won a trophy in years, to be honest. Don't be nervous. I heard Gryffindor plans to hold a mattress underneath him while he flies. Just in case he flies terribly. Evelyn returned with the gossip. Nonsense. They might as well practice the levitation charm and cushioning charm. Truman yawned. Polly, you're friends with Harry. Do you know how well he flies? Polly hesitated for a moment before answering honestly. He flies exceptionally well, and he has a Nimbus 2000. Well then, Cedric murmured, at least I won't feel guilty for having trained half a semester against an opponent when facing Gryffindor. So this Saturday? Let us go watch the Quidditch match. Madeline remarked that it was indeed a fortunate occurrence for Gryffindor to have triumphed over Slytherin, as it meant that Slytherin had fallen further behind in the race for the House Cup. Chapter 12, Christmas. During the Quidditch match on Saturday, Slytherin's defeat left them in quite a sour mood. Harry Potter, undeniably a natural seeker, displayed remarkable grace atop his Nimbus 2000, effortlessly locating the elusive golden snitch through the cracked lenses of his tape-bound glasses. The Hufflepuff students, having witnessed the match, wore glum expressions, evidently troubled by the impending match against Gryffindor after Christmas, as it was becoming increasingly clear that Potter was a formidable opponent. Gary, the captain and goalkeeper of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, declared we must intensify our training. I have heard that Wood is constantly seeking out practice fields with Professor McGonagall's note. The team members expressed no dissent. However, the practice grounds in December were bitterly cold, compelling players to rely on the warm pumpkin juice brought by fellow students from their house to sustain their training. Gary, anxious to prevent any of his teammates from falling ill, would lead them to Madame Pomfrey for potions after each session, cautioning them repeatedly before Christmas. Avoid snowball fights, and do not catch a cold. Although Madame Pomfrey can cure you swiftly, a sudden sneeze during a game could lead to disaster. Perry, as per tradition, chose not to return home for Christmas. After all, her parents were likely still engaged in extreme challenges somewhere in the tropical rainforests of South America this holiday season. She felt deeply that had they been wizards, they would undoubtedly have been sorted into either Gryffindor or Thunderbird Academy at Ilvermorny. Perry had already mailed their Christmas gifts, though they would not receive the new flavor of Bertie Bott's Every Flavor beans, each a taste of adventure, until after their escapades concluded. She diligently prepared gifts for others as well. For Alexia, she procured a poster of the Fat Lady, exchanged with the Weasley twins from Gryffindor. Evelyn would receive a colorful quill set from the newly established Writer-S quarters, while Madeline's gift was a cat tree that she had ordered through Muggle channels, enhancing it with a long-lasting levitation charm on the stars adorning it. Cedric was to receive the latest issue of the Quidditch team reviews. Stibbins would find a jar of broom care polish. For Selena and Truman, she prepared identical gifts, a compilation of spellcasting tips transcribed from Professor Flitwick's lectures. The 4 first-year Gryffindors were also on her list of those needing specially chosen Christmas gifts. For Harry, she compiled a scrapbook filled with all the information about James and Lily Potter that she could find. Ron would receive the last chocolate frog card he was missing, that of Ptolemy, having opened nearly 200 chocolate frogs for it, along with a box of sour lollipops that Hermione had mentioned he was particularly fond of. Hermione's gift was the simplest, as she had transcribed her valuable first-year notes into a booklet. Neville would receive a self-made reminder clock, simply inform it of important tasks, and it would alert you when they needed to be done. As for the professors, Perry was well liked among them, with Professor Kettleburn's fondness being particularly evident. Thus, she ordered an impeccable chocolate gift box from Honeydukes, adding a copy of Fantastic Beasts overview from the newly released catalog for Professor Kettleburn. For Professor Dumbledore, she included a pair of fancy wool socks purchased in Hogsmeade, packaged to keep one at the forefront of fashion. She recalled J.K. Rowling mentioning that Dumbledore had seen not wool socks in the Mirror of Erist, but rather a scene of reconciliation with his family. Yet, having sent socks for her first Christmas without much thought, she continued the habit. For the remaining classmates, she ordered the standard Honeydukes Christmas candy set, which sufficed as a token of goodwill. By the time she placed her final order, Hogwarts was nearly deserted. Most students had opted to return home for Christmas, leaving only herself, 7th-year Christian, and 5th-year Belina from Hufflepuff. The latter two had either just quarreled with their parents and were sulking or wished to remain at school to prepare for exams. Most professors chose to stay, with Professor Kettleburn unexpectedly deciding to return home to spend time with his family. Though unmarried, both his parents were still alive, mysteriously entrusting his teapot to Perry, instructing her to take good care of it. Having watched a film starring Eddie Redmayne, Perry couldn't help but chuckle. Professor Kettleburn hadn't mentioned the Niffler. What would happen if she opened the lid, and the creature expanded to fill the entire Hogwarts Great Hall? Nevertheless, she accepted the teapot and fed it according to the book's instructions. She suspected her Niffler proficiency might reach 3,000 after the Christmas holiday. However, the Niffler was quite well behaved, emerging only at her call and refraining from expanding recklessly, instead curling gently around her arm, its tiny wings tucked in, occasionally emitting a soft chirp. Perry left the Niffler in her dormitory, slipping the teapot into her pocket whenever she ventured out. She suspected Dumbledore had noticed her bulging pockets at mealtimes, yet he said nothing. The other two Hufflepuff students were not particularly familiar to her, rendering Perry's Christmas holiday a solitary affair. Yet, she felt no loneliness. Most of her time was dedicated to studying advanced transfiguration spells, with a small portion spent in the company of the Niffler, which, with its beautiful blue and purple scales, became quite attached to her. After enjoying the cozy nest of straw Perry conjured outside the teapot several times, it was reluctant to return to its confines. However, she firmly resolved not to indulge its habit, as she would need to return the Niffler to Professor Kettleburn after Christmas. So, are you my card? Or have you merely sensed a kindred spirit? I certainly did not draw a Norwegian Ridgeback egg, and there shouldn't be an adult three-headed dog in the system. The Niffler emitted a curious screech. I cannot understand you. Perry gently evaded the Niffler's head to stroke its body, and it promptly coiled around her arm. This was, in fact, a rather dangerous maneuver, for an adult Niffler possessed the strength to easily strangle a wizard. Yet, through their days together, Perry had discerned that these magical creatures did not behave in such a manner toward her. She patted the Niffler, which seemed to grasp her intent, sliding down and diving back into its teapot, while Perry tossed in some mealworms. Am I going to make you fat? Nevertheless, thank you for keeping me company this Christmas. In Britain, celebrating Christmas is akin to ringing in the new year. Perry speculated that this was the reason wizards also partook in this distinctly Christian holiday. Who doesn't appreciate a break? Who doesn't relish receiving gifts? At least Perry did. On Christmas morning, she awoke to find presents at the foot of her bed. Most of the Hufflepuff students had sent her gifts, a significant portion of which were books. Alexia and Cedric had recently noticed her diligent study of transformation spells, and consequently gifted her books related to this topic. Selena's present was particularly remarkable. It was her father's old notes on transfiguration. Ron contributed with photographs of fire dragons that he had requested from Charlie. Hermione, still uncertain about which magical tome would serve as an appropriate Christmas gift, chose a newly published Muggle encyclopedia on biology. As Polly flipped through its pages, she discovered a plethora of whimsical illustrations, which she thought could be creatively incorporated into her future forged artworks. Professor Kettleburn's Christmas gift was especially delightful. Upon unwrapping the box, Polly discovered a hedgehog. Well, technically, a hedgehog-like creature. The box had been enchanted with a seamless expansion charm, revealing a miniature garden. An ideal habitat for the creature. In the Ministry of Magic's magical creature classification, it was rated XXX, yet no certification was required for its care. Polly watched the curled-up creature sleeping peacefully, and smiled before placing the box on the windowsill beside her. After organizing her own gifts and categorizing the books on her bedside shelf, she tidied her attire, and ventured out to the Great Hall in search of sustenance. As customary, the Christmas breakfast was splendid. This marked Polly's third Christmas at Hogwarts, and she quickly located her favorite cranberry pudding, along with roast turkey and sausages on the long table. Although British cuisine lacked creativity, wizards managed to add a touch of flair. Polly cracked open a boiled potato with its skin still on, discovering soft cheese within as a delightful surprise. The Weasleys, along with Harry, appeared at the entrance. Upon noticing her, both Harry and Ron greeted her, the former appearing somewhat guilty. "Sorry, Polly, I didn't expect anyone to give me a Christmas gift." "It's quite all right," Polly replied with a smile. "Did you enjoy that booklet?" "I loved it," Harry exclaimed, his emerald eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I never thought I would find information about my parents in the library. I don't even have their photographs." Snape glanced over from the head table, though none of the students noticed. "I happened to be interested in past student records and took a look," Polly said. "Now sit down. The turkey won't jump into your mouths by itself." Christian and Belina soon arrived, and the 3 Hufflepuff students pulled a few crackers, with Polly receiving an exquisite cat figurine and a pair of woolen socks embroidered with fire serpents. She examined the cat figurine for a moment, attempting to cast a transfiguration spell with her wand. The cat's fur instantly became more lifelike, feeling as comforting as that of a real feline. "Who doesn't adore something fluffy?" The students joyfully exchanged gifts from the crackers at the dining table, sampling a variety of desserts. This meal had long surpassed breakfast, evolving into brunch, as all the students continued to eat until they could manage no more, clutching an assortment of gifts as they finally vacated the table. Harry gifted Polly the little white mouse he had drawn. "I heard you excel in care of magical creatures?" Polly chuckled. "Yes, this Christmas gift is quite fitting. However, Professor Kettleburn gifted me a hedgehog, and I believe it wouldn't be wise to keep both it and the mouse in the dormitory." Harry, unfamiliar with what a hedgehog was, received an explanation from one of the Weasley twins. "It's something akin to a hedgehog. The quills possess unique magical properties." The other twin chimed in enthusiastically. "Polly, would you mind selling us some of the quills that fall off? You won't need them." "Provided that Dobby sheds quills," Polly interjected, having already named her hedgehog. "I won't let it get sick enough to shed quills." "Hey, don't be so heartless," the twins said playfully. "We can trade. For instance, since hedgehogs love to eat mice, how about we give you scabbers?" Ron shouted in indignation, and Polly glared at them, feeling a flicker of temptation. However, she quickly suppressed her wandering thoughts. "What nonsense are you talking about? Hedgehogs don't eat mice. The reason I don't want to keep them together is that these little mice are just ordinary mice, and they don't live long." She cradled the white mouse in her hands. "I need to find another cage for them, and then I'll let them go when I head to Hogsmeade." In the afternoon, the Hufflepuff common room was deserted. The fire in the hearth blazed brightly as Polly sat beside it, wearing her newly acquired socks and reading the book Cedric had given her. Casting long-lasting transformation spells required extensive practice. A wizard must vividly envision the desired outcome in their mind, with as much detail as possible. Polly faced the parchment spread before her, featuring 2 photographs, one from a historical book depicting Peter Pettigrew, and the other taken earlier, showing Ron's rat Scabbers. She needed to craft a special effect, a pattern illustrating the transformation between a rat and a human on the parchment. This proved quite challenging, as Polly attempted several times, only to produce bizarre effects on the parchment. Feeling somewhat disheartened, she opened her system and selected the simplest effect, throwing stones at a troll's head, as a starting point for her transformation attempts. After several tries, she finally succeeded, aided by a reference image. "Perhaps I should shift my approach," Polly mused, standing up and tapping her palm with her wand. "I need to observe a clear image to transform such illustrations. I should first create a dynamic image using Muggle methods." The Muggle computers of 1991 could not assist her in achieving this function, but she could adopt a different method to transform static images one by one, creating something akin to a flipbook. She merely needed to stretch or compress the established drawings slightly. The principle behind animated images was similar, achieved through the variation of each frame. With this idea, Polly felt a surge of excitement. She counted her urgent requirements: Animagus, Peter Pettigrew version; Basilisk, still undecided on how to create this illustration; and Horcruxes. The illustration for the Horcruxes would be the easiest to create. She simply needed to place the cartoon representations of the Horcruxes in the same frame, and add some animated effects, with the challenge lying in the textual descriptions. Polly recalled which items constituted Voldemort's Horcruxes, but could not remember how they were described in the Harry Potter series. Clearly, she could not sneak into the restricted section to peruse those perilous dark magic tomes. Nevertheless, she had found some solutions to her troublesome content, which was a positive development. Chapter 13. The Unicorn. Following Christmas, the students resumed their campus life. When Polly returned the snake to Professor Kettleburn, he cheerfully remarked, "It seems you've been getting along splendidly with her." Polly's proficiency with the snake had reached 3,400, indicating they had indeed spent considerable time together. "Whenever you have free time, do come by for tea," Professor Kettleburn said. shaking a teapot, adding mysteriously, "Perhaps we could even meet some new friends together." Polly nodded eagerly. Just as she turned to leave, Professor Kettleburn called out to her, "By the way, Polly, what is your perspective on unicorns?" Polly's eyes glimmered with intrigue. She subtly remarked, "I suspect no witch would ever refuse a unicorn, just as boys tend to favor fire dragons." Professor Kettleburn laughed heartily. "Alas, our Christina is far away in Romania." Polly realized that Christina was likely referring to the Norwegian Ridgeback, and she curiously inquired, "Is that her name?" "No, that is the name I bestowed upon her. Hagrid always calls that child Norberta. If you ask me, you should name one too. Perhaps the three of us could visit Romania together, and see which name she prefers." Polly cleared her throat. "Professor Kettleburn, I haven't graduated yet." After leaving Professor Kettleburn's office, she promptly shared the news of the upcoming lesson on unicorns in care of magical creatures with Alexia and Madeline. There are no secrets in Hufflepuff, and soon all the third-year students enrolled in the course were aware of this exciting revelation. Evelyn was consumed with jealousy. She seized Alexia, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, unicorns! I regret not choosing care of magical creatures. It's unicorns we're talking about." "Stebbins will bring a camera," Cedric said. "I've heard unicorns are more inclined to approach witches, so we will have plenty of opportunities for photographs." "Photos are different," Evelyn cried out. "I want to touch the unicorn's fur. Legend has it that touching a unicorn brings good fortune." Polly stifled a laugh. "You can visit Hagrid's hut. He has unicorn hair hanging in there." Evelyn shot a glare at Polly. Madeline laughed so hard that she dropped her fork into her plate. "It's all right, Evelyn. You still chose divination. Professor Trelawney is a true seer. But I believe that divination requires a certain talent," Evelyn retorted as she returned to her seat. "I still can't discern the tea leaves or the crystal ball. Just because Professor Trelawney is a diviner doesn't mean she can teach us how to divine." Alexia pondered seriously. "I find it somewhat perplexing. Can't Professor Trelawney foresee which students possess genuine talent? If not, the remaining students would forever lose their chance at obtaining that OWL certificate." Cedric shrugged. "Even those who haven't enrolled in the course can still apply for the exam. But after all, this is divination, isn't it? Only students who genuinely wish to collect certificates would apply." Polly remarked, "It sounds appealing, but it would be far too time-consuming and exhausting." She certainly wouldn't do it. Recently, she had attempted to apply a time-turner to her studies, and had come to the profound realization that living a day as if it were 30 hours simply did not suit her. It was far too taxing on one's spirit. She could scarcely imagine how 13-year-old Hermione would endure an entire academic year, were it not for the involvement of Peter Pettigrew, which still entangled Sirius, who was tormented by Dementors in Azkaban. She might have given up by now. The burdensome weight had indeed affected Polly. Yet those concerns dissipated upon encountering the unicorns in care of magical creatures. Professor Kettleburn stood beaming at the clearing by the Forbidden Forest. "I initially intended to request permission from Albus to take you into the Forbidden Forest, but Minerva has been quite stern with me about it for days. Thus, I had to bring them out here." A few girls could not contain their gasps of excitement. The unicorns were breathtakingly beautiful, perfectly embodying the image of purity and elegance that the girls had envisioned. "Do not underestimate them," Professor Kettleburn chuckled, "as you may read in your textbooks. Their temperament starkly contrasts with their gentle appearance. They are capable of battling even some dangerous magical creatures. All right, ladies. I believe you would be delighted to stand a little closer." A girl from Slytherin took the initiative, cautiously extending her hand. Just as she was about to touch one of the unicorns, it slightly turned away, not rejecting her approach but also not particularly eager to be petted. The girl felt somewhat disappointed, yet Professor Kettleburn reassured her, "Do not worry. There were some minor troubles in the Forbidden Forest previously, and they have grown wary of wizards. I had to intrude upon a centaur tribe to request their assistance in persuading these unicorns to accompany me." He pointed toward the forest, jokingly adding, "Do not entertain any ill intentions. While centaurs do not harm foals, they are quite swift to retaliate against those who would harm unicorns. Who would dare to harm them?" Madeline mused dreamily. "Polly, may I touch them? Please, do take me with you to pet them. I am not certain if they would be inclined to accept me." Polly jested. However, as she took a step forward, 2 unicorns approached her, one even nuzzling her cheek affectionately. "Wow," Polly gasped softly. Even with ample preparation, the sensation of touching a unicorn was entirely different. Their fur was exceptionally soft, their silvery eyes sparkled as if filled with starlight, and their long horns bore exquisite spiral patterns. They were utterly enchanting. The students of care of magical creatures had already learned to be clever. As the unicorns drew nearer to Polly, the young witches gathered around, attempting to pet them. This time, they were not rebuffed. and the group of girls began to exclaim in awe. Dragons are nothing. Unicorns are the best. Alexia's voice softened considerably. I am beginning to understand why we study the protection of magical creatures. Professor Kettleburn laughed heartily. Little Polly's talent is indeed rare. Perhaps I should ask Albus if he could take you to visit Mr. Scamander. I've heard they have quite the rapport. Albus even taught Scamander once. That sounds splendid. Polly exclaimed, her excitement evident as she looked up at Professor Kettleburn. That's Newt. Even if he doesn't resemble an actor, after all. Newt must be over 100 years old now, making it impossible for him to look like a young man. He is still my idol. Do not rush. Professor Kettleburn advised. I believe Albus would be more than willing to offer some guidance to the young. In stark contrast to the joyful young witches, the boys in care of magical creatures appeared rather solitary. After pressing the shutter dozens of times, Stebbins finally set down his camera. Do you think, with Polly here, the unicorns would allow us to touch them too? You like unicorns? Owen from Ravenclaw asked, astonished. I prefer fire dragons, Stebbins replied, but this is a unicorn. Who wouldn't he want to touch a unicorn? If I miss this opportunity, I might never get another chance in my life. Owen paused, nodding indeed. However, unicorns can be quite dangerous. He said seriously, if one were to charge at me full speed, I might be flung straight into the castle wall. I thought Professor Kettleburn would show us unicorn foals or something. They would be safer. Perhaps these unicorns sensed Polly's presence and rushed out for the opportunity, Cedric joked. I wonder if Polly will really consider Professor Kettleburn's suggestion to work at a dragon sanctuary in the future. Exactly. Stebbins' eyes lit up. If that were the case, I might have the chance to touch a fire dragon? Owen reminded him. Look at Professor Kettleburn's arms and legs. I've heard those are the marks left from close encounters with fire dragons. I believe there was an incident with a chimera, Cedric remarked. Nonetheless, dragons are indeed perilous creatures. At the commencement of the term, I overheard the professor speak of the Peruvian vipertooth, and I genuinely feared for the safety of his arm. Safeguarding magical creatures is undeniably a treacherous endeavor. Owen sighed. I have opted for this elective, yet I highly doubt I shall pursue a career in this field. Ah. The Weasley twins from Gryffindor. What schemes do they entertain? Two boys with flaming red hair made their way towards the unicorns. A Slytherin lad, arms crossed and with an incredulous expression, exclaimed, Has Gryffindor lost its senses? Another Gryffindor student countered, Surely, Fred and George should be considered exceptions? The Slytherin boy conceded. True enough, those twins are the epitome of Gryffindor spirit I have ever encountered. I reckon they aim to collect a few unicorn hairs. Owen speculated. I've heard they are attempting to invent some gadgets. Quite possible. Stebbins nodded in agreement. They have been frequenting Hufflepuff to seek out Poppy. I believe they wish to procure some Niffler fur from her. To be precise, they desire more than that. Cedric added. I've heard Madeline mention that the Weasley twins intend to purchase a variety of items from Poppy that can be acquired in care of magical creatures. All the magical creatures brought by Professor Kettleburn hold a fondness for Poppy, believing she can procure those items. Stebbins suddenly comprehended. Indeed, they must be. Poppy had evidently turned down the twins' requests. She cherished these magical beings too much to exploit them while they were in close proximity. Nonetheless, unicorn hair does not come cheaply. A Ravenclaw boy interjected. Otherwise, Ollivander's wands wouldn't fetch 7 galleons each. It is indeed a remarkable material. Oh dear, look. One of the Weasley twins attempting to infiltrate the group of young witches has been discovered. The girls clearly discerned their intent. And none were pleased to see the beautiful unicorns fall victim to their schemes. No, we merely wish to see if any hairs have fallen to the ground. We have no intention of plucking them. The boys erupted in laughter, and the Weasley twins, far from being offended, joined in the merriment. No worries. We shall always manage to acquire something useful. For the unicorns. For the Nifflers. For more. Poppy glared at them for a moment, before being unable to suppress her laughter. Chapter 14. The Challenge Course. In the ensuing period, Poppy came to a profound realization. When the Weasley twins set their minds to being charming, they could be quite successful. On several occasions, she found herself unable to resist handing over the fur she had collected from the bowtruckle and the feathers shed by the Occamy due to the change of seasons. Plucking was out of the question. In return, the twins gifted her all their latest quirky inventions, accompanied by an extensive instruction sheet, particularly noting, these are still prototypes. If you have any suggestions for improvements, please do not hesitate to contact us. Among these were a quill that automatically replenishes ink and corrects spelling, though the additional enchantment was rather unstable, leading to the quill occasionally spraying ink unexpectedly, and possessing a chance of altering correct spellings. A colorful bouncy ball that would begin to shriek if held for more than 5 seconds. and a box of chalk that would fly back to strike the thrower's head after being tossed. Poppy decided to keep the quill, and distributed the rest among her male classmates. It was rumored that a second-year Hufflepuff had attempted to use a sticker that would spell out various ludicrous words when placed on someone, only to be met with a rather unpleasant surprise from the Weasley twins. However, after this incident, the twins' whimsical gadgets finally caught the attention of Hogwarts students, particularly the first and second years who were yet unable to visit Hogsmeade. Poppy even overheard Ron. Hermione insisted on dragging Harry and Ron over to study with them, expressing a desire to get that sticker from George and Fred to affix it to Malfoy's robes. With Voldemort's demise, the lives of the Gryffindor trio had transformed into what was expected of ordinary first-year students, no longer burdened by thoughts of the Chamber of Secrets, the Philosopher's Stone, or the scheming of Snape. Their greatest concerns had become exams and Malfoy. Indeed, Malfoy, accompanied by Crabbe and Goyle, and perhaps even the infatuated Pansy Parkinson, unreservedly upheld the banner of Slytherin against Gryffindor. Without Harry losing a hefty 150 points for a nighttime escapade, he had become the most popular first year in Gryffindor. He had captured the golden snitch during the Quidditch match, once again proving himself the boy who lived. And those points lost in disputes with Malfoy were warmly accepted by the older Gryffindors. Finally, Gryffindor had someone willing to challenge Slytherin. Evelyn had overheard upperclassmen remarking that as long as their adversary was not Snape, both sides would incur point deductions. Even if it meant allowing Ravenclaw to claim the House Cup this year, Slytherin could not be allowed to win consecutively. The Hufflepuff students were indifferent, however. Their scores were not far behind Ravenclaw's. Poppy consistently earned points from Professor Kettleburn in Care of Magical Creatures, significantly compensating for the deductions experienced by other students in Potions class. Moreover, they were rarely penalized for rule infractions, resulting in a rather commendable standing in house points this year. Additionally, there were bonus points from Professor Shacklebolt. Madeline commented that he was indeed generous with points. I have heard he holds a particular admiration for Truman. And as for the Gryffindor Percy Weasley, passing by, Truman himself remarked that he had heard Weasley intended to work at the Ministry of Magic post-graduation, and had offered him numerous pieces of advice. We were already provided with career counseling this year. I have heard Weasley sought Professor Shacklebolt's counsel on many matters privately. Weasley is truly diligent, Selena observed. 12 OWLs coupled with Professor Shacklebolt's extra tutoring, and he has to manage those restless Gryffindors. I believe he is busier than our Minister of Magic. Yet Professor Shacklebolt indeed possesses a wealth of knowledge, Truman stated objectively. I doubt Professor Dumbledore will find another Auror as remarkable to teach us next year. What will fifth-year classes entail? Poppy inquired curiously. Professor Shacklebolt is taking us to that corridor on the 4th floor, Truman replied decisively, noticing Cedric's eyes widen slightly. He nodded. Yes, the corridor that Professor Dumbledore forbade us from entering at the beginning of term. Now Poppy's interest was piqued. What did you encounter? Professor Shacklebolt mentioned it's a challenge course, Truman explained. We descend through a trapdoor, and will encounter various puzzles set by the school's professors. We form teams of 4, needing to employ various methods to solve them and reach the finish line. It appeared the three-headed dog had been relocated. Poppy thought to herself as she listened to Evelyn inquire, what kind of challenges? It begins with Devil's Snare. Truman counted on his fingers, then a nest of Bowtruckle. Students enrolled in Care of Magical Creatures began to chuckle, having recently dealt with those troublesome little creatures. The bitten victims would find themselves particularly unfortunate in the following week. The Weasley brothers willingly endured several bites in order to collect their saliva. Following that was Professor Flitwick and Madame Hooch's challenge. Professor Flitwick had cast charms on hundreds of keys, and we needed to mount our brooms to seek out the one that corresponded to the correct door, Selena remarked. Next comes Professor McGonagall's challenge. Polly was curious whether they had set up a gigantic wizard's chess. But Selena's description clearly deviated from what she had encountered in the original story. Professor McGonagall's challenge involved a colossal puzzle, yet only a portion of it could be assembled, while the remainder required us to accurately transfigure pieces to fit the missing shapes. Oh, I suspect there might also be trials from Professor Babbage and Professor Burbage. The puzzle includes a section inscribed in runes, as well as a piece representing some sort of Muggle device. If we fail to transfigure these accurately, we will incur penalties. Is there content pertaining to astronomy and arithmancy? Astronomy is included. We will later face a challenge that requires us to align an accurate star chart to unlock a door. However, arithmancy is likely too complex to incorporate into this challenge. Professor Shackle's own challenge involves separating students and having us individually confront a boggart, followed by Professor Snape's challenge. Alexia involuntarily shivered. What is it? Oh, nothing. Upon entering, we encountered a massive white rat blocking the door. We simply needed to brew a shrinking potion from the materials in the cabinet and feed it to the rat to reach the finish line. What awaits at the finish line? Fellow students. Selena made a face. As each group of students completed their challenges, the remaining students were magically observing their performances. Yet, even with prior knowledge of the challenges, we often found it difficult to respond accurately, which I believe is precisely what Professor Shackle hopes to teach us. Beyond textbook knowledge, practical application frequently demands timely and precise reactions, such as casting a cushioning charm immediately after overcoming the devil's snare at the outset. Stibbons laughed heartily. All the Quidditch players are particularly well acquainted with that charm. Cedric, however, pondered something else. If these challenges were originally in this corridor, Professor Dumbledore would not have issued a warning forbidding our entry. He appeared contemplative. Perhaps the original reason has ceased to exist. Polly suggested, thus, Professor Shackle requested to use them as our teaching tools. I heard the challenges for 7th years are even more difficult. Indeed, Lena had been eavesdropping on their discussion. We have a fully grown troll among our challenges. Madeline gasped. A troll? Aren't they extremely dangerous? I believe this one is trained, Lena replied. But spells do not work particularly well on trolls, so we must evade it. Fortunately, we only need to ensure it vacates the large door it guards. Have you attempted to attack the troll's head? I mean physically, Polly inquired. Lena's expression bore a hint of sorrow. This is a trained troll bodyguard, and Professor Shackle has placed a hard helmet on it. Polly struggled to suppress a smile. Perhaps this is what students in the advanced class must face. Of course. We later discovered an effective strategy. Professor Sprout had planted some bubotuber pods next to the devil's snare. We simply needed to pick a few and toss them at the door, causing the troll to temporarily retreat due to its aversion to the flowering pods. Trolls dislike bubotuber pods? Cedric exclaimed in astonishment. Professor Sprout didn't mention that. Oh, she did mention it during a tutoring session after class, when bubotuber pods are nearby. Trolls sneeze, making them rather averse to that plant. However, it only causes sneezing, so it isn't a particularly potent repellent, Polly explained. Professor Sprout said this information only appears in a few extracurricular reading materials, and is not particularly useful, nor does she require us to master it. Perhaps Professor Sprout is concerned that Gryffindor students might attempt to secretly take some pods out of the greenhouse. Alexia speculated, specifically referring to the Weasleys. Stibbons roared with laughter. I've heard from Fawcett that the Weasley brothers try to take something home from nearly every herbology class. Filch probably assigned them half a year's worth of detention, Cedric mused. After a moment of thought, he added, I wonder if Professor Shackle will take us to face the challenges. I think it unlikely, Truman shook his head, as these challenges would be too difficult for 3rd years. Even if some parts could be adjusted, it isn't necessary. Students in 5th year and above must begin to determine their future career paths, which is why he provides us with this practical training. That's not fair. Polly gazed enviously at those challenges. We began selecting classes in 3rd year, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, these would constitute our OWLs in 5th year, essentially determining our future career paths in 3rd year. Lena chuckled. Dear, you are merely 13. Dear, you are only 17, Polly mimicked her tone. Evelyn buried her head in Alexia's back, laughing so hard she could scarcely breathe. Chapter 15. The Boggart. As Gryffindor once again triumphed over Ravenclaw in the Quidditch match, the weather gradually warmed. Outside Hogwarts Castle in early April, dandelions and grass began to sprout. The diligent Dungbomb was industriously nibbling on the transplanted wild daisies in its small garden, while the creatures from Care of Magical Creatures class commenced nesting within hollow tree trunks. The Weasley brothers were stung to tears but successfully collected quite a bit of the syrup they produced. This syrup could evoke nostalgia and treat the hysteria induced by aconite leaves. On the first Thursday of April, Polly submitted her extra credit assignment for ancient runes, successfully granting Hufflepuff an additional 30 points, temporarily surpassing Ravenclaw in the house standings. She also completed her first replica card. Though it was quite rudimentary, Polly had endeavored to make it as consistent as possible with the previous 2 cards. The images of Peter Pettigrew and Scabbers were slightly cartoonish, but their features were still recognizable. She wrote a description of this card based on those in the card book. Animagus, a rather advanced form of transfiguration, which requires the learner to undergo a very complex and lengthy ritual, with a high likelihood of failure. The Ministry of Magic requires all witches and wizards who master this transfiguration to register their transformed animals and their characteristics. However, there exists some unregistered illegal animagi. Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban through the means of becoming an animagus. He stealthily made his way to Hogwarts to recapture the traitor Peter Pettigrew, who was hiding in his rat form among the Weasley family. Polly looked at the card, sharing the thunderclap explosion from the system as well. She calculated and, in disappointment, realized she wouldn't be able to complete her second replica card before the summer holidays. She had initially hoped to inform Dumbledore about the Basilisk and Horcrux matters before the end of third year, so that the professors could address the Basilisk during the summer when students were not at Hogwarts. Never mind, she sighed, I've tried hard enough. She tucked the time turner back into her spellbook, and shared the thunderclap explosion card once more. The exploding curse, known as the exploding spell, is a form of hex that can cause objects to undergo a violent explosion, wielding tremendous power. However, this spell possesses a significant flaw. Upon contact with an object, it rebounds aimlessly, posing a substantial risk of injury to the caster. During the First Wizarding War, the diminutive Peter Pettigrew employed this curse to shield himself from the pursuit of Sirius Black, resulting in the tragic demise of 12 nearby Muggles. A calamity that was ultimately misattributed to Sirius himself. While uncertain of Professor Dumbledore's course of action, Poppy held firm in her belief that he would not allow an innocent person to languish in Azkaban. She contemplated enrolling in an intensive art course over the summer, hoping to swiftly complete the cards for the Horcruxes and the Basilisk by the start of the new term. This would effectively encompass the narratives of both the second and third years of the original text. The key card could serve as a reminder for Dumbledore to capture young Barty Crouch, ensuring that the fourth year's Triwizard Tournament would remain merely that, a tournament. In 3 years' time, she was confident Dumbledore would vanquish Voldemort, allowing her to navigate her 7th year at Hogwarts unencumbered. Armed with sufficient newts to seek employment at a dragon sanctuary, she was eager to visit the sanctuary, curious about the whereabouts of her Australian protein-eyed friend, if only to catch a glimpse. Poppy had thought her relaxed demeanor would persist until the end of the term, yet life often unfurled in unexpected ways. In mid-April, following their return from Hogsmeade that Wednesday, Professor Shacklebolt introduced a boggart in class. This particular boggart had evidently fulfilled its duties for 5th, 6th, and 7th years, prompting the professor to bring it to the third-year classroom. I trust you have all heard from your upperclassmen about what a boggart is. But can someone reiterate what kind of creature it is? Several hands shot up, and Professor Shacklebolt pointed to Boston from Slytherin. The third-year boy articulated clearly. It is a shape-shifting non-being that transcends life and death, capable of transforming into whatever frightens those nearby. Due to this ability, no one knows what a boggart looks like when alone, as it immediately morphs into the form of its observer's greatest fear. They prefer to dwell in confined spaces, yet can also lurk in forests and shadowy corners. Excellent, Slytherin earns 2 points, Professor Shacklebolt replied. Now what is the method for confronting a boggart? He gestured toward Cedric. The spell is ridiculous. It transforms the boggart into a comical figure of one's imagination, thereby dispelling the fear it induces. Ultimately, laughter is the true antidote to a boggart. Numbers can also be effective against it, as it struggles to discern what form it should take. Precisely. Hufflepuff receives 2 points. Professor Shacklebolt affirmed, nodding calmly. I hope you all manage to keep your laughter at a reasonable volume, as Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students are still awaiting their turn. The room erupted with laughter, the boggart's cabinet rattling with unease. Now, I believe you need not practice the pronunciation of this spell any further. The students chuckled again. So please line up and approach one by one. We shall give it a try. While you wait, I encourage you to ponder your greatest fear and envision what makes it most ludicrous. Slytherin students often preferred to go first, leaving their Hufflepuff classmates at the back. Poppy furrowed her brow, finding it difficult to pinpoint her own fear. Death, Dementors, or Voldemort. Making them laugh was simple enough. They were merely tales, easily rendered into two-dimensional illustrations. Yet uncertainty crept in. Were those truly her deepest fears? Upon reflection, she realized she harbored many secrets. Her identity as a traveler, the system, and her not-so-accurate foresight. Yet, she was not afraid of exposing them. She cherished this world, relishing the fairy tale that deserved a happy ending. And she didn't mind a slight revelation of herself, as long as it didn't contribute to the villainous cause in the quest for an ultimate resolution. Was she afraid of her own inadequacy? No, she was confident she had done everything in her power. Even the worst outcome would not tarnish the original story. As she pondered, the line ahead gradually shortened. Confronting a boggart seemed straightforward, yet more than one student faltered upon encountering their fear, resulting in failure. Alexia feared snakes and transformed hers into one with many legs, rendering it immobile. Madeline feared harm to her cat, and upon witnessing its lifeless form, she cried out and retreated to sob, lacking any will to resist. Evelyn dreaded potions class, and her boggart took the shape of a cauldron filled with failed potions, prompting laughter from Hufflepuff and some Slytherin students, which in turn rekindled Evelyn's courage. She shouted ridiculous, and transformed the cauldron into an upside-down jester's hat. After which it was Poppy's turn. With a crack, the boggart morphed into a woman. She had silvery blue hair and exuded beauty. Perched upon her shoulder was a diminutive bird, resembling a malnourished vulture with dark green feathers and a sharp beak. The students were unfamiliar with this woman. Cedric whispered, "Who is she?" Yet Poppy did not recognize her either. Bewildered, she inquired, "Who are you?" The woman smiled gently at her, her voice soft. "You know me. You recognize this bird." Of course, it was the augury. Poppy gasped, the name echoing in her mind. The augury. This was a narrative beyond the original text. A character from outside the established plot. Delphi Diggory or Delphi Riddle. She could not pinpoint her surname, yet she was undeniably Voldemort's daughter. A villain from the Cursed Child. In the lore, she was born after Voldemort's resurrection in the 4th year, her mother being Bellatrix Lestrange. Adopted by a woman named Raoul for financial gain, she had attempted to steal a time-turner to alter the past, nearly succeeding. Throughout the unfolding story, Voldemort had once dominated the wizarding world, seizing control of Hogwarts. Yet she should not have had the opportunity to be born. Poppy would alter the narrative so that Voldemort would not return, and thus she would not exist. "See, you have taken away my chance," Delphi told Poppy. A look of panic crossed Poppy's face as she momentarily forgot she was confronting a boggart. No, in truth, Delphi raised her wand towards Poppy, and the augury on her shoulder took flight. "Poppy," she said gently, "abandon your plans. Would it not be better to let everything unfold naturally? We are the rightful ones, my father and I. You see, your greatest fear is me. Do you not realize what you truly fear?" Delphi's voice resonated with an enchanting quality. Even as Poppy raised her hands to cover her ears, the words slithered in like serpents. "Your actions are misguided. For you fear the consequences they may bring me." Poppy stared at her, entranced. Delphi Riddle was a villain. In the play's finale, she was sent to Azkaban by Harry Potter. But does this imply that she should never have been born at all? Initially, she was merely an innocent infant. Polly's actions were aimed at the complete annihilation of Voldemort, which meant that Delphi would never have had the chance to exist. Even if she were just a minor character in a theatrical play, she might not have existed at all. Yet, can she truly bear the weight of such guilt? She may have caused the demise of a life that had yet to be born. This is her greatest fear, to extinguish a phoenix's life. Polly was oblivious to what transpired afterward. When she finally regained her senses, she found Alexia and Cedric standing beside her. While Professor Shackle was announcing the conclusion of the class, the boggart had been forced back into the cupboard, now emitting a cacophony of sounds in the dark recess. "Are you all right?" Cedric inquired with concern. I think I'm fine," Polly replied in a flustered manner. Her friends, being considerate, refrained from mentioning the woman the boggart had transformed into. Yet the image of Delphi Riddle occasionally resurfaced in Polly's mind. It was merely a boggart. In fact, as she gradually calmed down, she realized that this woman's appearance bore a striking resemblance to an actress she had once searched for in a play. Delphi was merely a character derived from a theatrical production, and the actress portraying Hermione in that play was black. Perhaps she never truly existed in this world. Yet her existence undeniably reminded Polly of the guilt she had never acknowledged. As a false prophet, all the information she provided could potentially lead to the demise of others. Did she truly possess the courage to shoulder such deaths? The death of a villain in a fairy tale is still death, a bloody reality. And the boggart had unveiled the harsh truth she had struggled to confront. My goodness, what am I doing? Chapter 16. The end of 3rd year. In the days that followed, Polly did not reveal the turmoil brewing within her heart. She attended classes as usual, frolicked with her friends, only to be troubled by these thoughts at night, lying in her 4-poster bed, ensconced within the drapes. To cope, she moved the box of her prickly little plant from the windowsill into her tent. As she observed Dawn busily tending to her little garden, her spirits would gradually lift. She had to admit, she was frightened of the act of altering fate with the mindset of a time traveler, terrified of the potential consequences such actions might entail. Polly was aware that she might be overthinking things. However, she understood the concept of the butterfly effect, making it impossible for her to restrain herself. Instinctively, she feared change because she had witnessed firsthand the repercussions of a letter she had sent. She was relieved to have already dispatched the matter regarding Sirius Black to Professor Dumbledore. From the increasingly foul temper displayed by Professor Snape in Potions class these past few days, it was evident that Dumbledore had indeed begun to address the issue. In the present moment, she was uncertain if she still had the courage to send them out. Most of her classmates were oblivious to Polly's emotional state. They were After all, 13, while Polly concealed her feelings with a maturity beyond her years. Only Harry seemed to notice something amiss with Polly. Perhaps it was a skill honed from years of living with his aunt, but one day, as Hermione tugged him to the library to do homework, he cautiously asked Polly, "Have you not been feeling happy lately?" Polly was taken aback. "Why do you ask?" Harry scratched his head. "Just a hunch? I could tell when Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon were unhappy. During such times one must tread carefully, or one might find themselves in trouble. As for Dudley, when Dudley was unhappy, he would definitely take the opportunity to bully others. Even if he got a beating afterward, it wouldn't matter. Well, how should I put it?" With Hermione and Ron present, Polly didn't want to burden the three of them with her troubles, so she spoke half-truths. "During our defense against the dark arts class, Professor Shackle showed the third-year students a boggart." "What is a boggart?" "I know," Hermione exclaimed excitedly. Professor Shackle had spread the word about the lesson across all year groups, and of course with Hermione's nature, she would have specifically checked the books for terms like Devil's Snare, Niffler, and Boggart. A boggart is a creature that transforms into your greatest fear. Hermione hesitated for a moment. The book says it is a non-being. What does that mean? Is it a creature? It is not a creature. Polly pondered for a moment, suddenly realizing she did not know how to explain the term. When she read these textbooks, she had instinctively accepted the term boggart and its corresponding phenomena without delving deeper into the phrase's meaning. An existence that transcends life and death, mutable. If Polly were to articulate her thoughts, she could only speculate that it bore similarities to the concept of quantum mechanics in the Muggle world. "You can think of it as a phenomenon?" Polly suggested, "although I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps you could take the time to consult Professor Shackle about it." "Of course. It doesn't matter. Professor Shackle had us deal with the boggart. I thought I could handle it, but when I faced my fear, I realized I lacked the courage to confront it." Hermione bit her lip, appearing to contemplate what she would face when confronting a boggart. Ron's face paled, clearly imagining a certain eight-legged creature. Harry appeared somewhat hesitant. "The most terrifying thing I can imagine is Professor McGonagall telling me I have to drop out." However, despite losing so many points for Gryffindor, he had not been expelled, and he believed such a thing would not happen. Polly couldn't help but chuckle. Having never confronted Voldemort directly, Harry evidently still lacked understanding of the true threat. If Sirius Black were to be released normally, Dementors would not come to Hogwarts. Thus, it was foreseeable that if Harry were to face a boggart again in his third year, his fear might indeed be something trivial. "Everything I do is meaningful. Even if I am uncertain about my ability to persevere, at least in this moment, the protagonist of a fairy tale can experience life as a normal 11-year-old boy, free from various troubles. Thank you for worrying about me, Harry." Professor Kettleburn's care of magical creatures class also provided her with some solace. Recently, he had brought in mini Nifflers for the students. These shiny little creatures had indeed caused quite a bit of mischief. Yet their adorable appearance had increased the tolerance of most students significantly. Polly recalled how, at the beginning of the second Fantastic Beasts film, Newt dealt with a baby Niffler by conjuring a glove with a metal clasp. However, she soon realized that her classmates needed it more than she did. The Niffler assigned to her, while also fond of crawling about and attempting to rummage through her pockets, did not flee when she tried to catch it. "I want to keep one," Madeline said. "Do you think it could get along with a cat?" "I only know that you absolutely cannot bring it into the dormitory." Alexia replied, "Just think about how many shiny objects we have in our dorm." "But they are so cute," Madeline insisted, "and we have Polly." Two pairs of eyes turned towards Polly, who was currently being targeted by the Niffler attempting to reach for the golden hairpin atop her head. "All right, I give up." Madeline merely pondered as the Weasley twins from Gryffindor attempted to stealthily stow their Niffler into the pockets of their robes. One of the Weasley brothers, presumably Fred, as his proficiency in transfiguration surpassed that of his twin, had conjured a glove akin to that of Polly's. Lacking her exquisite control, he resorted to using a length of rope tied to a shimmering orb to entice the Niffler. As the class drew to a close, Professor Kettleburn was counting these greedy little creatures, ensuring none slipped unnoticed into the castle to cause mayhem. He soon realized that 3 were missing. "Weasley, now, don't feign innocence. I am well aware you have one here." "Polly, oh of course class isn't over yet. But I advise against being too soft-hearted with these little fellows. At least don't give away everything you possess." "And where's the other one?" Students displayed their empty hands and pockets, until a Hufflepuff timidly raised a trembling hand. I lost sight of that Niffler. It ran away." Laughter erupted among some students as Professor Kettleburn wore a pained expression. Very well, very well. Let us hope that little creature does not wander into the castle. Heaven knows how many treasures it might find there." Polly handed over the Niffler nestled in her arms, Its collection now included the hairpin adorning her head. The Weasley brothers reluctantly surrendered their captive from their pockets. Their conjured gloves orb had also vanished. All right then. Class dismissed, Professor Kettleburn declared, placing all the Nifflers into a gleaming cage. Then muttering as he headed towards the Forbidden Forest, I shall take a peek into the Forbidden Forest. Later that evening, when Polly visited Professor Kettleburn's office for tea, she learned that the Niffler had subsequently infiltrated the headmaster's office, caught while attempting to stuff a silver teaspoon into its expansive belly pouch. How did it get in? Evelyn gasped, incredulity etched on her face. That's the headmaster's office. The magic of the Niffler, Cedric explained. Professor Kettleburn demonstrated that they can squeeze through the smallest of crevices when necessary. They possess the remarkable ability to contort their bodies. Like a cat? Evelyn queried, skepticism evident in her tone. Even more adeptly than a cat, Polly asserted. It has a pouch on its belly that seems to have been enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. Well, Evelyn sighed. I now find myself regretting not choosing care of magical creatures. After all, I truly lack any talent for divination. What happened? Today's divination lesson involved gazing into crystal balls. Evelyn elaborated. You've never been to the divination classroom. The atmosphere there is delightful. So much so that I wish history of magic could be taught in that room. Did you fall asleep? Alexia asked incredulously. Professor Trelawney is not Professor Binns. It wasn't he intentional, Evelyn countered. The room was stuffy and hot, with some sort of incense burning. I just drifted off while gazing into the crystal ball. And I didn't see anything, Evelyn admitted. I mean, there seemed to be a shadow in the crystal ball. But that was likely just the projection of the large brass lamp on the ceiling. Her discontent failed to resonate with Hopkins, who was also taking the divination class. Enrolling in divination doesn't necessarily mean you must master the art of predicting. Just think. While we are in Professor Trelawney's class, we might actually hear a genuine prophecy. He gestured dramatically at the time. None of us took that prophecy seriously, did we? The upperclassmen all claimed it was nonsense. Thus, no one alerted Professor Quirrell. And he truly did come to harm. At this point, several Hufflepuff students displayed genuine sorrow. Polly could not share in their grief. The thought of their sadness stemming from Professor Snape's week of substitute teaching made her want to laugh. Moreover, it was not Professor Trelawney who had prophesied about Professor Quirrell. We must take this class seriously, Hopkins continued. Perhaps Professor Trelawney believes that once a prophecy is spoken, it loses its significance. Hence we must become the messengers of the prophecy. With a solemn expression, he retrieved a badge from his pocket. I intend to establish a Seers Club, ideally with Professor Trelawney as our advisor. Will you join? Spence, the fourth year, and Bennett had also agreed, while Hopkins managed to enlist several Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students. Evelyn, inspired, brightened up. You're right. I cannot belittle divination just because I lack the talent. She took a badge from Hopkins and turned to ask, will you join? Madeline acquiesced, taking a badge as well. Alexia opted out, feeling that managing her homework was already quite taxing, without the added burden of a club. Polly, however, had slipped away. As she solemnly nodded her agreement, she had already stealthily exited the hall. Standing in an empty corridor, she could no longer contain herself. One hand pressed against the wall, she bent over, laughing heartily. The Seers Club quickly flourished. Professor Trelawney appeared somewhat bewildered, yet Hopkins assured her that she need not instruct the students, merely lend her name as an advisor. And thus she consented. By the end of the semester, the club boasted over 30 members, spanning several year groups, even including some younger students who had yet to begin elective classes. I cannot imagine what Evelyn and the others do in the club, Polly remarked to Cedric. They had just concluded their final exam, and decided to stroll on the castle grounds. Along the way, Hopkins called for Evelyn, Madeline, and Spence, while Alexia had long since gone to find her brother. Cedric, like Polly, had not joined the club and was now reclining with his hands behind his head. Perhaps they will study the reflections of each other's faces in the crystal balls. Polly chuckled again. Noticing her smile, Cedric turned his head. You seem in good spirits. We finished our exams. Polly seized upon this convenient excuse. I think I did well. Of course, you are top of the year. Cedric shook his head in resignation. I mean, are you still worried about that boggart? Ah, that boggart. When Cedric broached the subject, Polly couldn't help but recall a certain event. In The Cursed Child, Delphi had initially appeared to confuse Amos Diggory, Cedric's father, under the guise of his distant niece. This father had once attempted to procure a time turner after hearing that the ministry had confiscated one, hoping to save his son. Cedric, 3 years later, in the Triwizard Tournament. Polly fell silent for a moment. I think I need some time to come to terms with it. But I will try my best. Need any help? Not for now, Polly replied, but a bit of encouragement would be appreciated. After all, the effort she exerted might just save the person standing before her. Cedric blinked, pulling a bag of fizzing whiz-bees from his pocket and placing it in the palm of Polly's hand. You didn't visit Honeydukes the last time you went to Hogsmeade, he said. I figured your supply might be running low. Oh, indeed, Polly's smile blossomed. I do adore these. Professor Kettleburn had better not bring a billywig to class, or I might be tempted to catch one. She still had time. Before the countdown concludes, she will certainly adjust herself accordingly. Even if it's merely for that bag of sizzling honeycomb sweets, she must strive, mustn't she? Chapter 17. A visit to the Dursleys at the end of June. Armed with a rather splendid yet inconsequential report card, Polly boarded the Hogwarts Express back to London. During the journey, she provided Harry and Hermione with her phone number and home address, so that these two young wizards from Muggle households could reach her over the summer holidays. After all, barring unforeseen circumstances, Harry's summer would likely be quite arduous. They finally arrived at King's Cross Station in London by evening. After bidding farewell to her companions, Polly pondered a particular thought. It is well known that both King's Cross Station and the Leaky Cauldron, which leads to Diagon Alley, are situated in London, thus making it rather inconvenient for students born to Muggle families residing in distant locales to traverse each year for school. Outside the station, taxis awaited passengers. Polly selected a cab driven by an elderly gentleman, and not unexpectedly, found herself feeling drowsy once she settled inside. But upon returning home, slumber was out of the question. She first needed to schedule a thorough cleaning service for the next day, and also check into summer painting courses. In her childhood, she had always had a nanny at home, but after enrolling at Hogwarts at the age of 11, she had embarked on a solitary life. Polly mused that she truly preferred Hogwarts. The first day of summer vacation fell on a Wednesday. After calling the familiar household service, she ventured alone to the library. Germaine had been let out to play, while Dawn's box was kept close at hand to prevent the cleaning staff from spotting it. She quickly researched various painting summer camps, but found none that met her criteria. Considering her need to ensure she could create something within the next 2 months, she ultimately submitted her requirements to an agency with little hope. A one-on-one painting tutor, with 5 lessons a week, and no more than 6 hours of study each day. It turned out that a generous fee could attract quite an exceptional tutor. By Friday evening, she urgently dispatched Germaine to her parents in Africa with 4 copies of a contract, one for the agency, one for the tutor, one for herself, and one for her parents, hiring a Mr. August as her short-term instructor. However, Polly soon realized that she might have overscheduled her summer. The summer assignments posed no significant challenge, but she had pre-ordered a list of books from Leaky Cauldron for some extracurricular reading. The painting course would last a month, but would not occupy her evenings, allowing her to consult Mr. August about several key motifs she wished to depict: the basilisk and the goblet, the locket and other horcruxes. Mr. August proved to be exceptionally accommodating, seemingly unconcerned with why his employer wished to practice these particular images, nor did he inquire about why the Flitwick household housed an owl, or care that Miss Polly's parents were often absent. In mid-July, Polly received a call from Hermione. The Grangers did not reside in London, so Hermione could not visit Polly. However, she spoke on the phone about Harry. I sent Harry a letter, but I haven't received a reply, the young girl said anxiously. Polly, I don't know if Harry mentioned it to you, but he's staying with his aunt and uncle, and I'm quite worried, but I don't dare call him. I sent Harry a letter as well, and I haven't heard back, Polly replied, already suspecting what had transpired. Dobby, the house elf from the Malfoy family, had begun intercepting those letters. Hermione asked nervously, do you think it's possible that Harry's aunt and uncle have locked him up? Polly felt that Hermione might have conjured a myriad of chaotic scenarios in her mind, and she gently reassured the young girl. Harry didn't provide his phone number. I'll write to Professor McGonagall. It would be helpful to find out his address. Clearly, she couldn't disclose that she had already memorized Harry's residential address. Nevertheless, Hermione sighed with relief. Polly, I'm so glad you're here. Alas, I can't ask Dad to drive me over. He's swamped during the holidays. After hanging up, Polly found herself deep in thought. She still struggled to recall the specific timeline of the summer, only knowing that it began with Dobby intercepting all of Harry's letters, resulting in him receiving a warning from the Ministry of Magic, followed by the Weasleys arriving in their flying car to rescue him. She hesitated momentarily. Would intervening in this matter affect anything? Would Dobby take further actions to thwart her? Would Ron learn from Hermione's message that Harry was under her care, and thus refrain from fetching him? Ultimately, she chose to write a letter to Professor McGonagall. As she had discussed with Hermione, she simply wished to see Harry Potter, residing at 4 Privet Drive in Little Whinging, Surrey. Professor McGonagall's response arrived the following afternoon. When Germain flew into the house with the letter, Mr. August displayed a hint of confusion. Polly calmly requested a 10-minute break, taking Germain upstairs. She did not immediately open the letter but instead poked Germain on the head, instructing, "Next time, fly straight back upstairs without letting Mr. August see you." Germain cooed in response, affectionately pecking her finger to indicate understanding. "All right, you may take a rest. It's quite a journey from London to Scotland. I'll prepare some chicken for you tonight, shall I?" Germain chirped contentedly, and then settled on his beloved perch, closing one eye. Only then did Polly open the letter. "Dear Miss Flitwick, thank you for your concern for Mr. Potter. His current address is 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Please refrain from disclosing this address to others. Minerva McGonagall." Polly surmised that this reply had been authorized by Professor Dumbledore. She checked the date and decided to take a taxi there on Saturday. She could also visit a renowned bakery in the city to purchase a box of pastries as a gift for her visit. Polly held no fondness for the Dursleys, but neither did she harbor much animosity. They at least provided Harry with a place to stay. She now hoped that the analyses in fan works were accurate. The blood protection that Lily Potter sacrificed her life for would only require Harry to spend a month each summer with the Dursleys. Thus, once Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban, Harry would not need to endure lengthy summers in the future. Having truly gotten to know Harry Potter at Hogwarts, she discovered he was indeed an exceptional protagonist, kind, brave, and passionate. Of course, he was not without his moments of recklessness and immaturity. Yet he stood out among most first-year boys. Polly was uncertain whether she had donned an overly rosy filter, but she knew she could not fathom a 12-year-old boy returning to an uncaring life after experiencing Hogwarts. "I'm sorry, Delphi," Polly said to herself. "I simply cannot stand idly by." On Saturday morning, she arrived at the Dursleys' residence, carrying a box of pastries from the Satterthwaite family, the most fashionable bakery in London over the past few months, expensive yet delectable. She knocked on the Dursleys' door. During the summer and on weekends, the Dursley family was all at home. Penny Dursley was quite surprised when she opened the door wearing an apron. Seeing Polly in a dress adorned with a conspicuous luxury brand logo, looking quite presentable. "May I help you?" "I'm looking for Harry Potter," Polly said. "I'm a classmate of his at school." These two sentences detonated like a bomb, unleashing terrifying repercussions within the Dursley household. Penny instinctively attempted to slam the door shut, but Polly nimbly stepped forward, squeezing into the foyer. "I brought a gift box of treats from the Satter family. This is merely a courteous visit. Harry has been missing for half a month, and we are all quite concerned about him. If we do not see him soon, I fear I shall have to contact the professors at his school." Her words were articulate, while Penny's complexion turned ashen. You cannot, Vernon." "Vernon?" Her voice brimmed with dread. Vernon Dursley burst forth, newspaper clenched in his hand. "What?" Penny nearly jabbed her finger into Polly's face. "That school student. She has come looking for him." Polly appraised the man, whose face had turned equally pale. He was robust, his round face framed by a bushy beard. A typical 13-year-old girl might have been reduced to tears or fled in terror at his fierce demeanor. Yet Polly remained composed, while he appeared increasingly agitated. He bellowed, "You are not welcome here." His thunderous roar jolted Dudley and Harry from their reverie. The former's pudgy face immediately fixated on the treat box in Polly's hand, while the latter exclaimed in surprise, "Polly, go back upstairs." Vernon shouted angrily at Harry, before reaching out to shove Polly from the foyer. Excellent. These freaks, nuisances, and troublemakers dare to invade our home, boy. You are finished." Polly calmly withdrew her wand before the two frozen adults. She stated with poise, "Harry knows I am the top student of my year. I believe we can have a friendly and composed conversation, cannot we?" Vernon Dursley huffed and puffed, and Polly suspected steam might soon billow from his nostrils like a locomotive. Put that thing away, Vernon," Penny screamed, anxiously shaking her head. She noticed the curious gaze from next door. Mrs. Figg at number 5 appeared to be scrutinizing them through the curtain, cradling her cat. The Dursleys abhorred drawing attention due to their nephew Harry Potter's peculiarities, yet it was evident their earlier screams and roars had attracted far too much notice. Vernon was compelled to lower his voice, stiffly stating, "Put your wand away, then come inside." Polly acquiesced without hesitation, stowing her wand before lifting the Satter family gift box. "To be honest, I queued at 7 this morning. I thought no one would refuse a gift from the Satter family." The only Dursley yet to grasp the situation, Dudley, suddenly brightened. A foolish grin spread across his round face. "The Satter family. Is that the place where you got me my birthday cake last year?" "Dudley Dursley, you are not to take anything from that girl," Vernon barked. "But it hasn't been opened," Polly interjected. "You don't think the Satter family has anything to do with magic?" Do you? Oh, my apologies. Penny clutched her collar tightly, nearly on the verge of fainting at the mere mention of magic. Yet she restrained herself, gripping her son's arm, despite her inability to physically move Dudley, in an attempt to lead him away from the foyer. Polly felt a twinge of guilt for the chaos she had caused. She had envisioned a gentler approach, but Vernon's attitude had provoked her. She placed the gift box down and turned to Harry. He did not comply with his uncle's demand to leave, instead fixating on Polly with admiration. Polly, what brings you here? Hermione and I sent you a letter but received no reply. Hermione is rather worried, but she lives quite far. So I wanted to check on you. Thank you. Harry replied eagerly, then looked puzzled. But I never received a letter. And Hedwig is locked up, so I couldn't send you anything. I imagine there must have been some trouble. I will write to Professor McGonagall about this, Polly assured him. Do not worry. She glanced inquiringly at Mr. Dursley, who stood rigidly and warily at the foyer entrance. Go to your room to talk, he instructed Harry. Draw the curtains. And don't let anyone see. Harry mumbled something, then took hold of Polly's hand and led her toward the stairs. As they passed the small cupboard beneath the stairs, Polly cast a glance at it, attempting to discern this place so deeply connected to Harry. Misinterpreting her gaze, Harry explained, Oh, all my school things are locked in there. It's a very small cupboard. Polly felt her previously quelled anger flare up once more. She fought to suppress her desire to write to Professor Dumbledore, urging him to release Sirius Black for Harry to see. As they ascended the stairs, Harry currently resided in a tiny room on the second floor of the Dursley home. Hedwig the owl was confined in a cage by the window, and upon noticing the visitors, she let out a feeble hoot. Oh, I suspected Hedwig might be locked up, Polly remarked, considering they had not received any of his letters. She reached into her pocket and produced a soft leather bag. At the beginning of the summer, she had visited Diagon Alley to procure something she had deemed necessary, a bag enhanced with a non-detection expansion charm. She had also passed by those ordinary invisibility cloaks made from magical animal hairs, but ultimately decided against purchasing one. The thought of the materials used to create those cloaks was enough to dissuade her from buying. Harry watched as she reached into the bag. He nearly cried out in astonishment. The non-detection expansion charm is rather convenient. However, I believe you should hide those items. Don't let your uncle and aunt see them. Oh, and your cousin too. Polly produced a large box of chocolate frogs, fizzing whizbees, and licorice wands. Do you have a hiding place for them? Oh, just shove them under the bed, Harry replied. They want to come to clean this room anyway. He gazed eagerly at the items that reminded him of Hogwarts, then worriedly asked Polly, Polly, could you mention in the letter to Professor McGonagall that all my things are locked up? I can't complete my summer homework. His expression fell. The album Hagrid gave me is locked up too. Of course I will mention it, Polly reassured him. She continued rummaging through the soft leather bag, and this time produced some jerky. This is a Muggle product, she said, the brand that Gelman loves most. You can feed it to Hedwig. That's great, Harry replied. I usually can only give her my leftovers. Sighing, he tore off a piece of jerky and tossed it to the owl in the cage. Perhaps due to being cooped up for too long, she was still awake even during the day. Polly restrained herself, exhaling slowly. Rest assured, I will write to Professor McGonagall tonight. She sat down on Harry's bed, eliciting an old creak. Harry's face flushed. He cleared his throat. Oh, this bed used to be piled high with Dudley's things, so it always creaks like this. Polly gazed at Harry. She would wager that Professor Dumbledore had never contemplated how the Dursleys would treat Harry. However, the protective enchantment cast by Lily Potter was of utmost importance, so Harry had to remain here. She felt a tightness in her throat, an involuntary surge of resentment directed at Dumbledore. Even though she understood that Dumbledore could do little in this regard, using magic to threaten the Dursleys might yield even worse outcomes. She couldn't help but wonder, was there truly nothing he could do? For a brief moment, she fell silent, and Harry remained quiet as well. The only sound in the room was Hedwig crunching on her treat. I'm sorry, Poppy said abruptly. I didn't anticipate the Dursleys' reaction. What do you think they'll do to you once I leave? Oh, it's fine, Harry replied nonchalantly. They'll probably just confine me to the cupboard for a few days and yell at me for a couple of hours. I'm used to it. Poppy cast her eyes downward. She reached into her bag and rummaged for a moment before finally retrieving what she had intended to show him. It was a small golden model of a snitch, encased under a glass dome, emitting a soft glow reminiscent of a nightlight. Beneath the dome lay a tiny broomstick, upon which sat a little stick figure. Harry gasped in awe. Poppy tapped the glass surface, causing the little stick figure to soar into the air, while the golden snitch flitted about, evading it with dazzling agility. I had planned to give this to you for Christmas. Poppy coughed slightly, but the charm practice project isn't quite finished. I had hoped this broomstick would be controllable. However, you can have it for now. Harry was captivated, his gaze fixed on the golden snitch within the dome. He found himself yearning for Hogwarts with an intensity that bordered on madness. Especially the Quidditch pitch where he had caught the snitch 3 times in the previous year's match, securing victory for his house in both the Quidditch Cup and the House Cup. The memory of the Slytherins' expressions, particularly Snape's and Malfoy's, elevated his spirits further. "Thank you, Poppy," he said. "I really love it." "Keep it safe," Poppy advised him. "I haven't had the chance to enchant the dome yet. It's just ordinary glass." "I will," Harry nodded earnestly. They talked for quite some time, sharing some cake and pastries that Poppy had brought. They were utterly delicious, crafted by Muggles, yet rivaled the culinary skills of Hogwarts kitchens. As evening approached, Poppy rose to her feet. Harry longed to ask her to stay a little longer, but Poppy merely patted his shoulder. "I still need to write to Professor McGonagall," she said, jokingly adding, "and if I linger any longer, your uncle and aunt may very well explode." That couple had likely paced past the doorway 100 times. "Thank you for coming to see me, Poppy," Harry said. "It's the least I could do," Poppy replied, pulling several notes from her pocket. "I suspect you don't have much Muggle currency on hand," she said. "If it becomes unbearable, do you remember my address? You could take a taxi over. Oh, or if you can manage your wand, you could summon the night bus. They accept wizarding currency and are faster than a cab." Together, they tucked the items beneath Harry's bed, and then he opened the door to let her out. The Dursleys sat in the dining room, making a valiant effort to pretend they didn't see the 2 little wizards. Poppy glanced back, noticing that the Satterthwaite's gift box had already been opened. "Well, goodbye, Harry," she said. "Goodbye, Poppy." Chapter 18. Sirius Black. That night, Poppy returned home. On her way, she couldn't help but reflect on the day's events. And by the time she arrived home, she had worked herself into a furious state. Fueled by her anger, she hastily tore a sheet of parchment to write to Professor McGonagall, detailing the injustices Harry faced at the Dursleys and the issues with his owl post. Also mentioning Harry's request for her to include the homework matter. "Germaine, you must make one more trip." She opened the cage of the brown owl. "Please deliver this to Professor McGonagall as quickly as you can. You are the best owl." Germaine nuzzled against her, satisfied, and took flight into the deepening night. Poppy then made her way downstairs to the kitchen, igniting the stove to prepare a simple meal of pasta for herself. Reflecting, she wrote another note on parchment, planning to send it after Germaine returned. She intended to subscribe to the Daily Prophet. Although the newspaper often contained nonsensical content, Rita Skeeter had harped on about Quirrell's death for 3 months, with bewildered parents frequently sending owls to Hogwarts. It would certainly not miss any significant news. For instance, the release of Sirius Black. Poppy did not perceive this as a particularly challenging issue. Countless fanfiction authors had deduced that Sirius Black's imprisonment without trial was a grave error made by old Barty Crouch, and Fudge would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to attack his political foes. Moreover, exonerating a hero would be a monumental achievement. However, Poppy was unaware that while she contemplated these matters, Sirius Black had already emerged from Azkaban. Following the receipt of the second letter from the Prophet, Dumbledore had visited several of his old friends at the Wizengamot. Extracting someone from Azkaban was no simple task, especially one deemed as a most dangerous Death Eater. After persuading a few Wizengamot members to jointly propose a re-examination, Dumbledore subsequently visited Grimmauld Place, and found the rat mentioned in the prophecy, Peter Pettigrew. The counter-animagus spell was remarkably simple, and Peter Pettigrew soon materialized on the wooden floor of Grimmauld Place. Ron Weasley was devastated to learn that his beloved rat was a wizard in disguise, and for the first time, he realized he could engage in conversation with Percy since the rat had been inherited from him. Dumbledore requested they keep this development under wraps for the time being, and then took Pettigrew to the Ministry of Magic. Convincing Fudge was not particularly challenging. The shrewd Minister of Magic was clearly eager to cause trouble for his political adversaries, and accrue some credit for himself. Considering Pettigrew's heinous acts, betraying the Potters, murdering 12 Muggles and framing Black, he even signed off on the use of Veritaserum. In comparison, facilitating Sirius Black's departure from Azkaban proved to be the simplest task. Dumbledore merely informed him that Peter was still alive, and this nearly dead man, tormented for years by Dementors, raised his head. His hair was a tangled mess, at least a foot long. His skin seemed to cling to his bones, rendering him almost skeletal. Yet in his eyes burned an unmistakable flame. "Peter is still alive?" he rasped. This man, who had seemed almost lifeless, came alive in an instant. He shakily stood up and approached the prison bars, and the Ministry's enforcers moved to step forward as a caution, but Dumbledore raised a hand to halt them. "We found him," Dumbledore stated clearly. He transformed into a rat, and has been hiding in the Weasley household. The rat is missing a toe on one of its front paws. He waved his wand, conjuring a vivid scene in the air. Sirius suddenly lunged forward, crashing against the bars with a loud clang. He was oblivious to everything except the rat in the air. Growling traitor. Dumbledore maintained his composure. Sirius, can you tell me what truly happened? He gestured for the guard to step back, and the latter quickly distanced himself. Sirius stared at the rat for a moment, before finally relaxing his grip on the railing. He slowly began to speak. It was during our 5th year that we learned about animagi. He recounted an entire tale, detailing how they mastered the art of becoming animagi. How he suddenly decided to change the secret keeper 11 years prior. And Peter's treachery. I thought Peter was dead, he lamented. This is my fault. James and Lily were murdered, and I bear part of the blame. I fear I cannot concur, Dumbledore replied. Sirius Black fell silent for a moment before asking, so? Are you going to get me out of here now? Indeed, Dumbledore affirmed. I do not believe it is right to stand idly by while an innocent person languishes in Azkaban. Moreover, Sirius, have you considered Harry's situation? A glimmer of light flickered in the man's eyes. Harry, he murmured. Ah, of course, James and Lily's son. How is he faring now? Harry's story is extensive. I believe we can discuss it in detail after your trial concludes, Dumbledore said, glancing at the guard standing off in the distance. I have spoken with Fudge. And we can convene a second hearing in early July. At this, Dumbledore gently sighed. I regret to inform you that you will have to wait here for another week. That is acceptable. Sirius straightened his back. I have been here for quite some time already. The last time I saw Harry, he was so small. How old is he now? Does he resemble James or Lily? His voice held a note of urgency. Those joyful memories, nearly consumed by despair, suddenly resurfaced. At this moment, he appeared to take a step back towards humanity from the brink of a skeleton. He will turn 12 at the end of July, Dumbledore replied. He bears a striking resemblance to James, save for his eyes. His eyes are like Lily's, Sirius whispered. Dumbledore nodded. He gazed at Sirius for a moment longer, then, we shall meet again next week. Dumbledore's efforts proved remarkably fruitful. In early July, as students returned home, the Ministry of Magic convened a retrial for Sirius Black. Under the influence of Veritaserum, the treacherous Peter Pettigrew divulged the entire truth without resistance, and the innocent man was immediately declared free. The Daily Prophet reported the news, although Polly missed it since she had not subscribed to the paper. Fortunately, others had not. After visiting Harry, and sending a letter to Professor McGonagall, Polly remembered that Hermione might still be worried about this matter, and decided to call her. Hermione initially ranted about Harry's aunt and uncle, then clutching her subscribed wizarding newspaper, exclaimed to Polly, but there's no need to worry. I read in the Daily Prophet today that Harry has a godfather to take care of him. Polly was taken aback. Hermione, perhaps thinking she was also astonished by the news, continued excitedly, this man was wrongfully imprisoned in Azkaban. Recently, Professor Dumbledore uncovered the truth and rescued him. His name is Sirius Black, and he was supposedly the best friend of Harry's father. Polly took a moment to compose herself. So he has been exonerated? Yes. By the way, this matter also involves Ron. The person who wronged him hid in his house for many years in his animagus form. Ron's rat. This revelation made sense of Ron's claim that Scabbers was inherited from Percy. After all, ordinary rats do not live that long. Polly tightened her grip on the phone receiver. An uncontrollable wave of joy surged within her, and she feigned calmness as she said, "That is wonderful. Perhaps Harry's godfather can rescue him from the Dursleys." Indeed, Hermione replied. Actually, I had seen this news earlier, but today's paper mentioned that he is Harry's godfather. I wanted to call Harry to share this news. But I was a bit afraid. Mr. Dursley sounds quite unreasonable. Perhaps Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall will intervene, Polly suggested. I believe they would not want Harry to endure such unjust treatment. True. Hermione exclaimed, Professor Dumbledore will surely take action. The two young witches spent a moment praising the great white wizard, after which Hermione began to inquire about a summer assignment. Polly promised to have Germaine send over appropriate reference books. After hanging up the phone, she sat in her chair, unable to suppress a small, triumphant scream. Ah, this is splendid. Polly held a deep affection for Sirius Black. Or rather, she believed that most Harry Potter fans held a fondness for Sirius Black. Loyal, brave, passionate, resilient, Polly had nearly worn out her copy of the third book. Incidentally, she despised the second book because in her youth, the basilisk sounded terrifying. Sirius Black possessed a myriad of admirable qualities. Not to mention, he abruptly lost his life in the fifth book, Order of the Phoenix. This plot twist instantly elevated him into the hearts of numerous fans as a beloved figure. It was truly marvelous that he was able to escape from Azkaban. Polly quickly understood why Professor McGonagall's reply had not yet been returned by Germaine. Perhaps Professor Dumbledore was discussing Harry's situation with Sirius Black. After all, Harry still required the protective blood ties of his family. Perhaps Professor Dumbledore was preventing Sirius from taking any rash actions against the Dursleys? She was not mistaken. In fact, at that moment, Dumbledore was seated in his office, holding the letter Professor McGonagall had entrusted to him. Sirius, before you read this letter, I hope you can make me a promise. Speak, Professor Dumbledore, Sirius replied. Years after graduation, but having spent most of his time in Azkaban, Sirius still preferred to address Dumbledore as Professor. There is a reason Harry resides with his aunt and uncle, Dumbledore began slowly. Few have sought to investigate what transpired on that Halloween 11 years ago, but I happen to be one of them. Many believe that the rebound of the killing curse was Harry's own gift, but that is not the case. Lily sacrificed herself to ensure that Harry would receive a measure of protection, while in the care of his blood relatives. Upon discovering this, I hurried to his relative's home and cast the corresponding enchantment. This magic guarantees that as long as Harry considers that place his home, he will receive formidable protection. Sirius listened intently, cradling a cup of hot chocolate in his hands. However, this magic does not ensure that his family treats him as their own child. Sirius lifted his head, seemingly momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Dumbledore. Then he leapt to his feet. The hot chocolate spilled across the carpet, but Sirius paid it no mind. He leaned over Dumbledore's desk, his expression turning fearsome. Professor Dumbledore, are you saying, regardless of how they treat him, they have still taken him in? Dumbledore raised his voice. Thus, I implore you, do not take any drastic actions against them. Sirius glared at him. What if I refuse? Then I fear the proposal I wish to discuss with you will have to be rescinded, Dumbledore replied. I had hoped you could reach an amicable agreement with the Dursleys. Harry spends a month each summer residing at the Dursleys' home to ensure the continuity of his magical abilities, while he spends the remaining month living with you. Sirius gritted his teeth. Must it be them? Indeed, it is regrettable, Dumbledore sighed, but until Voldemort is utterly vanquished, we must accept this outcome. The gaunt man fell silent, his eyes flickering with an internal struggle, yet ultimately he exhaled deeply. I understand, Dumbledore. He continued, in any case, we must expedite the resolution of Voldemort, correct? Dumbledore finally handed over the letter he held, which Sirius eagerly accepted and began to read. Dear Professor McGonagall, I sincerely apologize for intruding upon your time once more. But I visited Harry, and his condition is rather dire. I believe these issues may necessitate the school's intervention. There may be a problem with the owl post. Harry's lack of response is surely due to his owl being confined by his family, as well as the distinct possibility that he has not received our letters at all. I examined my own owl, and it is functioning properly. I suspect something may be intercepting these messages near Harry. Worse still, the Dursleys do not regard him as their own nephew. I have heard they once made him stay in a cupboard under the stairs, a mere cramped space, and they have since locked away all his belongings from school, including the photo album Hagrid gave him of his parents. During my visit, Mr. and Mrs. Dursley appeared exceedingly alarmed and even threatened to punish Harry for my presence. They referred to Hogwarts students as freaks, nuisances, and troublemakers, and insisted that we speak with the curtains drawn to avoid being seen by outsiders. Harry is extremely anxious about his summer assignments. He attempted to negotiate with his aunt and uncle for some time to complete them, but only received additional chores instead. I hope to receive your reply soon. Thank you. Perry Flit. Sirius appeared ready to leap up and immediately rushed to the Dursleys to unleash upon them every curse he knew. He barely restrained his impulse, then said tersely, I have not heard of this Let name, but she seems a fine young lady. Ah. Miss Let will be a fourth-year Hufflepuff upon her return to school. She is among the most outstanding students, and coincidentally, she is quite acquainted with Harry. Dumbledore nodded. I must admit, I overlooked certain matters 11 years ago. At that time, I was solely focused on the possibility that Voldemort still lingered in this world. Lily's protection was the last bastion safeguarding Harry. How did Voldemort manage to survive? What must we do to fully eradicate him? Sirius inquired. It is a lengthy tale. Dumbledore replied. In brief, I uncovered the truth 3 years ago and began researching it. Yet Voldemort is quite resourceful. He even concealed one of his Horcruxes within Hogwarts. At this juncture, Dumbledore appeared lost in thought. Sirius refrained from interrupting him, but Dumbledore soon gathered his thoughts. However, we have recently learned new information. He seemed contemplative. Sirius, I assure you, I am exerting every effort to address this dilemma. I believe in you, Sirius said swiftly. I could assist with these matters as well. Indeed, I trust there will be times we will require your strength, Dumbledore responded calmly. Now, what are your thoughts on the proposal I suggested? I presume you would be eager to retrieve Harry from the Dursleys? Sirius grinned, revealing his yellow teeth. Of course. I would be delighted. He appeared fiercely determined, ready to draw his wand at a moment's notice. Chapter 19. The Calamity at Number 4, Privet Drive. In a certain sense, it was most fitting for Dumbledore to personally accompany Sirius Black to Number 4, Privet Drive in Surrey, England. He intervened just in time to prevent Sirius from attempting to ignite the Dursleys' fireplace, casting a curse intended to cover Vernon Dursley in boils, and transforming the Dursleys' living room into a swamp. Petunia Dursley screamed for about 10 minutes, to the point that Dudley had to tug at her sleeve, beseeching her to cease disturbing his ears. Vernon, brandishing his utterly useless shotgun, had a round, pudgy face that was nearly purple from exertion. Harry Potter stood at the foot of the stairs, utterly astonished, with treats for Hedwig tucked in his pockets. Professor Dumbledore. Oh, Harry, Dumbledore remarked, you appear to be well. Yes, did P.F. let write to you? Harry blurted out, then inexplicably felt somewhat embarrassed. I was just worried about my assignments. Harry Dumbledore gazed at the young boy, breaking into a warm smile. I would like to introduce you to someone. Or perhaps you would like to introduce yourself, Sirius? Sirius looked at Harry with near greedy eyes. Harry. Of course. I held you when you were but a child. You resemble your father greatly, though your eyes, like lilies, are green. Petunia gasped, covering Dudley's mouth to prevent him from voicing any protest, while Vernon dared not make a sound. They appeared thoroughly terrified. Well then, I believe we can have a proper discussion. Dumbledore waved his wand, and the sofa in the corner seemed to sprout legs, gently bumping against the Dursley family's knees, compelling them to sit. He waved his wand again, and several large cups, a silver jug, and a somewhat dirty bottle materialized in the air. Dumbledore poured mead for himself and the Dursleys, while serving hot chocolate to Sirius and the two minors. So, where shall we begin? As a significant conversation unfolded at Number 4, Privet Drive, P.F. Let was diligently engaged in her drawing. Mr. Augustus was not a professional teacher, yet his artistic skills were commendable. After 2 weeks of practice, P.F. Let could now draw some simple shapes. At that moment, she was attempting to depict a goblet. She was rather uncertain about what the Hufflepuff's gold cup truly resembled, as no one within Hufflepuff House had mentioned the magical artifact left by the founder of their school. However, in a cartoonish manner, it sufficed for it to merely resemble a cup. Mind the proportions, Mr. Augustus remarked, holding a book. P.F. Let had permitted him to borrow some books from the study, provided he promised not to damage them, glancing at her intermittently, noting that the cup's body appeared overly slender. P.F. Let scratched her head and sighed. For those lacking artistic talent, the disparity between what one envisions and what one is able to render is indeed vast. She speculated that this might also affect her transfiguration. In terms of grades in transfiguration class, she could not measure up to Cedric. Mr. Augustus had evidently observed her demeanor to be considerably more composed than her peers. Thus, after 2 lessons, he began to hold her to fairly rigorous standards. F. Let considered her goals and resolved to practice diligently every day. Fortunately, her efforts were yielding results. She thought, if all goes well, she would be able to conjure images of basilisks and horcruxes after the school year commenced. Regrettably, the format of the images prevented her from detailing the locations of each horcrux, but such matters were not urgent for the time being. Piff. Let completed her drawing of a goblet, set down her quill and shook her wrist. May I take a 10-minute break? Augustus nodded slightly, prompting Polly to immediately exit the living room and ascend the staircase to her bedroom. This morning, German had returned with Professor McGonagall's response, informing Polly that the school's professors were already addressing the matter at hand. With the recent exoneration of Sirius Black, she no longer fretted over Harry, though she did send German on another errand to place an order for a year's subscription to the Daily Prophet. The animated photographs were energetically asserting their presence on the freshly printed newspaper. Polly had already perused the headlines, but couldn't resist reading them once more. Some wizards suggested a thorough reassessment of Azkaban, a sentiment met with ambiguous responses from the Ministry of Magic. Such an objectively phrased headline clearly did not originate from Rita Skeeter's pen. Polly let out a long sigh. The repercussions of Sirius Black's release were evidently reverberating through the wizarding community. The uninformed wizards, aware only that one had been wrongfully imprisoned in Azkaban for over a decade, were bound to draw further associations. Polly speculated that many of those proposing such measures were graduates of Hufflepuff. While she harbored affection for Hufflepuff, she had to concede that several of her classmates had a knack for unfounded conjecture, and an abundance of misplaced sympathy. Fortunately, the ministry had no immediate plans to pursue such a course of action. Sirius Black had the personal guarantee of Dumbledore and substantial evidence in his favor, whereas the other imprisoned Death Eaters evidently lacked such privileges. A certain number of Wizengamot members were required to preside over trials of dark wizards, most of whom were rather advanced in age, and would be reluctant to consent to such matters without necessity. The news left her perturbed. It seemed to serve as further validation of the concerns that had plagued her during the previous semester, brought forth by the Boggart. Perhaps she could do something noble, but it might also lead to troublesome consequences. If only she possessed the gift of divination, Polly mused. Yet, having perused Clearing the Mist to see the future, and attempted to decipher tea leaves, she had found no sign of any extraordinary talent. This left her once again wavering over her plans for the upcoming term. Should she truly dismantle the narrative of her second year? What would become of Dobby? Could he ever leave the Malfoy household? Dobby was a free elf. The very thought sent her spiraling into unwarranted anxiety. She even regretted divulging the matter of the owl post to Professor McGonagall. If anything were to be discovered at the Dursleys, what would become of Dobby? Yet, if she refrained from disrupting the established plot, without revealing the existence of Horcruxes and the Basilisk, Ginny would still fall under Voldemort's influence, students at Hogwarts would be attacked, and the very existence of the school would hang in the balance. Polly lowered her head. If only someone could accompany her in deliberation. She sighed softly. Regardless of her turmoil, summer continued. The following day, she received a letter from Hedwig. Harry expressed his gratitude, stating that Professor Dumbledore had brought his godfather to the Dursleys, allowing him to leave with Sirius on his birthday. His letter, sprawling across 3 large sheets of parchment, was nearly incoherent in its exuberance and satisfaction, and he spent considerable time introducing Sirius, ultimately extending a careful invitation for her to attend his birthday party at the Black residence. Harry had never imagined that one day he would celebrate his birthday with a party, but it was evident that Sirius had quickly embraced his role as godfather, eager to provide him with the best of everything. Given that there were still a couple of weeks until July 31st, and Harry would be spending 5 more summers there, Sirius, as the sole heir of the extensive Black family, even contemplated visiting Gringotts to exchange Muggle currency and purchase a house on Privet Drive. Dumbledore swiftly intervened. After all, they could not risk exposing Harry's location in the Muggle world, leaving Sirius to resort to a compromise of checking on his godson daily in his animagus form. The cupboard's contents had been laid bare, and Harry could now openly display the treats and the golden snitch model that Polly had gifted him in his room. Vernon and Petunia lived in constant trepidation, while Dudley found himself unable to resist lingering by the door of his old playroom, attempting to snatch Harry's magical sweets. Harry had thought he would resolutely keep Dudley outside. However, after attending Hogwarts, he suddenly perceived Dudley as less detestable. Draco Malfoy was far worse. Dudley was merely foolish. He couldn't help but pretend to utter strange spells to frighten Dudley, leaving a few of the less palatable licorice wands at the door. The taste of these sweets was less sugary, yet they boasted a crisp texture with a biscuit-like quality, and emitted various colors of light upon unwrapping. Dudley, heavily influenced by his parents, was evidently quite fearful of these peculiar tricks, yet his craving for treats outweighed his apprehension. Seizing the opportunity while Vernon and Petunia were distracted, he stealthily sampled the licorice wands, and was soon captivated by their flavor. Magic wasn't entirely malevolent, he mused. At least these edibles were harmless. And Vernon and Petunia remained blissfully unaware. The former had been too frightened to return to work, nervously clutching his already damaged shotgun at the slightest rustle outside, while the latter refrained from assigning Harry any household chores like frying eggs or mowing the lawn, instead pretending he didn't exist. The atmosphere at number 4, Privet Drive was particularly tense, and to make matters worse their neighbor Mrs. Figg had been peering in, inquiring whether they would be temporarily hosting Harry over the summer, as both Tibbles and Snowy, Mrs. Figg's pet cat, missed him dearly. Petunia was forced to put on a strained smile, raising her voice to declare that the Dursleys were quite empty lately and could adequately care for their nephew. The calendar turned to July 30th. That evening, Harry packed his belongings. As on the same day the previous year, he found himself sleepless. Yet this time, he was not surrounded by a cold floor and a tattered blanket. He felt neither hunger nor sorrow, but rather an eager anticipation for the morrow. Sirius had promised to fetch him at 8 in the morning. Harry thought to himself that he should get a good night's sleep to be well rested for the exciting day ahead. He had sent invitations to Ron and Hermione, and both Ron and Polly had replied affirmatively, while Neville had received his grandmother's permission. Hermione, however, apologetically wrote back that she had made plans to travel abroad with her parents at the end of July, and could only send him a birthday gift. Harry felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, considering the many opportunities he would have to invite Hermione to his home in the future, he could refer to it as home now. Sirius had declared it would be his home from that point forward. He found himself less disheartened. He wondered what the Black residence would be like. Harry imagined all sorts of peculiar and extraordinary houses, until he eventually succumbed to exhaustion, and fell asleep. For the first time he awaited his birthday with genuine excitement. Chapter 20, Harry's Birthday. July 31st. Given that Harry had provided the address of number 12, Grimmauld Place, Polly ultimately opted against wearing Muggle attire, instead donning a wizarding robe purchased in Hogsmeade. It was a rather splendid blue robe, adorned with golden stars at the hem. While adults clad in similar attire would surely attract peculiar glances from Muggles, the 14-year-old Polly had no cause for concern. She hailed a cab to Grimmauld Place and swiftly located number 12 nestled between 11 and 13. This grand residence was invisible to Muggles, much like they would unknowingly stroll past the leaky cauldron, oblivious to the hidden pathway leading to Diagon Alley. As she ascended the stone steps, she realized she had become invisible to the Muggles, prompting her to grasp the serpent-shaped silver door knocker and rap it firmly. A metallic clanging echoed from within, followed by a creak as the door swung open. There stood a man with tousled black hair, and a visage so handsome it could incite soft gasps from witches, who greeted her with a smile. Let me guess, you must be Miss Flit, as mentioned by Harry, am I right? Perry struggled to connect this face with the haggard one she had seen in the Daily Prophet. Mr. Black, if I am not mistaken? Harry was indeed correct. You are remarkably astute. Sirius Black stepped aside to allow Perry entry. I was initially concerned I might confuse you with Granger. Harry spoke highly of both of you. Regrettably, that young lady cannot join us, I apologize. It seemed he had only just realized they were standing in a dimly lit hallway. With a flick of his wand, a lively dance of flames ignited in the chandelier above. Perry glanced around curiously. This place was not quite as she had envisioned number 12, Grimmauld Place. She had anticipated an air of foreboding, yet it exuded an ancient, weighty charm. I just realized we neglected to decorate the hallway, Sirius sighed. Alas, time has been too short. I should have started preparing earlier. He gestured toward the staircase. Harry is upstairs, along with that boy from the Longbottom family in his year. I believe they are attempting wizard chess, or some other game. Would you care to join them? Well, of course, Perry replied. She followed Sirius, keenly searching for familiar sights from her memories. The portrait of old Mrs. Black, something resembling a beheaded troll, and what should have been the severed heads of house elves. However, the portrait appeared to be concealed, and the house elf heads were nowhere to be found. Perry only spotted a massive umbrella stand. The corridor beyond the hallway was brightly lit. The serpentine wall sconces glowed, and a few curtains fluttered, leading Perry to suspect that some mischievous creature might be hiding within. They soon arrived at the door of an upstairs bedroom, from which Harry and Neville's voices emerged. I think I'm losing. I think so too. The two boys deliberated over their chessboard, while Sirius chuckled heartily at the doorway. Sirius! Harry exclaimed as he leapt up, then noticed Perry beside him. His face lit up with the brightest smile a 12-year-old could muster. Hi, Perry. Perry greeted them and peered inside, discovering that the bedroom appeared entirely different from the exterior. It was adorned in vibrant hues of gold and red. Noticing her expression, Sirius jovially remarked, I can't help it. This room was inherited from my parents. They were typical Slytherins, and Remus and I had to spend considerable time gradually transforming it. Well, I hope you don't dislike Gryffindor colors? In truth, I don't mind Slytherin either. Perry shrugged amidst the surprised expressions of the other three. What's the matter? I had a brief chat with the current Slytherin prefect, Gemma Farley. She secretly informed me that Slytherin has indeed accepted Muggle-born students. That's rather rare. Came a voice from behind Sirius, laced with amusement. It belonged to a wizard with light brown hair, whose appearance suggested he was unwell. Remus! Sirius called out. And Perry realized this was likely to be her defense against the dark arts professor for 5th year, should all go as expected. She scrutinized Lupin for a moment, noticing he bore no outward signs of lycanthropy. Harry introduced Perry, saying, Remus was a good friend of my father's. He has been helping Sirius with the cleaning. This place has been neglected for far too long. His expression brightened at the mention of home. Perry chuckled, I know. I saw that the 4 of you were given quite a bit of community service. Sirius laughed again. Oh, that's the book you sent Harry. Remus and I owe you our gratitude. We were nearly forgetting those nostalgic pranks. The two adults then moved away, still needing to complete some decorating. While Harry pulled Perry to sit down, Perry retrieved her leather bag, producing 2 identical gift boxes, both Muggle-made birthday cookie assortments. She addressed Neville. I intended for Gelman to send these yesterday, but I've been rather indulgent with it lately. It's been out playing these past few days. So I had to bring them to you today. Harry was taken aback. Was it Neville's birthday yesterday? The round-faced boy blushed, nodding a bit uneasily. Happy birthday, Harry exclaimed, then scratched his head. I'll remember next time. Neville shyly thanked him. Perry observed the boys engrossed in their wizard chess, but couldn't he hold back her curiosity, inquiring as casually as possible. I'm just curious, Harry, doesn't he, Mr. Black have house elves at home? I've heard that larger families usually do. Just call him Sirius like I do, Harry said. Actually, we do have one. However, creature. That house elf, isn't very friendly. Sirius ordered him to stay in his little cubby today and not disturb us. Oh, I see, Perry replied. After about 10 minutes. Footsteps sounded on the staircase, and Ron arrived, looking quite excited. Harry, long time no see. We were just discussing whether your muggle relatives had locked you away. Fred and George said they were going to fly Dad's car to rescue you. Harry shrugged. They locked Hedwig up. But I really didn't receive any of your letters. Professor Dumbledore said he hadn't noticed anything unusual, but the subsequent mail has been fine. He glanced past Ron. I remember inviting your whole family. Oh, we came through the Flu network. I was the first to arrive. Fred and George are downstairs. They overheard Dad mentioning some of the old stories about Black, and wanted to ask him a few things. Mum's downstairs too. She said she could help in the kitchen. Bill and Charlie are absent. Percy said he was busy preparing for 6th-year textbooks, so he won't be joining us. And Ginny, she's coming later with Dad. She said she wasn't ready yet. But I think she's just shy. She's been going on about you. When there were 3 younger boys in the room, it was rather difficult for an older girl to interject into their conversation. Moreover, they were all Gryffindors. Perry thought to herself as she stepped out of the room and down the stairs. Sirius and Lupin were conjuring colorful ribbons with their wands to hang in the hallway. They were both taken aback when they saw her. What's up? I thought I'd come and take a look, Perry said. I've never seen a wizarding household before. Really? This might be a letdown, Sirius replied. This house has been devoid of life for far too long. I initially planned to use that grand sitting room on the 2nd floor, but as soon as I pulled the curtains back, a horde of mischievous creatures flew out along with those random dark artifacts. I had hoped to tidy up a bit before Harry arrived. But it's not an easy task. I can certainly assist in dealing with those seductresses, Polly remarked. To be honest, I have yet to encounter any particularly formidable magical creatures. Of course, she had not yet faced a basilisk or a giant spider. But seductresses were classified as XXX level magical beings, and were not particularly challenging to handle. Sirius cast her a skeptical glance. No offense to the 3rd-year students, but seductress eggs only take 2 to 3 weeks to hatch. This house could very well be teeming with them. At this he muttered a curse under his breath, adding, one wonders what creature has been up to all these years. The elderly house elf had not made an appearance, evidently still adhering to Sirius's command that he refrain from showing himself. We won't be needing that sitting room today, Remus interjected, gently discouraging Polly. If you're interested, you can always ask Harry to invite you over later. I am actually quite intrigued by the notion of using wands during the summer, Polly chuckled. I do wish there weren't a rule prohibiting underage wizards from using magic during the holiday. Remus raised an eyebrow, while Sirius erupted into hearty laughter. In the afternoon, Mr. Weasley arrived with Ginny, and several guests invited by Sirius also made their entrance. Nymphadora Tonks, we are practically relatives now. I think your birthday should be quite festive, he said. Ephialtes, an old friend, used to know your father, Sirius Black, and he had a good rapport with your mother, Hermione Granger. I never thought I would be able to get in touch with them. Remus has been a tremendous help. Tonks appeared to be a young witch with cascading golden curls. Beaming as she gazed at Harry. Oh dear, the moment Sirius mentioned wanting to gather some people, I volunteered. The department hasn't been particularly busy lately, so I took a little time off. Kingsley scolded me for a good 15 minutes for it. You know Professor Shacklebolt? Ron exclaimed in astonishment. What? Oh right. Dumbledore asked Kingsley to teach you for more than a semester. He is the finest Auror. We all adore his lessons, Harry said enthusiastically. They swiftly settled down. The table laden with an array of delectable dishes, many of which were the handiwork of Mrs. Weasley. I must learn some of Molly's culinary magic, otherwise, creature might one day decide to poison me, Polly mused. Beautifully colored floating orbs illuminated the air, while a few instruments in the corner played themselves. They raised their glasses together, toasting, Happy Birthday, Harry Potter. Before indulging in a feast, the adults quickly engaged in conversations laden with references that eluded the younger guests. The students, having not seen each other in a while, had much to discuss. Polly sat beside the youngest Weasley girl. Ginny, now 11, was brimming with anticipation for Hogwarts. Polly regaled her with tales from school and showed her the album she kept in her pouch. The photograph of a Norwegian ridgeback hatching even caught the attention of some adult witches and wizards. "Oh, this is the dragon I mentioned." Tonks leaned in with keen interest. "Dumbledore mentioned they found this among Quirrell's remnants. Who knows how he smuggled it in? Illegal, of course. Had he not perished in that incident, we would have had to incarcerate him in Azkaban." Polly stifled a chuckle to herself. Quirrell had been under Voldemort's influence during his lifetime. In comparison, a dragon egg hardly seemed significant. Suddenly, a loud bang and a high-pitched squeal erupted from the dining table. Everyone turned to see a gigantic canary materialize beside Harry. "It's Ron," Harry exclaimed in panic. "I don't understand how he—" "An animagus?" Tonks inquired curiously. "No. Typically an animagus could not transform into a canary of such size." "Fred, George," Mrs. Weasley bellowed. "What have you two done to Ron?" An empty goblet floated over, proceeding to thwack the twins on the head. Moments later, Ron reappeared unharmed but appeared quite flustered. "Oh, Mum, stop it," he protested. "It's just a canary biscuit. It was little Ronnie's fault for grabbing it without looking. We intended it for Harry. You two, on Harry's birthday, causing a ruckus." Mrs. Weasley fumed, though the birthday boy could not help but laugh. "Do you think we could toss it onto the Slytherin table?" he asked hopefully. "Oh, there is a spell for that," Sirius replied with delight. "I can teach you later." He clapped Harry on the shoulder. Just like James's son, a splendid idea. They continued their revelry late into the evening, only realizing the time when Neville's grandmother, Mrs. Longbottom, arrived to collect him. Mrs. Weasley ordered the twins to return home with her, to prevent them from causing further chaos elsewhere, and Ginny followed suit. Ron decided to stay a few more days, while Polly prepared to return home. By chance, Remus recognized the address Polly had provided, enabling him to assist the young witch in operating back to the Muggle world. Upon arrival, the area surrounding the Flitwick residence was cloaked in darkness, save for a solitary street lamp illuminating the scene. He was taken aback to learn that Polly lived alone. "Don't worry, Remus," Polly called out as she opened the door. "Sirius insisted I do it this way. I've grown accustomed to it." "Oh, very well," Remus nodded, then softly added as she entered, "Thank you, Polly, for organizing those records from our time at school. Your kindness has helped me recover those joyful memories I had forgotten. I can scarcely believe that for all these years, I felt blinded to Sirius's true nature. I always viewed those memories as part of a wretched past, feeling as though I was the last one left of the original quartet. But now, with Sirius back and Harry present." Polly laughed lightly. "That is indeed a splendid thing, isn't it?" Chapter 21. The third one. On the second Sunday of August, a letter from Hogwarts arrived, accompanied by this year's book list. Polly glanced through it, and noted that Dumbledore had once again invited Gilderoy Lockhart to teach defense against the dark arts for the year. She ventured to Diagon Alley the following day. Lockhart's book list was rather extensive, so she requested Flourish and Blots to send those textbooks along with her other purchases back home. She also needed to buy a new robe, as she had recently experienced a growth spurt. Nothing else seemed particularly noteworthy. Polly meandered about, indulging in a large ice cream adorned with chocolate sprinkles, before pausing at the magical creatures shop on the corner. Owls, cats, toads, and transfigured rabbits quickly pressed against the bars of their cages or the glass of their tanks. The shopkeeper clicked his tongue in amazement, while Polly felt a sense of bewilderment once more. What was the reason for this? Did she truly possess an innate ability to attract these magical creatures? Ultimately, she shooed away a Kneasel that had pounced at her feet. Despite its large ears and fluffy coat being quite tempting, she lacked a Kneasel ownership license. "Perhaps after I graduate," she grimaced, addressing the Kneasel that had stepped on the hem of her robe, "but I cannot take you home now." The shopkeeper was sweating profusely. The Kneasel was known to be one of the most intelligent magical creatures, and this particular one had somehow managed to twist the latch on its cage, leaping out with a pounce. He nearly believed an incident was about to unfold. At this moment, it became apparent that the cat otter harbored a particular fondness for the young witch before it, and a sigh of relief escaped its lips. "Are you a student at Hogwarts?" The permit for keeping a cat otter is not particularly difficult to obtain, yet they likely would not issue one to underage wizards, considering you cannot wield magic during the summer holidays. "Indeed," replied Pori, who had finally managed to coax the cat otter back into its cage with the help of the shop assistant. "I learned in Care of Magical Creatures class that both cat otters and bowtruckles require a breeding permit. We have bowtruckles here as well," the assistant remarked. "If you wish to keep one after graduation, feel free to come and take a look." Ouch. The cat otter seemed to comprehend his words and bit down hard on his finger. "It may have chosen you." The assistant hissed as he tended to his wound with his wand. Once a cat otter has selected its owner, it does not change its mind. He appeared to be in distress. Will you come back after graduation to take it home? I suppose so, Perry replied. I've been doing quite well in my care of magical creatures class. I might pursue a career in this field, perhaps dealing with fire dragons or the like. That would be splendid, the assistant said. Otherwise, it could lead to quite a hassle. How about this? Perry suggested. I will purchase it now and have it boarded here. I can cover some of the upkeep costs. Just ensure it is well cared for. That sounds reasonable. Let me consult the manager, the assistant said hastily as he hurried away. Perry crouched down, extending her hand through the bars of the cage. The cat otter pressed its nose against her finger, emitting a soft purring sound. What was your name before? Perry asked. Or would you mind if I gave you a new name? How about Sherlock? We already have German and Dawn at home, and you are so clever. I think this name would suit you perfectly. The cat otter responded with a pleased sound. So, Sherlock it is. This name belongs to the world's most brilliant detective, a gentleman reminiscent of a cat. I believe it suits you splendidly, Perry declared with delight. However, I cannot bring you to school with me, or perhaps I could inquire with Professor Kettleburn if there is a solution. In any case, while I sort these matters, can you promise to behave yourself here? Sherlock disdainfully snorted, his eyes glinting with a cunning light. Perry was puzzled as to why she could interpret his expression. She quickly adopted a serious demeanor. No mischief. Otherwise, the shop assistant will be quite troubled. Sherlock turned away in discontent, his lion-like tail swishing irritably. Even if you're angry, you mustn't run off, Perry warned. The Ministry of Magic will capture any uncontrolled magical creatures. They certainly won't concern themselves with the lives of a few cat otters. Sherlock, good boy, I have bestowed this name upon you. I do not wish to waste time searching for another cat. Upon hearing this, a large-eared gray cat, presumably a half-blood, immediately called out and began to strut around its cage, as if to flaunt its fur. Sherlock promptly arched his back threateningly and began to hiss at the gray cat. It seems you all understand, Perry said innocently. Sherlock, you wouldn't want this name to be given to another cat, would you? The cat otter sulkily lay down, its large, pointed ears drooping over its furry head, appearing quite lethargic. The earlier shop assistant rushed back out. The manager has agreed, but the cat otter is rather expensive. Are you sure you do not wish to discuss this with your parents? I am certain, Perry replied decisively. Please present me with the bill. She quickly signed on a bill that would be recognized by the goblins of Gringotts, covering the purchase price of the cat otter and the monthly boarding fees. To be honest, it was somewhat cheaper than she had anticipated. Perhaps the shop considered the consequences of her not taking the cat otter home, due to Sherlock. Perry would subsequently spend an entire day each week in Diagon Alley. The shop's staff swiftly recognized her value, attempting to offer her a commendable position upon her graduation. And when she declined, they endeavored to recruit her as a summer intern. The latter proposal sounded quite appealing. The chance to interact with magical creatures, and the staff were eager to impart knowledge that classroom textbooks would not teach her. Regrettably, Perry, upon reflecting on her circumstances, chose to forego this enticing opportunity. Oh, I am a Muggle-born witch. It would be rather inconvenient to work as a temporary employee in Diagon Alley. Most wizards seem to have a limited understanding of Muggles. As she presented this reasoning, the wizards conjured various excuses in their minds and ceased their persuasion. Aside from her weekly visit to Diagon Alley, Perry quickly finished reading Gilderoy Lockhart's books during the remaining days. Lockhart indeed possessed a commendable writing style. The true stories of others came alive under his pen, making it no wonder that Hermione had been deceived into believing he was a formidable defense against the dark arts master. Unfortunately, Perry was well aware of his identity as a charlatan skilled in the memory charm, and as she gazed at his face on the book covers, she could only think of Gilderoy Lockhart smiling like an imbecile. Her friends clearly held a different opinion. On the morning of September 1st, as Perry directed her trunk in search of a compartment, a head quickly poked out from a window. Evelyn and Madeline were present, along with Alexia. Don't you need to find your brother? Perry asked as she wedged her trunk into a corner and settled comfortably into her seat. Yates doesn't want to sit with me, Alexia replied nonchalantly. I don't want to sit with his Ravenclaw classmates either. There's one named Duncan who is always disparaging Hufflepuffs, so tiresome. The superiority complex of Ravenclaw, Evelyn sighed. At Hogwarts, Gryffindor and Slytherin were the most likely to clash, while Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw often looked down upon each other. Perry shrugged. What about Cedric? I sent him away, Alexia stated. 4 people in a compartment is sufficient, and it seems Stibbons and his friends have some Quidditch strategies to discuss. Oh right, Perry remarked. recalling that Madeline had previously enjoyed mingling with the older girls. Although the four of them resided in the same dormitory, their closeness had only blossomed since last year. She turned her head to find Madeline engrossed in a book titled A Year with the Yeti, with Lockhart smiling and waving on the cover. He was perfectly showcasing his pearly white teeth, adorned with a pointed wizard hat atop his golden curls. "Oh, Lockhart," Evelyn gushed, "he's so handsome, isn't he? I never imagined I would review textbooks in advance, but I finished all his books last week. He is truly remarkable." "Is he?" Pori replied somewhat coldly. She had also read those books, along with an additional one titled Me, the Magical, thus having ample justification to harbor her disdain for Lockhart. "Oh dear. You don't fancy him?" Alexia remarked. "Right, you prefer someone like that drummer." "It has nothing to do with his foolish face," Pori retorted. "Look at what he has done. Inventing serpent's egg yolk shampoo. Serpents already have a miserable existence. There are always poachers seeking to steal their silver eggs. And this fellow boasts about his serpent's egg yolk shampoo. I detest him." The remaining three girls in the compartment exchanged glances. They had all seen the photograph Pori had taken last Christmas. The serpent that Professor Kettleburn had kept. Disregarding their potential to expand to several feet, they still appear quite adorable. Oh well. Madeline, feeling a twinge of guilt, closed the book and let Lockhart's countenance rest upside down on the sofa seat. "However, I have heard that such shampoo was never intended for commercial production." "Indeed. It's both costly and perilous," Polly remarked with a hint of annoyance, having truly been incensed after reading about it in the book. "He is rather impressive," Alexia said with some reluctance, "but let us bypass him for now. What have you all been up to during the summer?" "Not much," Evelyn replied listlessly. "My mother took me to my grandfather's house. They reside in a Muggle community, and I had to avoid people at all costs, yet she insisted I bond more with the elders. I, on the other hand, ventured to Germany," Madeline declared enthusiastically. "The wizards there are quite intriguing. During our visit, a small domestic Quidditch tournament was underway, and I watched several teams compete, which was rather enjoyable. I purchased a non-transportable Kneazle," Polly added. "Oh, I lack a breeding license, but it has taken a liking to me," Polly explained. "I plan to inquire with Professor Kettleburn after the term begins. It would be splendid if I could bring it to Hogwarts during the school year." "I believe you could manage a Kneazle without a license," Madeline fairly remarked, reaching out to stroke her own cat, "though I still hope you refrain from bringing it into the dormitory. I have heard that ordinary cats can be frightened by Kneazles." Polly countered, asserting that it wouldn't be an issue. "I have seen Kneazles and cats housed together in the shops of Diagon Alley, and those cats seemed unperturbed. Nevertheless, I will likely seek Professor Kettleburn's assistance in overseeing it. After all, I cannot bring it into the Hufflepuff common room without a license, can I?" This thought relieved Madeline somewhat. The four girls then commenced discussing their summer assignments. Evelyn had completed all her essays. When you are trapped among a throng of muggles, you tend to finish all your assignments, while Alexia and Madeline had also managed theirs. Polly conducted a cursory review of their essays, frowning slightly. She felt she had forgotten something. Alexia and the others then began to converse about another rather popular gentleman from the summer, Sirius Black. Mr. Black had occupied a page or two of the Daily Prophet for nearly half the summer, with descriptions ranging from haggard to exuberant, captivating countless witches. "Have you heard? Harry Potter was escorted to the station by Black. I hear that Black was a close friend of his father." Polly gasped. She had forgotten the incident at the station at the start of second year. Did Harry manage to board the train? She sprang up, parchment rolling off her lap. Madeline was startled by her sudden movement. Of course he boarded. What student would miss the train? "No, I meant, did he get stopped by Dobby?" Polly slapped her forehead. In the original story, Dobby had the opportunity to block the entrance to Platform 9 because Harry followed the Weasley family, who had delayed on their way and arrived at the station as one of the last students. However, this time, Harry was escorted to the station by Sirius and Lupin. And 12, Grimmauld Place was only a 20-minute ride from King's Cross, so they would certainly not be late. With so many parents of students, perhaps even Lucius Malfoy among them, present, Dobby could hardly stop Harry, let alone intercept Ron. This was quite favorable for Mr. Weasley's flying car, spiders, and the Whomping Willow. She mused, exhaling in relief as she sat back down to reassure her companions. "It's all right, I just remembered something else." This diversion brought to the surface a long-forgotten worry. Should she send the forged images of the Horcrux and the Basilisk to Dumbledore at the start of term? Chapter 22. The Prophecy of a New Year. Regardless of how Polly intends to manage her forged images, this is not a decision that can be made in the short term. Furthermore, their trip to Hogsmeade is not scheduled until October. Thus, that evening, She still enjoyed the Hogwarts start-of-term feast as usual. After an absence of 2 months, the ceiling of the Great Hall remained a canvas of night and stars, with thousands of candles floating above, shimmering alongside the twinkling stars. Following the sorting ceremony, this year Hufflepuff welcomed 7 new students. Dumbledore introduced the new professor, Gilderoy Lockhart. Lockhart cleared his throat, appearing as though he was about to deliver a grand speech. But Dumbledore seemed oblivious to this. Once Lockhart had waved at everyone. Dumbledore's voice boomed. Well then, I believe everyone has been waiting long enough. Dig in. A plethora of exquisite dishes materialized on the 4 long tables. And the students immediately focused their attention on the puddings, beef, and pork chops. Madeline glanced at Lockhart for a few seconds before turning away. Wow. I truly missed Hogwarts roast chicken. They promptly began to feast. Polly lowered her head, stifling a laugh, and when she lifted it again, she found Lockhart had adjusted his frozen smile, and was animatedly conversing with Professor Sprout, who seemed lost in her own world, diligently slicing her pie. She turned her gaze towards the Gryffindor table. Harry and Ron were evidently settled in their seats, devouring sausages and potatoes. Hermione was quietly speaking about something. Ginny Weasley sat at the edge of the table among the first years, her head bowed, showing no signs of having communicated with a Horcrux. Polly was uncertain whether the diary had already come into her possession, but she had not heard of Lucius Malfoy and Arthur Weasley clashing at the entrance of Flourish and Blotts. To be precise, she had heard that Harry, Ron, and Hermione had agreed to visit Diagon Alley together for book shopping, so Sirius, Lupin, and Mr. Weasley were accompanying the children. She doubted that, under such circumstances, Malfoy would still engage in a confrontation with Mr. Weasley. It seemed Sirius would be the one to leap the highest. After pondering for a moment without resolution, she continued to nibble on her piece of lamb chop. The house elves had cooked it to perfection, tender and flavorful, paired with a delightful sauce. It was truly a feast for the palate. It is wonderful to be back at school, Evelyn remarked contentedly. I shall forever adore Hogwarts chocolate souffle. However, Hogwarts also harbors some less nostalgic elements. For instance, potions class. The timetable for this semester could be viewed in the common room. As the older students entered the Hufflepuff common room, they gathered by the notice board to check. Cedric had copied several copies of the parchment for the 4th-year students. And Evelyn read aloud. Tomorrow morning, we have Transfiguration and Potions. Ugh, having to face Professor Snape on the very first day is quite the tragic tale. Defense against the dark arts is on Thursday, Alexia noted. I can hardly wait. Sorry Polly, we have a new professor this year. I truly hope he is as remarkable as Professor Shacklebolt. Perhaps so, remarked Cadwallader, now in his 6th year. My OWLs went splendidly, thanks to Professor Shacklebolt, which allows me to choose the advanced class in defense against the dark arts. Lockhart's book details how he dealt with werewolves and capturing a ghoul with a teapot filter. Who would have thought? I believe Lockhart must possess ample adventure experience. He could teach us quite a bit. Perry yearned to utter something, yet she restrained herself. In due course, her classmates would undoubtedly unravel Lockhart's true nature, or perhaps the outcome might differ. Impulsively interjecting would have no bearing on their current perceptions. Madeline stifled a yawn and suggested, let us retire for the night. I am utterly exhausted. Why does the school not permit students to utilize the Flu network to attend classes? Because the fireplaces in Muggle households cannot connect to the Flu network, came the reply. Yawning proved contagious, as Perry could not resist joining in. Do you think I could apply to have my family's fireplace connected to the Flu network after graduation? I could inquire with my father, Cedric offered, noting that although he worked in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, he was quite familiar with the personnel at the Flu Network Authority. I simply wish to access Diagon Alley with greater ease, Perry lamented. During the summer, I succumbed to temptation and purchased an easel. Cedric nearly choked. You don't have a license, do you? I haven't heard of any Hogwarts students applying for that. So, I had to board it at the shop, Perry sighed. I wish to visit it more often. Sherlock is quite the clever little rascal. The shopkeepers have complained several times, as they are obliged to cast spells on its cage to prevent it from unlocking and scaring off the pesky rats. At that moment, Selena and Truman entered, both of whom were still prefects this year, escorting a group of first years. Selena led 3 girls, while Truman took charge of 4 boys. The first years, Madeline greeted the young witches warmly, wishing them a delightful time in Hufflepuff. No one responded. They merely trudged behind their prefects into the dormitory. Is it raining tonight? They arrived by boat. The older students fell silent, casting sympathetic glances at the young wizards as they departed. Let me see. Their first lesson tomorrow is herbology with the headmaster. That shouldn't be too daunting, said Kula. We ought to focus on our own concerns. He had potions the next day, and this year marked his OWLs. The students exchanged farewells and subsequently returned to their respective dormitories. Pulling aside the curtains of her four-poster bed, Perry sat down on her mattress. She sat in silence, her eyes wide open in the darkness, feeling fatigue and drowsiness wash over her. Yet, she wearily drew forth her wand and cast spells upon 2 blank sheets of parchment. She had to be prepared. Early the next morning, Perry climbed out of her bed and, as was her custom, opened the system. The stuck narratives remained ensnared, and many functions still appeared grayed out. She accessed the daily specials and claimed a free gift, receiving a freezing charm and 18 gems. With these 18 gems added to the 103 she already possessed, she could draw from the extraordinary gift once more. With little hope, Perry clicked on the extraordinary gift and was astonished to discover she had drawn an epic card previously unknown to her. Legilimency, a spell capable of invading the mind to read another's memories or thoughts. Perry recalled that Snape had used it on Harry numerous times during their 5th year. It was not an easy skill to wield. She gazed at the spell card, which only she could see, before returning it to the system. From last year to this, she had anticipated obtaining a legendary card. But it seemed her luck had not been particularly favorable, as she had yet to accumulate enough for even the base guarantee of the extraordinary gift. After completing her morning routine, she ventured out with her roommate. The first class at Hogwarts commenced at 9 in the morning with Transfiguration. As they entered their 4th year, they would attempt to transform a hedgehog into a pincushion. Perry had assumed Cedric would again be the first to complete the task, only to be surprised to find she had transformed the hedgehog even earlier. Miss Flitwick, I must say this pincushion looks quite impressive, although it still bears the hedgehog's nose. Professor McGonagall remarked, standing beside Perry. Hufflepuff earns 5 points. You might try to practice removing its nose. This transformation proved rather challenging, and ultimately, only Perry and Cedric managed to make their hedgehogs resemble pincushions to some extent. As they exited the classroom, everyone was laden with post-class assignments and essays. How did you manage that? Cedric inquired curiously on their way to the potions classroom. You didn't sneak in practice over the summer, did you? I mean, we can't use magic during the holidays. Perry chuckled. Well, I took up painting over the summer. I suspect it has some relation to transfiguration. I used to struggle to accurately envision what I wanted to transform them into, or rather, what I imagined and what I produced were 2 different things. Evelyn gasped. You attended extra classes over the summer for transfiguration? The Hufflepuff students regarded her with subtle glances, while those from Ravenclaw wore expressions of greater intrigue. Flitwick, did the Sorting Hat truly not consider placing you in Ravenclaw? Perry replied, somewhat bewildered. No, the Sorting Hat indicated I was exceptionally suited for Hufflepuff. Perhaps it has malfunctioned. The Sorting Hat has been around for a millennium, a Ravenclaw student interjected. No one can guarantee the precision of its magic, right? After all, it is the magic of the school's founders. And Perry is indeed one of us in Hufflepuff. It matters not how envious you are, Elixia stated. The students from the 2 houses bickered playfully as they made their way to the dungeons. This year, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw would share potions class. Upon entering the classroom, the students fell silent, for no one dared to argue in front of Professor Snape, lest they be penalized. They barely managed to brew the required awakening potion. Hufflepuff lost 3 points in the process, while Ravenclaw lost 1, before hastily proceeding to the Great Hall. Perry had just consumed half a baked potato when Hopkins approached her mysteriously. Have you heard? Professor Trelawney made this year's prophecy, and it was for the 3rd-year students. Evelyn and Madeline perked up instantly. Will something significant occur this year? Hopkins glanced nervously at Ravenclaw and then whispered. She said a girl from Ravenclaw would be in trouble. Who? Madeline shuddered. A girl with the last name Lockhart, Hopkins replied. I don't know her, but you can see the Ravenclaw girls gathering around her for comfort. Following everyone's gaze, Perry observed the Ravenclaw girls huddled together, engaged in hushed conversation. A professor had left the main table and was striding toward them. It was Gilderoy Lockhart. Professor Lockhart must be aware of it as well, Madeline remarked. He was a Ravenclaw himself, was he not? Evelyn could no longer contain her curiosity and moved closer, while Madeline and Hopkins sought to glean more information. Perry sighed in resignation, feeling Elixia tighten her grip on her arm. Professor Quirrell's departure from the school caused that incident. But students should not venture into dangerous places. Consider Hogsmeade, Stibbins said, his expression grave. I recall seeing a man-eating creature at the 3 Broomsticks last time I was there. That was a wizard who had donned a prank prop on his own head, Cedric reminded him. That is not the point. Stibbins exclaimed excitedly. Think about it. Hogsmeade is the only village in all of Britain without muggles. There are so many wizards. It is not just students who will go there. Perhaps she could remain at school, Elixia suggested anxiously. There are professors at the school. Perry cleared her throat. Last semester, you all were rather exuberant, and at that time, I could not find the opportunity, she said cautiously. Professor Trelawney's last prophecy was actually concerning a Slytherin student, not Professor Quirrell. I have heard many students mention that she makes such prophecies annually. Alexia appeared somewhat skeptical, yet Stibbons astutely remarked, why doesn't that Slytherin student come forward to clarify? How would I know? You must be mistaken, Polly. Professor Trelawney's predictions are remarkably accurate. I have heard she can even foresee the deaths of students' pets. Stibbons began to elaborate, while Polly helplessly poured herself a glass of pumpkin juice. Cedric chuckled softly. I've heard that Professor Trelawney indeed has some accurate predictions. However, Lena advised me against taking divination. Lena, a Hufflepuff who graduated last year with commendable grades, was said to have secured a position in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement post-graduation. Polly shrugged. I believe we needn't concern ourselves too much with prophecies. Not every prediction comes to fruition. After a moment of silence, Cedric casually remarked, I wonder when we will first visit Hogsmeade this year. October, I believe, probably mid-month. I remember our fourth-year visit was earlier than that of third year. Well, shall we go together then? What? Polly seemed somewhat distracted, as thoughts of whether to send a forged postcard to Dumbledore occupied her mind. I might not go. I may prefer to stay in the castle. Oh, of course, Cedric quickly replied. Is there something specific you wish to study? Perhaps, Polly said. But I have yet to decide. Chapter 23. Defense Against the Dark Arts. On Thursday morning, Polly greeted her Defense Against the Dark Arts class with a sense of despondency. The news of Lockhart teaching the second years on Wednesday afternoon had spread. He brought a cage of Cornish pixies and created chaos throughout the classroom. Only a few boys believed he was truly a useless buffoon, and quite a few of them might have been swayed by the girls' admiration for him. The majority of students, however, remained convinced that Lockhart was exceptionally talented, suggesting that his wand had merely been seized by the pixies to provide the students with practical experience. Yet, when he taught the fifth years, he did not have them confront any creatures, instead instructing them to read his books. The fifth years have exams to prepare for. Madeline remarked dismissively. Perhaps he wants them to think for themselves, she added. There is much to learn from his books, isn't there? Just think about how he banished those banshees. I say you ought to view this matter with caution, Cadwallader interjected. We thought the advanced class would teach us something. Instead, he simply has us read his books. I do not deny that his books contain many fascinating techniques. But surely we won't all be dealing with banshees and hags in the future, will we? Truman strolled past them, grabbing a small roll from the long table and taking a bite. These techniques can be applied to other situations. At least now we know that a toothy flying saucer can be useful in dangerous circumstances. I think he pales in comparison to Professor Shacklebolt. Selena's comment drew considerable agreement. Although it was undeniable that he possessed a handsome visage, Alexia nodded vigorously. He is truly quite dashing. Evelyn hurriedly sifted through her books at the long table. I've heard he likes to give all students a test, but I can't memorize those details. Polly, what did the vampire who interacted with Professor Lockhart end up eating? Cabbage? It was lettuce, Polly replied somewhat reluctantly. Lettuce, of course. Evelyn chanted. Did he catch the ghost with a tea strainer? It was a ghoul, Cedric corrected her. Oh well, Evelyn sighed as she closed her book. I give up. I can't memorize it. Even if you answered everything correctly, it would only earn Hufflepuff a few points, Polly said. Do you really care about those points? It's not about the points. The focus is on making Professor Lockhart aware that I am his admirer. Polly yawned. You could chat with him after class. I believe he would be delighted to engage with a fan. All right, we ought to head out. You wouldn't want to be late, would you? The Hufflepuff students gradually departed from the long table, and those attending Defense Against the Dark Arts appeared particularly conspicuous, each burdened with a full 7 textbooks. As magic was prohibited in the corridors, they had to carry their books all the way to the classroom located on the 4th floor. Lockhart's office was on the 3rd floor, and as they ascended, they happened to encounter him in the hallway. 4th years? He reflexively beamed. Hufflepuff. I've heard that the finest students of this age are in Hufflepuff. Polly's classmates immediately turned their gazes toward her as Lockhart kindly remarked, Oh, I trust you have all read these textbooks. We shall have a little quiz shortly. Fear not, I merely wish to gauge how much you have absorbed. The student who performs best shall receive a reward, a mysterious reward. He playfully winked, causing Madeline to blush instantly. She stammered, Oh, I will do my best. But I should think I cannot compete with Polly. Polly remained expressionless. She absolutely, positively would not take the quiz seriously. In any case, Merlin forbid that this so-called mysterious reward fell into her hands. They continued up the moving staircase, with Madeline appearing exceedingly pleased to be in close proximity to Lockhart. Her face and ears flushed a deep red, reminiscent of a Weasley's hair. Soon, the Slytherin students arrived as well, settling in clusters, each desk piled high with 7 textbooks. Lockhart swiftly announced that they would commence with the quiz and distributed the papers to everyone. Polly looked down and discovered a rather familiar question, one Hermione had answered correctly in the original. What is Professor Lockhart's favorite color? And it was the very first question. She expressionlessly wrote dull yellow, speculating that Lockhart might have used the same set of questions for students across all 7 years. The entire quiz seemed to revolve around Lockhart himself, with none of the questions addressing the genuinely valuable content from the textbooks. Polly nearly wrote Obliviate beneath the question about Lockhart's greatest achievement, but ultimately managed to restrain herself. She hurriedly answered the questions, selecting answers that ensured she would be wrong half the time, and in extremely ludicrous ways. When Lockhart collected the papers, he found that the highest score belonged to a Slytherin girl. His smile may have faltered for half a second, or perhaps it did not, but he calmly announced the results. 5 points to Slytherin, along with his so-called mysterious reward to assist him in responding to those admirers. I need an assistant, he cheerfully proclaimed. After all, I receive so much correspondence. If you're willing, Miss Pendragon, you may even write some of your own content in the replies. After all, you will genuinely become my assistant. One to you? The Slytherin girl hesitated for a moment, seemingly about to speak, but Lockhart did not afford her the opportunity, swiftly stuffing the papers into the large desk beside him. Now let us begin today's lesson. Please take out your copies of the Monster Book of Monsters. We shall be discussing its contents today. Yes, that's right. After the Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson, the students of Hufflepuff dispersed, as their second class on Wednesday morning was an elective, leading them to various classrooms. This morning's Care of Magical Creatures class took place in Professor Sprout's third greenhouse, where Professor Kettleburn introduced everyone to the Swamp Digger. These creatures, commonly found in marshy areas, appeared as mere pieces of wood when stationary, yet they possess clawed fins and sharp teeth. Their favorite sustenance was the mandrake, which was precisely why Professor Kettleburn had brought the students to the third greenhouse. They had to revisit their herbology lessons from 2 years prior, donning thick plush earmuffs and protective gloves to handle the mandrakes, all while ensuring no bloodied, entangled swamp diggers lurked beneath. Poppy had initially believed that in Professor Sprout's greenhouse, there could be no swamp diggers hiding in wait. Yet, much to their surprise, the students discovered these cunning little creatures attempting to camouflage themselves, as wood in order to evade capture. However, the vigilant students would not overlook any suspicious objects. Thus, the swamp diggers began to defend themselves with their teeth. One that Alexia discovered had bitten down hard on her glove, forcing her to swing her arm vigorously in order to toss it into the wooden barrel filled with swamp water that Professor Kettleburn had provided. Poppy, curious, leaned in to observe, and found herself locking eyes with the creature that had fallen into the barrel, which quietly burrowed down into the murky water. In the end, they spent the entire class inspecting all the mandrakes, ensuring that all 5 swamp diggers were deposited into Professor Kettleburn's large barrel, while also getting themselves thoroughly muddied. The girls felt compelled to return first to clean themselves up, considering that arriving late might mean missing out on the most delectable food. They resolved to tidy themselves up before heading to the adjacent kitchen for a bite to eat. I'm utterly exhausted, Madeline exclaimed. I had thought today's class would be a breeze. Dealing with mandrakes truly requires considerable effort. Alexia, fatigued, added, I thought I wouldn't have to see them again after second year. You might encounter them during your OWLs, Poppy retorted mercilessly. And mandrakes are not that difficult to handle. It's Lockhart who is truly tiresome. All right, Poppy, it's clear you harbor a disdain for Professor Lockhart, Madeline replied, somewhat displeased. But all he did today was read to us. That's far simpler than dealing with mandrakes. Is that so? Poppy replied coolly. I had thought your expectations for Defense Against the Dark Arts were higher than merely listening to stories. Her sarcastic tone was evident, resulting in Madeline shooting her an indignant glare. Poppy, you're quite impressive, but Professor Lockhart is even more so. And he is a professor. You shouldn't speak ill of him. Professor Snape is also a professor. Madeline found herself momentarily speechless. Her face began to redden as she hastily washed her face and dashed out of the washroom. Alexia stared in disbelief. Goodness, Madeline, why don't you, Poppy? You truly went too far. You know we all like Professor Lockhart. But I don't like him, Poppy replied, lowering her gaze to check for stains on her robe. Pursing her lips in silence, she felt a twinge of regret. After all, Madeline was only 14, and it was understandable to be swayed by Lockhart's grandiosity and frivolous demeanor, but she didn't want to apologize. The very thought of Lockhart's actions angered her, and she would never apologize for him. The atmosphere in the washroom became tense, and Alexia glanced desperately at the door, and then at Poppy. "Dear, we truly cannot. I mean no," Poppy said sullenly. "Even if Madeline is arguing with me for Professor Snape, I could apologize. But Lockhart? Absolutely not." Alexia looked at her with confusion, unable to comprehend why the usually gentle Poppy was being particularly obstinate on this matter. "But Professor Lockhart has written so many books, and he was invited by Headmaster Dumbledore to be a professor at the school. Since his shampoo hasn't he taken off? Why are you still upset about it?" Poppy had no retort. She couldn't fully disclose everything she knew to Alexia, ultimately whispering, "Sorry, Alex, but I really do loathe him." This was perhaps the first time Poppy Flitwick found herself in a cold war with her classmates since entering Hogwarts. The students of Hufflepuff were quite perplexed, but upon hearing the details, many classmates, in their own minds, took a neutral stance with Madeline. Alexia and Evelyn attempted to mend the rift between them, but Madeline declared that as long as Poppy did not apologize, the dispute would remain unresolved, leading them to part ways. Poppy understood their predicament, and did not demand their companionship in those awkward moments. However, Madeline interpreted this as Poppy feeling guilty, and increasingly pulled Alexia and Evelyn along with her. In the end, Poppy was left to navigate alone. Of course, there were Hufflepuff students who sided with her. The majority of 7th years enrolled in Defense Against the Dark Arts felt that Lockhart was overrated, and some 6th and 5th years shared similar sentiments. Among the younger years, only Cedric was still willing to defend Poppy. Other students either tried to soften her. Poppy received at least 3 signed copies of The Charismatic Wizard, which she discarded in a corner of the common room, or loudly mocked her as she passed. Perhaps she was simply jealous. After all, Professor Lockhart was quite famous. Or were indifferent. What impact did it have whether she liked the professor or not? "I don't like Professor Snape either." Poppy was not angry about this but felt a pang of sadness. Other houses also became aware of the situation, such as the Weasley twins and the trio from Gryffindor. Hermione, clutching a book, attempted to substantiate Lockhart's credibility. The twins, Harry and Ron, staunchly supported her view. "Lockhart is just a fraud," Ron exclaimed. "He merely claims he has done those things, but he can't even catch a Cornish pixie. Hermione can do that." "Thanks, Ron," Poppy replied lethargically. They were in the library at the moment, and Poppy stared at the tome before her, 20 Ways to Analyze Ancient Runes, with little desire to turn to the next page. "There are plenty of witches who adore him," George, whom Poppy could now occasionally distinguish, said gloomily. "Even Mum is quite fond of him. I bet they've never seen the panic on his face when asked what can be made from the hair of the Yeti in Tibet." Poppy lifted her head. "You do realize Yetis only inhabit Tibet, right?" she said skeptically. "You won't find them in England, nor can you obtain anything from them." Perhaps, Fred chuckled. "Professor Kettleburn also keeps birds and snakes from the Far East and India. Hogwarts greenhouses can house anything." Poppy coughed lightly. "Speaking of greenhouses, what were you planning earlier? There's nothing particularly venomous or special about swamp diggers." "Oh, we were just eyeing the venomous tentacula," Fred replied. "We wanted to procure some pods." "For what purpose? To surpass the record of Dervish and Banjas?" Ron recoiled slightly. The second years had just visited the third greenhouse recently as well, and they too had encountered the venomous tentacula. Harry burst into laughter, and Poppy couldn't help but join in, instantly attracting the attention of Madame Pants, who had been glaring at them for half a minute. "Quiet in the library," she admonished the students sternly, her voice piercing. Out. Chapter 24. Whispers in the Walls. October swiftly approached, enveloping much of England in a shroud of relentless rain, rendering the sun a rare visitor. The younger students were decidedly disheartened, for like the members of the Quidditch teams from various houses, they were compelled to brave the elements and practice their flying on the pitch. Consequently, the infirmary soon became crowded, with Madame Pomfrey concocting numerous invigorating potions, while the castle corridors echoed with the presence of students whose ears were steaming, unmistakably fresh from the infirmary due to colds. The first Hogsmeade weekend for the 4th-year students fell on the second weekend of the month, and the rain persisted. In light of the dismal weather, Poppy abandoned her plans to venture out, and claimed the large armchair by the Hufflepuff common room-'s fireplace. Engrossed in a tome on the disillusionment charm, she had long harbored aspirations of mastering this spell. Having read through most of the relevant books available at Flourish and Blotts over the summer, and had attempted it several times since arriving at school, yet had not yet succeeded. Typically, at this hour, the 4 girls in the dormitory would gather together, with Madeline offering her beloved cat for them to pet. However, since Poppy had quarreled with her, Madeline had resolutely refused to let her near the feline. As for Sherlock, Poppy had consulted Professor Kettleburn, who generously offered to speak with a few of his old friends at the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures to see if they might expedite her permit. However, he also cautioned Poppy that even if she obtained the permit, the Kneazle could not be brought into the common room. Professor Kettleburn expressed great regret about this, though Professor Sprout, who happened to be in the staff room, was eavesdropping on their conversation. After all, they did possess certain dangers. Let us first give it a try, he said enthusiastically. If all goes well, we can bring him. Did you name him Sherlock? Over here. I cannot accommodate him, but I believe Hagrid would be more than willing to foster him in his hut. Poppy, recalling that there was still a basilisk lurking within the castle, though uncertain whether the diary had awakened it, its existence was undeniable, was not particularly anxious. She inquired of Professor Kettleburn about the spells and reference materials requisite for obtaining the permit, and resolved to prepare slowly, imagining the sensation of having a cat to pet. She lowered her gaze. In her hands, the book remained with only the final chapter unread. Half an hour later, she closed the book, stood up, and made her way to the library. There she encountered Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Hello, it's rare to see all three of you here, she remarked. Usually, it was only Hermione who lingered in the library for extended periods, but today the trio occupied a table laden with numerous thick volumes. Oh hi Poppy, Hermione greeted her. Poppy felt a wave of happiness, although Hermione also admired Lockhart. Their previous conversation had not caused a rift between them. We're researching something, Ron said mysteriously. Harry claims he heard a sound that no one else could. Perhaps it's a special omen. Poppy felt her heart leap. With a hint of stiffness, she asked, "What sound did you hear?" "I'm not sure," Harry said, staring blankly at the book before him. "I might have misheard. I feel these books aren't helping." "You could examine these too," Hermione suggested, pushing 2 books towards him. "The Secrets of Invisibility and Shadows in the Corners. Perhaps you'll find something." Harry buried his face in his hands, exclaiming, "Oh dear." "So what happened?" Poppy inquired as she pulled out a chair beside them. Her voice bore an odd stiffness. "It was during the last Quidditch practice," Ron eagerly recounted. Wood said they need to consider the possibility of night matches, so he booked the pitch from 6 to 8. After practice, we heard strange noises in the corridor. Harry spoke in a dry monotone, but Wood and the others didn't hear it. "George thought I might have mistakenly ingested something he left in his pocket. Now I'm beginning to think I might have really imagined it." "What did it say?" Poppy endeavored to maintain a calm and curious expression, pondering spells that could fix her facial demeanor. "It was like the scent of blood. Like wanting to kill." Harry's voice trailed off, but he continued, "But this is Hogwarts, isn't it?" He looked at Poppy, seeking affirmation. "Harry," Poppy said, striving to keep her voice steady, "have you ever noticed that you possess a talent for hearing things others cannot? Indeed, some wizards are endowed with unique abilities, such as Parseltongue." "Oh, I know this," Hermione exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "They can change their appearance at will, right?" "Indeed," Poppy nodded. Harry, disheartened, replied, "Poppy, don't say that too. Ron even said that hearing sounds no one else can is a bad sign." "It certainly isn't a good omen," Poppy conceded. "But that's not my point. I mean, I've heard that some wizards possess the ability to communicate with animals." She tilted her head slightly, feigning interest in the dreary view outside, the persistent drizzle and gloomy sky. "Oh," Harry suddenly realized, "I remember. When I went to the zoo, I unintentionally conversed with a large python. It told me it had never been to Brazil, and somehow I ended up letting it loose. I hope it got away." Hermione covered her mouth in astonishment, while Ron nearly jumped out of his seat. "Parseltongue," he murmured, "but you are Harry Potter." "What?" Harry inquired, bewildered. "Parseltongue," Hermione said, closing her book heavily. "I thought it was some sophisticated stealth magic." "So there's a snake in the castle?" "That's not important," Ron groaned. "Harry, you must not tell anyone about this. It's very bad, very bad." "I don't understand," Harry said, exasperated, looking at them and then turning to Poppy, seeking assistance. "What on earth are you talking about?" Poppy hesitated for a moment before simply stating, "Wizards who can speak to snakes are known as parselmouths. Those endowed with such a gift are exceedingly rare, but the most famous is Salazar Slytherin. His descendants would naturally inherit this ability." Harry's eyes widened in shock as he stammered, "But I can't be." "Think about it," Hermione said, exasperatedly waving her hand. "Anything can happen in 1,000 years. But if you ask me, being sorted into Gryffindor must be purely coincidental." "Who knows?" Ron smartly remarked. "Many families intermarry. In terms of bloodlines, Harry and Malfoy might even be relatives." Harry glared at him. "That's not true." "It is true. My family is also connected to the Malfoys. But I think you should ask Sirius, Ron suggested. I mean, he was so close to your dad. He might know whether your family has ever intermarried with Slytherin. As he spoke, he suddenly brightened, huh? Just think about it. A descendant of Slytherin and Gryffindor. Ron, I am not a descendant of Slytherin, Poppy exclaimed, covering her face. In any case, I still advise against casually sharing this with your classmates. Most students from wizarding families would be wary of it. They believe that wizards who can converse with snakes are not of good character. But he is Harry Potter, I assent he? Hermione questioned. Everyone knows he defeated the infamous Dark Lord. That's a different matter, Poppy sighed. She recalled how a significant portion of Hufflepuff had endorsed Gilderoy Lockhart, as well as Professor Trelawney's Divination Club, which bore her name. Regrettably, not all wizards possess such discernment. If Harry wished to avoid the scrutiny of others, he would have to keep this to himself. The basilisk had indeed emerged, she thought. Stumbling into the dormitory, she noted that her 3 roommates who had ventured to Hogsmeade had yet to return, allowing her to disregard appearances and collapse into the softness of her bed. She strained to recollect the plot of the original story. The first attack occurred on Halloween, during which Harry, for some reason she could not quite recall, attended nearly headless Nick's death day party. Upon their departure, they discovered Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, petrified. Merely a cat, and it was only petrified. Fourth-year students had just assisted Professor Sprout in identifying all potential threats to the Mandrake, ensuring they could flourish healthily until they matured into a potion capable of reversing petrification. Snape was the finest potions master. He would undoubtedly succeed. But what if? Who could guarantee that a weary student wouldn't wish to leave the Halloween feast prematurely? Who could assure that the corridors would be devoid of water? Who could promise that nothing would go awry? And then there was Ginny Weasley. The fact that Voldemort could unleash the basilisk indicated that he had begun to manipulate Ginny through the diary, siphoning off her life force. Perry took a deep breath. She glanced at the clock mounted on her bedpost, realizing it was barely 3 in the afternoon. Although it felt peculiar to venture to Hogsmeade at this hour, there was no need to use the front entrance. She recalled the secret passage leading to Honeydukes, concealed behind a statue of a one-eyed, hunchbacked witch. She had pinpointed that statue's location in her second year, in the corridor on the 4th floor. A pouch of coins, some pictures, and a wand. Nothing else was required. Of course, a resolute will. Perry raised her wand, aimed it at her oversized cloak that could envelop her entirely, and pronounced the disillusionment charm with clarity and precision. She had to succeed. She had to catch up. The cloak, which lay sprawled across her bed, vanished, or rather, it appeared to blend seamlessly with the bedding. Perry pulled it up over her head and took a few steps around the dormitory, noticing it didn't seem entirely perfect, but it would suffice for some camouflage. The spell could not last indefinitely, and she wouldn't need it within the castle. She stuffed the cloak into her large pocket and dashed out of the Hufflepuff common room, making her way to the midpoint of the 4th floor corridor. The spell was to part ways. The hunchbacked witch's back opened, revealing a somewhat narrow secret passage. Perry illuminated her surroundings with a light spell and sprinted forward. It took her approximately 8 minutes to reach the end of the passage, where she donned the cloak again, carefully emerging. This was the storeroom of Honeydukes. She stealthily made her way out through the staircase, slipping through the door and into the bustling aisles filled with Hogwarts students. She had to evade the crowd as best as she could, otherwise, all the students would notice a humanoid chameleon passing through, and finally made her way out of the sweet shop. The 3 broomsticks was just nearby. Before stepping outside, she had cast a waterproof charm on her cloak to avoid getting drenched, yet the chilly wind still made her shiver. She glanced at the inn, yearning for a steaming mug of butterbeer. Time was of the essence. She admonished herself, then headed in the direction of the post office. The post office was not crowded on this rainy day. Perry quickly handed over her coins along with the sealed pictures, and the owl readily accepted the task. Turning around, she spotted a massive eagle owl soaring towards Hogwarts, accompanied by what appeared to be a snowy owl, as she caught a glimpse of a white shadow. I can make it, she thought. Chapter 25. The Headmaster's Office. Perry returned to Hogwarts just before 4 in the afternoon. Shortly after entering the castle, she discovered that her inferior invisibility cloak had reverted to a black robe. Fortunately, no one paid her any mind, allowing her to return to her dormitory unremarked and stash the robe back in her trunk. Yet, she found her heart still racing. She had dispatched those 2 forged pictures. One depicted the basilisk. Perry had illustrated a colossal serpent lying in a dark, damp space, beside which stood a semi-transparent wizard. Both were cartoonish depictions, and Riddle resembled a thin noodle-like figure. Basilisk, a giant venomous serpent. The vile heir of Slytherin entrusted a frog with an egg, which hatched into this creature. Its gaze can instantaneously kill any being that meets its eyes, and its scaly hide can repel spells. Salazar Slytherin concealed the basilisk within the Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts, and Tom Riddle awakened it twice. It was during the latter instance that Harry Potter used Gryffindor's sword to slay the basilisk, endowing the sword, steeped in basilisk venom, with the power to destroy Horcruxes. The second was the Horcrux. This card featured illustrations of all Horcrux forms: a diary, a ring, a locket, a cup, a diadem, a snake, and at the center, a small lightning-shaped scar. Horcrux, an object created by dark wizards to achieve immortality by storing pieces of their soul. To create a Horcrux, a wizard must commit murder, a profoundly malevolent act. Voldemort believed in the magical significance of the number 7, planning to create 6 Horcruxes, and thus split his soul into 7 fragments. Yet he remained oblivious that in killing the Potters and Harry Potter, his soul had fragmented once more. Perry had no doubt that Dumbledore would respond immediately upon receiving the pictures. He would promptly initiate an investigation into the basilisk within Hogwarts Castle, and the identity of the individual who had unleashed the creature a second time would further remind him of the matters that required confirmation. But what of Dobby? Dobby would lose his chance to leave the Malfoy household, unable to fulfill his dream of becoming a free house elf. Perry knew he deserved a brighter future. She anxiously entwined her fingers, contemplating for a long time, but failing to devise a solution. In the original story, Lucius Malfoy had slipped the diary to Ginny to implicate the Weasley family in dark magic, simultaneously aiming to discredit Dumbledore's ability to protect Hogwarts and oust him from his position. However, none of these events would transpire now. The existence of the diary could not be revealed, and Lucius Malfoy would naturally have no opportunity to discover that Hogwarts might not be safe. After all, he was unaware of the true significance of this diary. He merely dispersed Voldemort's remnants. Have I erred? She murmured to her reflection. Am I once again about to instigate a tragedy for the Phoenix? Her mirror gazed at her with a tender expression. Oh my dear, I dare say you have indeed erred. You ought to take better care of your hair. When Perry appeared in the Great Hall that evening, she managed to seem nonchalant. Alexia and Evelyn had piled the sweets she desired upon her bed, and they had even brought her several new small packages. But you were right not to go to Hogsmeade, Cedric told her from the long table. The rain had intensified around 4 o'clock, and we returned to the castle all drenched. Filch was furious, as students from more than one house had muddied the floors. I heard he took several students to see Professor McGonagall. Perry felt a pang of sympathy. When she returned to the castle, the rain was still light, allowing her to dry herself with a drying charm before stepping into the entrance hall. At that moment, her appetite was lacking. The Hogwarts kitchens were brimming with house elves, and gazing at the lavish banquet before her inevitably brought Dobby to mind. However, as she absent-mindedly poked at her pitiful slice of pie, which was on the verge of disintegration, Professor Sprout approached from the doorway. Miss Flitwick, I require your assistance, she said. Perry stood up, somewhat bewildered. All right. Initially, she assumed this was related to herbology, but it soon dawned on her that this was likely something of great importance and urgency. Otherwise, Professor Sprout would not have hurriedly whisked her away from the dining table. As they ascended the stairs past the 4th floor, Perry realized that this might not pertain to Professor Kettleburn either. Hence, it appeared there was but one last possibility. Had Professor Dumbledore discovered the postcard she had sent? Perry was not so vain as to believe her disguises could fool Dumbledore. Rather, if he had indeed found out, it was rather fortunate. Yet she could not shake off the anxiety creeping in. Professor Sprout led her to the door of the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. Addressing the gargoyle, frozen strawberry fudge, Albus Dumbledore sat behind his desk, peering at something through his glasses. Upon noticing their entrance, he broke into a warm smile. Thank you, Pomona. Miss Flitwick, why don't you take a seat? Perry nervously pulled out the unoccupied chair and sat down. Professor Sprout turned to leave, while Dumbledore tapped his wand on the table, summoning a cup of hot tea for Perry. I apologize for summoning Pomona during dinner, but the matter we must discuss is rather urgent, Dumbledore said. Do you mind if I call you Perry? Perry shook her head. Dumbledore smiled slightly. Perry, I must candidly admit that I had no intention of probing into your identity earlier. On his desk lay 6 pieces of parchment that Perry recognized all too well. The Snowball Spell, Unicorn, Animagus, Thunderclap Explosion, Basilisk, and Horcrux. To her surprise, she found herself calming down, as though the last shoe had dropped and a heavy weight had been lifted from her heart. She exhaled, feeling a twinge of shame. Headmaster Dumbledore, I did not intend to conceal anything. I can understand, Dumbledore replied. I have also asked the professors who have previously seen these parchments not to pry into these secrets. However, The timing was unfortunate. When you ventured to Hogsmeade this afternoon, an old friend of mine happened to be there, and immediately noticed a Hogwarts student using the disillusionment charm. Alastor Moody, have you heard of him? Perry nodded silently. Alastor possesses a rather unique eye that can see through invisibility. He has always been quite vigilant, so when he noticed someone attempting to sneak about in Hogsmeade, he promptly alerted me. The Patronus is swifter than an owl, but Hogsmeade is too close, so I received your messages almost simultaneously. At this point, Dumbledore's expression grew serious. Your postcards? They convey some rather significant information. I must be cautious about the consequences should this information fall into the wrong hands. So I have already visited Hogsmeade to ensure the Owl Post personnel forget about these matters. Nevertheless, I still believe this is not the most secure solution. Perry listened quietly, then asked, is there anything I need to do? Like telling you everything and then using a memory charm or something. You considered that possibility? Dumbledore chuckled. I believe there is a better way. It is a rather advanced piece of magic, but I happen to be quite knowledgeable about it. We refer to it as the Fidelius charm. This spell can forever conceal a secret within the heart of another living person, never to be discovered by outsiders. Please forgive me. I haven't met such a young seer in quite some time, and thus feel it necessary to provide you with certain protective measures. But if you prefer not to proceed. I think it sounds excellent, Perry hurriedly interjected. I was worried that Voldemort's followers might discover these, Her voice trailed off, as her greater concern was whether she would become embroiled in trouble. After all, she did not consider herself particularly brave. With that thought, she averted her gaze, taking a sip of tea to mask her embarrassment. I am delighted that you trust me so, Dumbledore said with a gentle smile. The old man's wise and discerning gaze fell upon Perry, making her feel as though her thoughts had been laid bare, yet also granting her a sense of relief. Dumbledore did not reproach her. He would never do such a thing. What was there to worry about, she mused. After all, this was Dumbledore. As she contemplated this, she felt something land softly on her shoulder, accompanied by a gentle and melodious chirp. Perched upon her shoulder was a magnificent crimson bird, its golden tail feathers cascading behind it. It called out again, nuzzling its head affectionately against Perry's face. It seems Fawkes has taken quite a liking to you, Dumbledore remarked, seemingly unfazed. You do have a certain affinity for magical creatures, do you not? An old friend of mine, Sylvanus, mentioned at the end of last term that he hoped I would bring you to visit him. He mused. Newt would likely be quite astonished by you as well, especially considering how well you get along with Fawkes and Fluffy. Fluffy was the three-headed dog Perry had encountered on the 4th floor last year. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, after all, we utilized that passage to guard something of great importance, Dumbledore responded. I must hang a rather inconspicuous portrait in that corridor. So, I am indeed aware of what transpired that evening. Fawkes appeared content in its temporary resting place, prompting Perry to stroke its tail feathers as she began to concentrate on Dumbledore's explanation regarding the Fidelius charm. This was a rather complex spell, but for Dumbledore, it posed no challenge. They merely needed to safeguard the fact that Perry was the provider of these prophecies. The charm was cast with only the portraits in the headmaster's office and Fawkes as witnesses. Once completed, Perry did not feel any physical change, but a sense of psychological security enveloped her swiftly. By this time, it was already past 6 o'clock. Dumbledore summoned a house elf to bring forth an array of exquisite pastries. I believe we have a few more topics to discuss, do we not? Perry nodded eagerly. Where should I begin? The basilisk? From Dumbledore's expression, Perry surmised that he had likely never encountered a seer who could recount such detailed intelligence with such clarity, yet he listened intently. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was located in a girl's lavatory, where Lucius Malfoy had planted the diary Horcrux from an old textbook, awakening the slumbering basilisk, which then roamed the castle's pipes. Moreover, this matter involved a house elf, Perry added, Dobby from the Malfoy household. He had known about this for some time and attempted to warn Harry. In fact, when Harry was still on Privet Drive, the Owl Post encountered issues because Dobby intercepted those letters. He feared that Hogwarts would be in danger, so he tried to prevent Harry from returning to school. If it weren't for these so-called prophecies, Perry still found it exceedingly difficult to use that term. She did not consider herself a seer, rather, she felt as though she had pilfered something from someone else. In the end, when Harry exchanged the ruined Horcrux with Mr. Malfoy, he tucked it into his sock, indirectly resulting in Mr. Malfoy's dismissal of Dobby. Dumbledore was not astonished by Perry's unique regard for house elves. He merely nodded slowly, remarking, It is indeed unsurprising that Lucius instigated this matter. Thus, Voldemort distributed his Horcruxes among his Death Eaters? Perry could sense that the portraits on the wall were raptly attentive to her words. She cleared her throat. Headmaster Dumbledore, I must confess that this is not my achievement. In truth, I merely glimpsed an alternative possibility of how you, Harry, Hermione, Ron, and others might locate and destroy them. The Ravenclaw diadem that I found in the room of requirement during my first year. Did you know what it was at that time? I accidentally stumbled into the room of requirement, Perry admitted, albeit she did recognize it. The Hufflepuff cup, a few former headmasters of Hufflepuff let out indignant sounds, was entrusted to Bellatrix Lestrange by Voldemort, and is guarded in Gringotts' vault. As for Slytherin's locket, that is quite a lengthy tale. Voldemort concealed it in a location of significant personal value, a seaside cave. However, a Slytherin who discerned his true nature managed to steal it. Perry lifted her gaze, attempting to discern the portraits lining the circular office, but she could not locate Phineas Nigellus Black. She softly remarked, the one who performed this great deed was Regulus Arcturus Black. The locket should still be in the Black residence. I suspect the house elf there wouldn't allow Sirius to dispose of it. An irritable click of the tongue echoed from the wall. Perry looked up to see a tall, slender wizard striding out of the frame. I believe Phineas has gone to the old Black house, Dumbledore remarked. You are aware he bears the surname Black, correct? Perry nodded. A peculiar expression crossed Dumbledore's face, yet he quickly regained his composure. What about the others? The diary should be at Hogwarts, Perry replied. Although I find it hard to imagine Mr. Malfoy would choose anyone other than a Weasley to frame, we cannot dismiss other possibilities. Perry hesitated regarding the Gaunt family ring. Dumbledore immediately interjected, if you feel it inappropriate to disclose this to me, that is quite all right. We may bypass it for the time being. Oh no, Perry hurriedly said. The ring is hidden in the Gaunt family home near Little Hangleton. It is set with a resurrection stone. She involuntarily glanced at the wand beside Dumbledore, who also noted her gaze. You have seen many things, have you not? Dumbledore's expression remained tranquil, seemingly unperturbed by the breach of privacy. I apologize, Headmaster Dumbledore, Perry murmured. It is just that you nearly lost a hand retrieving it. A silence enveloped the headmaster's office for a moment before Perry continued. Nagini has also been made into a Horcrux. But the worst is Harry. Voldemort has so ravaged his own soul that when he cast the killing curse for the last time, he inadvertently split his own soul. Did he not? Dumbledore's demeanor grew solemn. Perry nodded with difficulty. Harry can converse with snakes. In certain circumstances, he can even communicate with Voldemort's mind. In the climactic moments of the original story, Dumbledore had already passed away, thereby enabling him to guide Harry back in a hallucinatory realm. Yet now Dumbledore noticed her apprehensive gaze, and offered her a reassuring expression. Do not worry, we shall resolve this issue, he stated in a convincingly calm tone. As Fawkes emitted a soft trill in agreement, it was hard to fathom that in such a brief span of hours, she had received multiple assurances from the most potent white wizard of the age. When Perry finally settled down and, encouraged by Dumbledore, attempted a slice of orange marmalade muffin stone, she thought to herself. Yet remarkably, all her confusion and unease dissipated. After all, this was Albus Dumbledore. Chapter 26, The Basilisk. At Dumbledore's suggestion, Perry sampled all the refreshments laid out on the table. She happened to have a preference for sweets. Thus, Dumbledore generously indicated that she could take some lemon sherbets and strawberry jellies with her. Embarrassed yet satisfied, she stuffed them into her ample pockets. And then recalled something. The Chamber of Secrets requires Parseltongue to open. Yes, one must speak to the snake emblem emblazoned on the tap at the sink to gain entrance. The basilisk may be lurking in the pipes. If it is not visible upon entry, one must attempt to converse with the Slytherin statue within the chamber using Parseltongue. Dumbledore's expression grew somewhat grave, though it is possible Perry misinterpreted this, for he soon smiled at her. I understand, Perry. It felt rather pleasant to be addressed by the headmaster's name. Perry touched the sweets in her pocket, and then rose to her feet. Fawkes, perched upon her shoulder, gently called out, flapping his wings to take flight. One last question, Perry, Dumbledore called out as she prepared to depart. If necessary, whom do you believe could be entrusted with your secret? Perry hesitated momentarily. Then she broke into a smile. Those you deem worthy of trust, they are all deserving. The 14-year-old girl departed. The headmaster's office fell silent once more. Fawkes returned to his gilded perch, lowering his gaze. And the hum of the silverware on Dumbledore's desk grew distinctly clear again. A Hufflepuff. A proud former headmaster of Hufflepuff proclaimed from the wall. I remember her well, said a former Ravenclaw headmaster. She was the child who retrieved the Ravenclaw diadem in her first year. Remarkable. What are you pondering, Albus? Dolores Umbridge noted Dumbledore's demeanor. His expression was serious, as though lost in contemplation. I have never encountered such precise prophecy, Dumbledore remarked, his fingers caressing the parchment. The lines on his face appearing deeper than usual. I harbor some concerns. Dolores, a former healer at St. Mungo's, recalled the visions she had seen earlier. I believe that girl appeared quite well. Yet your apprehensions are not unfounded. We seldom encounter a seer with such extraordinary gifts. I once knew Tycho Dodinus, Armando Dipet remarked. He stated that he did not wish to provide more precise prophecies, but was unable to see everything clearly himself. Thus he recorded them in poetic form. However, every detail that girl articulated was lucid and accurate. Albus. The portraits of former headmasters grew serious. Euphrasia Moore exclaimed, Albus, what do you intend to do? We must first address the basilisk, Dumbledore mused. Keeping it in the school is far too perilous for the students. I believe Severus would be more than willing to take charge of those fangs and serpentine skin. He gently tapped the desk with his wand, causing the parchment to roll itself up and leap into a drawer. The drawer abruptly slammed shut with a thunderous noise. Phineas Black, irate, muttered as he returned to his picture frame. Well, I've informed my foolish great-great-grandson. He has commenced wreaking havoc throughout the entire Black ancestral home. Dumbledore displayed a pleasant smile at this description, remarking, that certainly aligns with the behavior of youth. He ignited the nearby fireplace and summoned a house elf to bring him a fresh cup of tea. It promised to be a long night. The following morning, as the students savored their breakfast in the Great Hall, a deafening crash resonated from the west corridor on the first floor. Goodness! Evelyn exclaimed. What has happened? It sounds like some explosive spell. Is there an intruder? Help! Polly glanced towards the head table. Dumbledore was absent, yet the other professors appeared remarkably composed. Professor McGonagall exchanged a few words with Professor Flitwick, who promptly leapt from his chair and hurried towards the source of the explosion. What on earth is occurring? Is Lockhart still around? Stempin's inquiry left Polly momentarily bewildered until Hopkins cautiously responded, She is in Ravenclaw, her companions are with her. This reminded her that this was the student Trelawney had prophesied would encounter trouble this year. Minutes later, Professor Flitwick returned to the Great Hall, and the professors promptly informed the students that the west corridor on the first floor would be temporarily closed due to the mischief caused by Peeves, and they requested that students refrain from entering that area. Isn't the girls' lavatory located there? Stempins asked. Indeed, Alexia shrugged, but no one will dare go there. Moaning Myrtle spends her days sulking and splashing water everywhere. The boys exchanged glances, clearly struggling to fathom the situation. Moaning Myrtle? A ghost who weeps incessantly, Evelyn remarked. Thank Merlin, the Hufflepuff common room is on the first floor. We can return to the dormitory when we need to use the lavatory. However, Myrtle isn't the worst of it. Madeline provocatively shot a glance at Polly, adding, At least she has praised Professor Lockhart's handsomeness. Polly retorted, Oh really? Moaning Myrtle has also complimented Tom Riddle's good looks, but to compare Lockhart with Voldemort is quite a stretch. Though Voldemort is a thorough villain, he has achieved something in a certain sense. Reflecting on this, she felt a measure of calm wash over her. The pie on her plate had vanished, and she feigned ignorance of Madeline's remark, setting down her fork and rising to nod at Alexia and Evelyn. I have Ancient Runes first period this morning. I must take my leave. When prepared, the basilisk proved surprisingly manageable. Professor McGonagall transformed a quill into a snake before Harry, instructing him to attempt speaking to it, commanding, Open and speak to me. Although Harry was astonished at how his Parseltongue had been revealed, the presence of Professor Dumbledore quelled any surprise he might have felt. While uncertain of the purpose of his actions, Dumbledore indeed expressed gratitude afterward, which sufficed for Harry. He was immensely thankful to Dumbledore, who had brought Sirius to see him, allowing him to experience the joy of having family care for him. Hagrid had left Hogwarts early for the market, and had prepared numerous roosters for them. Professor Kettleburn had captured a cage full of spiders from the Forbidden Forest, which they might use to ascertain the basilisk's location. Snape, burdened by 2 back-to-back potions classes that morning, begrudgingly missed the opportunity to encounter the living basilisk. Nonetheless, Dumbledore assured him that the basilisk's carcass would be preserved for him. They swiftly entered the thick, slimy pipe, followed by a rather muddy tunnel. Professor McGonagall stepped on a small animal's bones, and Professor Kettleburn squatted down to examine them under the illumination spell. The bones appeared quite fresh. Kettleburn's voice was tinged with excitement. It seemed the basilisk had indeed recently roamed. The professors refrained from inquiring how Dumbledore had knowledge of the basilisk's existence. They soon navigated through one bend after another, ultimately arriving before a solid wall. Carved into the wall were 2 intertwined serpents, their eyes adorned with enormous, glimmering emeralds. Dumbledore waved his wand, and Harry's earlier hoarse whispers to the transformed snake reverberated once more in the subterranean space. Open! Fawkes circled above them, dashing into the vast chamber as the stone wall split apart. The cage of spiders grew restless. It appears we are fortunate, Professor Kettleburn remarked. The basilisk is here. Not outside. The roosters had previously been silenced. Dumbledore evidently wished to avoid startling the ancient serpent, which had lived for a millennium, too soon. However, the moment had arrived for their utility. The resounding calls of the roosters soon echoed in the silent chamber, creating what could only be described as the most discordant symphony I have ever heard. Dumbledore jested, eliciting a stern expression from Professor McGonagall, who disapproved of humor in such dire circumstances. Deep within the room, something rustled. Fawkes screeched and dove down swiftly. Then, our target must lie ahead. The phoenix commenced its battle with the basilisk. The chamber trembled violently, reverberating with the sound of collapsing stones. Likely as one or two pillars engraved with entwined serpents were shattered by the enraged basilisk. The professors grew cautious. The magic of magical creatures can often be quite unpredictable, and they must avoid making direct eye contact with the basilisk. They proceeded slowly and then... It seems we are indeed very fortunate. Before them lay a coiled serpent at least 20 feet long, its eyes having been pecked out by Fawkes. Torrents of black blood gushed from its enormous bulbous yellow eyes, and the pain drove it into a frenzied hiss while it thrashed in agony. Yet it was unable to mount a substantial counterattack. Goodness, it is shedding its skin. Professor Kettleburn watched the scene with rapt fascination. Typically, healthy snakes shed their skins quite effortlessly. I suspect this basilisk may have been dormant for far too long, lacking the strength to free itself, thus becoming ensnared in its own skin. Look, the outer layer appears rather unhealthy. Thank you, Sylvanus, Professor Dumbledore interjected, curtailing Kettleburn's desire to continue observing. But we must act now. The crows continued to crow, and the basilisk writhed madly in its shed skin, several pieces of which broke off and fell to the damp ground. Oh, of course, Kettleburn lamented. The students are of utmost importance, alas. Professor Dumbledore retrieved a crumpled sorting hat from his pocket and placed it upon his head. As the enormous sword threatened to descend upon him, he deftly caught it with an agility uncharacteristic of his age. The sword of Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall gasped in awe. The gleaming silver blade was clasped firmly in Dumbledore's grip. He aimed for the basilisk's head, stabbing down with force just above its now obliterated eyes. Oh, Kettleburn whispered softly. The serpent creature writhed frantically. Yet this only served to drive the sword deeper into its wound, with black blood gushing forth, subsequently repelled by an unseen force away from Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall transfigured the shattered stones on the ground into numerous round-bellied glass vials. Very well, since Severus insists. Together with Professor Kettleburn, she collected ample quantities of the basilisk's venom. By the time the beast finally ceased its thrashing, approximately 30 large bottles floated around them. That poor little creature. Professor McGonagall cast a surreptitious glare toward it. It must be starving and has yet to finish shedding its skin. If only it weren't at Hogwarts. Then I could devise a solution, lamented Professor Kettleburn. Sylvanus, Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow. This is an adult basilisk. It poses a lethal threat to any unprotected wizard. I know, Kettleburn replied, but perhaps we could find a Parselmouth to manage it. The basilisk would heed their commands, would it not? He spoke mournfully. Or someone sufficiently compatible like Perry. Sylvanus Dumbledore had been observing the basilisk's head and now turned to them. Miss Flitwick is merely a fourth-year student at Hogwarts. I hope you do not place undue expectations upon her, and thereby endanger her. Professor Kettleburn was about to voice a protest, but Dumbledore interrupted him. Promise me you will not invite her to encounter dragons, chimeras, or any magical creatures classified as XXX danger level or higher during the summer. Sylvanus Kettleburn was left speechless. Albus, I was merely considering. Last year, Christina was so eager to interact with it. The dragon sanctuary in Romania is not dangerous. Sylvanus Dumbledore raised his voice slightly. Miss Flitwick may, due to her youth, lack a clear understanding of many dangers. Yet you should be aware that some injuries are beyond the healing capabilities of St. Mungo's finest healers. As educators, we must prioritize the physical and mental safety of our students. His tone was not harsh, but it caused Professor Kettleburn to lower his gaze in shame. We ought to protect them better. Well, very well, if you insist, I shall cancel this year's arrangements. Kettleburn conceded. I will write to Kessler. They fell silent for a moment as Dumbledore withdrew the sword of Gryffindor, now tainted with the basilisk's venom, possibly still oozing with some toxin. He contemplated the sword for a moment, gently swinging it. only to discover that the inky stains seemed to have permanently adhered to the blade. Professor McGonagall inhaled sharply. Goodness, it cannot be. It cannot be. I believe the basilisk's venom has not compromised it, Dumbledore remarked cheerfully, then inquired of the sorting hat that lay upon the ground. Will you retrieve yourself? No need. The sorting hat grumbled. It had previously complained loudly about being discarded by Dumbledore. No matter where it is placed, the true Gryffindor can always reclaim it from me. It added, it is of little consequence. Albus, do pick me up quickly. This floor is filthy, and I fear some slime may have adhered to me. Albus Dumbledore complied with delight, grasping the sword in one hand while tucking the hat into the pocket of his robe, then bending to check his copper pocket watch. The first class has yet to conclude, he said joyfully. It seems the girls' lavatory on the first floor can be repaired immediately. I believe the students and Moaning Myrtle will be pleased. Chapter 27. The Slytherin Pendant Box. That morning, Perry's first class was Ancient Runes, followed by Potions. As she entered the classroom, clutching her books and cauldron, she noticed that Professor Snape's expression had improved from the dismal countenance he bore in the Great Hall that morning. Had Professor Snape just smiled? The Ravenclaw student, who also took Ancient Runes, evidently sensed something amiss, casting a startled glance at Perry. As Perry looked up, she met the gaze of the potions professor, causing her to startle and promptly place her cauldron and books at the edge of her desk. Too apprehensive to respond to the Ravenclaw's inquiry. However, Professor Snape's aura was indeed more serene than usual for a potions class. Remarkably, he had refrained from deducting points under the pretense of mocking the professor. When they finally exited the potions classroom, both houses students astonished that they had not been penalized during the lesson. Perry learned that the girls' lavatory on the first floor had been repaired. You don't know? Evelyn, walking alongside Perry due to their potions partnership, remarked. I passed by there after my Muggle Studies class, and saw Professor McGonagall erasing the warning messages from the walls. She said they had resolved the trouble caused by Peeves. Oh, by the way, she confided to Perry, the Slytherins were mocking the girls this morning, claiming their lavatory was devoid of bothersome ghosts. But later, Hopkins informed me that they, too, do not venture into the boys' lavatory on the first floor, because Peeves wreaks havoc there. Wow, Perry exclaimed, unable to contain herself. Moaning Myrtle is far easier to deal with than Peeves. But if Peeves now has the eastern corridor, why would he come to the west side? Perhaps he finds the boys' reactions no longer amusing? Perry mused, unable to articulate her belief that Peeves merely served as a scapegoat for the professors, and shrugged casually for a reason. Goodness, Evelyn gasped, will he come here again? I shall have to avoid this area. Moaning Myrtle is troublesome enough. I certainly do not wish to be pelted on the head with moldy bread by Peeves. During lunch in the Great Hall, only a few professors were present. Professor Babbling from Ancient Runes, Professor Burbage from Muggle Studies, Professor Sinistra from Astronomy, and so forth. Dumbledore and the four house heads were absent, as was Professor Kettleburn. Considering Professor Snape's shift from gloom to brightness, Perry speculated they had resolved the basilisk issue. She took her seat and discovered a deep crimson feather and a piece of parchment lying in her plate. No other students seemed to notice them. The parchment bore slender, looping script. Please come to my office after the afternoon classes. The password is exploding bonbons. Signed, Albus Dumbledore. Perry's heart raced slightly. She glanced around nervously before stowing the parchment and Fox's feather into her pocket. She had a history of magic class that afternoon. After an arduous wait until the lesson concluded, she found herself nearly too fatigued to keep her eyes open. George Weasley had recently gifted her one of the quills his brothers had crafted for rapid note-taking, and she immediately employed it during her history of magic class. Upon reviewing the notes taken by the quill, she found its description of the Goblin Rebellion had been transcribed as brownies, victorious rather than bloody, thrilling. She was amused and instantly felt wide awake. Perry, aren't you going back to the common room? Cedric asked. Oh, I have matters to discuss with the professor. Perry replied. She bid farewell to her classmates. Only Evelyn, Alexia, and Cedric acknowledged her with nods, before making her way up the stairs alone. She did not anticipate encountering 4 Slytherin students blocking her path on the staircase. 3 of them appeared quite familiar. They were none other than the Malfoy trio, who, like Harry, had ascended to the 2nd year this year. The 4th, a burly figure with a disheveled mane of black hair, was currently surveying her with malevolent gray eyes. Fletcher? He inquired, as Poppy cautiously slowed her pace. Is there something you desire, Flint? She responded, her guard raised. I've heard you express disdain for Slytherin. Marcus Flint remarked, his tone dripping with scorn. I am curious to see what a Hufflepuff buffoon is truly capable of. Poppy noticed that Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle were positioned behind Flint, the first 2 sporting disdainful smirks directed at her. Magic is prohibited in the corridors, she reminded them, her hand slipping into her pocket to grip her wand. However, she was burdened by the hefty tome of History of Magic, which she had to carry for 7 years, making her feel somewhat encumbered. The 4 Slytherins erupted into laughter. Crabbe pinched his nose mockingly. Magic is forbidden in the corridors. Some mudbloods ought to learn their place. Malfoy sneered venomously. Flint brandished his wand, and Poppy mirrored his action, though she hesitated for a moment, aware that, according to Murphy's Law, trouble in the corridors often attracted professors. "Accept your weapons," came a familiar voice from behind her. Poppy turned in surprise to see Sirius Black striding towards them, wand raised. Flint's wand was sent flying, and he regarded the clearly non-professor adult wizard with caution. "You are a Slytherin student, just like these miscreants." Sirius scowled disdainfully at him, then turned his gaze to Malfoy. "Lucius's son. I'm not surprised a little brat like you can spew such filth. Some things are simply innate." Malfoy stepped back in fear, stammering, "Why you are? Don't think I would spare you for Narcissa's sake." Sirius grinned, a glint of mischief dancing in his eyes. "Mr. Black," Professor McGonagall's voice rang out from further down the corridor, her expression fierce as she surveyed the scene. "Albus did not invite you to the school to cause trouble." "Professor McGonagall," Sirius quickly withdrew his wand, "I am not the instigator here. There are 4 little Slytherins looking to stir up trouble." Professor McGonagall's gaze shifted to Poppy, who calmly replied, "Flint and his friends blocked my path, hurled insults at me, and threatened to teach me a lesson." "Excellent." Professor McGonagall's expression darkened. "Slytherin loses 15 points, all of you." Flint, Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, detention. "I will inform Filch." The 4 Slytherin students turned pale. Falling into Filch's grasp was no pleasant fate. "All right, Miss Fletcher, you may go," she said. "Black, we must hurry." Poppy hesitated for a moment, refraining from mentioning her intention to visit the headmaster's office in the presence of Flint and the others. Only after climbing 2 more flights of stairs with the 2 adult wizards did she reveal the note Dumbledore had given her. Professor McGonagall appeared surprised but asked no further questions, merely pursing her lips tightly before leading them up to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore was engaged in conversation with Snape when they entered, and upon seeing them, he broke into a smile. Have you encountered each other early?" Poppy nodded, sensing Snape's piercing gaze upon her, which made her shiver slightly. Sirius noticed this keenly. He stepped forward, wearing a threatening expression. "Snovellis." "Sirius," Dumbledore interjected calmly. "I believe we can sit down and discuss matters at length. Minerva, do you mind?" "Oh, of course," Professor McGonagall quickly replied. "Indeed. I must speak with Filch regarding Flint's detention." Professor Snape had been staring at Poppy until now, but he turned his attention to Professor McGonagall. "Marcus Flint?" "Indeed," she confirmed. He spoke to Miss Fletcher in a derogatory manner, and attempted to attack her in the corridor. Snape's expression darkened, and he murmured, "Some Slytherin students truly lack understanding of proper conduct. Perhaps you could entrust their matters to me." "Entrust to you?" Sirius let out an exaggerated laugh. "And learn how to employ even more dastardly methods from you? I believe Severus will do what he ought to do." Dumbledore interrupted Sirius's provocation for a second time. He rose from his chair and waved his wand, conjuring 3 comfortable armchairs. Poppy noted that the one closest to her bore a cushion shaped like a mooncalf. "Very well then. Severus, I hope they receive their just punishment." Flint, Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle. Professor McGonagall's gaze flitted between Snape and Poppy before she nodded sternly, and turned to leave. Poppy sat down, unable to resist hugging the cushion against her legs, unconsciously squeezing the mooncalf's long neck. Sirius and Dumbledore bid her good day, then hesitated, looking at her. "Poppy," Professor Dumbledore began, addressing the young witch, "would you mind?" "Oh, not at all." Poppy quickly understood his implication. "As I said before, those you deem trustworthy are deserving of trust." Dumbledore regarded her for a moment before nodding, and turning to the 2 remaining wizards. "Severus, Sirius, what I am about to disclose, I hope you will keep confidential. Although I have employed the Fidelius charm to ensure the safety of this secret, I still urge you to remain vigilant." Severus had already perused the nearly prophetic parchment. "Sirius, Phineas has also mentioned the source of the locket's information to you. In truth, all these insights came from Poppy, the one who crafted these images and informed me of certain prophetic visions." Poppy squirmed at the title, feeling the subtle scrutiny from both wizards. "Professor Dumbledore, I don't believe I can be considered a prophet. I merely happen to observe something. Well, I am not quite sure how to describe it. Regarding this, I think we could discuss it further in private later." Dumbledore offered her a kind smile before his expression turned serious. "Sirius, I believe you have brought the locket." "Right here," Sirius replied, still somewhat astonished by Poppy's involvement. as he swiftly retrieved the egg-sized silver locket from his pocket. Remus and I initially intended to find it ourselves, but we might have startled at least 3 rooms worth of pixies in the process. Eventually, I commanded Creature to hand it over. I suspect it's currently attempting to bash itself against walls as punishment. His demeanor grew grave. This is the object supposedly linked to Voldemort? Indeed. This is likely the locket passed down from Salazar Slytherin. Voldemort himself acquired it and transformed it into a most malevolent dark magical object. Ultimately, it ended up in the Black family home, Professor Dumbledore elucidated. He had yet to present Snape with the latest parchment or disclose the existence of the Horcrux to Sirius. I suspect so. Sirius's expression darkened. My dear parents always believed in Voldemort's claims. My foolish brother, weak in character, bought into their words. No. Regulus Black is one of the bravest Slytherins I know, Poppy interjected abruptly. She could not contain herself and stood up. At which point not only 3 pairs of eyes in the room, but also the portraits on the walls turned towards her, as if she were a grotesque figure adorned with lace. Sirius looked at her in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend. Dumbledore mentioned that you had foreseen something. Yet Regulus has been dead for over a decade, and had become a Death Eater. Poppy hesitated for a moment. Poppy, if you do not wish to speak, Professor Dumbledore's voice almost synchronized with hers. I simply do not know how to articulate it. She stood there awkwardly, clutching the cushion of the mooncalf. How was she to express this? In the original narrative, when Harry uncovered the truth, Sirius had already descended into the veil of the Department of Mysteries, and he would never have the chance to learn the truth about his brother, whom he had always deemed weak and useless, who had once undertaken such a courageous act. Poppy. Dumbledore gazed at her with concern. I'm sorry. Poppy realized that her face felt slightly itchy, as tears, born out of sorrow, began to trickle down her cheeks. She choked out, Sirius. You should know about these matters. However, I am somewhat unclear as well. Creature knows those details better than I do. She grasped the teacup that floated over from Dumbledore and took a sip. The sweet, warm chocolate helped to soothe her emotions. She had often fantasized about one day recounting this tale, frequently recalling those details, yet none had ever come back to her with such clarity as now. Regulus, oh. May I call him that? Sirius nodded eagerly. Initially Voldemort demanded a house elf. Poppy said. Creature? Sirius asked, at that time. He was the only house elf left in the family. The rest had been beheaded by Auntie Eudora. Voldemort intended to conceal this object. Poppy pointed at the locket. Uncertain whether Professor Snape and Sirius were aware of the Horcruxes, so she chose vague language. He wished to hide it within a potion of despair that could only be consumed. Snape frowned. Surrounded by a large lake teeming with numerous sleeping inferi. However, he may have been uncertain, thus he required a house elf to test the traps he had set. Voldemort had assumed Creature would perish in that test. But he did not anticipate that Regulus would inadvertently command Creature to return home. And as Poppy's throat grew parched while recounting, she recalled the descriptions of those words, remembering the passages in the original work where Creature trembled while narrating. Thus the house elf's unique magic allowed him to escape that predicament. Creature, of course, informed Regulus of all these matters. She paused for a moment, finishing half of her hot chocolate before continuing. Then one day, Regulus discovered what that object was. And he also realized that Voldemort's actions were erroneous. Sirius clenched his fists, appearing somewhat bewildered. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. He had Creature lead him to that cave. They crossed the Great Lake in a small boat, reaching the island where the potion was kept, Poppy said, and then he had Creature disarm the trap? Sirius inquired. No, Poppy's voice trembled. He commanded Creature to hold the fake locket, and once the stone basin dried, to replace it with the locket. A dreadful silence ensued. He drank the potion himself? Professor Snape asked. Poppy nodded. He instructed Creature to take the locket away, keeping it hidden from Mrs. Black, and sought to destroy the locket. And Regulus? Sirius weakly asked. There were many inferi in that lake. Poppy bowed her head. As she narrated, she felt tears welling up again, unable to suppress her sobs. He was dragged under. I'm sorry. I had intended to tell you during the summer, but I did not know how. She struggled to lift her gaze to Sirius. You need not apologize to me. I ought to be thanking you. The wizard, who had previously repelled Slytherin students with a disarming spell, leaned back in his armchair, managing a faint smile. Otherwise, I might never have known. He seemed to suppress a sob, emitting a peculiar hiccup. I had no idea Regulus was such a brave person. Mother was right, he murmured. She always believed Regulus was superior to me. Poppy seized a handkerchief that had appeared out of nowhere, hastily wiping her face before lifting her head. The portrait of Phineas Black had turned away at some point. Many of the portraits gazed in that direction, yet he seemed resolute in his refusal to face anyone. Chapter 28, The Seer. After about 10 minutes of silence, Sirius Black glared at the Slytherin locket, his eyes red. "What on earth is this?" he croaked. Dumbledore replied calmly, "This is the object that has allowed Voldemort to linger on, surviving to this day." He then elucidated the significance of the Horcrux. Snape gripped the arms of his chair tightly, his complexion growing even paler. He recalled the diadem of Ravenclaw that Dumbledore had destroyed. How many had he made in total? According to Poppy's account, there were 6. Dumbledore said, "Poppy has already informed me of their locations, which is why I am sharing this with you." In the past, Sirius might have leapt up to voice his distrust of Snape, but now he simply fixed his gaze on the locket. "How do we destroy it?" "With basilisk venom," Dumbledore stated. "Severus, you haven't begun to deal with that basilisk yet, have you?" "I shall preserve its fangs," Snape replied. "Excellent. We can also use Gryffindor's sword. The venom has already stained it." Dumbledore gestured towards the long sword, which was currently resting on a gilded stand. "Poppy reminded me that I cannot seek them alone. I believe I will require your assistance." Sirius slowly diverted his gaze from the locket. "Of course, Professor Dumbledore. I stand ready at any time." He rose from his chair and approached the sword, grasping the hilt set with a large ruby. "Do you mind if I not at all?" Dumbledore gestured invitingly. They all understood that Sirius wished to fulfill Regulus's last wish. "Sirius," Poppy softly asked, "would you like to summon Creature?" The weary wizard glanced at her. "Very well. Regulus would be more than willing. He has always treated Creature well." Wizards hold absolute command over house elves within their homes. After Sirius uttered Creature's name, a house elf, clad in a tattered, soiled cloth around its waist, appeared with a crack in the headmaster's office. It appeared quite aged, hunched over and with its head bowed, likely having just punished itself. Its large bat-like ears bore unsightly scars, glistening with some sort of bright green slime. In a croaky, deep voice reminiscent of a bullfrog, it murmured, "Master has summoned old Creature, this detestable, ungrateful wretch, who has taken so many precious things from home. How heartbroken the mistress must be. She would never forgive old Creature." "Creature, raise your head and see what this is," Sirius commanded. Creature reluctantly lifted his head, first catching sight of Polly, of course, the master's friend, the little brat who had previously visited their abode. A mudblood, filthy and unkempt. "Creature, if you dare utter another insult towards this young lady, prepare to face the consequences," Phineas Black declared from the wall. He was unaware of when he had turned back to face the frame, now crossing his arms and ungraciously speaking on Polly's behalf. The house elf was taken aback. It immediately seized its ears and tugged at them forcefully. Creature did not comprehend what it had said wrong, but felt it necessary to punish itself. "Enough." Sirius interjected with growing annoyance, "Look here." He used the tip of the Gryffindor sword to lift the silver chain, and then Creature beheld the familiar locket. The elf ceased its self-punishment, clearly showing no remorse for its previous words. Creature could not fathom why the master had summoned him to see the belongings removed from their home. Perhaps the master had lost his mind since returning from Azkaban. "Creature," Dumbledore said calmly, regarding the house elf, "we can destroy it." The elf froze. Destroy it? Creature did not grasp the meaning behind this. "Is this Regulus's last wish?" Sirius replied sadly, "Indeed, he entrusted this matter to you, did he not?" Creature raised its bulbous eyes to Sirius. Yes. But Creature does not understand how the master knows this?" Sirius offered no answer, merely allowing the locket to slide from the sword onto the floor. Polly remarked, "I suppose I should call you to witness this." The house elf evidently did not comprehend the events that had transpired in the room, but was quickly captivated by Sirius's actions. "Professor Dumbledore, we may need to open it first." Polly suddenly recalled a detail. Open it with Parseltongue. "I apologize for the oversight." Dumbledore was not surprised, considering that Tom Riddle was undoubtedly a Parselmouth. He had attempted to record the pronunciation of the 2 phrases Harry had spoken. After several attempts, he finally succeeded in producing a hiss that opened the locket. The golden lid clicked open, revealing 2 living eyes blinking behind small glass windows, and a voice hissed from within, "I see you." Without hesitation, Sirius thrust the sword forward. His movements were decisive and swift, leaving the locket no opportunity to react. The entity within the locket, whatever it was, emitted a piercing shriek, forcing Polly to cover her ears. Yet the sound quickly faded, the locket shattered, and tendrils of black smoke wafted from its colorful silk lining. As if anyone would be patient enough to listen to its words, Sirius returned the sword to its stand. The utterance seemed to drain him of all energy, for he promptly collapsed into his armchair, his head bowed. His long black hair obscured his face, leaving no one to discern his expression at that moment. The house elf, responding to Master Regulus's command, let out a cry and then suddenly threw itself onto the red carpet of the headmaster's office, weeping uncontrollably. It desperately struck its own head and ears, even hiccuping in distress. I must thank you, Polly, Dumbledore said, levitating the shattered Horcrux. We have taken another step forward today. And Creature has witnessed the fulfillment of his former master's wish. To be precise, this is not my doing, Polly quickly interjected. In those, futures that will no longer come to pass, it was you who found the fake locket with Harry, and later, Harry, Ron, and Hermione discovered Regulus's story. They obtained the truth from Creature and returned Regulus's relic to him. I merely saw it. This statement elicited varied reactions. Dumbledore appeared slightly taken aback before furrowing his brow thoughtfully. Creature continued to weep, yet struggled to lift its head to inquire about Regulus Black's relic. While Sirius took a moment to process the information. I do not understand why these matters were entrusted to them, he asked. Severus, who had remained silent, finally spoke. He seemed completely composed now, responding to Sirius's question with a tone laced with sarcasm. Evidently, it is because the adult wizards capable of undertaking such tasks are no longer present. But now there will be no more of this, Polly said eagerly. No more innocent sacrifices. She choked back her emotions. Delphi. She recalled the woman that the boggart had transformed into. Unable to contain herself, Polly clutched the mooncalf plush toy tightly. She lowered her head, her voice softening. I mean, we can at least strive to avoid those innocent sacrifices. Fawkes flew from his perch to settle on Polly's shoulder, pressing his head against her cheek, emitting a gentle trill as if to comfort the sorrowful young witch. Dumbledore then raised his gaze. Severus, Sirius, I believe you both understand what you must do. Now, I require a moment alone with Polly. Sirius was to return with Creature to the Black residence, while Severus was to promptly attend to the basilisk corpse that Professor McGonagall and Professor Kettleburn had extracted from the Chamber of Secrets. Soon, only Dumbledore and Polly remained in the headmaster's office. The former cleared the silverware from his desk and conjured some delightful refreshments. The timing was perfect for afternoon tea. Consequently, Polly's hot chocolate was replaced with milk tea, and a plate of jam scones and pastries was prepared. Polly released her plush toy and began to sample a rather appealing cream-filled cake, her mind wandering. She wondered what Dumbledore wished to discuss with her, perhaps requiring further details about the future, or something else entirely. She might soon have to learn about a clemency. The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine. But more pressing was the need to eat less at dinner tonight. Her caloric intake had undoubtedly exceeded the limit for the day. Dumbledore was in no rush. He discreetly observed Polly, waiting until the frown on her face dissipated and her demeanor relaxed before gently speaking. Polly, would you mind having a conversation with me? You seem to be troubled by certain matters. Polly softly responded with an ah. She could hardly conceal anything from Dumbledore. After a brief hesitation, she inquired, Professor Dumbledore, I must say I do not consider myself a seer or anything of the sort, but I wonder, after I informed you of these matters, if I altered some things. What if that leads to undesirable consequences? You seem to have a clear notion of those undesirable consequences, he replied. Such as Dobby, Polly said. He may now have no chance of escaping the Malfoy household, but he is indeed a kind-hearted, freedom-seeking elf. He later sacrificed his life to save Harry. She tightened her grip on the teacup's handle, her expression growing somber. Harry inscribed on his gravestone that Dobby was a free elf. Dumbledore remained silent, for he could be an exceptionally attentive listener when necessary. Thus, Poppy continued, moreover, I previously conversed with Professor Kettleburn, who seems to have commenced his research on our curriculum for the upcoming year. However, he might, just might, have originally intended to retire and enjoy a leisurely life at Hogsmeade, subsequently entrusting the care of magical creatures class to Hagrid. Dumbledore displayed a mildly surprised smile at this revelation. Ah, Hagrid will surely be delighted by that. Yet, Professor Kettleburn currently appears to wish to extend his tenure. I believe that is due to your influence, Professor Dumbledore remarked with a smile. Sylvanus has expressed to me many times his desire to have you visit Newt Scamander, the author of the textbook you are presently using. He seems quite captivated by the prospect of teaching a student with such an extraordinary affinity for magical creatures. Poppy blushed slightly, responding, Professor Kettleburn genuinely cares for me. After a brief pause, she could no longer restrain herself from voicing her deepest concern. What if, by sharing this with you, innocent lives are lost? Dumbledore gazed at her with profound concern. Can you tell me what you have seen? Poppy lowered her head. She found it challenging to articulate her thoughts. Firstly, she did not wish for Dumbledore, who held such high expectations of her, to discover that she might indeed cause dire consequences. Secondly, she felt it was a grave act of evasion to burden Dumbledore with such a weighty issue. She was not a mere child. She ought to bear these troubles herself. Yet, she truly felt incapable of resolving this matter. She perceived herself as the individual who pulls the lever in the trolley problem, sacrificing some to protect many. She desperately did not want Dumbledore to know how flawed she was. Delphi, she murmured. The faces of several former headmasters in ornate frames on the wall leaned in, eager to hear every word she uttered, straining to press their ears against the canvas. Delphi. Dumbledore clearly had not encountered this name before. If Voldemort were to revive Professor Quirrell's head, he might, well, have a daughter named Delphi. Poppy fidgeted with her fingers. She is the daughter of him and Bellatrix Lestrange. She probably never had the chance to be born, did she? From Dumbledore's expression, it was evident that he had not considered this possibility. What kind of person is she? Poppy hesitated. She is not a good person. Harry ultimately sent her to Azkaban. But that does not mean she was inherently wicked from the beginning, right? Indeed, Dumbledore nodded. Poppy, you are correct. Then did I do wrong? Poppy asked softly. Did I cause the death of an innocent? I fear I do not believe so, Dumbledore replied. He regarded Poppy with a gentle and caring demeanor. Poppy, are you familiar with the prophets? Poppy shook her head. I have only read a bit about them in books. They are witches and wizards with an innate ability to foresee the future through divination. Centaurs possess this gift. Most of Professor Trelawney's prophecies are inaccurate. Yet there are some that are. The Department of Mysteries houses a prophecy hall, where they store recorded prophecies, likely numbering in the thousands. However, most prophecies remain unfulfilled. Dumbledore stated, predicting the future is exceptionally challenging, as the causality of human actions is invariably intricate and mutable. A minuscule decision can alter the course of a wizard's entire life. Muggles have a similar theory, Poppy interjected, the butterfly effect, which posits that every event has constants and variables, with the variables potentially influencing the outcome. Indeed, Muggles possess many fascinating theories, Dumbledore acknowledged. I suppose I ought to investigate this terminology, although that will have to wait until I resolve these matters. Thus, I believe you must understand that what you witnessed is inherently uncertain. No, Poppy retorted, but found it difficult to articulate her subsequent arguments. She could not assert that this world was merely a book, thus rendering the trajectory of fate immutable. She had traversed into this realm and encountered so many individuals. She was acutely aware that those she knew were living beings, and even the nameless passers-by from the original narrative possessed rich and multidimensional identities, capable of making divergent choices based on various circumstances. Moreover, was the original story truly immutable? Poppy's heartbeat quickened slightly. She recalled Flint, or rather, Marcus Flint. This character appeared in The Philosopher's Stone, where Rowling described him as a sixth-year student of Slytherin. He was supposed to graduate at the conclusion of the Chamber of Secrets, yet he still appeared in The Prisoner of Azkaban. Rowling later revealed in interviews that he had failed his exams and had to repeat a year. Yet fans began referring to the minor inconsistencies they discovered in the text as Flint. In subsequent revisions, Flint in The Philosopher's Stone was altered to a fifth-year student. Poppy was acutely aware that the Flint she had recently encountered on the stairs was indeed a sixth-year student, consistent with the revised version. Did this not imply that even if this were indeed a story, it was subject to continual evolution? I believe you did not cause the demise of an innocent life, Dumbledore said, but rather ensured that a soul does not come to be born into the wrong family. I surmise Delphi did not have a happy childhood? Poppy nodded slightly. Delphi lost her parents at a young age. She was adopted by a witch, but only for monetary gain. Prophecies are not absolute. Dumbledore gazed at her intently. They inherently possess the potential for alteration. You are striving to guide our future toward a more favorable direction, are you not? At the very least, Harry need not bear the burdens we must shoulder. I suspect that by the time they seek the Horcruxes, we will have already encountered our own calamities. The portraits on the wall emitted a collective murmur of astonishment. Poppy nodded solemnly, adding, I never anticipated encountering the pre-enrollment Harry at the station. I wish he could have experienced a happier existence. He told me last June that he feared he might see Professor McGonagall preparing to expel him from Hogwarts after encountering a boggart. At this moment, a gentle smile involuntarily graced her face. During that time, I felt as if I were invincible. Professor Dumbledore comprehended her sentiment. He regarded Poppy, unable to resist making a jest. At this moment, you make me feel as if you resemble a Gryffindor. Hufflepuff students can also exhibit great courage, Poppy earnestly countered Dumbledore. Before shyly laughing, I merely think it would be wonderful if this story could culminate in a happily ever after. Chapter 29, Concerning Lockhart. After the matter of Delphi was addressed, Poppy felt significantly more at ease. She speared a piece of honey-drizzled muffin with her fork, thinking it permissible to indulge in sweets today due to the unique circumstances, and then could not help but ask, "Professor Dumbledore, may I pose another question?" "Of course," Dumbledore replied, smiling and winking at her. "While we are at school, it is the duty of professors to address students' inquiries. May I inquire why you chose to recruit Professor Lockhart into the school?" Poppy asked. "Oh, certainly, you have already discerned his truth," Dumbledore replied with delight. Perry felt a twinge of embarrassment as she realized she had even entered into a cold war with her friends over this matter, nodding absent-mindedly. "Ah, indeed. That is a pertinent question," Dumbledore remarked, recalling that Minerva had posed a similar inquiry to him. He sighed, acknowledging the difficulty in finding a suitable professor for this subject. "Ever since my refusal of Voldemort, no defense against the dark arts instructor has managed to last beyond a single academic year. Kingsley performed admirably last year. Yet I was only able to persuade the Minister of Magic to assign an aura to Hogwarts by insinuating that the curse afflicting this subject had finally been lifted. Thereafter, I was compelled to seek a new professor. Gilderoy, the tales he penned are indeed rather captivating." Dumbledore sipped his tea, revealing that he was personally acquainted with 2 wizards who shared a similar experience, both seemingly under the influence of a memory charm. "It is a rather cunning approach, however. I believe that by immersing him in a typical school environment, his ruses would soon be exposed. You may find it hard to believe, but Gilderoy initially declined this position. His writing career was flourishing, inundated with letters from readers, and the defense against the dark arts course is widely acknowledged to be cursed. Yet, he could not resist the allure of fame, especially when I mentioned that Harry Potter was at the school." Dumbledore chuckled as he noted Perry's disapproving expression. "Indeed. Leveraging Harry's reputation to recruit him is rather a shabby tactic, yet I believe the students might at least glean something from him." Perry recognized that Dumbledore's pause was an invitation for her to share her thoughts, so she furrowed her brow in contemplation before cautiously suggesting, "Is it the fact that the plots in his books are based on real events? Those experiences could indeed offer insights on how to handle certain dark magic or magical creatures in unexpected situations. Those are certainly valuable lessons for students to learn," Dumbledore concurred. "But they are not a testament to Gilderoy's merit, are they?" Perry bit her lip. "I fail to see what else there is to learn from him. Or perhaps from his memory charm. His writing skills?" Dumbledore found amusement in her words, stroking his beard as he revealed his thoughts. "I hope you understand what not to do, and what kind of person not to become," he stated calmly. "Bringing him to Hogwarts is indeed a challenge. Yet I believe the older students should possess sufficient discernment. Gilderoy himself is not particularly exceptional as a negative example." Perry wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. "Thus, I need not worry about him exerting too much detrimental influence." Dumbledore continued, "To my knowledge, at least half of the upper-year students have begun to question his course. While there are not many lower-year students, some still firmly believe he is rather unimpressive." Perry sighed. "I truly hope everyone can swiftly unveil his deception. Ah, here, I wish to propose a pact." Dumbledore gently tapped his teacup with his teaspoon. "Please refrain from sharing any relevant information with your classmates, if you would. I hope the students can independently uncover the truth. It would serve as an intriguing challenge for them." Perry obediently acquiesced. "However, this means the 5th and 7th year students will have quite the struggle, especially with their exams looming." Dumbledore sighed deeply. "The 6th and 7th year students have reached a certain level of competence. Much of the knowledge they need to acquire must be sought independently. As for the 5th year students, I have hinted to Phileas, and he will organize a study group led by the Ravenclaw students after Christmas. Of course, this is not an ideal solution. I still hope to recruit a suitable professor, but the attrition rate for this course is exceedingly high, and many wizards are reluctant to take that risk." Perry, realizing she too would be a 5th year next year, hastily offered a spoiler to Dumbledore. "Professor Dumbledore, would you mind considering a not necessarily accurate glimpse into the future? For instance, next year as professor will be Remus Lupin, and the year after that, Alastor Moody." Dumbledore exclaimed in surprise. "Remus is indeed an excellent choice, but he must have his reservations." Perry explained, though it is no longer a concern. "Sirius was originally meant to escape from Azkaban next year. Professor Lupin applied for the position here at the school. He teaches exceptionally well. And ultimately," Dumbledore mused, "his identity has been compromised." Perry cautiously added, "The students are quite fond of him, but parents would undoubtedly be concerned." "I understand," Dumbledore remarked. "I shall take that into consideration." "And what of Alastor? Has something transpired?" "The situation with Sirius remains unresolved. Peter Pettigrew has escaped, and Professor Trelawney prophesied he would return to aid Voldemort." Perry exclaimed, Her eyes widening. I almost forgot. What? A Death Eater has escaped from Azkaban. And no one knows about Barty Crouch Jr. His mother administered Polyjuice potion to replace him. And then Mr. Crouch kept him confined at home. That shouldn't happen now, but he ambushed Professor Moody 2 years later, using the same method to impersonate our defense against the dark arts professor. This information was originally meant to be conveyed to Dumbledore at a later time. The game system's key spell card contained this intelligence. However, she realized there was no need to duplicate the drawing now. She could directly inform Dumbledore of the matter. I understand, Dumbledore affirmed. I will handle it. Perry sighed with relief, though a hint of trepidation lingered. I tend to forget certain things. My apologies, Professor Dumbledore. I will be more attentive in the future. Dumbledore chuckled softly. Perry, do not be anxious. I am not yet at a stage where I must rely solely on your prophecies to manage these matters. The information you provided is indeed valuable, but we shall not overlook other possibilities. History has seen more than one seer capable of foretelling the future. Yet the majority of them share a common trait. They struggle to perceive every detail. Ignoring details can be fatal, much like that Muggle term you mentioned, the butterfly effect. Correct? Perry nodded, somewhat bashfully. Your gift is remarkably potent. I even find myself concerned for you, Perry. I hope you do not overexert yourself, all right? Even without your prophecies. We have ultimately succeeded, have we not? Perry gazed at Dumbledore in astonishment. She had never broached this subject before. Yet, she quickly realized, since she could see the actions Harry undertook, including the locations of each Horcrux, they must ultimately have triumphed over Voldemort's ambitions. She nodded, then shook her head, but we have paid a heavy price. I cannot guarantee that I will heed every detail. Dumbledore raised a hand to halt her, his gaze penetrating from above the crescent-shaped spectacles, imbued with a reassuring strength, but I will exert every effort. Perry found herself speechless, feeling a warmth behind her eyes. She often dwelled in anxiety, fixating on matters that did not warrant such distress. Yet in truth, she had placed far too much importance upon herself. Even if she were to overlook a warning, Professor Dumbledore had surely heightened his vigilance compared to before. He must have already begun addressing those Horcruxes. By the way, the diary. Minerva had visited the Gryffindor common room during the second period earlier that morning. Miss Weasley concealed Tom's diary beneath her pillow rather than carrying it with her, which has proven quite helpful. Dumbledore gestured towards his desk, and Perry was taken aback to discover a tattered black notebook resting there. Oh, she exclaimed, both awed and exhilarated as she gazed at the tome. I intend to keep it for a while for research purposes. Dumbledore sighed. After all, we still need to devise a way to deal with that little fragment on Harry's forehead. Polly's spirits lifted. That sounds splendid. I truly hope Harry doesn't have to learn about these dreadful matters. That way, his boggart will always be Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore chuckled and winked at her. Just be sure not to disclose this to Minerva. After enjoying a pleasant conversation for a while longer, Polly thought it was time for her to return, though she was somewhat reluctant to leave. Going to the library was fine, but in the evening she would have to return to the common room and dormitory. She sincerely wished her classmates could soon see through Lockhart's true nature, but it seemed this situation would persist for a while. Recently, more upper-year Hufflepuffs had been willing to converse with her, yet the atmosphere in the dormitory remained rather awkward. Dumbledore appeared to sense her thoughts. He kindly remarked, Polly, you may linger here a bit longer. However, I must point out that dinner time is approaching. It is rather important for growing students. Polly reluctantly replied. I apologize, Professor Dumbledore. I just haven't been getting along particularly well with my classmates lately. May I inquire as to why? My friends evidently insist that Lockhart is a handsome and powerful wizard. Dumbledore gazed at her with calmness, and Polly couldn't help but murmur softly. We have been attending classes for over a month now, yet most seem to be suddenly blind to Lockhart's true self. I truly hope the students can uncover the truth for themselves, but I don't believe they will do so swiftly. Dumbledore chuckled softly, saying, You cannot expect those unaware of the truth to recognize it immediately. Gilderoy is not particularly adept at concealment, yet the tales within those books are so splendid that many adult wizards find it difficult to discern the truth. Indeed, that is why my friends are angry with me and demand an apology. Polly thought, somewhat discontent. So Polly, who do you consider more important, Gilderoy or your friends? Dumbledore inquired. Naturally, my friends are more important. Well, then I believe you ought to be a bit more forgiving towards your friends. Everyone possesses various flaws, even I do. Yet that does not hinder our ability to befriend them, does it? What you value more is your friends, not whether they admire Professor Lockhart. Polly's eyes widened slightly. She softly replied, I just feel that Professor Lockhart is not worth my apology, not even Professor Snape. Gilderoy is not worthy, but are your friends? Polly was momentarily stumped by the question. She fiddled with the neck of her Niffler plushie, pausing for a moment before finally conceding, well, I do wish to reconcile with Madeline. She hesitated for a moment, then stood up. Oh, you can take that plushie with you, Dumbledore said cheerfully. It was sent to me by Newt. I never quite knew how to place it. Polly's eyes brightened. It was sent by Newt Scamander. This is simply double the joy. She happily embraced the plushie, determined to hold it close while she slept. Chapter 30, Reconciliation. By the time Polly returned to the Hufflepuff common room, it was nearly 6 o'clock. The common room was bustling, as the recent incessant rain in the Scottish Highlands had left the students desiring no inclination to play outside on the lawn. She first placed her plushie and textbooks back in her dormitory, then checked on Dawn's little garden by the window. The Niffler was comfortably curled up on the grass, clutching a petal of a daisy in its paws. Its little garden was well tended, appearing vibrant and full of life. All right, I shouldn't procrastinate any longer. Professor Dumbledore was right. I must face this. Polly spoke to herself. She took a deep breath and pulled a Honeyduke's fizzing Whizbee from her stash, letting it dissolve in her mouth. A light, buoyant happiness quickly filled her mind, and she absent-mindedly thought about how she wouldn't be able to enjoy any dessert tonight as she stepped out of her dormitory. Madeline was seated at a small round table, her beloved cat resting on her lap. Evelyn sat across from her, and they seemed to be chattering about something, occasionally bursting into joyous laughter. Alexia was absent. Polly thought to herself as she strode over. Her movements attracted the attention of several Hufflepuff students, and naturally, Madeline and Evelyn also heard the commotion. The latter appeared somewhat anxious, while the former hesitated for a moment before straightening her back and attempting to widen her eyes in a glare. The 14-year-old which had a soft, round face, and this expression only made her appear even more adorable. Polly mused, and the last remnants of her resistance dissipated. She truly cherished her friends, Evelyn and Alexia, whom she had grown closer to since starting school, and Madeline, with whom she had only begun to bond more closely last year. She hadn't had the chance to truly know Madeline during her first 2 years, but after that, she had the opportunity. Madeline was a delightful girl, and Polly regretted missing the chance to become close with her earlier. She even felt a pang of remorse in her 3rd year. Clearing her throat, she intended to ensure that her forthcoming words would be devoid of any ambiguity, but this was likely misinterpreted by Madeline as some form of provocation. The latter snapped her book Me the Magical shut, covering the photo of Lockhart's beaming smile with the table. If you're trying to say you're not wrong. Polly interrupted. Madeline, I'm here to apologize. Silence fell. The Hufflepuff students were keenly watching this corner, and Evelyn looked absolutely thrilled, covering her mouth to stifle a squeal. Yet her gaze towards Polly was particularly fervent. Madeline was taken aback. The words she intended to say instantly fled her mind. It felt as if she had been struck with a tongue-tied spell, and she found herself at a loss for words. What, I mean? Her face flushed, and her gaze became evasive. Polly, I still don't like Professor Lockhart. Polly said earnestly, but I like you. So I don't wish to remain in a cold war with you. Let us reconcile, shall we? Behind them, a few Hufflepuff students might have been whistling, and Evelyn began to wonder why Alexia wasn't present, while Selena and Truman exchanged amused glances by the fireplace. Madeline's face turned even redder, and she instinctively stood up. The cat promptly leaped from her lap, meowing indignantly at her, but Madeline paid it no heed, gazing at Polly. Polly extended her hand, patiently waiting for her response. Then Madeline swatted her hand away. Evelyn's eyes widened in horror, and instead, she enveloped Polly in a hug. You're such a fool, she exclaimed, bursting into tears while embracing her friend. Polly did not admit that she had also felt a moment of nervousness. She returned Madeline's embrace with a mix of laughter and tears, gently patting her back. All right, I'm a fool. Who told you to speak of yourself that way? As a result, Madeline pushed her away again, declaring fiercely, Ha! Evelyn collapsed on her sofa laughing. Madeline was also a fool. Madeline shot her a glare, and then exclaimed even louder than before, We're all fools. Polly laughed heartily. She produced a pristine handkerchief and offered it to Madeline. Indeed. We all are. Alexia felt as if she were ensnared in a dream. Had she not simply stepped out after her history of magic class, only to return and find Madeline and Polly cozily sharing a sofa, with the latter scratching the former's cat under its chin? She approached them with a sense of surrealism, asking Evelyn, Have they reconciled? Yes, Evelyn replied with a cheerful grin. You missed quite the scene, dear. I have no idea where you dashed off to. Ravenclaw, Alexia responded. My mother sent me some things, and I need to deliver them to Yates. Goodness. Has Polly suddenly discovered Professor Lockhart's merits? Or has Madeline developed a sudden infatuation? Madeline shot her a glare. Her eyes were still slightly puffy from crying, rendering her gaze less intimidating. Neither, Evelyn interjected. Both of them have realized that Professor Lockhart is not worth their concern. Friendship holds greater significance. Precisely, Alexia sighed with relief, turning to Polly and Madeline. I truly do not comprehend how you two ended up quarreling. However, that is behind us now. My earlier experiences in Care of Magical Creatures class were rather tormenting. My apologies. Polly released her grip, and Madeline's cat slid off her lap like liquid. Next time we visit Hogsmeade, I shall make it up to you. Alexia immediately climbed aboard the bandwagon. I want the new quill from the writer's nook. The one with the flamboyant blue-green dye. Polly chirped enthusiastically. All right, I shall remember. Evelyn blissfully leaned against Alexia, resting her head on her shoulder. Ah, I am going to indulge in a feast tonight. I am simply overjoyed. Hufflepuff harbored no secrets. And soon Polly's friends from outside the house were informed of the matter. Congratulations, Polly, Hermione exclaimed when she encountered Polly in the library once more. You seemed rather downcast before. There were indeed many reasons for my previous gloom, Polly admitted, but they have recently been resolved. Haven't Harry and Ron come with you today? Oh, Harry has Quidditch practice again, and Ron accompanied him. Hermione shrugged. We are to face Slytherin after Halloween. I sincerely hope Harry can defeat them once more this year. You will, Polly said cheerfully. Harry trains so diligently. However, our Quidditch team has been braving the rain as well. It won TB an easy victory against Hufflepuff. Slytherin is also a formidable rival, Hermione observed objectively. You know Malfoy, right? His father has sponsored 7 of the latest broomsticks for the Slytherin team, while, as far as I know, George and Fred are still using their old brooms, which seem to be a clean sweep. Polly wrinkled her nose at the mention of Malfoy. I don't know if you've heard, but he has been serving detention with Professor Snape lately. That is splendid news, Hermione beamed. He used to insult me on the pitch. Filthy mudblood, right? Polly remarked. I heard him say that just the other day, hiding behind Slytherin's Quidditch captain. She guessed that their training sessions would be significantly curtailed due to their detentions. Snape would certainly not let Flint and Malfoy's trio off easily. He believed Polly to be a seer, though she staunchly insisted she was not, and thus needed to ensure that these troublesome students would not provoke her further. Professor Dumbledore would see to it. The next time you hear them say such things, cast a spell on them, Polly suggested. Professor McGonagall might deduct points from you. But she would surely do the same to Malfoy. She glanced down at the parchment in her hands, recalling something else. When do they finish training? Fred and George gifted me their rapid transcription quills last time. I need to provide them feedback on their performance. Hermione looked intrigued. Rapid transcription quills? I recall Writer's Nook sells those. I was initially quite surprised, but I suspect they made a special edition, Polly responded, pushing her notes from the History of Magic class towards Hermione. I circled all the misspelled words. I suspect those were intentional. Hermione curiously perused the 4th-year History of Magic notes. The Goblin Rebellions. Oh, I've read a bit about that. You used the rapid transcription quill in History of Magic class? I always feel especially drowsy in Professor Binns' class, Polly confessed. It's an unavoidable circumstance. Well, I think that is rather unfortunate, Hermione murmured, returning Polly's parchment. George and Fred are currently promoting their little inventions around the school, and Percy is furious about it, threatening to deduct points from Gryffindor if he catches them. Polly ultimately did not wait for the twins to finish their training as they stayed late that day. She had to hand over her items to them before their next Care of Magical Creatures class. George and Fred were evidently still dissatisfied with the performance of their first-generation rapid transcription quill. Polly realized it was not called that at all. The vocabulary was merely a jumbled assortment of letters, failing to produce suitable humorous phrases. George muttered as he stuffed the parchment Polly had marked with a red circle into his pocket. Thanks, Polly. We'll have you try the 2nd generation when it comes out. In that class, Professor Kettleburn introduced fire lizards. These little creatures could only survive in flames. So 3 large piles of wood were ignited in the arena. The bright white fire lizards began to display shades of blue and orange as the flames intensified, creating a stunning spectacle. They merely observed as Professor Kettleburn deftly extracted the fire lizards from the flames to check on their condition. It would be in the next class that they could attempt to feed the fire lizards peppers. These little beings could survive an additional 6 hours after leaving the flames, allowing wizards to extract their blood for medicinal purposes before returning them to the fire. As long as there was fire, they would not perish. Professor Kettleburn permitted Polly to approach the woodpile. Considering your special circumstances, dear, and cast appropriate protective spells for her. Soon, her classmates gathered curiously around Polly, observing the fire lizard in her hands as it gradually shifted from blue back to white. It appeared no different from an ordinary lizard but exhibited an iridescent white sheen. The patterns on its skin made it resemble a mineral rather than a living creature. When in contact with wizards, they would typically retaliate by breathing fire, if they hadn't been stunned first. But the one in Polly's palm was clearly exceptionally docile, lying there obediently for them to observe. "Wow, it looks splendid," Fred remarked, resting his head on his twin brother's shoulder. "What would happen if we fed it something else?" Polly instinctively recoiled. "They only eat peppers." George had already grasped what Fred was insinuating and glanced at him suggestively. "All right, peppers then. Polly, do not worry. This little fellow won't let us control it. We cannot do anything to it, can we?" Polly retorted. "Don't come any closer." She protectively cupped her hands, attempting to shield the fire lizard from the Weasley brothers' gaze. Unbeknownst to her, the twins would later rescue a fire lizard during another class, when they were working in groups, and brought it into the Gryffindor common room, feeding it a fizzing whizzbee from the bouncing bulb magical joke shop, Dr. Fizzlebang's automatic ignition, seawater flowering fireworks. It was forced to transform into a little rocket that spun wildly, emitting sparks, ultimately escaping into the fire with a resounding explosion. Hermione did attempt to inform Polly about the matter, yet Harry and Ron dissuaded her. Should Polly learn of their actions, George and Fred would likely find themselves deprived of those research materials. However, they had harmed that fire lizard. "Oh," Ron exclaimed impatiently, waving his hand. "It eventually escaped. It can survive in the fireplace, so it's no big deal. Besides, Fred mentioned that if we keep it a secret, he would assist in tossing canary biscuits onto the Slytherin dining table." The final statement revealed his true intentions. Hermione gasped in horror. "They will lose points." "But don't you want to see Malfoy transformed into a canary?" Harry passionately replied, envisioning how much Malfoy's hair resembled that of a canary. In the end, the trio of Gryffindor fell into silence, while Polly remained blissfully unaware of the events that might infuriate her. She later joyfully witnessed Draco Malfoy and Marcus Flint transformed into canaries during lunch on another day. "Wow," she remarked, as Professor Snape stormed towards the Gryffindor table with a thunderous expression. "They did remarkably well. I must send something to George and Fred." The spiny lizard feathers were out of the question, but perhaps they would appreciate some of the alchemy feathers that Professor Kettleburn had collected during his recent venture into the Forbidden Forest. They were just in time for the molting season. Chapter 31, The Secret Admirer. With the basilisk and horcruxes gone, Voldemort once again became a concern for Professor Dumbledore, making Polly's fourth year exceedingly pleasant. Professor Kettleburn regretfully informed Polly before Halloween that the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures had refused to issue a breeding permit for a Kneazle to underage wizards. After all, one cannot use magic during the holidays, and if it were to escape onto a Muggle street, it would be quite the predicament. However, upon learning of this from Harry, Sirius volunteered that number 12, Grimmauld Place could accommodate the Kneazle. According to his letter, after destroying the Horcrux that Regulus had brought back, he sought Dumbledore's assistance and, guided by Creature, discovered Voldemort's secret cave. They spent 2 days and nights. Polly thought to herself, "No wonder Professor Dumbledore has been absent from school lately, vanquishing all the inferi, and cremating the body identified as belonging to Regulus Black, returning the ashes to the Black family home." Creature was so moved that he wept, and subsequently began to attempt to coexist harmoniously with Sirius. At least the nuisances in number 12, Grimmauld Place had been largely eradicated, allowing the Kneazle to thrive in comfort. Polly was quite enamored. Thus, in the second week of December, for the first time, she did not sign the list of students staying at Hogwarts for Christmas. "I want to go home to see my Kneazle," she cheerfully informed Madeline. Sirius said he would be happy to take care of it for a while. "Wow." Evelyn's eyes sparkled. "You mean the Sirius Black? You never told us you were so close with him." Polly laughed heartily. "Well, I have a decent relationship with Harry. I was invited to Harry's birthday party during the summer, and Sirius remembered me. He is incredibly handsome." Alex screamed softly. "Now I understand why you dislike Professor Lockhart so much. You know Sirius Black. And he is so loyal." Evelyn sighed dreamily. "He clearly did not betray the Potters. Yet he believes he indirectly caused their deaths, which is why he spent so many years in Azkaban." Madeline conceded. "He certainly has a different kind of charm. However, I'm beginning to comprehend Polly's taste. Just like how she liked that drummer from the Mischievous Pixies last year. They share a similar style. Very cool." Having just concluded a herbology class, the girls chatted and laughed as they made their way to the Great Hall. Suddenly, Evelyn leaned closer to Polly and whispered, "Polly, is this your type?" "Huh." Polly momentarily looked puzzled. "I suppose so. And what about Spencer?" Polly finally grasped the context. She coughed lightly, giving Evelyn a non-reproachful glare. I mentioned last year that I'm not currently interested in dating. But Spencer seems eager to continue inviting you to Hogsmeade, Evelyn said enthusiastically. I heard he has been secretly consulting the Weasley twins to prepare an interesting Christmas gift for you. Polly hesitated, but I genuinely don't intend to consider such matters. I'm only 14. Wow, you're actually reminding us that you're only 14 now, Alex chuckled. I recall you didn't have this attitude last year when you wanted to participate in Professor Shacklebolt's challenge. I just think dating at 14 is too early. Polly replied, perhaps I'll contemplate it after graduation. I understand, Madeline thoughtfully remarked. Perhaps it's that none of the boys at school meet Polly's standards. Wow, really? Evelyn exclaimed, I think Cedric is quite nice. Polly curiously inquired, you like Cedric? As she asked, she was met with 3 astonished gazes. You what? Oh, it's nothing. Polly dismissed, sensing that Evelyn did not harbor feelings for Cedric, and chose not to delve deeper. After all, Cedric was likely fond of Ravenclaw as Cho Chang. Although it seemed they hadn't been seen together this year. She recalled that the Ravenclaw girls had been sticking together lately, perhaps due to Professor Trelawney's prophecy. Polly genuinely had not noticed. Evelyn whispered to Alex, Cedric invited her twice, right? Alex responded in a similar hushed tone. He asked her to Hogsmeade. But she didn't go the first time. She went with us the second time. The first time I had an argument with Polly, Madeline interjected softly. Was it my fault? No, Polly genuinely appeared indifferent towards Cedric, and Alex lamented. I was hoping they would get together. Spencer has been much more diligent than Cedric. Evelyn stated he started pursuing Polly last year, but she declined him twice. Didn't she directly refuse Cedric this year? Ahem. Polly coughed awkwardly. Did you all forget how close we are? I can hear you even if you speak softly. Alex, Evelyn, and Madeline were startled in unison. Evelyn straightened up, also coughing. You heard us, Polly? Pretty much. Polly's gaze seemed distant. I didn't expect. I've been preoccupied with other matters lately. Cedric is supposed to like Cho, right? She had previously observed with curiosity. Cho was incredibly cute, appearing youthful like most of her Asian peers. And her smile was particularly captivating. To be fair, even by Polly's inherited aesthetic standards, Cho was quite lovely. No wonder both Cedric and Harry were drawn to her. However, now in this context, Polly found herself somewhat evasive. She had not considered the butterfly effect extending to such matters. They were not mere textual characters separated by a dimension. They were real, three-dimensional individuals living in her midst. Of course, Dumbledore was right. The things she had previously seen were not set in stone. Nevertheless, she thought, I don't want to ponder these matters right now. She clutched her 1,000 magical herbs and fungi a little tighter, her expression drifting. Next year, we will face the OWLs. Let us focus on studying first. Perry earnestly intended to dedicate herself to her studies, for who could fathom what chaos might ensue as a consequence of the butterfly effect? This necessitated an early preparation of advanced coursework, thereby broadening her reservoir of knowledge, among other pursuits, a task that proved to be exceedingly time-consuming. Consequently, she found herself compelled to devise an exhaustive study schedule, one that did not even entertain the notion of utilizing a time-turner. This was the utmost she could achieve under the circumstances. Yet, distractions invariably intruded upon her leisure time. On the final Friday before Christmas, the fourth-year students of Hufflepuff had only one Transfiguration class that afternoon. Perry had now ascertained that her proficiency in Transfiguration had indeed improved due to her artistic endeavors. As per usual, she completed Professor McGonagall's requirements in class, contributing 2 points for Hufflepuff alongside Cedric, before departing the classroom with her peers. As they descended the staircase to the first floor, they encountered a throng of students approaching from the direction of the foyer, all exhibiting an air of excitement. Curiosity piqued. They decided to investigate. Upon reaching the notice board, they discovered a parchment pinned conspicuously. The girls hesitated to jostle their way forward, opting instead to linger in the corner and await feedback from the boys. Hopkins was the first to return, breathlessly exclaiming, "They're starting a dueling club." Wait. Why is there going to be a dueling club? Is Professor Flitwick in charge? I heard he was a dueling champion, one of the boys mused. Wow. I wonder if first years can attend, another chimed in. Absolutely. Strebbins was equally enthusiastic. The notice stated it was open to all years. I thought only fifth years and above could participate. The inaugural meeting is tonight at 8, declared a Gryffindor student, their excitement palpable. Yes. Ever since Slytherin's loss in the recent Quidditch match, the Gryffindor team has been constantly thwarted by them. That seeker from Gryffindor, I believe it's Spinnet? She was hit by a jinx in the corridor, And the Weasley twins retaliated by pelting a few dung bombs at Pussy and Montague, another recounted. So, why are they establishing a dueling club? To provide Slytherin and Gryffindor with an alternate means of conflict? That sounds promising, Strebbins replied. Once the Gryffindor and Slytherin teams are thoroughly vanquished, this year's Quidditch Cup will undoubtedly belong to Hufflepuff. But we still have to defeat Ravenclaw, Cedric interjected fairly. Come now, Strebbins laughed, draping an arm around Cedric's shoulders. Ravenclaw's seeker is no match for you. Honestly, I suspect they're struggling to find a suitable candidate. You first need to ensure they will actually engage in combat, Elixia remarked, but I dare say that once the ball gets rolling, Professor McGonagall will deduct all points from Gryffindor and Slytherin. That would be splendid, as Hufflepuff hasn't claimed the House Cup in many years, Madeline added. Now that Ravenclaw is nearly equal with us in classroom points, if we can secure a significant victory in Quidditch, we might stand a chance. It's all up to you, Hopkins said, giving Cedric a hearty pat on the back that nearly sent him stumbling. Perry remained uninvolved in their conversation, crossing her arms and raising an eyebrow. If it weren't for this incident resurfacing, she would almost have forgotten that Lockhart had previously established a dueling club at the school. However, that was during the first attack on the Chamber of Secrets. Aside from a few students accepting a Ghost's invitation to attend the Death Day party this Halloween, there hadn't been any other surprises. What had prompted Lockhart to contemplate the formation of a dueling club this time? Before dinner, Evelyn finally gleaned some information from Ravenclaw. It's from the 6th year Ravenclaws, she explained. They mentioned in class that they were disappointed with the advanced course. And someone even asked Professor Lockhart what else he could offer them aside from reading and performing. Then the other students began to jeer, while Perry gasped in awe. That was rather direct. Madeline nudged her playfully, though she was more excited than angry. So the dueling club is indeed organized by Professor Lockhart? He must be quite fed up with hearing students say such things. Oh my goodness, I absolutely must attend tonight. Perry was about to voice a thought when Madeline swiftly turned to her. Perry, are you going too? Her eyes held a hint of pleading, but she quickly waved her hands in a fluster. If you don't want to go, that's fine. I'm just worried Lockhart might say something I won't understand. But I can always come back and ask you. Let us go together, Elixia suggested. We might learn something intriguing. Lockhart's book is filled with such impressive material. I genuinely hope he can teach us a thing or two. Very well, Perry conceded, abandoning her plans for the evening, opting instead to witness Lockhart's inevitable blunders under Professor Snape's scrutiny. But I remain skeptical about how much we'll actually learn. You'd best not get your hopes too high. However, Madeline was already racing toward the common room, eager to select her attire for the evening. Chapter 32. The Dueling Club. At 8 o'clock that evening, nearly all the students of Hogwarts assembled in the Great Hall. The space had been rearranged. The 4 long dining tables had vanished, replaced by a gilded stage against one wall, illuminated by the flickering light of hundreds of floating candles. Upon the stage stood Lockhart, clad in a deep crimson robe, flashing his brilliant smile as he greeted the audience, with none other than Professor Snape at his side. Madeline gasped, "Goodness, I expected Professor Lockhart to invite Professor Flitwick." The majority of students harbored a psychological aversion to Professor Snape. The jovial chatter among the Hufflepuffs fell into an uneasy silence, as they realized the gravity of the situation. Most students ceased their whispered conversations, apprehensive that Snape might seize an opportunity to deduct points during the club meeting. In stark contrast, Lockhart remained blissfully oblivious to the tension. He boisterously called out, "Gather around. Gather around. Can everyone see me? Can everyone hear my voice? Splendid. It is with great pleasure that Professor Dumbledore has permitted me to establish this modest dueling club, wherein I shall impart to you the self-defense techniques I have employed countless times, should you ever find the need for them. For further details, please refer to my published works. My assistant is Professor Snape. He generously agreed to assist me in a brief demonstration before class. Fear not. I shall return your potions professor to you in pristine condition." "Wow," Elixia whispered. "Professor Snape looks like he just witnessed me botching the potion from our last lesson." Madeline, who had been paired with Elixia, instinctively recoiled. AD plus 2 points deducted from Hufflepuff. Goodness, Professor Lockhart may be in for a rough time. The 2 professors soon commenced their demonstration. They positioned themselves at opposite ends of the stage, bowing to one another. Lockhart performed an elaborate flourish, while Snape simply rolled his eyes in impatience, before raising their wands to their chests. Perry contemplated for a fleeting moment whether to feign covering her face in sympathy, but ultimately decided to keep her eyes wide open, intent on absorbing every moment that followed. 1, 2, 3. Lockhart began to utter the incantation for a stunning spell, but a flash of red light erupted from Snape's wand, sending Lockhart hurtling backwards. His wand, of course, slipped from his grasp, but with a flick of Snape's wrist, it soared back into his hand. The force of the spell was nearly akin to a full frontal charge from a unicorn. Perry heard Owen's voice not far away. "Is Professor Lockhart all right?" Several girls from different houses displayed expressions of concern, while Madeline covered her mouth and let out a small gasp. What spell did Professor Snape use? She wondered aloud, noting his silence. "This falls within the 6th year syllabus." "The silent spell, quite challenging," remarked Truman, who stood beside them. "It must be the disarming charm," he suggested. "I had no idea that spell could also be used for repelling enemies. It's a rather malevolent curse." Professor Snape's movements were exceedingly swift. Perry overheard second-year Hannah exclaim, "Isn't this supposed to be a demonstration for us?" Thus, Professor Lockhart deliberately slowed his pace, articulating the incantation. After all, as Lockhart was renowned for his flamboyance, Alexia contemplated, perhaps Snape wished to engage fully in combat. In the corner, a maroon robe trembled for a moment before shakily standing upright. Lockhart's hat fell to the ground, and he appeared quite disheveled as he staggered back to the stage. "As you can see, this is the disarming charm. I have lost my wand. Professor Snape's silent spell has repelled me. Of course, this is no trouble for me. I can easily retaliate, but I believe it's essential for the students to witness this." He approached Snape, who regarded him for a moment before slowly relinquishing his grip, allowing Lockhart's wand to return to his possession. "It is quite common in dueling to disarm one's opponent first. The incantation is Expelliarmus. You must emphasize the AR part. This is merely third-year material," complained Sturbins. "I was hoping he might teach us some advanced spells. We could attempt to use it silently," Madeline suggested calmly. "Although that would be more suited for an advanced class. Still, as the first spell in the dueling club, it is quite appropriate." "Well, if you insist," Sturbins shrugged. Lockhart began to pair students into teams of 2, moving between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Consequently, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students hastily formed their own groups to avoid being matched with unfriendly opponents. Evelyn and Alexia resolutely refused to face Perry. Being knocked back would be too embarrassing. "I certainly don't want to be repelled into the wall by your disarming charm in front of so many people. No, I simply cannot." While Madeline had set her sights on Sturbins, who had just expressed disdain for Professor Lockhart. "Shall we team up?" Cedric inquired, looking at Perry. "Oh, that's fine. All right." Perry replied somewhat awkwardly, recalling her earlier conversation with friends. Of course, Cedric would be a more suitable opponent. However, he found himself glancing at Perry, who was secretly observing Ravenclaw's petite witch, cheerfully chatting with her curly-haired friend. Well, it wasn't Autumn he fancied, but her instead. "Shall we try the silent disarming charm?" Cedric asked her in a relaxed tone. Perry nodded, gathering her somewhat scattered thoughts, and then bowed facing Cedric. Lockhart's voice rang out. 1, 2, 3. A red light shot forth from the tip of Perry's wand, sending Cedric's wand flying high into the air. Though he quickly regained it with the agility of a seeker. "Impressive," he remarked admiringly. "I tried to recite it silently in my mind, but it seemed ineffective." "It requires a strong focus and willpower," Perry explained. "I read standard spells, level 6, and practice the silent spell. Casting incantations without sound can provide a significant advantage. I assume Professor Flitwick would be pleased to see me practicing it in advance." She glanced around, noting that the atmosphere here was relatively friendly. The younger Justin and Gryffindor's Neville were paired together, surrounded by a greenish mist, both lying on the ground. Madeline was bent over, seemingly retching, clearly affected by a spell that was certainly not the disarming charm, while her opponent Sturbins stood nervously beside Ravenclaw's Fawcett, whose arm was bleeding. Hopkins and Ravenclaw's Owen were also grouped together. They had previously clashed over differing attitudes towards divination, and now the former was ensnared by a leg-locker curse, while the latter's legs danced uncontrollably. "Should we go fetch Madame Pomfrey?" Alexia asked anxiously. She and Evelyn had been pointing their wands at each other for a while, casting no spells, and both remained unscathed. "I believe it might be quite necessary," Cedric murmured, noting that the chaos among Gryffindor and Slytherin was more pronounced. If Professor McGonagall were here, she might very well deduct points from all 4 houses. Evelyn empathized with him. Lockhart clearly had not anticipated that the students would create such a ruckus when given the chance to use wands against one another. He stood amid the crowd, flustered, shouting, "Stop, stop. We merely wish to practice casting the disarming charm." Snape showed no intention of assisting. He stood at the edge of the stage with his arms crossed, a sardonic smirk curling his lips. Lockhart had no choice but to separate the students who had not yet ceased their antics. Breathing heavily from exhaustion, he said, all right. I think you need some examples. So, Mr. Longbottom, Mr. Finnegan." Perry raised an eyebrow slightly. She stepped over and helped Justin Finnegan, who was still on the ground, while George Weasley assisted in lifting Neville. Both appeared to be in poor condition. Well, they don't seem very suitable. Lockhart cleared his throat. Then how about this, Mr. Weasley, Miss Fawcett? I beg to differ, Professor Lockhart, Snape interjected, his eyes glinting with a peculiar light. Pitting students capable of casting the silent disarming charm against those who can only perform trivial tricks serves no meaningful purpose. His gaze lingered on Perry for a moment before shifting to the partners he had previously arranged. Malfoy and Potter. I believe they would be quite appropriate. The students cleared a space for Malfoy and Potter to duel, while Perry stepped back a few paces and asked Justin, "Are you all right?" I'm fine," Justin replied, breathless. "I think both Longbottom and I might have mispronounced the spell." In the cleared area, Harry and Malfoy exchanged reluctant bows before turning their backs to each other and stepping away. Lockhart shouted, "1, 2, 3, begin!" Just as Perry recalled. Malfoy hastily cast the Serpensortia spell. However, Harry did not appear to be at a loss. During the summer, Sirius had regaled him with numerous tales of his father's school days, including the tricks they used to deal with Slytherin, mainly Snape. And he certainly remembered those entertaining details. He cast the freezing charm, instantly immobilizing the sleek, black snake. Malfoy looked astounded and promptly waved his wand again. Expelliarmus. Harry deftly sidestepped the red beam of light. When facing a group of Slytherins, always stay on the move. Spells typically do not curve. Then directed his wand at Malfoy. Expelliarmus. It was only his first time using this spell, and he hadn't even attempted it during his practice with Malfoy. Yet, he succeeded. The wand slipped from Malfoy's fingertips. He attempted to grasp it, but it flew out of reach, soaring about a foot into the air before plummeting to the ground. The Gryffindor students erupted into enthusiastic applause. Malfoy's expression morphed into a scowl, and Snape mirrored his demeanor. Well done. Lockhart strode over, patting Harry's shoulder amiably. You've finally learned a bit of my flair, haven't you? I trust everyone has witnessed the artistry that a duel ought to embody. Merlin. A gasp echoed from the entrance of the hall as Madame Pomfrey returned with Alexia. She immediately noticed the injured students, primarily upperclassmen, of whom approximately 1/3 bore marks of battle. You ought to have summoned me sooner, she admonished Alexia, deftly extracting several large glass vials from her pocket and levitating them behind her as she wove through the crowd. Madame Pomfrey? Lockhart exclaimed in astonishment. Oh, there's no need for undue concern. I can mend their injuries with a mere blink, as I am quite knowledgeable in healing magic. Madame Pomfrey paid him no mind. Swiftly, she pointed her wand at the nearest faucet, healing the wound on her arm. Then she passed by Madeline, administering a peculiar potion of swampy green to the retching young witch. The effect was immediate, although Madeline's expression suggested she longed to remain in her previous state of discomfort. Then there was Percy Weasley from Gryffindor, unfortunate to have been paired with a 7th-year Slytherin by Snape. His face was marred by an array of purple pustules, but Madame Pomfrey banished them with a flick of her wrist. As she busied herself, she shot a reproachful glance toward the center of the hall. Albus, you should not indulge their reckless behavior, Severus. I had thought you capable of better oversight. Oh, do not blame Professor Snape, Lockhart interjected. I had intended for us to address these matters together later. He drew his wand and pointed it at a Ravenclaw upperclassman whose arm was grotesquely contorted. Polly was not the only one who could not suppress a sound. Students began to scream in succession as the Ravenclaw's arm dangled limply, resembling a thick, flesh-colored rubber glove. Madame Pomfrey, at a distance, was bending over to treat a Slytherin girl whose hands had undergone a bizarre transformation. Turning her head, she exclaimed, Gilderoy Lockhart. I merely sought to alleviate his pain, Lockhart stammered in defense, then looked down at the Ravenclaw. Mr. Perry, I believe you should be experiencing no more discomfort? The Ravenclaw student offered no response, staring vacantly at his arm before rolling his eyes back and fainting. His bones, did he just? Justin Finch-Fletchley murmured weakly. Evelyn whispered. Professor Lockhart has removed his bones. I began to sympathize with Polly. Alexia remarked quietly, Professor Lockhart seems rather different from the persona he presents in his books. He might just be, Madeline suggested, not particularly adept at healing spells? After all, the standards for St. Mungo's healers are quite high. Yet her expression revealed her own skepticism regarding her words. Polly coughed discreetly. She was aware that there had been no uncontrolled bludgers in the previous Gryffindor versus Slytherin match. But she hadn't anticipated Lockhart would seize another opportunity to remove a student's bones in public. Chapter 33. Number 12, Grimmauld Place. Perhaps due to the potential for the dueling club to incite bloodshed among students of differing houses, Or perhaps because Professor Lockhart was utterly incapable of imparting anything of substance. The bi-monthly events announced on the notice board were swiftly suspended. Madeline felt somewhat disheartened by this, but the impending Christmas holiday soon lifted her spirits. Students departing the school boarded the Hogwarts Express back to King's Cross Station. Polly bid farewell to her friends on the platform and exchanged greetings with Harry and Hermione. Sirius' Christmas invitation also included Ron and Hermione. However, the former, coming from a wizarding family, could easily visit through the Floo network and decided to spend Christmas with his family, while Hermione, having missed the summer birthday party, was particularly intrigued by the wizarding house and eagerly accepted the invitation. Sirius awaited them on the platform, though his expression appeared less than cheerful. Polly discerned the reason with a mere glance. There stood an arrogant-looking wizard, his pale, pointed face strikingly similar to Draco Malfoy's. This could only be Lucius Malfoy. Sirius! Harry called out, prompting the listless wizard to lift his head. Harry, Polly, oh, you must be Hermione, right? Harry has mentioned you numerous times. You are the brightest witch in your year. Sirius strode over, his demeanor brightening considerably. Let me take your luggage. It's far too heavy to be pushing. He cast a charm on the three young wizards' trunks, rendering them light as feathers. You look well, he noted, ruffling Harry's unruly hair, which elicited a goofy grin from the latter. I've parked outside. We'll drive back. Oh, Polly, I'll take you to Diagon Alley later to retrieve your cat. It refuses to leave without seeing you. Creature had prepared a nest for it, and I suspect someone in the house had previously owned a pet. Didn't he even spare a glance at young Malfoy? No luggage left behind, I hope? The young wizards nodded in unison. They traversed the platform together and climbed into Sirius' car. Remus insisted I obtain a Muggle driver's license. It wasn't too difficult. Minutes later, they arrived at their destination. The passing Muggles clearly could not see the enchanted house. The four of them ascended the steps and pushed open the door. The hallway was dim, and Sirius led them upstairs through the corridor into the vast living room. Wow, Hermione gasped softly upon entering, her eyes widening as she surveyed the surroundings, finally expressing her astonishment. Sirius smiled at them. Looks rather nice, doesn't he it? It looks splendid, Harry replied, setting his trunk down. Hedwig's cage rattled, and she flapped her wings in displeasure, but Harry's attention was already captivated by the living room. It bore no resemblance to number 12, Grimmauld Place as it had during the summer. Back then only the first floor and part of the second had been tidied. Many areas were sealed off by Sirius and Remus, including this grand living room. Now, however, the house appeared clean and bright, with a deep green carpet covering the floor, cushions piled on the sofas, a tidy teapot and cups resting on a small round table near the fireplace, and a grand clock on the wall whose hands moved leisurely, ticking steadily. Creature! Sirius called out, and the Black family's house elf appeared with a pop. Master Sirius has summoned Creature. The house elf, wrapped in a pristine white towel, looked tidy and presentable. A pendant box dangled from his neck. Polly gasped softly. She had heard that Dumbledore and the others had destroyed the phony pendant box containing the potion of despair. Oh, not that one, Sirius clarified. This was a gift from Regulus. I, passed it on to Creature. He turned to Creature. Please take these 3 trunks upstairs. Hermione. Would you mind if I called you that? The young witch shook her head, blushing. Would you like to choose your own room? Harry still has his. There are plenty of empty guest rooms on the second floor. Creature bowed to them, still habitually avoiding Polly and Hermione, but he quickly turned back, twitching in their direction. He was still adjusting. However, a portrait in the Phineas household had previously admonished him, causing his mother to refrain from speaking out of turn. Sirius shrugged at them. Most of his remarks directed towards Polly. Harry and Hermione appeared bewildered, clearly unable to comprehend his words. The latter, encountering a house elf for the first time, gazed curiously as Creature vanished with their luggage in a puff of smoke. Well, Harry, would you mind accompanying Hermione to see the rooms? Sirius inquired. I shall escort Polly to Diagon Alley for a moment. Harry grinned. Are the rooms on the second floor accessible now? Indeed, replied Sirius. Should you require anything, simply summon Creature. He will heed your call. Remus has yet to return. He has been out for a few days but will be back this evening. Polly, let us travel to Diagon Alley via the fireplace. Let me check. I have indeed brought my cat license. A beaming smile instantly lit up Polly's face. Oh my, how I have missed Sherlock. With the 2 younger wizards absent, Sirius exhaled in relief. I was truly concerned about inadvertently revealing something I ought to keep secret from Harry. Maintaining that confidentiality has proven rather challenging. He continued, by the way, I recall my great-grandfather had a disdain for wizards of Muggle descent, often employing foul language towards them. Though his views have since evolved, thanks to you. He bent down to pick up a jar from the floor. Will you use this? Just take a handful and sprinkle it into the fire, uttering the leaky cauldron. I have not used it before, but I know how, Polly replied. She grasped a handful of flue powder, finding it no different from ordinary dust, but upon casting it into the flames, the fire transformed into a vivid green. The leaky cauldron. She inhaled deeply to avoid choking on the scorching smoke. A tremendous force grasped her, akin to sliding swiftly through an invisible spiral tube. And she stumbled out of another fireplace, nearly colliding with the proprietor of the leaky cauldron. Sirius soon followed, emerging clean and unscathed by the soot. I thought I would let you try it. Dumbledore suggested we find a way to connect your home's fireplace to the Floo network. Do muggles have fireplaces? Yes. Polly replied, and ours is operational, not sealed off. Sirius seemed perplexed by the notion of a sealed fireplace, but refrained from questioning further. That is good. To be honest, it is not a pleasant experience. I still prefer apparition. However, you will have to wait until 6th year to sit for that license. They traversed through the bar, and into the alley leading to Diagon Alley. As Sirius tapped the bricks on the wall, he spoke. Has Dumbledore mentioned it to you? We have also dealt with the ring from the Gaunt Mansion. That was no easy feat. Narcissa nearly tumbled into those traps. Professor Dumbledore informed me, Polly replied. They strolled side by side along Diagon Alley, the Christmas decorations enhancing the charm of the already magical street. Colorful ribbons danced in the air, with a Christmas tree at the corner adorned with an array of baubles that erupted with a pop every 30 seconds. A witch, bedecked in a hat adorned with flamboyant feathers, was distributing flyers for the cursed clothing shop. Polly was nearly captivated by the discount promotions at Flourish and Blots, but Sirius promptly pulled her back. Your cat license, he reminded her. Oh, of course, Polly sighed, gazing longingly at the glowing letters in the shop window. I truly hope they have sent out a new reading list recently. Sirius laughed heartily. You and Remus will share a common interest. He was the most avid reader among the four of us. He paused momentarily but quickly resumed, of the three at least. That sounds splendid, Polly exclaimed. I have amassed a plethora of questions to ask. Sirius ruffled her hair playfully. Hey there, little one. I thought you were going to enjoy a delightful Christmas? Speaking of which, Polly inquired curiously, since wizards do not believe in Christianity, why do we celebrate Christmas? Sirius chuckled again. We have debated this matter before. Ultimately, the conclusion is that whether wizard or muggle, everyone simply desires a holiday. Even dark wizards do not wish to stir trouble during the festive season. The ministry would be forced to work overtime, and they would receive quite the reprimand. As they crossed the street, they ventured into the magical menagerie. The staff member attending to customers quickly recognized them, and exhibited a look of relief. You are here to retrieve Sherlock, correct? I believe he can no longer endure this place. Sirius reached for his cat license, but the staff member wearily waved him off. You've shown it to me before. I remember. Ryan. Another staff member jogged over. Take them to collect that cat, the one that keeps wandering off. Polly chuckled awkwardly. They proceeded deeper into the shop, where the magical creatures were once again enthusiastically displaying their talents. Then Polly spotted Sherlock crouched outside his cage. Upon hearing their footsteps, he abruptly turned his head and instantly spotted Polly. The cat leaped up with surprising agility. Polly instinctively stretched out her arms, catching him perfectly. Sherlock. It has been a semester since we last met. Sherlock meowed loudly at her, mixing in some peculiar purring sounds. His paws gripping her robes tightly while his lion-like tail coiled around her wrist. The last time I attempted to take him home, he nearly clawed me, Sirius remarked in astonishment. However, once a cat recognizes its owner, it becomes one of the finest pets. Whether it's remarkable or not is inconsequential to me, Polly said joyfully, burying her face in Sherlock's long fur and taking a deep breath, reaching out to scratch his chin. But he is undoubtedly one of the most adorable magical creatures I have seen. Anything else? Sirius teased. My owl Pigwidgeon is quite adorable too, Polly replied. I also hope to one day have a Niffler, but before that, I may need to practice the non-detection charm. I have heard from Harry that you excel in care of magical creatures, Sirius said, intrigued. Professor Kettleburn must particularly adore you. Indeed, Polly beamed. Last Christmas, I even helped him care for a snake for a while. While they spoke, the staff member finally gathered Sherlock's toys and, at Polly's request, added 6 months' worth of cat food and treats. Upon returning to number 12, Grimmauld Place, Harry and Hermione were already seated at the small round table in the living room, engrossed in a game of exploding snap. Hermione, evidently unfamiliar with the game, had just witnessed one of her cards explode as they entered the room. Oh, she lamented. They always explode unpredictably. That is what makes it enjoyable, Harry grinned, then curiously turned to them. Is this the cat? Sherlock cast a haughty glance in his direction, then tapped Polly's arm with his tail, signaling for her to set him down. He is quite handsome, Hermione remarked in astonishment. I had always been uncertain about whether to purchase an owl, but now I am inclined to consider getting a cat. Perry recalled the beloved Crookshanks from the original work, offering her own suggestion. The care of a Kneazle requires a license, so I cannot bring Sherlock to school. Perhaps during your next visit to the magical menagerie, you might find a hybrid of a Kneazle and a cat. They are typically quite intelligent. What a splendid idea. Hermione's eyes sparkled. By the way, Perry, you haven't chosen your room yet. The second floor has many vacant rooms. I never imagined a wizard's dwelling could be so fascinating. In my room, there's a mirror that continuously lavishes me with compliments. Oh, certainly Hogwarts has such things, but this is, after all, home, isn't it? Before dinner, Remus Lupin made his appearance. It was Hermione's first encounter with him, and Harry eagerly volunteered to introduce them. Perry lifted her gaze to assess the recently returned wizard. Noticing his serene demeanor, tinged with a hint of nostalgia, Kreacher served their dinner. Stew soup, roast lamb, and syrupy fruit pie. The latter dessert was evidently Harry's favorite, for a smile broke upon his face at the mere sight of it. Following dinner, the three young witches gathered together. Harry produced the wizard's chess set he had unwrapped last Christmas at Hogwarts. Perry took on the role of his opponent while Hermione sat beside them, occasionally reaching out to stroke Sherlock's fur. Sirius and Remus, who insisted that the two young witches call him that as well, occupied the other end of the living room. During the game, Perry glanced up at them, observing their cheerful expressions, likely engaged in pleasant conversation, far removed from concerns about Voldemort during the festive season. Soon enough, she lost to Harry, and Hermione took her place. Perry comfortably nestled into a single armchair, cradling the Kneazle and gently grooming its fur. By the warmth of the fireplace, her thoughts began to drift. At times, she recalled how dreary this grand mansion had seemed in the original story, and at others, she reflected on the occasional loneliness and tedium of Christmas at Hogwarts. Ultimately, she began counting on her fingers. Among the 6 Horcruxes that Voldemort had intentionally created, the diadem of Ravenclaw, the locket of Slytherin, the diary, and the ring of the Resurrection Stone had all been dealt with. What remained were the Hufflepuff cup still at Gringotts and Nagini, who had remained by Voldemort's side. These 2 items would not pose a challenge for Dumbledore. The greatest dilemma would undoubtedly be the fragment of soul resting within Harry. She carefully recalled the established lore. Initially, Harry was an incomplete Horcrux. As long as he lived, Voldemort would also persist. However, following the events of the Goblet of Fire, Voldemort's use of Harry's blood to resurrect inadvertently perpetuated Lily's protective enchantment, resulting in the peculiar situation where as long as Voldemort lived, Harry too would remain alive. Thus, when Harry gallantly faced death, confronting Voldemort's killing curse, Voldemort inadvertently destroyed his own fragment of soul. Dumbledore managed to hint to Harry in the ethereal realm, guiding him back to the world of the living to vanquish Voldemort. Of course, none of this would transpire now. Dumbledore would undoubtedly resolve this issue. Perhaps it was the soft texture of Sherlock's fur, or the flickering warmth of the fire, but Perry unconsciously closed her eyes. In a daze, she felt herself being lifted, traversing the corridor, and then gently placed upon a soft bed. The moment her head met the pillow, she succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 34. The Spirit of the Season. The following morning, Ron arrived via the Flu network, looking exuberant. I told Mum I was coming to visit Harry, and she agreed I needn't deal with the garden gnomes in this frigid weather. It turned out that number 12, Grimmauld Place, was indeed far more interesting than the burrow. Both Sirius and Remus were quite amenable to allowing the young witches to practice simple magic under their supervision, so Perry quickly enlisted Harry, Ron, and Hermione to help decorate for Christmas with colorful ribbons. They were all quite enthusiastic, declining Kreacher's assistance, prompting the elderly house elf to retreat to oversee the stew simmering on the fire. Harry and Ron executed their levitation spells superbly, while Perry guided Hermione on how to transform some old curtains into shimmering silver and gold ribbons. Initially, she had contemplated turning spiders or insects into decorative crystal orbs, but the house was far too pristine for such creatures to be found. Remus and Sirius brought in the Christmas tree, and they also summoned some fairies to attempt hanging decorations, but those fairies soon flitted over to Perry, much to the Kneazle's displeasure. It lunged multiple times, scattering the fairies to the curtains, thus creating a glittering display in the window. Next, they adorned the room with holly and conjured magical snowflakes to pile in the corners. Perry and Hermione were quite curious about how Remus produced the snowflakes, and he kindly explained the spell's principles, readily offering to assist them in trying it out. The 4 young witches had an exhilarating time. Even at school, such opportunities to wield magic freely under the encouragement of adults, without the need for examinations, were rare. Naturally, they did encounter a few mishaps. Perry attempted to make a teacup sprout 4 legs, which promptly scampered to the edge of the table and shattered. Hermione tried to make the crystal orb sparkle but accidentally detonated one. Harry and Ron, while directing the ribbons to float, kept their heads tilted back and collided with one another, resulting in the ribbons burying them completely. Sirius found their antics utterly delightful. Well done. Don't worry. Remus and I can manage this in the blink of an eye. Of course, there was no urgency to complete the decorations in a single day. As the young witches became breathless from their exertions, Creature timely appeared with refreshments. They settled down, watching the 2 wizards effortlessly hang the decorations and illuminate some twinkling baubles. "Do not fret," Sirius said, noticing Harry's somewhat yearning gaze. "You have an entire Christmas to enjoy. The ministry won't send any letters here. And you may wield your wands freely, just don't get too carried away, alright? We wouldn't want to witness a festive street mungo's visit." Ron burst into laughter. In the afternoon, the 2 boys unearthed a set of exploding snap and commandeered the most spacious sofa. Hermione dug out Gilderoy Lockhart's magical me, while Perry sought the expertise of Sirius and Remus regarding the disillusionment charm. She showcased the robe she had re-enchanted, which still looked rather peculiar. "I wouldn't dare use it on myself. It doesn't look right, does it?" Remus picked up the robe. "I think it looks rather decent." "Indeed," Sirius interjected. "Some of the invisibility cloaks sold commercially are quite similar to this. Of course, those woven from the fur of a demiguise are much simpler to create than the spell, but they are significantly more expensive." He took the robe from Remus, and it immediately changed color in accordance with their movements. "The edges are still a bit off, but with an invisibility cloak." Remus quickly glanced at Harry. "Harry's cloak is rather special, I know that." Remus smiled. "Generally speaking, invisibility cloaks cannot compare to using the disillusionment charm on oneself. I believe your charm is already quite perfected. However, this spell fundamentally relies on the wizard's magical prowess to manifest its effects. I suspect some graduates may not reach your level. Of course, the Potter family's cloak is an exception." Sirius remarked with casual ease that the wizard who crafted that invisibility cloak must be exceedingly powerful. After all, it was thanks to that cloak that they could wander about at night without incurring any penalties. Polly nodded in agreement. "That's the invisibility cloak made by Ignotus, one of the Deathly Hallows," she exclaimed. The thought of her disillusionment charm reaching such heights was almost unfathomable to her. "If I were to sneak down to the kitchen after curfew, I should be quite safe?" Sirius laughed heartily. "Absolutely. But honestly, with Hufflepuff's common room so conveniently close to the kitchen, you wouldn't even need the charm to feel secure. I thought you were planning to slip away to the restricted section." "There are still many books outside the restricted section that I haven't read," Polly replied dismissively. "Besides, the professor's quite like me. If I truly needed it, Professors Sprout and Flitwick would gladly sign for me." "Well then, Miss Honor Roll," Sirius ruffled her hair playfully, "it's clear why you're not in Gryffindor. So why aren't you in Ravenclaw?" "I like Hufflepuff." Polly straightened her posture, slightly indignant. "Hufflepuff is wonderful. And I believe a house cannot define a person." This statement resonated with Sirius, and Remus fell into an unexpected silence. Polly quickly realized they were reminiscing about Peter Pettigrew and Regulus Black. With a hint of unease, she shifted in her seat, attempting to divert the conversation. "Speaking of which, I think Remus would make a great teacher. Perhaps you should apply for the Defense Against the Dark Arts position next year. You're only halfway through this year." Remus chuckled, shaking his head, "And I'm really not suited for it." "In fact, you would be exceptionally well suited," Polly murmured. "Next year is my OWL year. And I certainly don't want another Lockhart." "Oh, that professor of yours this year," Sirius frowned. "I've perused Harry's textbook. It's decently written, but personally, I have my doubts about Lockhart's actual competence." They spoke without lowering their voices, and 3 second-year wizards turned curiously towards them. Ron coughed loudly, proudly declaring, "I told you Lockhart is a fraud." This remark was clearly directed at Hermione. She closed her book, her cheeks slightly flushed, yet she did not appear angry. "Well, Sirius, why do you say that?" "Both Remus and I know him," Sirius shrugged, reclining casually on the sofa. "He was just starting out when we were in 5th year, causing all sorts of trouble. I seem to recall he applied to start a school newspaper, but it was entirely empty. I only remember him sending himself hundreds of Valentine's cards on Valentine's Day in our 6th year. Breakfast had to be cancelled because of owl droppings and feathers everywhere." Harry and Ron burst into laughter, while Hermione looked astonished. "But he didn't need to. He wasn't nearly as famous back then." Sirius replied impatiently, but he certainly caused chaos all the time. I recall another incident, which must have been after we graduated. I heard he carved his name in 20-foot letters on the Quidditch pitch. He got a week of detention for that. And all the Quidditch players from the 4 houses took turns confronting him. In any case, I don't believe he could accomplish any of those things, he concluded, winking at Polly as if to suggest he understood why she had made her earlier suggestion. Harry, Ron, and Hermione all seemed to agree with his sentiment. Yes, Remus. I think that would be splendid, Harry boldly stated. You taught us how to transfigure snowflakes this morning, and it was marvelous. Remus smiled wryly, shaking his head. Thank you for the compliment, Harry, but I truly cannot. Don't worry, Moony, Sirius said, casually draping an arm over his shoulder. Perhaps Dumbledore will personally persuade you. It was peculiar, Polly mused, how her days at number 12, Grimmauld Place often felt devoid of the pressure to study, filled instead with a desire for merriment. Perhaps it was the presence of adults, as she could consult Sirius and Remus with any difficulties. Or perhaps it was because Harry had a remarkable knack for uncovering the delightful aspects of the wizarding world. Over the following 2 days, they dug out the golden snitch and the seeker model Polly had gifted Harry during the summer, embarking on a quest to figure out how to make that tiny seeker controllable. In this endeavor, George and Fred had many amusing ideas. On the 3rd day of their holiday, they arrived through the Flu Network to play with the canary creams they had made for Harry's birthday, earning Sirius's enthusiastic approval. The perceptive twins quickly noted that Sirius also harbored a similar restless spirit. The various trinkets from Zonko's joke shop were met with great enthusiasm from the 2 boys. Naturally, setting off fireworks indoors was not advisable. So they later ventured to the outskirts of Ottery St. Catchpole, where there was ample open space for them to frolic freely. While watching them release their fireworks, Polly encountered Cedric. The Diggory family also resided nearby, and he happened to be out today. Polly, Cedric exclaimed, appearing pleasantly surprised. What are you? Oh. We came to play with fireworks, Polly replied. These things can't be set off indoors. She pointed to a firework that spelled out Merry Christmas in the air. This particular firework was a defective one, with one letter misspelled, causing Harry and Ron to burst into laughter. Hermione was present as well, clearly intrigued by the mingling of muggles and wizards in this village, and she began to ask Percy, who had come out to see his brothers, several questions. They seemed to be having a pleasant conversation, with Percy looking at Hermione with evident admiration. Yes, of course, Cedric coughed lightly. The Weasley family also lives nearby. This was Polly's first visit to a place where wizards and muggles coexisted. She looked westward and spotted a house shaped like a castle. That's the Lovegood residence, Cedric informed her. Their little girl just started at Hogwarts this year. She's a Ravenclaw. Of course, Luna Lovegood. Polly had noticed her quietly. The young witch, with her youthful innocence, seemed unlikely to grow into a striking beauty. Yet she wore a necklace made of butterbeer corks in her first year. Many first years thought she was a bit eccentric. However, Polly thought the necklace quite cool, possessing a vintage charm. Also there's Fawcett, the one who always hangs around with Stibbins. She lives here too. This village should only have our 4 wizarding families. To the north are the Muggle residences. The woods separate us. We certainly can't risk letting Muggles see us riding broomsticks, Cedric stated, but there are quite a few shops on the Muggle side. And we occasionally go over to buy things. That's White Weasel Hill. There are many rabbit holes there. I often went there as a child to catch rabbits. He grinned broadly. It's too cold now, but I'm truly curious if you would attract them. Polly laughed in response. They were both taking the Care of Magical Creatures class, and Cedric knew just how much those little creatures adored her. At that moment, Harry began to set off a firework, likely concocted by the twins. It exploded with a bang, showering red confetti everywhere, accompanied by a loud stream of curses. For Merlin's sake, you're absolutely dreadful. Ugh. You must be out of your mind. A resounding burst of laughter erupted nearby. And as Percy irritably brushed away the scraps of paper that had fallen onto his head, the noise persisted unabated. Suddenly, George Weasley, whom Poppy could now roughly distinguish from Fred, materialized beside them. We've managed to incorporate the screaming letter feature into the stationery. However, the insults can only be recorded by Fred and me, which is rather inconvenient, and it all sounds like our voices. We're contemplating modifying it to a spelling mode. Sounds promising, Poppy cheerfully remarked, envisioning a pink toad to deal with bothersome individuals. We're hoping to negotiate with Mr. Zacco to place our products on consignment there. Fred chimed in, though he is only willing to give us 1 shelf and expects 5 galleons a month for it. That's exorbitant. Cedric frowned. Indeed. Which is why we're considering setting up a mail order catalog, George explained. Thanks to Poppy, we managed to acquire some hard-to-find items last year. and many at school are eager to purchase our goods. However, the startup capital is still insufficient, and I dare say Mum would be utterly shocked by it," he continued. "After we returned from the summer holiday, she confiscated all our canary biscuits. She has always hoped for another Percy in the family. But who apart from Percy would relish sitting in an office at the Ministry of Magic? So, what do you plan to do moving forward?" Cedric inquired cautiously. "Why, open a magical joke shop. Of course," the twins exclaimed in unison. Cedric appeared somewhat hesitant, as if unsure how to evaluate their aspirations, but Poppy clapped her hands in unreserved encouragement. "You might consider collaborating with Sirius. He would absolutely love these things. It's a golden opportunity." Chapter 35. The gift incident. After a few days of wild revelry, Christmas soon arrived. That morning, Poppy awoke naturally, just past 7. After a yawn, she changed out of her pajamas into attire suitable for company. This was the sole drawback of number 12, Grimmauld Place. She could not meander about in her comfortable nightwear. Beyond that, this place felt far more like home than the burrow. The fire in the hearth burned continuously. There were elders available to listen to her troubles at any time. And when she yearned for a game of chess, she had numerous companions to choose from. The Weasleys had briefly returned to the UK in October, sending Poppy a letter before departing for Africa in November. At times, Poppy felt as if the two passions in their lives were solely devoted to each other and to adventure, leaving her with no ability to intrude. In her youth, she had been relieved not to have to struggle to accept new parents. Now, however, she could not help but feel a pang of regret. Thus, she found herself somewhat enamored with the atmosphere here, fantasizing about receiving an invitation for next Christmas as well. The dressing mirror in her room invariably praised her choices. Poppy absent-mindedly slid her feet into slippers and drew back the curtains before accessing the system to enter the daily specials, clicking on the Wizarding Learning gift. She glanced at her extraordinary gift pack. Since the start of the school year, her luck had seemed rather lackluster. Neither the daily random rewards nor the extraordinary packs purchased with gems had yielded a legendary card, and her extraordinary packs guarantee had now accumulated to 1430. Then, a burst of golden light flickered. Poppy widened her eyes slightly, extending her hand to touch the beautifully gilded card. It swiftly transformed into an animation. A Dementa loomed over the castle, while Professor McGonagall stood at the castle's entrance, wand raised, uttering a spell as the stone statues along the corridor leapt down from their pedestals, and the suits of armor within the castle stirred to life. This was Hogwarts magic. When the school faced disaster, the castle itself would protect its students. The Stone Guardian advanced. This was a legendary card. Poppy joyfully sat at the edge of her bed. Not that these cards would serve any particular purpose for her now. However, good fortune on Christmas Day was always a promising omen. She reached out to poke at the image that only she could see, and the statue brandishing a sword slightly bowed before swinging its weapon, leaving a slash mark on the illustration. Then her gaze drifted to the bottom right corner, where she was surprised to discover a small, unopened notification regarding the proficiency of this newly drawn legendary card. She opened the proficiency entry and raised an eyebrow. The energy bar representing proficiency was already full, and the system's spellcasting function and all stickers had been unlocked for use, with the current proficiency displayed as 23634 in the upper left corner. Poppy fell into contemplation. Judging from those magical creatures, the proficiency of summoning cards seemed more akin to intimacy. As she interacted with them, the proficiency of the cards would increase. The Stone Guardian was not merely Professor McGonagall's transfiguration. She sprang up, excitement propelling her as she paced around the room. Of course, the Stone Guardian was fundamentally Hogwarts' own magic. Professor McGonagall had activated the entire castle's statues and armors, surpassing the limits of what transfiguration could achieve. This was Hogwarts magic. The proficiency of this card likely equated to the time she had spent with Hogwarts. It suddenly dawned on her that perhaps when she inadvertently triggered the game's bug in her first year, entering the room of requirement, it wasn't solely due to that glitch. She had attempted that approach later on, but she had never been able to enter directly from the library again. Thus, just as the drawn card possessed such high proficiency, Hogwarts had from the very beginning treated her tenderly, akin to those magical creatures with whom she had not drawn cards but remained close. It was aware of what Voldemort had hidden there, understood her desire to hand that object over to Dumbledore, and so when Poppy attempted, it truly opened that great door for her. Poppy raised her hand to her chest, her eyes misting slightly. This is wonderful. I love Hogwarts, and Hogwarts loves me. She took some time to peruse her spellbook anew from this fresh perspective, particularly those summoning cards, before stowing the system away. Only then did she notice the stack of Christmas gifts at her feet. Judging by the wrappings, most were books. So Poppy skipped over them and unwrapped the parcels that appeared more intriguing. Harry had sent her a somewhat crudely made sketchbook accompanied by a note. These were images he had collected from Hagrid, having learned how to copy them onto parchment from Sirius, and then assembled this collection. Poppy delightedly flipped through it for a while before setting it down. Ron sent her a box of fizzing whiz-bees, and a singing card featuring a recording of Celestina Warbeck's song. Sirius gifted her a model of a stag that would light up and trot about its pedestal when prodded with her wand. Madeline's gift was even more splendid than in previous years. She had sent a massive cat tree, and Poppy was certain Sherlock would adore it. Unexpectedly, fifth-year Spencer Gerald had sent her a large box of exquisitely crafted chocolates shaped like magical creatures. Although indulging in chocolates first thing in the morning was not ideal, Poppy couldn't resist taking one shaped like a niffler. I must say, it tasted quite delightful, and her hand reached for the chocolate shaped like a tree frog. As Hermione exuberantly dashed into the living room, brandishing the tome titled A Comparative Analysis of Magical History and Muggle History, she was taken aback to find only Sirius and Harry present. During her stay over the past few days, she had come to realize that Polly was invariably the earliest riser among them, excluding Creature, which left her expression somewhat puzzled. Where was Polly? Hadn't she come down yet? Harry appeared equally bewildered. Perhaps she had received an exceptional book as a Christmas gift, and was unable to resist the urge to delve into its pages. Sirius jested. That didn't seem right. Hermione glanced at the clock on the wall. A serpent was moving back and forth between the hour hand pointing at 8 and 9. I'll go check, she declared. Being a girl, she had nothing to conceal, and thus she dashed out of the living room towards Polly's guest room. The door was unlocked, and after knocking without receiving a response, she called out, I'm coming in as she pushed the door open. Hermione froze in place. She looked on in near horror at the sight of the 2-year-older girl kneeling on the carpet, silently weeping. Polly? She screamed. Are you alright? Hermione. Polly lifted her head, her voice still choked with sobs. I am sorry, I just suddenly realized I'm truly a coward. What? Hermione strode past the box of open chocolates on the floor, crouching down to look at her anxiously. Polly, she could not continue, for Polly had reached out, wrapping her arms around Hermione's neck. What should I do? It's all right. Hermione fumbled to set down the Christmas gift in her hands, attempting to gently pat Polly's back. What happened? Are you okay? Is everything all right? Sirius, having rushed over after Hermione's scream, inquired. He was far more aware than Hermione and had already raised his wand. What's going on? Do I need to notify someone? No need, Polly wept again, burying her face in Hermione's shoulder. I'm just an idiot. Hermione's eyes widened. She made an effort to turn her head towards the doorway, mouthing to Harry and Sirius, think of something. Harry appeared equally clueless, but he promptly had an idea. Isn't Ron, George, and Fred on good terms with Polly? Should I go ask them? George and Fred? Polly raised her head. A palpable sense of despondency crossed her face, but a flicker of hope emerged. Yes, she replied. I remember they get along well with Spencer, right? Who is Spencer? Hermione, Harry, and Sirius asked in unison. Spencer. Polly hurriedly wiped away her tears, repeating the name. Her pale face flushed a vibrant red, and her gaze darted away. Yes, a 5th-year student from our house. She murmured, he really is quite handsome. I say he is almost as handsome as you, Sirius. Sirius was taken aback yet confused by this compliment. I didn't realize you held me in such high regard, but is he a boy? Yes, Polly's blush deepened. Of course, we don't interact much, but I really don't understand what I'm doing. She sighed. This Christmas, I only sent him a box of Honeydukes chocolates. I sent the same to the Spencers as well. I truly am a coward, aren't I? Hermione and Harry remained dumbfounded, while Sirius cleared his throat. Polly. So you like this boy? Polly anxiously raised a hand to cover her cheek, her expression turning despondent. I'm only 14. It's too early for romance. But I should have sent him something more unique. Oh my, how could I know nothing about him? She struggled to her feet. Sirius. May I use the fireplace? I think Harry had a good idea. I can ask George and Fred. Thank you, Harry. She enthusiastically embraced Harry before swiftly exiting the room. The latter, in a daze, turned to Hermione. Is Polly really all right? The Flu network can serve as a portkey as well as a telephone. However, on that Christmas morning, when Polly's head suddenly appeared in the fireplace at Grimmauld Place, the Weasleys were all taken aback. Polly! Several exclamations ensued, and soon George and Fred were the first to speak. Wow, Polly, do you really like the gift we sent you this year? Polly looked at them with a bewildered expression. Gift? I haven't had the chance to see yours yet, but Ron, thank you for your card and sweets. I think Cedric's song does sound delightful. Oh, I'm glad you like it, Ron instinctively replied, and thank you for the signed Chudley Cannon's album. It's fantastic. So dear, what brings you here? Mrs. Weasley, having seen Polly a few days prior, kindly inquired. Yes, of course. Perhaps it's the fire surrounding Polly's cheeks. But her entire face appeared flushed. George, Fred, don't you have a good relationship with Spencer? Her voice softened as she spoke his name. The twins exchanged glances. Who? Spencer Gerald? It depends on how you define it. George hesitated. Did he send you something strange? Fred leapt up. He did indeed ask us what Christmas gift would win your favor, but we didn't say anything. To be precise, we both believe he has no chance, George remarked. Leaning closer, unless he slipped you a love potion. What? Polly seemed to disregard their latter comment, furrowing her brow. How can you say that? Of course. I have my faults. I've always, Polly trailed off, shaking her head in confusion as if she couldn't recall how she had always been. But she quickly brushed past the thought, smiling sweetly yet shyly. Ahem, you might have misunderstood. I mean, he really is handsome, isn't he? Fred and George exchanged glances. Oh dear. Gerald wouldn't he really buy a love potion, would he? When we said that, we just wanted to dissuade him, Mrs. Weasley gasped. A love potion. Polly remained focused on the twins. So you don't know what he likes either? To be precise, he likes you, Fred said dryly, swallowing the last word. Well, Polly sighed in disappointment, speaking to herself. I suppose I should think about what special Christmas gift I could give him. She withdrew her head. A hush fell over Grimmauld Place. I suddenly regret not inviting Diggory over to play this morning, George said to Fred. Yes, just imagine the expression on his square face. Fred replied. But Gerald really. Mrs. Weasley removed her apron. I must rush over to the Blacks immediately, she declared. Are you sure that girl mistakenly ingested a love potion? To be precise, if Polly had even a smidgen of her usual sensibility, she wouldn't have any interest in Gerald, Fred shrugged. Cedric is far superior to Gerald. She hurriedly grabbed a handful of flue powder, igniting the extinguished fire in the hearth with her wand. Arthur, I'll be back later at number 12 Grimmauld Place. Sirius was laughing uncontrollably. Perry was seated on the sofa, intently scrutinizing a mail order list. Harry stood in stunned silence, while Hermione wore an expression of indignation. When I entered, there was a box of open chocolates beside Perry. At that moment, Creature had already brought over the box of chocolates, and indeed, the accompanying card belonged to a boy named Spencer Gerard. Honestly, Christmas shouldn't be spent at St. Mungo's, Sirius remarked with a chuckle. But we don't typically keep an antidote for love potions at home. Fortunately, George and Fred had discovered it. Molly Weasley cast a reproachful glance at him. Otherwise, it could have turned into quite the fiasco. Oh, nothing will go awry, Sirius dismissed. Love potions require prolonged use. This is merely a box of chocolates. Nevertheless, we must resolve this issue promptly, Perry. Let us depart. Depart? Perry lifted her head. Are we going to Diagon Alley? No, we are heading to St. Mungo's, Sirius replied. Are you unwell? Is Harry ill? Hermione interjected. No, wait, Remus hasn't shown up all morning. Is he all right? Actually, he is not in great shape. Sirius struggled to suppress a laugh. He rubbed his face, forcing a worried expression. Would you mind accompanying me to visit him? Perry hesitated, glancing at her list. You can take it with you, Sirius coaxed. Remus might be able to provide you with some guidance. After all, James never offered unsolicited advice while pursuing Lily. Chapter 36. St. Mungo's is located in the heart of London. For safety reasons, wizards cannot travel there directly via fireplace. The young witch, under the influence of a love potion, was evidently in a state where reason could not reach her. She insisted on wearing a deep crimson wizard robe, attracting many curious glances from muggles. Fortunately, early on Christmas morning, the streets were relatively empty, allowing them to arrive at the entrance of the quaint, old-fashioned red brick department store without incident. Perry tilted her head in confusion as she gazed at the now-defunct shop. I thought Remus was at St. Mungo's. This is the entrance. Sirius informed her. Now we must resolve your predicament swiftly. He uttered a phrase to the mannequin in the window, then led Perry through the glass. There was a similar enchantment here as at Platform 9, and they soon found themselves in a bustling waiting room. St. Mungo's was adorned in festive colors today, and the blonde witch at the inquiry desk wore a high hat decorated with a Christmas tree. Under normal circumstances, Perry would have meticulously observed the witches and wizards afflicted by strange spells or ailments, but at that moment, she merely smiled foolishly while waving her mail order list. Wow! This is amazing! So where is Remus? Just as Sirius was about to lead her toward the lift, they heard a somewhat surprised voice. Perry Flit? Perry looked up to find a large portrait of a witch with cascading silver curls hanging on the wall, inscribed with, Dolores Umbridge, St. Mungo's healer, 1722 to 1741. Headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, 1741 to 1768. Her mind struggled to process this. So she simply continued to smile and waved at the portrait with an overtly enthusiastic demeanor, exclaiming loudly, "Merry Christmas!" Dolores's expression turned serious as she leaned towards the edge of the frame and asked Sirius, "What's wrong with her?" "Sirius brought me to find Remus," Perry interjected. Still giggling, "He can give me some advice." "Love potion," Sirius explained to the portrait, "a Christmas gift." Dolores looked amused and exasperated. She nodded at them. "Why don't you sit over there for a bit while we wait for the healer? They'll resolve this issue in no time." Thus, they quickly found 2 empty wooden chairs. To Perry's left sat a wizard with peculiar little tentacles sprouting from his face, while to Sirius's right was a witch who intermittently expelled pink bubbles. Perry curiously observed the latter, and then asked Sirius, "Do you think Spencer would fancy a girl who blows bubbles like that?" Sirius let out a strange cough, struggling to suppress his laughter. "I don't know, Perry. I'm not acquainted with that boy." "Oh well." She fell silent for a moment before inquiring, "What are we doing sitting here? Where's Remus?" "He'll be here shortly," Sirius assured her. "You might as well take a look at your mail order list." "I find that my list mostly contains books," Perry lamented. "Perhaps I should place a different order or something." A healer approached them. She directed the tentacled wizard to the 5th floor, and then bent down to look at Perry. "Love potion," Sirius reiterated. Oh, the female healer cast a skeptical glance at Sirius. Then with her wand, pointed to the potion kit floating behind her, and the small vials began to move according to her command. Perry watched her potion-making process with keen interest. "I wonder how many potions require flobberworm mucus." "All right, dear. Drink this." The healer handed over a cup filled with a clear liquid. "Why should I drink this?" Perry asked. "I shouldn't consume anything given to me by a stranger. I suggest you remember that next time you're offered chocolates." Sirius ruffled her hair. "Just think of it as pumpkin juice." Perry muttered reluctantly but, given Sirius's assurance, obediently accepted the cup and drank it. For a fleeting moment, she maintained her silly grin. Then that smile gradually faded, replaced by intense fury. She stood up, gritting her teeth. "How dare he?" "All right, Perry, welcome back," Sirius said. "How do you feel now?" "I want to pour every potion that Neville concocts down Spencer's throat." Perry seethed. "Goodness, I thought he was merely a nuisance." She paid a rather modest consultation fee. Thank Merlin she had brought the necessary coins for her order before leaving, and then followed Sirius out of St. Mungo's. "Don't worry. I was once under the influence of a love potion during my school days as well," Sirius remarked nonchalantly. "As a popular person, you must always be wary of what you consume." Perry's tense expression softened somewhat. "Why isn't this illegal?" "Because it isn't long-lasting. Moreover, your friends will easily notice if something is amiss," Sirius replied. "Your reaction isn't too bad. I once dashed from Gryffindor Tower to the dungeons, confessing my feelings to a girl in front of a group of Slytherins heading to class. Remus couldn't stop me. James teased me about it for half a semester." He added with a chuckle, "In the end he couldn't help but laugh." "Yes, fortunate that I'm not the talk of the school," Perry said. "But the Weasleys are all aware, and I need to place an order for George and Fred." Her expression turned fierce. "They need not experiment on themselves. I will ensure Gerard tries every single one of their products." "Are you referring to those canary creams and such?" "Indeed, George and Fred are quite talented in that regard." Perry replied. "You cannot imagine what they will concoct in the future. Instant skip class suites that even ministry officials cannot unravel, hats that rebound spells, and so forth. To be candid, I fervently wish they would hasten the development of those automatic ink feather quills. The offerings from the literary community leave much to be desired." "The quick-acting truancy suites?" Sirius appeared quite intrigued as he followed up with a query. "Oh, I can't quite recall," replied Poppy. "But I remember there are varieties that induce fainting spells and nosebleeds, which even Madame Pomfrey is temporarily unable to address." "Oh wait, she might know how to handle it." But the circumstances were rather peculiar at that moment. "Is this a prophecy?" Sirius inquired, his interest piqued. Poppy said, scratching her nose awkwardly. "I still don't believe these should be referred to as prophecies, but well, they do possess a certain talent in that regard." "Did you know they received the Marauders map you created in their first year?" Sirius looked utterly astonished. "I was unaware of that. They acquired it while in detention." Poppy gleefully explained. "If you inform them you are the infamous Bigfoot, they might eagerly cling to you, considering how much assistance you've provided them." Upon returning to number 12 Grimmauld Place, Poppy appeared notably at ease. She expressed her gratitude for Hermione and Harry's Christmas gifts and promptly penned letters to George and Fred. "You seem much better now," Hermione sighed in relief. We were all quite frightened before. Poppy cast a vanishing spell on the box of chocolates. A fifth-year lesson she had never practiced before, yet succeeded perfectly on her first attempt, and reassured Hermione, "It's all right. At least you now know what it feels like to be affected by the love potion. Just wait until Harry experiences it next." Sirius began to chuckle, while Harry looked over in protest. "Hey Poppy, why me? Are you not aware of your own popularity?" Poppy replied with utmost seriousness. "The boy who lived, Gryffindor's finest seeker. I've heard our second-year Burns has also taken quite an interest in you." Harry's face turned crimson. He opened his mouth in vain to argue, as if his ability to articulate had suddenly vanished. Of course, we should also carefully consider the potential danger posed by Ron. After all, he shares a dormitory with Harry, and might consume any chocolate cauldrons that Harry finds unappealing. Poppy concluded, "It's up to you, Hermione." They settled down amid peals of laughter, with a Christmas pudding prepared by Creature, and an especially tempting turkey gracing the table. Poppy, having eaten nothing but the love potion chocolates and antidote that morning, immediately served herself a slice of pudding. "I'm starving. I intend to feast." George and Fred's reply soon arrived, delivered by Creature. They enthusiastically agreed to take on the task of teaching that Hufflepuff boy a lesson. Poppy reciprocated by sending them a severed tail of a transfiguration lizard she had acquired in class. The transfiguration lizard possesses the ability to stretch its body at will, and its skin serves as precious material for making pouches and wallets that shrink when approached by strangers. After sending it off, Poppy felt satisfied, believing she might witness Spencer Gerard being sent to the infirmary on the very first day of school. For this reason, she began to eagerly anticipate returning to Hogwarts. She had already informed Evelyn, Alexia, and Madeline about the love potion incident, and they were all quite incensed. Alexia declared with conviction that she would make Gerard pay. "Mother says students my age can date, but to prevent those foolish boys from bullying me, she taught me a very useful spell." While Madeline suggested she inform Selena, so the prefect could keep him in check. In truth, they need not worry excessively. Poppy said to Hermione, "George and Fred are particularly fond of the items I sent them. I suspect Gerard might end up spending half a semester in the infirmary." Hermione appeared less than comfortable with the notion of violating school rules. Yet considering Poppy's reaction that day, she refrained from objecting. As the holiday drew to a close, they rushed to finish their assignments. Hermione had completed the majority by the second day of her arrival at number 12, Grimmauld Place, and was now rechecking them. Poppy, however, could hardly believe she had spent the entire day playing and had scarcely put quill to parchment. "Perhaps it's because this place is simply marvelous," she mused aloud to Sirius. "You know, you can come and play anytime," Sirius kindly offered. "We're considering connecting your fireplace at home during the summer, so it wouldn't be a bother at all." Indeed, Harry eagerly added. Sirius mentioned he might not be able to stay home all summer next year. "If you can come over, I would be delighted." Poppy nodded enthusiastically. On their final day, as they packed their belongings, Poppy discovered she had far more to take back to Hogwarts than she had brought. Flourish and Blot certainly knows how to entice. They understand to whom to send the order forms to exchange for more galleons. And Sirius had also stuffed her bag with many chocolates. "Completely safe, ordered from Honeydukes. And they haven't even been unwrapped," he said, grinning at Poppy. "Just don't accept chocolate from those little boys, all right?" Poppy protested and then laughed. "Thank you, Sirius. By the way, let me correct my earlier statement. You are the most handsome wizard I have ever encountered." Chapter 37, Electives. The first day after the Christmas holidays found Poppy thoroughly enjoying her time at Hogwarts. During dinner, Spencer Gerard grew a 4-foot-long tongue under the gaze of all, after which he was hurriedly escorted to the infirmary by Professor Sprout, following which he visited the headmaster's office and learned of Dobby's situation. "I had intended to share this news with you on Christmas Day, thinking it would make a splendid gift," Dumbledore said cheerfully. "But Doris informed me you encountered a slight mishap." Poppy coughed awkwardly, as Gerard had only just suffered the first wave of retribution. Mr. Gerard's actions are indeed questionable. Pomona had already spoken to him and arranged for him to perform community service every Thursday evening, with Filch ensuring he worked diligently. "I understand your anger, but Mr. Gerard likely does not comprehend the gravity of his actions. Please don't be too harsh, all right?" "Very well," Poppy said begrudgingly. "I will inform George to have them temporarily remove any products that have yet to undergo testing from the list." Now regarding Dobby, Dumbledore continued. "The Malfoy family's house elf evidently has no understanding of the happenings at the school, so it attempted to carry out its own plan to save Harry. It infiltrated the school before Christmas and placed a spell on the rogue bludger under Mrs. Hooch's watch. However, we have recently bolstered the castle's defenses, and it was discovered by a portrait, after which the castle's house elves apprehended it and brought it to me. Poppy listened, somewhat astonished. So what is its current status? Of course, we promptly confirmed it hails from the Malfoy family. When a house elf from the Malfoy household attempts to meddle with Hogwarts students, we must certainly notify its master. Dumbledore observed the dawning realization on Poppy's face and smiled slightly. Lucius Malfoy immediately asserted that this house elf was not acting on his orders, tossing it a glove as proof of its dismissal. The portraits on the wall exchanged knowing glances, aware that Dumbledore had not disclosed the entire truth to Poppy. At that moment, Draco Malfoy harbored the intention of executing his house elf on the spot. Evidently, house elves and wizarding families are privy to far too many secrets, and Dobby, as it happened, was not particularly docile. Draco could not simply allow it to depart unscathed. It was Albus Dumbledore who thwarted his curse and suggested that he would not pursue certain matters too rigorously, such as the dark magical items surfacing in the school, which someone seems to implicate you in, Mr. Malfoy. Thus, Draco reluctantly opted for expelling Dobby to exonerate himself. Perry, unaware of these intricacies, only knew that Dobby had truly left the Malfoy residence, and she joyfully raised her fist in triumph. So Dobby is free now. Few wizards are willing to remunerate house elves, so I inquired about Dobby's wishes and Dumbledore winked, indicating that Dobby was quite eager to remain at Hogwarts, serving the students alongside his peers, while also keeping an eye on the esteemed Harry Potter. Of course, we stipulated that he could no longer protect Harry in the same manner, such as by having a rogue bludger knock Harry off his broom. That is simply splendid, Perry exclaimed with heartfelt sincerity. She reiterated, it truly is splendid. Dobby had not lost the freedom he would have cherished because of her. Her forewarning had not yielded disastrous consequences. Yet, she felt a tightness in her throat, as if something was lodged there, rendering her speechless. Dumbledore gazed at her gently. You have done remarkably well, Perry. Now let us adults handle the rest. Perry nodded and could not help but smile. She raised her hand to stroke the head of Fawkes perched on her shoulder. He seemed to have grown accustomed to occupying that spot when she arrived, eliciting a soft chirp in response. The good news arrived so abruptly that she felt as if it were surreal as she made her way back to the Hufflepuff common room. Perry, Madeline exclaimed, rushing over. What was your business with the professor? Did she make a face like Spencer? Oh no, Perry hastily replied. I had some other matters to attend to. It was then that she truly registered the lively atmosphere in the common room. Aside from her roommates, no one was aware of Gerald's escapades during Christmas. Everyone was fervently discussing how he had managed to offend the Weasley twins from Gryffindor. Why is everyone saying it was George and Fred? She quietly asked Evelyn. Because they are the only ones in the school capable of concocting such mischief. Evelyn whispered back, though we haven't seen this particular version, no one else could create it. The prevailing speculation was that George had a crush on you. Alexia lowered her voice, addressing Perry. After all, Spencer has been pursuing you since last year. And the twins have gotten to know you quite well over the past year. So, George Weasley truly likes you? Evelyn inquired, her excitement palpable. No, Perry replied. Exasperated as she looked at her, I placed an order with them. This answer was utterly dull, and Evelyn's enthusiasm waned immediately. But poor Spencer, everyone saw his embarrassing display. He deserves it, Madeline scoffed. I really don't understand what he was thinking. A love potion's effect lasts at most 24 hours, and he sent that out during Christmas. Thinking no one would notice the discrepancy? He has been foolish as usual, Alexia remarked. Honestly, everyone is still feeling sorry for him. Perry, you ought to tell them. Oh. I have no intention of revealing that, Perry stated. The lesson George and Fred learned is sufficient. If others discover what he did, he won't have a pleasant 2.5 years at Hogwarts ahead of him. However, Professor Sprout was also aware, and Gerald would subsequently be serving detention under Filch. You are far too kind, Madeline said, poking her finger at Perry's forehead, but from now on, you should refrain from accepting food from others. There are more who fancy you at school than just him. Perry cleared her throat and delicately remarked, I only know about Cedric. Oh. Cedric would certainly never do such a thing, Evelyn quickly interjected. But you know about Ravenclaw's Owen, right? Perry erupted into a fit of coughs. All right. Let us drop this topic. It's too awkward. I'd rather remain blissfully ignorant. Before this venture, Sirius gifted me nearly a year's worth of chocolate. I doubt I'll encounter these troubles again. Oh, Sirius Black. Alexia asked excitedly. What was it like spending Christmas with him? Perry chuckled at her. To be precise, it was me, Harry, Hermione, and Remus who spent Christmas with him. It was delightful. There I could freely use my wand without receiving warnings from the Ministry of Magic. The Black House had house elves, and the stew was exquisite. Well, Alexia pouted, you simply refused to share anything interesting. Perry shrugged. Conversations with Sirius often revolved around matters she could not disclose to her classmates. She certainly could not tell Alexia about Sirius planning a trip to Albania to track down Voldemort's whereabouts, could she? Before long, Spencer Gerald returned to the common room, prompting the four girls to swiftly retreat to the girls' dormitory. They took turns playing with Madeline's cat for a while. And then Perry began to peruse the class schedule for the following day. Tomorrow, there were potions, defense against the dark arts, herbology, and astronomy. Evelyn instantly displayed a pained expression. Why must we face Professor Snape on the very first day back? Good question, Alexia replied. But knowing that Ravenclaw is sharing this burden with us makes it a bit more bearable. For Perry, the two classes scheduled for the following morning were rather detestable. While Professor Snape was undoubtedly a good person, his sarcasm and the deduction of points during lessons were never lenient, and his icy, intimidating gaze sweeping across the classroom was always unnerving. Lockhart, as usual, read from his book, but following the debacle of the dueling club, an increasing number of students were seen reading other books or daydreaming during class. Finally, when the bell rang, Perry stuffed her Ancient Runes textbook into her bag and stood up, unable to suppress a sigh. I heard that the students from Ravenclaw want to form a study group for defense against the dark arts. Evelyn had also heard about this. Oh, it was initiated by the 5th years, and now others from different years are considering joining in. We haven't learned much in this course this year, so those who have exams are beginning to feel anxious. Madeline pursed her lips. All right. But this class isn't that crucial. I mean, I don't plan on becoming an Auror or anything. Oh, sorry, Evelyn quickly responded. I didn't mean to criticize Professor Lockhart. He might just not be suited for teaching, right? I mean, his works are quite good. Those are his personal experiences. Do you not agree? Madeline asked. Evelyn hesitated for a moment. You think he is a fraud? Madeline discerned Evelyn's hesitation and raised her voice. But those experiences are far too captivating. If they were mere fiction, wouldn't we notice some inconsistencies? Madeline, calm down, Evelyn quickly interjected. That is not what I meant. I'm just a bit weary of hearing about those books I've already read in this class. Perry quickly grasped Madeline's hand. Don't be upset, dear. I merely think we ought to prepare for next year, don't you? Professor McGonagall reminded us in Transfiguration class to start preparing early for our OWLs. We still have a year and a half. Madeline's voice softened as she protested quietly. Why the rush? Alexia sighed, expressing her desire to commence preparations for the OWLs sooner rather than later. Look at Kula. He has been visiting the library every other day this year. I certainly do not wish to find myself overwhelmed with knowledge gaps next year. I still frequently receive a D on my potions essays. I am indifferent to the D in potions, Evelyn remarked. I have no intention of enrolling in Professor Snape's advanced class. Yet, I am quite apprehensive about my divination studies. As the conversation shifted, Madeline became pensive. She had opted for classes in care of magical creatures and Muggle studies. And considering Polly, she felt a twinge of regret at the prospect of missing the opportunity to interact with those magical creatures in the former. Well, I am primarily contemplating whether to study some of the Weasley electives, Polly mused. Though I've only enrolled in 2 courses, I can apply for additional exams. If I could obtain several more certificates, my future employment prospects would certainly be enhanced. I've heard that 5th-year students will receive career counseling, Alexia interjected. They will inform you of the necessary qualifications to pursue your desired profession. But I cannot possibly begin reviewing a subject at that time. That represents 3 years of study, Polly exclaimed, throwing her hands up in exasperation. You do make a valid point. Polly, do you wish to take additional electives? At least Muggle studies poses no significant challenge for me, Polly stated objectively. I've perused your textbooks, and the material seems quite simple. I merely need to periodically memorize the timelines of major events and their corresponding viewpoints. Divination and arithmancy are by no means so straightforward, Alexia warned her. I heard Professor Babbling assigned a challenging translation task at the beginning of the term, just like last year. Polly's smile faded. Please do not remind me of that. No worries, I am certain you will manage to add 30 points to Hufflepuff before the end of the term, Evelyn reassured her. The Ancient Runes course had significantly undermined Polly's confidence, prompting her to abandon any thoughts of undertaking additional electives. I shall consider those matters later. After all, my ultimate goal is to work at a dragon sanctuary in Romania. Divination and arithmancy are not paramount. Oh, Madeline said kindly, patting her shoulder. Even if you were to fail all your subjects, they would still want you. Just look at your performance in care of magical creatures. Those fire dragons will surely keep you. Polly chuckled at this. Well, I suppose I ought to think that way, she replied. This afternoon we have herbology. And in the evening, astronomy. I hope lunch today includes my favorite lamb stew. At the long table that midday, not only was there lamb stew, but also blueberry jam pudding. Polly eyed the pudding longingly for a moment before reluctantly opting to forego it. She had sampled all the desserts that Cleacha had made during the Christmas holiday, and was horrified to discover that her weight had increased by nearly 2 pounds. It was merely a holiday season. Ultimately, she settled for some pea shoots and lamb stew. Hey Polly, Selena approached. Madeline just informed me that you're considering taking more OWLs? I had thought about it, Polly replied awkwardly, but I quickly began to doubt my capabilities. Dear. If anyone in Hufflepuff could achieve 12 OWLs, it would undoubtedly be you, Selena chirped. However, if you truly wish to pursue this, you must begin reviewing those elective textbooks immediately. Waiting until 5th year will be too late. The professors will have high expectations and assign a considerable amount of homework. Of course, I know you often manage to exempt yourself from after-class assignments, but 5th year will keep us all quite busy. Polly listened attentively to her words, pondering for a moment. She had considerably more free time this year compared to the previous. There was no need to strain herself over spoilers and altering the future. Nor did she need to spend time learning troublesome spells, such as Disillusionment Charm and Advanced Transfiguration. Although the Ancient Runes course remained as intricate as ever, she had not invested extra time in it this year, merely maintaining the same study schedule as last year. It did seem she indeed had freed up quite a bit of time. Do I need to purchase those textbooks now? Will there be additional reading? There is no supplementary reading for divination, and the exam does not require you to make genuine accurate predictions, Selena replied. The book used by Professor Trelawney is Through the Mist to See the Future. The textbook for Muggle Studies is titled How to Blend In with Muggles, and I believe you won't require any additional reading. The textbook for Arithmancy is Numerology and Geometry, which is quite challenging and necessitates extensive calculations and memorization. I recommend Calculations and Divination, New Principles of Numerology, and the Magical Numbers. Cedric, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, interjected. Professor Victor stated that if we manage to read through all 4 of these books and grasp them thoroughly, we should not encounter difficulties in passing the OWLs. All right. Polly said, producing a piece of parchment to jot down their suggestions. I suppose I can organize my schedule, but don't push yourself too hard. Selena smiled at her. Honestly, I wouldn't want you to study Weasley S. He has become even more irritable since moving up to 6th year. I suspect the mischief makers in Gryffindor and his coursework have placed considerable stress upon him. I understand, Polly said earnestly. Thank you, Selena and Cedric. I will give it careful thought. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a chorus of laughter. At the opposite end of the Hufflepuff table, Spencer Gerald had just sliced into his potato when something in his plate exploded, following a burst of smoke and a fit of coughing. Gerald's head was adorned with a wild frizzy hairdo, and his face was smeared with soot. Classmates nearby quickly drew their wands. Aqua eructo. The tip of their wands spouted clear water, but to their horror, they discovered that what had appeared to be soot was not soot at all. Once wet, it transformed into a gooey swamp green mud, firmly adhering to Gerald's face. Polly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Oh, speaking of which, Cedric hesitated to ask. Do you know why Spencer Weasley is tormenting him, Polly? He does not believe the rumors, Polly replied, her brow raised. George Weasley looks at me quite differently than he does at him. Oh, it's because I placed an order with them, Polly explained. Gerald gifted me some rather unfriendly presents for Christmas, so I thought, well, an eye for an eye. Cedric, you wouldn't be considering pleading for him, would you? Of course not, Cedric replied without hesitation. I'm not that close with him. However, I suspect he won't be dining in the Great Hall for the foreseeable future. He watched as Gerald and his classmates fled toward the entrance hall. After all, we are quite close to the kitchen. They'll probably just hang out in the common room. Gryffindor can't come over here, right? Selena, aware of the truth behind the situation, crossed her arms and glanced at the Gryffindor table before casting a knowing look at Cedric. Cedric paused, then began to cough violently. Of course. The Weasley twins cannot enter the Hufflepuff common room unless someone tells them which barrels to knock. Chapter 38. Unexpected Events. While uncertain whether she could genuinely become the 5th individual to collect all OWLs, the only 4 she knew of were Voldemort, Barty Crouch Jr., Bill Weasley, and Percy Weasley. Polly resolutely decided to procure the books that Selena and Cedric had mentioned. She curtailed her playful moments with her roommate, meticulously crafting a timetable for herself. Reminiscent of her days as a high school student in her previous life, Spencer Gerald still flitted between the common room, classes, the infirmary, and labor service, but she had completely cast him from her mind. You can do it, she whispered to her reflection in the mirror. feeling that her schedule paled in comparison to the fervent dedication of a senior student preparing for exams. The mirror, unable to comprehend her words, simply replied with a warm sentiment. "My dear, you really ought to don a more vibrant robe." Her determination swiftly spread throughout Hufflepuff. A handful of students approached her, inquiring why she hadn't opted for Ravenclaw, while others believed she might indeed succeed. Professor Sprout, having learned of her resolve, called her over after her biology class, beaming as she handed her a box of coconut ice, encouraging her to persevere. Divination and Muggle studies posed no significant challenge, mere memorization sufficed. However, arithmancy proved to be a considerable conundrum. Were it not for her foundational knowledge of mathematics from her past life, she might have succumbed to frustration amidst the overwhelming charts and calculations. "It's exhausting. I can hardly believe you've been going to the library every night," remarked Madame Pants kindly. Polly shrugged. "I find it easier to concentrate there. My efforts yield greater rewards." "Is that not possible here?" Polly surveyed the Hufflepuff common room. While the noise was bearable, the tantalizing aroma of small cakes and hot chocolate was irresistible, not to mention Madeline's cat, who was affectionately brushing against her shins. "Here, we can eat, and their essay cat," she mused, setting down her quill. They were currently collaborating on a potions essay, to scoop the cat into her arms. "I've only been apart from Sherlock for half a month, and I already miss him dearly." Yet, Polly's joyful academic life was short-lived. By late January, a significant announcement arrived via the Daily Prophet, which she had begun to read diligently since the incident involving Sirius. However, her commitment had waned over the past 2 months, and she now merely skimmed the front page before passing it to Evelyn, who relished the latest gossip. But today was different. The bold black letters on the front page proclaimed, "Ministry official commits suicide amidst scandal?" Polly immediately flipped open the paper, astonished to discover the article concerned Mr. Barty Crouch. The author, a witch named Betty Braithwaite, described in a rather terse tone how Barty Crouch, the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, had illicitly released his son, a Death Eater, from Azkaban, and had recently been found dead by suicide in light of his impending exposure. Although the news made the front page, the description was rather succinct, accompanied by a small photograph of young Barty Crouch, declaring him a dangerous fugitive and urging wizards to exercise caution. Polly stared at the image of young Barty Crouch, which appeared to be from years ago when he was apprehended. It was not the dashing David Tennant she envisioned, but rather a disheveled young man with straw-colored hair, a pale face speckled with freckles, being restrained by 2 wizards. Madeline leaned over, startled by the shocking headline. "Goodness, Polly, what are you reading?" Polly instinctively handed her the newspaper, then couldn't help but glance up towards the head table in the great hall. The central seat reserved for the headmaster was conspicuously empty. Professor Dumbledore had not attended breakfast. A heavy weight sank within her. Young Barty Crouch was undoubtedly a deranged Death Eater, having even murdered his own father in the Goblet of Fire. Old Barty Crouch was dead. Dead earlier than anticipated. She gazed at the blueberry jam spread across her bread, suddenly devoid of appetite. The students at the long table continued to discuss the recently circulated news, speculating about young Barty Crouch's apparent malevolence and the crimes he had committed. Polly listened to their chatter as if through a veil, unable to grasp it fully. 2 days later, she received a brief message from Fawkes. Stumbling into the headmaster's office, the calm facade she had maintained during the day evaporated. "Professor Dumbledore, Polly. This is not your fault," Dumbledore immediately interjected, halting her self-reproach. "I had intended to speak with you sooner, but the matter is of great significance, and the ministry delayed me. I must first apologize to you. It's not your fault." Polly's lips trembled slightly. "I understand that sometimes things do not unfold smoothly. But Mr. Crouch is dead." She could not fathom what death might entail. It felt distant, both in this life and the last. Yet, this time she sat in the chair summoned by Dumbledore, her head bowed, her voice wavering. "I just don't quite understand if she found herself lacking the courage to utter the words made a mistake. Had she erred? However, Voldemort had been swiftly banished from the school last year. The basilisk and diary no longer posed a threat to students. Sirius had been liberated from Azkaban ahead of time, and several Horcruxes had been resolved. She could not deny these facts. Old Crouch was not exactly a paragon of virtue. It was he who had presided over Sirius's wrongful trial. He had personally released young Barty, and he had promoted Percy Weasley, while failing to even pronounce his name correctly. Polly found herself unable to suppress her swirling thoughts. For the past 2 days, she had been consumed by an immense sense of dread, lying awake at night, her entire being taut like a drawn bowstring. "Polly, would you like to hear the sequence of events?" She nodded, albeit distractedly. The portraits on the wall opened their eyes, raptly listening to Dumbledore's voice. "Upon learning of the news you shared, I took some time to verify it, as this matter is of grave importance, and I needed to gather sufficient evidence." Mr. Crouch had previously served as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and he executed his duties with remarkable precision. "I spent some time obtaining a memory from an Auror regarding his trip to Azkaban with his wife. I immediately informed the Minister of Magic." But Cornelius Fudge was slow to respond. He ambiguously suggested that he hoped Crouch would at least enjoy a pleasant Christmas, while privately reaching out to a faction within the Wizengamot. He not only sought to discredit Crouch, but also aimed to have him incarcerated in Azkaban. Cornelius Fudge is indeed a quintessential politician. Upon discovering a scandal involving a political adversary, he decided to bait the public, exposing Crouch's true nature before a crowd, ensuring he would never regain his standing. Unfortunately, he evidently did not manage the secrecy well enough. A journalist from the Daily Prophet, Rita Skeeter, learned of this information from an undisclosed source, and promptly resolved to infiltrate Crouch's home for first-hand material. Her arrival provided the imprisoned young Crouch with a wand, allowing him to break free from confinement and place Mr. Crouch under the imperious curse. Rita Skeeter is an unregistered animagus. Polly felt her voice was parched. She cleared her throat and continued, "She can transform into a beetle." "Ah, that explains much. We often overlook such small details around us," Dumbledore sighed. For several days Mr. Crouch remained under the influence of the imperious curse. Then he broke free from its grasp. He endeavored to convey pertinent information to his colleagues. However, regrettably, his associates failed to grasp his meaning in a timely manner. Ultimately, he fell into the hands of the oblivious Cornelius Fudge, leading to his uncontrollable demise. The whereabouts of young Barty Crouch remained shrouded in mystery, and the matter concerning Rita Skeeter was only revealed to us through his colleagues. Polly closed her eyes, her fingers instinctively clutching her robe. This was beyond her influence. Her prophecies were not genuine omens, nor was she a true seer. "This is my fault," Dumbledore candidly stated. "I should have placed more trust in you." "No, you did nothing wrong," Polly replied. "Without evidence, Minister Fudge would be reluctant to believe your words." She desperately sought to recall the tales she had read, like a drowning person grasping for a final straw. "Bertha Jorkins," she murmured, though her eyes remained shut. She could sense Dumbledore attentively listening. She had indeed visited Mr. Crouch's home, and she surmised the situation regarding young Crouch. Naturally, Mr. Crouch had cast a powerful memory charm upon her. Yet it proved futile, as Voldemort had still gleaned this information from her. Suddenly, her eyes flew open. "I remembered one thing incorrectly, Professor Dumbledore. Nagini is not yet a Horcrux of Voldemort. Moreover, it is highly likely that Voldemort is currently unable to create such a Horcrux." She had nearly forgotten Bertha Jorkins until she recalled the name, immediately associating it with the witch's connection. After encountering young Crouch, Bertha had been subjected to a potent memory charm, rendering the already somewhat dim-witted witch even more forgetful. She had journeyed to Albania during the summer before Harry's 4th year, only to be ensnared by the escaped Wormtail, leading her to Voldemort in the forest. It was she who divulged the information regarding the Triwizard Tournament and young Crouch to Voldemort, thus igniting the central plot of the Goblet of Fire. However, now that Peter Pettigrew had endured the Dementor's kiss, he had no opportunity to deliver Bertha to Voldemort. That phantom, concealed within the forest, could only inhabit small creatures, remaining in that frail state until he encountered another wizard willing to present themselves. She articulated her conjectures as succinctly as possible, then recalled another matter. "Has Sirius already set off for Albania?" "Do not fret," Dumbledore reassured her. "I dissuaded him before he departed. Sirius will certainly not fall into danger, but we cannot risk Voldemort fleeing elsewhere." Polly exhaled. "That's a relief. I feared I would have to." "Polly," Dumbledore said firmly, "I want you to understand that this is not your fault. You have alerted us to matters that warrant caution, even including many details we must heed. This exceeds what most seers are capable of. You have done remarkably well. But Mr. Crouch, that was my oversight," Dumbledore admitted, "or rather, nearly my fault. I am not so arrogant as to claim full responsibility. I should have recognized that Mr. Crouch himself was also in peril. But I believe I overestimated the Ministry's capabilities and neglected potential crises. This error lies with me alone." "It is not like that," Polly said sadly. "If only I could see." "Seers are not omnipotent." Dumbledore rose to his feet, slightly raising his voice. "Polly, I can assure you that I have listened to many prophecies, yet most of them point to ambiguity. Until the dust settles, few can enact any change based on foreknowledge." Polly lowered her head, and Dumbledore could see that the young witch had not wholly accepted his words. He sighed. "Polly, I still hope you will not blame yourself for this matter, but I can tell that I cannot persuade you at present. Polly's lips moved, but she could not articulate a rebuttal. Then it would be prudent for us to address some pressing matters, Dumbledore continued. I have spoken with Kingsley. They will depart promptly to search for routes leading to Albania. At Polly's slightly astonished gaze, Dumbledore calmly elucidated. Albania is indeed a place of significance for Voldemort. Ms. Grey informed us that she initially concealed the crown there. During interrogations, those wizards claiming to be under the influence of the Imperious Curse asserted that Voldemort had sought refuge in Albania. You may not be aware, but during Voldemort's years of absence, there have always been rumors suggesting he was indeed there. Polly was indeed unaware of this. Thus, if young Barty Crouch seeks to locate his master, he will undoubtedly head in that direction. The Ministry is eager to apprehend the Death Eater who has escaped right under their noses. They will exert every effort in their search. As for Bertha, he pondered for a moment. I think it prudent to write her a letter, advising her to visit St. Mungo's to confirm her condition. The effects of a powerful memory charm are not irreparable. We do not need her to recall those events, but perhaps she can remedy her amnesia. Polly nodded silently. Fawkes nuzzled against her cheek, yet she was too weary to respond, merely tilting her head away. She could feel Dumbledore's gaze piercing through the half-moon spectacles, imbued with a certain strength, but she lacked the courage to meet it. Then I shall best let you rest. After the young witch exited the office, the portraits on the walls began to murmur among themselves. Dumbledore, you should not have said so much to her, Dolores remarked. She is still merely a student. You should not burden her with the weight of adulthood. Thank you, Dolores, Dumbledore replied wearily. The issue is that Polly does not wish to accept such a choice. I do not understand, a former headmaster from Hufflepuff voiced with concern. Why does she believe it is all her fault? If she had taken divination, she would realize she is perhaps the most exceptional seer of all time. Young people are always so arrogant and pitiable, Phineas drawled. She thinks she has seen so much. Thus she should bear all the responsibility. This is why I detest teaching. Students are always such a bother. Phineas, a headmaster exclaimed sharply. How disgraceful. You should take pride in being the headmaster of Hogwarts. A female headmaster inquired, Dumbledore. What do you intend to do? Dumbledore gazed out the window. It was now 8:30, and the night was cloaked in darkness, devoid of anything visible. Yet he seemed to be perceiving something. Perhaps I truly ought to consider. Chapter 39, The Greeting Card Incident. Polly's friends quickly discerned that her emotional state had plummeted to unprecedented depths. When conversing with her, she would often take a moment to respond. If someone made a loud noise in the library, she would be angrier than Mrs. Pants. The cakes and puddings at the dining table no longer captivated her. Even the creatures in care of magical creatures class failed to elicit a smile from her. Madeline was frantic. Are you overwhelmed with academic pressure? I see you spending all day in the library. Polly glanced at her. The usually gentle and charming girl's eyes were now dull, her face marked by fatigue. No, I think that's fine. But you haven't visited the Ollery for several days. You usually go to see German twice a week. Alexia expressed her concern, asking, would you like some fizzing Whizbee candy? Polly, in a rather slow manner, responded with a nonchalant "oh," and decided to make the trip. She pondered whether she had any letters to write, ultimately concluding that she did not, and thus only took along German's favorite jerky. The brown fishing owl, as usual, swooped down joyfully, yet Polly, cradling it, appeared rather distracted. No letters, she said. German. Good boy, please don't peck at me. If you wish to fly, you can do that on your own. She typically never spoke to German in such a manner. The proud owl immediately grew incensed, angrily pecking her finger before soaring away in a huff. Ah, I'm sorry, she realized belatedly, noticing her tone had been somewhat impatient. But the owl, now airborne, could clearly not hear her apology. This isn't like Polly, Cedric remarked. He had approached Evelyn and the others, inquiring. When did she start feeling this way? Just a couple of days ago, perhaps? Evelyn mused. She probably went to the library in the evening, and when she returned, she was silent. We thought she was merely tired. However, the following morning, when Madeline's cat wished for Polly to groom her, Polly had shooed it away. Upon recounting this, she wore a look of disbelief. Polly never behaves like that. Indeed, Madeline frowned, recalling that during their recent class on fantastic beasts, that little mole had been persistently trying to get Polly's attention for a field mouse. Yet Polly had remained unresponsive for quite some time, leaving Professor Kettleburn astonished. Lately, she has not reacted when I speak to her, Alexia said, her brow furrowed. I heard Percy Weasley wasn't he like this last year, she added. And she even refused fizzing Whizbee candy, Madeline exclaimed, slapping the table in frustration. This isn't typical of Polly. Do you think she might have come into contact with some dark magical object? Stibbons, who had followed Cedric, inquired whimsically. Her condition is so peculiar, Stibbons said cautiously. I've heard some dark magical artifacts can cause such effects. Then I'll take her to consult Professor Lockhart. Madeline's voice trailed off. But Polly doesn't like Professor Lockhart. Perhaps we should inform the headmaster? Evelyn suggested. He would surely know how to help. However, Professor Sprout had not detected anything amiss with Polly. After much deliberation, she eventually took the little witch to the infirmary and obtained a dose of a jubilation potion. My dear, do not place too much pressure upon yourself, the Hufflepuff had gently reassured her student. If there are any troubles, you may confide in me. Polly nodded. The happiness induced by the potion flooded her mind, and she wore a joyful smile, which relieved her fellow Hufflepuffs who had accompanied her. Yet the potion's effects were fleeting. As its influence waned, Polly's cheerfulness faded like a receding tide. She was aware her friends were deeply worried, but despite her efforts, she could not muster a smile for her reflection in the mirror. The specter of Delphi haunted her thoughts once more, and she dreamt of the indistinct figure of old Barty Crouch, guilt weighing heavily upon her, preventing her from finding peace. In such moments, the burden of her demanding study schedule proved to be a salvation. When one is required to concentrate intently to accurately perform arithmetic divination calculations, or translate ancient magical texts, there is little mental energy left to dwell on unpleasant thoughts. At the beginning of February, Dumbledore informed her, Kingsley Shacklebolt and the Aurors have discovered a trace of young Crouch near Albania. To be precise, they had located Rita Skeeter. She had momentarily broken free from the effects of the soul-binding curse, and left behind some information. As we speculated, young Barty Crouch seeks to find Voldemort. I have also asked Remus to pursue him. Noticing the alarmed look on Polly's face, Dumbledore reassured her, Alastor went with him. I believe the two of them are more than capable of handling young Crouch. Even with a still weakened Voldemort, they should not face any danger. Sirius, too, wished to accompany them, but I persuaded him to remain behind. Dumbledore explained, there is an item we need to retrieve from Gringotts in England, and Mrs. Lestrange happens to have once been a black. Upon hearing the mention of Horcruxes, Polly finally perked up. She straightened in her seat. But Gringotts, Sirius shouldn't he be able to access that vault, right? We need to find a way to convince the goblins, Dumbledore clarified. Goblins place greater importance on blood ties than wizards do. But given that the Lestrange couple is still very much alive in Azkaban, this will indeed be a challenging process. Of course, should our attempts fail, the Confundus charm is also quite an effective spell. Polly gently coughed, revealing her first smile of the evening. It would be difficult for Hogwarts students to imagine the topic of discussion. Dumbledore was proposing using the Confundus charm to steal an item from Gringotts. Then we are left with only 2 Horcruxes, Polly said. I still don't fully understand Horcruxes. Will the one in Albania perish swiftly once all the others are destroyed? If all goes well, yes, Dumbledore affirmed. That is good, Polly murmured. It is quicker than I had anticipated. Dumbledore smiled. It is indeed much quicker than I had envisioned. He gazed at the little witch, who seemed to have improved in spirit, from behind the crescent-shaped lenses. Polly, I know that next weekend is Hogsmeade weekend. Would you like to visit Hogsmeade? Sirius wants to see you. Polly was taken aback. She was uncertain why Sirius would wish to find her. But she quickly nodded. I understand, I will go. The upcoming Hogsmeade weekend coincided with Valentine's Day that year, leading the older students to busily make plans. They eagerly invited their crushes to join them in Hogsmeade. There was a tea shop called Madame Pootafoot's, quite popular among couples. Following the dueling club incident, Lockhart, who had been met with indifference from many students, had also concocted some flamboyant ideas. On Friday morning, as students walked into the Great Hall, they found the walls adorned with large, dazzling pink flowers, and colorful heart-shaped confetti continuously cascading from the pale blue ceiling. Polly nearly forgot what Lockhart was capable of. She stared aghast at the guest of honor, a wizard clad in a pink robe, then slowly raised her hands to cover her face, emitting a groan. Ah, Polly, you've arrived, Evelyn cheerfully waved at her. Perhaps believing Polly would be in a good mood, given that the weekend was Valentine's Day and Professor Lockhart intended to bring some enjoyment to the occasion. Polly drifted over to the long table like a specter, and after searching for some time, found no bread untouched by confetti. Here. Cedric quickly pushed his plate over to her. I just covered some. Polly gratefully nodded at him and reached for a jam-filled pastry. Just as she sliced the pastry open, Lockhart stood up from his place and proclaimed loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, I want to wish you all a happy Valentine's Day in advance. Of course, this year's Valentine's Day conveniently falls on the weekend. I've heard some girls and boys are shy about expressing their feelings to their beloved, So I've made special arrangements for everyone. He clapped his hands, and little dwarves with golden wings, carrying harps, entered the hall. My dear little cupids. You may hand over any cards you wish to send, and they will fulfill their duties as messengers splendidly. Wow, exclaimed Madeline with keen interest. Do they also accept Valentine's cards for the professors? Are you serious? Stubbins widened his eyes in disbelief. They don't appear friendly at all. I would be reluctant to receive anything from them. As if anyone would send you a Valentine's card, Madeline retorted bluntly. Perhaps, Stubbins replied, puffing up with pride. He cast a furtive glance towards Ravenclaw, but at that moment, Fawcett seemed oblivious to their conversation, engaged in laughter with her classmates. Madeline scoffed. In any case, whether we send cards or not is entirely irrelevant to you. At least Professor Lockhart is willing to assist troubled students. Alexia scrutinized the diminutive figures for a moment before shaking her head. I suggest you deliver it yourself, Madeline. Look at those little cupids. They are far from charming. While the boys' mockery could be dismissed, the counsel of a good friend was not easily ignored. Madeline hesitated, but Professor Lockhart specifically invited them. They are not endearing, Evelyn sighed. Observing Madeline's glum expression. How could a Valentine's card be delivered by someone with such a sullen demeanor? All right, Madeline conceded reluctantly. But I must contemplate how to embellish my card. I had intended to prepare it all day tomorrow, regardless of the students' sentiments towards these little cupids. The professors evidently held them in disdain. Throughout the day, the diminutive figures incessantly invaded classrooms to distribute Valentine's cards. During Hufflepuff's fourth-year classes, which included Charms, History of Magic, and Transfiguration, Professor Flitwick's countenance grew increasingly grim as the lessons were repeatedly interrupted. His usual amiability was often compared to that of Professor Sprout. Unfortunately for Polly, she was intercepted by one of the little ones as Charms class concluded. Students from Slytherin and Hufflepuff were gradually exiting the classroom when they all heard the little figure bellow, "Polly Flitwick, I have a card for you." The Harlequins' harps were not merely ornamental. They would vocally convey the contents of the cards, and their singing was far from melodious. The mere thought of this filled Polly with irritation. Her mood had been poor lately, and she had no desire to discover who intended to send her a card. She bluntly told the little one, "Go away, I don't wish to hear this." "Don't move," the little one shouted. They evidently took pleasure in compelling the recipient to endure their gift. Polly's anger ignited. It felt as if all bothersome matters had conspired against her. The death of Old Crouch, the escape of young Crouch, and Lockhart's Valentine's dwarfs. In a swift motion, she drew her wand and waved it forcefully. A beam of red light shot from the tip of her wand, sending the little figure and his harp soaring a good 10 feet away. Students gaped in astonishment, and Professor Flitwick, who had emerged from the congested doorway, applauded. "Excellent stunning spell. Knocked out cold, if I'm not mistaken?" "Indeed," Polly replied, smiling at the sight of the little one crashing against the wall before collapsing unconscious. "You are correct, Professor Flitwick. Fifth-year students could not have performed better." Professor Flitwick enthusiastically remarked, "It is a pity we have concluded class. Otherwise, I would gladly award Hufflepuff an additional 30 points for that stunning spell." Polly suspected that his exuberance was buoyed by the thrill of seeing the little figure sent flying. But in the corridor, only the two of them appeared pleased. The remaining students stared at Polly in horror. Polly was entirely unfazed. Her foul mood had dissipated somewhat through the release of that stunning spell, and she felt invigorated. As the students made their way towards the staircase, Evelyn cautiously inquired, "Polly, do you not like Valentine's cards?" "No, I do not," Polly replied curtly. Alexia and Madeline exchanged silent glances behind her, the latter unable to resist stealing a glance at Cedric, who bore an unmistakable look of disappointment on his face. Evelyn cleared her throat and nonchalantly remarked, "I wonder who sent you the card." "It does not matter," Polly replied. "He should have the courage to hear my refusal in person." Evelyn shuddered involuntarily. Alexia whispered, "Polly, didn't he, Professor Flitwick, say you used a stunning spell, not a banishing spell?" "There is little difference," Polly replied casually. "Didn't he, Professor Snape, use a disarming spell to achieve the effect of a banishing spell at the dueling club?" "But Professor Snape must absolutely despise Professor Lockhart. Polly must detest Valentine's cards that much." Madeline thought silently, though she dared not voice it. Hufflepuffs and Slytherins parted ways on the third floor. Madeline turned to glance back and noticed more than one Slytherin student exhaling in relief after their separation. Oblivious to the atmosphere, Polly's spirits soared to an unprecedented height. Evelyn slowed her pace, falling in step beside Alexia, the two girls communicating with their eyes, accurately capturing each other's thoughts. "I suspect the card sender is Owain from Ravenclaw." "That is irrelevant. Just look at Cedric's expression. Polly is so cruel. Would you dare to speak of her?" Look at her stunning spell. Do you think I would? Behind the girls, Stubbins and Hopkins simultaneously sighed and patted Cedric's back. Honestly, I support you, Stubbins whispered. But Polly was just too frightening. I suggest you avoid a head-on collision. Cedric shook his head with a wry smile. Chapter 40. Sirius's Consolation. On Sunday, when the three girls in the dormitory assumed Polly would not venture to Hogsmeade, considering her disdain for Valentine's Day, Polly appeared in the entrance hall of Hogwarts, clad in her robes. Evelyn gasped, Polly? You're going to Hogsmeade today? I hadn't planned on it, Polly yawned, having had another restless night. But it seems Sirius is looking for me. Alexia erupted into a fit of coughs. Sirius Black is looking for you today? Madeline glanced slyly toward Cedric, who was seated a few places away, and then feigned indifference, asking, Where are you meeting? At the Shrieking Shack, Polly informed her friends apologetically. You probably wouldn't enjoy it, so I didn't mention it. They filed out of the castle, parting ways after walking a short distance together. As Polly's silhouette faded from view, Evelyn immediately seized Alexia's sleeve. Oh my goodness, no wonder Polly was so averse to receiving Valentine's cards from others. She's going on a date with Sirius. That's understandable. Alexia mused dreamily. After all, Sirius Black is truly handsome. Even my mother thinks so. Let us compare. Madeline said thoughtfully. If I had to choose between Sirius Black and the boys in school, I would pick Black too. I hope he can cheer her up. She can't continue like this. But she didn't even tell us. Perhaps Black is still pursuing her, Evelyn speculated cautiously. But I recall seeing many witches professing their affections in the Daily Prophet. Isn't Polly only 14? Yet Polly is both beautiful and intelligent, Madeline asserted. Who wouldn't be enamored with her? Black even helps her take care of her cat. Alexia concurred, stating that she no longer supported Cedric, but had begun to champion Blake instead. It ultimately depends on Polly, she remarked. Madeline sighed, reflecting on the unpredictability of love. Evelyn and Alexia immediately fixed their gaze upon her. You seem quite experienced, Madeline. With her friend's unwavering attention upon her, a blush crept onto Madeline's cheeks. Well, I never intended to keep it from you. Remember my trip to Germany last summer? I met a local boy, and we've been exchanging letters ever since. Goodness! Alexia exclaimed. A wizard from Germany? What does he look like? Evelyn inquired. A student from Durmstrang, Madeline replied, clearing her throat. He's quite handsome, I mean. He's about as dashing as Professor Lockhart. Polly began to walk towards the Shrieking Shack alone. The place had long been rumored to be haunted, thus few dared to visit. Yet Polly was well aware that the screams attributed to the hauntings were actually from Remus Lupin, and felt no fear. At the foot of the hill, she spotted Sirius, who was attempting to dislodge the Kneazle perched atop his head. Unable to contain her laughter, she called out, Sirius! Sherlock! The Kneazle promptly leaped down, landing gracefully in Polly's embrace. As she reached out, she felt the weight of Sherlock's presence. It seems Sherlock has put on some weight. You all have gone back to school, and Creature has nothing to do all day, Sirius shrugged. I suppose he has been exerting all his energy on this fellow. Polly began to stroke Sherlock's fur, then buried her face in it, inhaling deeply. I truly hope he hasn't caused you too much trouble. What trouble could I have? Sirius shook his head, observing her playful interaction with the Kneazle. You seem to be in good spirits. Well, it's all right, Polly replied. I might have inadvertently offended German, and Dawn is still prickly. In any case, thank you for bringing Sherlock over. Dumbledore wishes to speak with you, Sirius stated, his hands tucked into his pockets as he led Polly up the hill. He mentioned that you are troubled by the matter concerning Crouch. Polly stiffened for a moment, turning her head away awkwardly. I will manage my feelings. I honestly don't quite understand why you are so troubled. Sirius feigned ignorance, continuing on. Although I too am not adept at handling such matters. After all, when James faced misfortune with Lily, I could only mock him. Polly chuckled softly at this. But Crouch is hardly an admirable figure. He was the one who cast me into Azkaban, though at the time, I did not resist, believing Peter had perished. He self-deprecatingly tapped his head. Crouch, during the turmoil involving his son, was particularly harsh regarding the Death Eaters. No one can say for certain whether there are others like me languishing in Azkaban. You need not pay him too much mind. Polly remained silent. Well, you don't seem to care much for the kind of man he is, Sirius sighed. They reached the summit, where he straightened his posture and changed the subject. I'm not sure if you are aware, but this is the Shrieking Shack, reputedly the most haunted place in all of Britain. Yet it is not haunted at all. It's Remus, Polly interjected, relieved to shift the topic. I know about that. Well, it is said that those screams are all him. Ah. So you are aware of Remus and his furry little predicament? Sirius smiled nostalgically. After 5th year, we learned to become animagi and would sneak in here every month to keep him company. If Dumbledore invites him to Hogwarts next year, perhaps this place will be utilized once again. There's Professor Snape at the school. He can brew the Wolfbane potion, Polly reminded him. That slimeball, Sirius muttered with disdain. Then sighed. Yet Remus's relationship with him is not as poor as ours. It would be nice for him to attend school. He was even a prefect back in the day. Polly nodded in agreement. He would make an excellent teacher. He would be one of the finest defense against the dark arts professors. Sirius laughed. I've heard that the slimeball is eager to apply for that position. Let him go to hell. Remus is far superior. As they entered the shack, they found it quite dilapidated, yet to Polly's surprise, it retained a considerable amount of damaged furniture. This was Dumbledore's doing, Sirius explained. Back when we were in school, he enchanted the place to ensure no one could enter. Yet just to be safe, it was decorated to resemble an ordinary house. To prevent any intruders from noticing anything amiss, he approached a wall and scrutinized it for a moment, pointing out a mark. Look at this. James did this. We had only just learned to transform, and he was always clumsy with the antlers on his head. Have I mentioned to you that his animagus form is a stag? He ended up wrecking this place. When Harry can finally visit Hogsmeade next year, you should bring him here. He would absolutely love it, Polly suggested. Indeed, Sirius said, pulling out a chair to sit. Yet sometimes, when I look at him, I can't help but be reminded of how I indirectly caused the deaths of James and Lily. He looks so much like James. The only difference is his green eyes, which are Lily's. It was not your fault. Of course I know that, Sirius sighed. Who would have thought Peter would betray us? The bond we shared was so strong back then. You can hardly imagine. Yet when push came to shove, Peter still sold James out. That's why I didn't resist the Aurors at first. I felt it was my fault, that I deserved to atone. Peter is dead. But I am still here. A flicker of self-loathing crossed Sirius's face. Had I not suggested a change in Secret Keeper, Voldemort could have been staring through the Potter's window, without ever discovering them. James and Lily would not have met such a fate. Then I was sent straight to Azkaban. And as the Dementors passed by, all my joy vanished. I couldn't even remember Harry. He shook his head. But that no longer matters. Harry is alive. And all I wish for is to protect him as best as I can. To fulfill my duties as a godfather. To raise him. To see him find a girl he loves, and to teach him about romance. Though for heaven's sake he must not emulate James's foolishness. He spent years offending Lily. Polly smiled faintly. She scratched Sherlock's chin, and the Kneazle purred contentedly. I understand your sentiments, Sirius. The matter concerning Mr. Crouch is not my fault. Yet I fear not only his demise but also what may follow. Will there be another like Mr. Crouch? What else might transpire? I cannot foresee those changes. I have seen many things, yet I cannot predict those shifts. She spoke with a hint of sadness. The Muggles speak of the butterfly effect as though it were a tale. I have altered too much, and I am frightened that it may lead to even worse consequences. What could possibly be worse? Sirius inquired. In the original story, both Dumbledore and I perished, forcing Harry to seek out Voldemort's Horcruxes at such a young age. Yet now, we have already vanquished 4. Polly, you have ushered in these changes. I cannot speak for others, but I believe they are for the better. In a hushed tone, Polly replied, but what about someone like Mr. Crouch? Do you not feel that is my responsibility? That is certainly not your burden, Sirius reassured her, patting her shoulder. You merely conveyed the information. The actual decisions were made by us. Naturally, I believe the primary issue lies with Fudge and Skeeter. He wrinkled his nose in distaste at the mention of their names. Fudge is bad enough. Rita Skeeter is no better. They were indeed the culprits responsible for Crouch's demise. As for little Crouch, both Remus and Moody have departed. What is there to worry about? Polly hesitated for a moment, ultimately conceding that he was right. It was peculiar. While Dumbledore's attempts to persuade her often fell on deaf ears, she perceived them merely as comforting words. When Sirius articulated the same sentiment, she abruptly realized she had been mired in her own thoughts. Sirius's example was compelling to the point that she began to regret having him revisit those dreadful events on her behalf. It seemed she was not particularly adept at concealing her feelings, or perhaps Sirius was simply exceptionally perceptive. In any case, he swiftly deduced the reason for her sudden silence and chuckled. Don't overthink it. You are quite an admirable listener. I've never been able to discuss this with Remus or Harry. Yet that is inconsequential to me. My sole focus now is Voldemort. Once all the Horcruxes are dealt with, Harry will no longer need to return to Privet Drive. The Dursleys are, without a doubt, the most wretched relatives I can imagine. Though admittedly, they pale in comparison to my own family. Nevertheless, They are sufficiently dreadful for Harry. James and Lily would undoubtedly disapprove of Harry enduring such a miserable existence. Thank you, Polly. Sirius gazed at her earnestly. Without you, I might not have had this opportunity. I've longed to express my gratitude, as has Remus. We have missed out on so much, but thankfully, there is still a chance for redemption. Polly lifted the Kneazle and rubbed her face against its fur, striving to appear less bashful. It's nothing. I merely desire a more favorable conclusion. They conversed throughout the morning, and then ventured to the Three Broomsticks for lunch. Polly had nearly unraveled her emotional knot, but remained reluctant to part with Sherlock. Yet she still had to return to Hogwarts. Whenever you wish to think of him, write to me, Sirius said. There are numerous secret passages leading to Hogsmeade from the castle. I'll jot down a few for you, and you can see them whenever you have the time. Sherlock seemed to comprehend, cheerfully wagging its lion-like tail. Never mind, Polly said, firmly massaging the Kneazle's ears. I traversed a secret passage once, and I was so anxious about being discovered. You've already mastered the disillusionment charm. What is there to worry about? I will always worry, Polly shrugged. You know, I'm a Hufflepuff, and I happen to enjoy overthinking. Well, it's clear why you aren't a Gryffindor. Sirius laughed heartily, but I must say, you are the bravest Hufflepuff I have ever encountered. Thank you for the compliment. Polly made a face at him. After bidding farewell, she encountered some boys from her year on her way back to the castle. Polly, you seem in good spirits? Cedric inquired tentatively. Indeed. Polly squinted, offering a smile. The evening's crimson glow graced her face, rendering Cedric nearly unable to look away. He mustered the courage to say something further, but thoughts of the morning's revelations caused him to lower his gaze in dismay. Perhaps he ought to effect some changes. After all, Polly preferred someone more mature. Did she not? Chapter 41. The unveiling of a deception. It was not until several days later that Polly learned of her friend's misconceptions. Hermione, after much hesitation, had scrutinized her in the library for quite some time before finally succumbing to the urge to ask whether she was truly dating Sirius. Harry wouldn't he dare to inquire, she said, her brow furrowed with concern. He finds it all too strange. No, wait, how did this rumor even circulate? Polly inadvertently marred her paper with a long streak as she reacted, scrambling to correct it. Upperclassmen are saying you went on a date with Sirius in Hogsmeade on Valentine's Day. Upon hearing Polly's denial, Hermione sighed in relief. So you weren't on a date? Absolutely not. Polly's scalp tingled with embarrassment. We were merely discussing matters. Sirius happened to bring Sherlock for me to see. What were the odds that this Hogsmeade trip coincided with Valentine's Day? That's a relief, Hermione said cheerily. I must inform Harry and Ron, as Harry has been too apprehensive to write to Sirius about it. But is it true? Did you really cast a curse on Professor Lockhart's little admirer? I have no fondness for Lockhart, Polly replied. Those little pests hardly embodied the spirit of Valentine's Day. By the way, I did not cast a curse. I merely used a stunning spell to prevent them from delivering foolish cards. I suspect that's why everyone believes you have an affair with Sirius, Hermione remarked fairly. It sounds as though you look down on the boys at school. Polly groaned. I think it's merely that the students at Hogwarts are far too idle, spending their days discussing these frivolous matters. Moreover, our house members are likely the prime culprits in spreading these rumors. Hermione chuckled softly. However, Polly inquired skeptically, dear. You haven't sent a Valentine's card to Professor Lockhart, have you? Ah, Hermione mumbled, lowering her gaze to flip through her book. I thought you could see what kind of person he is. Oh, Hermione shifted uncomfortably, but he is quite handsome, is he not? Polly was taken aback, then astonished. So you do realize Lockhart is rather incompetent? Hush. Madame Pants was craning her neck to eavesdrop, prompting Hermione to gesture discreetly. Once the irritable librarian had moved on, she whispered, I wanted to continue believing in him, but the upperclassmen are forming study groups, and all the professors seem to dislike him. Yet I still cannot fathom how he conjured those tales in his books. I mean, those experiences are so extraordinary. It's difficult to imagine how he could have fabricated them. Polly had promised Dumbledore not to discuss Lockhart with her classmates, so she could only shake her head. I am uncertain, but his abilities clearly do not match the persona he boasts. Hermione sighed in frustration. Well, he is still quite handsome, right? She held up her copy of Ghouls and How to Deal with Them, revealing Lockhart's beaming smile as he waved from the cover. Polly forced a smile. If we are merely judging by looks, I suppose he is passable. Observing Hermione's somewhat dejected demeanor, an idea struck her. Perhaps you could try to uncover the truth? After all, the task of investigating the Chamber of Secrets has already been foisted upon you. You could also involve Harry and Ron, she suggested. I bet they would be eager to join. I would never tell them, Hermione immediately raised an eyebrow. Especially Ron. He would undoubtedly mock me. Polly chuckled. Then good luck on your own. Polly, why don't you just do it yourself since you already know? Hermione hesitated before exclaiming in surprise. Polly cleared her throat. You could investigate on your own first. Wouldn't that be quite entertaining? So you never liked Professor Lockhart from the beginning? Hermione realized, tapping her book. You knew all along. Hush. Polly nervously glanced around before saying, in any case, I have made an agreement not to speak about this with anyone. It's up to you. At that moment, neither of them anticipated that the first to expose the truth would be Madeline, who idolized Lockhart. Initially, it was a third-year Ravenclaw girl who encountered a minor mishap. Polly would say it was quite a coincidence that the girl bore the surname Lockhart. Patricia Lockhart, a year below Peony and her companions, joined the Prophet Club established by Hopkins at the end of last year. This year, she also elected to take divination, where she received a foreboding prophecy from Professor Trelawney during her very first lesson. Since the commencement of the term, students from Ravenclaw and the Prophet Club have begun to accompany her in her endeavors. Firmly believing in Trelawney's ominous prediction, she has approached every situation with meticulous caution, even foregoing visits to Hogsmeade on 2 occasions. Peony learned of these events through her close acquaintance with Madeline. Coincidentally, Patricia is also an ardent admirer of Professor Lockhart's works, and they frequently arrange visits to the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher's office to pose questions to him. No one found this unusual. However, one evening, as Madeline escorted Patricia back to the Ravenclaw Tower, before returning to the Hufflepuff common room, she furrowed her brow and remarked to Evelyn, who was also a member of the Prophet Club, I sense something is amiss with Patricia. What do you mean? Evelyn inquired, her anxiety palpable as she waved to Hopkins, who was sitting by the window playing gobstones with Stebbins. He rushed over immediately. Weren't we supposed to go to Professor Lockhart's today to assist him with writing responses to his fan mail? Madeline continued. On the way back, Patricia appeared somewhat dazed. When I asked her what was wrong, she seemed unsure herself. Is it possible she's simply exhausted? Interjected Alexia. I noticed you always mention addressing numerous envelopes upon your return. Perhaps, Madeline replied uncertainly, but this isn't our first visit. Professor Lockhart has an overwhelming number of fans, and he is often unable to respond in a timely manner. We both go to help him each month. But surely nothing untoward occurs in Professor Lockhart's office? Hopkins frowned, though Madeline shot him a disapproving glance. Despite Professor Lockhart's apparent lack of prowess, he would never harm Patricia. Peony raised an eyebrow, as she was currently assisting Alexia in reviewing their potions essays, and overheard the discussion. Did you converse with Lockhart while addressing the envelopes? Oh, I hardly spoke. Patricia was the one continuously posing questions to Professor Lockhart. Madeline replied casually, I recall they might have discussed Bandon and his expulsion of those banshees. Patricia relished hearing those stories from Lockhart himself. She fell into contemplation, however. After a while, she abruptly ceased her inquiries. Quite peculiar. I expected her to engage from beginning to end. You know, she S.A. Ravenclaw, practically memorizing all of Lockhart's books and even researching related topics in the library. Peony slightly frowned. And she appeared dazed after leaving? Perhaps. Madeline said with uncertainty. She was particularly quiet, and when I asked her why she seemed so downcast, she mentioned she couldn't comprehend how it became so late. As if she abruptly forgot everything that transpired in Professor Lockhart's office. That means she could have been attacked. Hopkins exclaimed anxiously, Lockhart's office is on the 3rd floor, and you must traverse multiple levels to reach the tower. There could be dangers lurking anywhere. This is Hogwarts. Stebbins countered. How could an attack occur within the castle? It's possible something happened to her earlier in Hogsmeade, Evelyn suggested, but only today did it manifest. During Valentine's Day, a Ravenclaw named Ficia invited her to Hogsmeade, and she agreed. As she spoke, fear crept into her voice. Anyone can go to Hogsmeade. Perhaps she encountered trouble there, and it merely surfaced today. I believe Cedric has been listening attentively and cautiously asked, shouldn't we inform the professors? The Hufflepuffs exchanged glances, then collectively realized the gravity of the situation. Madeline immediately attempted to leave, but Hopkins quickly stopped her. Wait, what if Patricia was attacked within the castle? It would be perilous for you to venture out now. I escorted Patricia back to the Ravenclaw Tower without incident. Madeline insisted, I'll be fine. I'll accompany you. Peony also stood up. You know, I've become quite proficient in several nonverbal spells. Although Lockhart might be the source of Patricia's troubles, some form of protection is better than none for the oblivious students. And I shall come along. Truman approached unnoticed. It's nearly curfew. You'll need a prefect to explain why you're still out. The 3 of them climbed through the entrance of the Hufflepuff common room together. Professor Sprout's office was on the first floor, and they quickly knocked on her office door, finding the Hufflepuff head still awake. Mr. Truman, at such a late hour. What brings you and Miss Flat and Miss Nelson to see me? She asked kindly. Truman stepped aside to allow Madeline to voice her concerns. The short, stout witch furrowed her brow slightly, but did not appear overly anxious. I understand. I shall speak with Phileas. Do not worry, Miss Lockhart will be fine. Truman. I would like you to take the two of them back to the common room, if you would. What happened? Upon their return, many students gathered around to inquire about the situation. The headmistress assured them she would inform Professor Flitwick, to which Madeline replied uncertainly, I believe Lockhart should be all right now. That's a relief. Hopkins exhaled with relief. Perhaps we have successfully averted the prophecy foretold by Professor Trelawney. Perhaps it has already come to pass, Stebbins remarked. Lockhart has indeed been attacked. Something has already transpired, has it not? She won't encounter further trouble, will she? I can't say for certain, Hopkins replied solemnly. Consider Professor Quirrell's ordeal last year. The professors will ensure her safety. Cedric reassured them, we have Dumbledore on our side. Dumbledore's formidable presence quickly eased the tension among the Hufflepuffs. No one wished for any grave misfortune to befall the Ravenclaw girl. I still feel quite anxious. Madeline admitted to Peony upon returning to their dormitory. Her brow furrowed. Patricia encountered trouble while with me, yet I faced no peril. Peony gently patted Madeline's arm. She will be fine. Even if she has sustained any injuries, Madame Pomfrey will remedy them. Do not fret. Madeline sighed. I shall pay another visit to Professor Lockhart tomorrow. Perhaps he can recall something I overlooked. Peony interjected. What if Lockhart has already cast a memory charm on the Ravenclaw girl? Concerned for Madeline, she sat up straight. Alexia. Do you still have that sneakoscope you purchased last year? What? Alexia replied, somewhat confused. Oh yes, I do. I tucked it away in my drawer. Wait a moment. She climbed down from her bed and retrieved the sneakoscope, which lay quietly, resembling an ordinary glass top. Take this. Peony handed the sneakoscope to Madeline. It will spin and illuminate if there are any suspicious individuals nearby. The following day, they had back-to-back transfiguration and charms classes. Afterward, Madeline inquired with Professor Flitwick regarding Lockhart's situation. She seems to have lost a segment of her memory, Professor Flitwick explained. We cannot definitively ascertain how this occurred at present. But as a precaution, Miss Lockhart will need to stay in the infirmary for 3 days. He suggested, if you wish, you may visit her there. Miss Lockhart would appreciate the company. However, do refrain from bringing too many visitors. Poppy prefers a limited number of guests. The young ladies conferred briefly. Both Alexia and Evelyn expressed a desire to visit the unfortunate girl, and Polly decided to accompany them. Meanwhile, Madeline resolved to first consult Professor Lockhart in hopes of uncovering any leads, intending to relay her findings to Lockett afterward. Be careful, all right? Polly cautioned Madeline. Then pondered for a moment before suggesting, why don't I accompany you? No need, Madeline replied affectionately, wrapping an arm around Polly's. I know you are not fond of Professor Lockhart. I can manage on my own. She felt the stillness of the spyglass nestled in her robe pocket, and ascended to the 3rd floor with ease. The distance from the charms classroom to the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher was but a single flight of stairs. Madeline traversed the corridor, waiting briefly for the moving staircase, passing several suits of armor, and a cluster of Gryffindor and Slytherin students just emerging from class. Serendipitously, she encountered Lockhart at the entrance to his office. Today, Lockhart wore a vibrant emerald green robe, intricately embroidered with golden patterns and adorned with delicate lace at the collar. Upon spotting Madeline, he instinctively broke into a smile. Ah, Miss Nelson, I presume you seek my counsel? Oh yes, Madeline responded promptly. She subconsciously grasped the spyglass in her pocket, only to freeze momentarily. The glass gyroscope began to stir restlessly, attempting to spin within her grasp. She glanced down at herself. The black robe obscured any indication of whether the spyglass was glowing. Come in, dear, Lockhart invited warmly. I have some exquisite tea. They entered Lockhart's office together. Madeline lifted her gaze, once again taking in the portraits adorning the walls. The figures were either adjusting their immaculate curls or fiddling with trinkets within their frames, all offering her smiles upon her arrival. So, what brings you here? Lockhart inquired, placing his book on the desk and tapping the nearby teapot with his wand. Oh, Professor Lockhart, it concerns Lockett, Madeline said, her voice tinged with nervousness. Yesterday, while we were returning, Lockett may have been attacked on the way. Lockhart paused for a moment, his back turned to her, before swiftly turning around, the smile fading from his face. I was not aware of this. I do not have a 3rd-year class this morning. What has happened to Miss Lockett? Oh, Professor Flitwick suggested she might have been subjected to a memory charm, Madeline explained. I wanted to inquire whether you noticed anything unusual happening nearby last night. You truly care for Miss Lockett, do you not? Lockhart said, inexplicably relieved, as he resumed his smile, and presented a teacup to Madeline. The tea is quite delightful. I believe it was sent to me by an admirer from abroad. I usually do not share it with students. He winked at her. However, Madeline did not blush at his usual charm. Instead, she hesitantly withdrew the spyglass from her pocket. The gyroscope was now glowing fervently, spinning as if attempting to warn its holder of the unsettling presence in the room. Professor Lockhart, Madeline hesitated. Might your office have been compromised by the assailant as well? Lockhart's smile faltered for a moment. Indeed, not only did the genuine Lockhart exhibit a reaction, but so too did the portraits of him within the office, responding sensitively to her words. Oh, Miss Nelson. I truly wish you would refrain from being so inquisitive like Miss Lockett. Madeline's eyes widened. The smile had vanished from Gilderoy Lockhart's face as he pointed his wand at the student, an expression of pity crossing his features. Ghosts. Werewolves. My books have detailed enough of these matters, haven't they? Why must you pry further into where that werewolf resides? Why ask if I have continued to keep in touch with him? He sighed. You too. Since Miss Lockett has forgotten those things, it is for the best. We can all continue in this state. I sell my books, you attend my classes. Madeline felt her mind clouded, akin to the sensation of being scolded by Professor Snape in potions class. Utterly unable to comprehend. I do not understand, Professor Lockhart, she stammered. You have written so many remarkable books. Books can be deceiving, consider this, Lockhart replied impatiently, waving his wand. For the sake of sales, I must claim these feats as my own. If everyone knew it was an ugly old American wizard who freed that village from the werewolf, who would still read that book? Or the old witch who traveled with the Yeti from Tibet? She was hunchbacked and had lost half her teeth. Those were not your deeds? Madeline felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. So, you cannot even teach us anything in class, and you were bested by Professor Snape in the dueling club. Miss Nelson, you are mistaken, Lockhart shook his head. I have accomplished quite a bit. I must ascertain how these events transpired, track them down, find a way to get their stories, and then cast a memory charm on them. To speak frankly, my proficiency in memory charms surpasses even Professor Flitwick's. You must understand. Achieving fame is no simple task. No one wishes to be ridiculed by the masses, do they? How can you do this? You are a fraud, Madeline exclaimed incredulously. I even argued with Polly on your behalf because she spoke ill of you. How can you behave this way? Ah, Miss Flitwick, Lockhart sighed. Some students are indeed remarkable. However, it is no surprise. I must travel extensively to maintain my image. Hogwarts is different. This is a school. I discover nothing here. Nor do I have anything to showcase. Do not think I am unaware. Half of the students have begun to doubt me. But it matters not. My teaching career is nearing its end. Once I leave, you will soon forget about me, and my books will continue to sell well. Honestly, I must thank you, Lockhart lamented. I cannot disclose my actions to others, yet I take pride in my achievements. However, you will not have the opportunity to expose my secrets. I must continue selling books. With her other hand now emerging from her pocket, Madeline grasped her wand, its tip emitting a red light that struck Lockhart with precision. Tears in her eyes, she declared, You scoundrel! You will not escape this. I will ensure the entire school knows of your misdeeds. I shall write to the Daily Prophet. Lockhart staggered back, his wand slipping from his grasp and clattering to the floor. As he attempted to retrieve it, Madeline shouted once more, Lockhart's wand, fly to me. What do you? Lockhart asked weakly. I always believed in you. Madeline shouted. I thought you would change everyone's perspective, and that the dueling club would be reinstated. I have been secretly practicing the disarming charm, trying to master it silently like Polly, so that I could demonstrate it before you next time and earn your praise. But I have never succeeded. Her fury ignited, she continued, Now I understand. The silent charm requires unwavering resolve. I must utterly despise you to succeed. Ah, Miss Nelson. Do not act this way, Lockhart pleaded, watching his wand fall into her possession. Do not treat me thus. Think of how well we have gotten along. No. Do not approach me, Madeline shouted. Your time is up, Gilderoy Lockhart. Polly was right. Even Professor Snape deserves an apology, but you do not. The Daily Prophet would be more than eager to unearth your secrets. She dashed out of the office clutching Lockhart's wand. Only the buzzing, flickering, and spinning mirror remained on the opulent desk, seemingly mocking Lockhart's incompetence. Chapter 42, Lockhart's Downfall. Madeline burst into the great hall, nearly colliding with Polly. Madeline? Polly exclaimed, astonished. You've been absent for so long. I was about to come looking for you. My goodness, are you all right? Madeline's eyes were swollen and red, streaked with tears. Each hand clutching a wand, her hair a chaotic mess from her frantic run. She stared wide-eyed at Polly and suddenly lunged forward. Polly! What happened? Polly hurriedly caught her. Don't cry. It's all right. I'll brew you some anti-swelling potion later. What transpired? Polly, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. Madeline sobbed, struggling to articulate her words. Le carticho fraude. O que la seul fraude. O scandrel. I even argued with you over him. You shouldn't have apologized to me back then. Polly was taken aback. What do you mean? I must tell the professors. Madeline choked out. Everyone deserves to see his true nature. She hastily wiped her face with her robe sleeve and seized Polly's hand, racing toward the head table. Students cast curious glances as they sprinted to Professor Dumbledore. Madeline proclaimed loudly, Professor Dumbledore. Lockhart just attempted to attack me. What? Professor Sprout gasped, while Professor Flitwick's fork screeched against his plate, and Professor McGonagall glared at her. Miss Nelson, that is a grave accusation. Several Hufflepuff students stood up. Evelyn and Alexia rushed over, followed by Truman, Selena, and Cedric. I swear I'm telling the truth. Madeline's voice resonated throughout the hall. He confessed that his books are all lies. He plagiarized those experiences and even placed memory charms on the original authors. Patricia asked him too many questions last night. So he attacked her, and today he tried to assault me. Are you all right? Evelyn screamed. I cast a disarming spell on him, Madeline recalled, tears welling up again as she raised Lockhart's wand, which should still be in the office. The hall erupted in chaos. How is that possible? I told you Lockhart was a fraud. My goodness, is this true? He deceived so many people. We never noticed. No wonder he rambled about those exploits in class. He even boasted of accomplishments that belonged to others. It's no surprise his books are so thrilling while he can't even manage Professor Snape's spells. Just think. He couldn't handle a Cornish pixie. Merlin, we've been learning from a charlatan for an entire year. Professor McGonagall regarded Madeline sternly. Very well, if this is indeed true, we will verify it immediately. I believe, Miss Nelson, you should accompany us. Professor Dumbledore set down the muffin he was holding, cheerfully adding, this will prevent Professor Lockhart from continuing to deceive us. He appeared neither shocked nor surprised. All right, Madeline responded, bewildered, instinctively gripping Polly's sleeve again. It's fine, Madeline, Polly reassured her. Professor Dumbledore is here. You all go expose that fraud. We have no classes this afternoon. So I'll wait for you in the dormitory. Madeline felt a pang in her nose. She nodded and followed Dumbledore and the others out of the hall. I still don't understand. Evelyn shook her head, feeling a bit dazed. Professor Lockhart is a fraud. Clearly he is not as formidable as he boasts, Polly calmly stated. And he has now been exposed before Lockhart and Madeline. You're right, Alexia exclaimed, vigorously patting Polly's arm. He actually attacked a student. He is far more detestable than Snape. Speaking of Professor Snape, Selena's gaze wandered. It was April now, with only 2 months until the end of the term. Would Professor Dumbledore have time to find a new substitute? It sounds like there won't be enough time. Cedric inhaled sharply. Will Snape be substituting for the next 2 months? Evelyn instantly regained her composure, her face a mask of terror as she looked towards the door the professors had exited. No, please, not that. That would be dreadful. I'd end up in the hospital wing from the stress. I'm not joking. Polly chuckled softly. That shouldn't happen. Snape's schedule would be too full. Professor Dumbledore wouldn't do that. That's a relief, Alexia sighed, patting her chest earnestly. I can't believe Professor Lockhart is a fraud. I no longer idolize him, but I never imagined he was a fraud. He even deceived Professor Dumbledore. Truman groaned. What a year this has been. It hasn't been too terrible, Cedric coughed lightly. According to Madeline, Lockhart's accounts might actually be true. The methods for dealing with banshees and ghouls are still worth learning. Indeed, Selena nodded thoughtfully. I truly wonder who actually accomplished those feats. They must be remarkable. Madeline returned to the common room around 3 in the afternoon. The fourth-year Hufflepuffs were present, and as Madeline crawled through the entrance, all eyes were fixed upon her. Madeline was taken aback. Is it true about Lockhart? Hopkins asked eagerly. Absolutely. Alexia shot him a glare. Do you really think Madeline would lie? Hopkins cleared his throat. I was just asking. Professor Dumbledore summoned members of the Ministry of Magic. Madeline paused before saying, he stated that there is now evidence regarding Professor Lockhart. He should face charges. Wow, Polly gasped softly. They might even ask you to testify. You are a relevant witness. Of course, second year Susan Burns eagerly chimed in. My aunt works in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I must ask her for updates. So Lockhart is truly a fraud, Hopkins exclaimed, astonished. We bought so many of his books. But it's not surprising. He never taught us any practical lessons. Now it all makes sense, Madeline replied without reservation. You were so adamant that Polly was the one with the issue. Hopkins awkwardly coughed. You were just like that too. I apologized. Madeline declared loudly. I was a fool back then. Polly burst into laughter. All right, Madeline, you're not the only one who was deceived. One can only say Lockhart was thoroughly prepared. Indeed, Madeline sat down and recounted her conversation with Lockhart in the defense against the dark arts professor's office that morning. The students gasped in astonishment as Alexia exclaimed, I told you the mirror was useful. My mother always said it was a trickster. Oh, indeed. Madeline retrieved the mirror from her pocket and handed it back to Alexia, exclaiming, I completely forgot about it until Professor Dumbledore reminded me to bring it back. I must purchase one the next time I visit Hogsmeade. Was this acquired from Devon, Spain? Cedric gazed at the mirror with keen interest, remarking, It sounds truly splendid. Indeed. We owe it all to the mirror, Madeline mused. Otherwise, I might have fallen victim to a memory charm and forgotten everything. Thank goodness you managed to use the silencing disarmament charm in the end. Evelyn marveled. That's impressive. You must have practiced for quite some time, right? Yes. I was originally training for Lockhart. Madeline's expression darkened momentarily, but I never succeeded until I realized just how detestable he truly is. By the way, she quickly recalled her task. Perry, could you lend me the quill? I need to write to the Daily Prophet. I want every wizard in Britain to see his true colors. Perry happily replied, Of course, no problem. Germaine knows you all, so feel free. I would relish seeing Lockhart's downfall. So you realized Lockhart was a fraud from the start, Sturbins exclaimed. I apologize, Perry. I thought you, well, I was speaking ill of you. Madeline swiftly turned her head, showcasing a sweet yet intimidating smile. What unkind words did you speak of Perry? Sturbins shivered slightly. Madeline, that's a bit frightening. Perry couldn't help but chuckle. It's fine, he has apologized now. Besides, the professors are unaware of his actions. Yet you have always despised him, Evelyn pouted. You should have told us outright. You all seemed to admire him back then. Perry rested her chin on her hand, watching Madeline write. Didn't he want to upset you? True, Evelyn sighed. How could he be so handsome? The more attractive a person is, the more likely they are to be a charlatan. Madeline scoffed. Lockhart even claimed that no one would enjoy seeing remarkable tales unfold from less attractive wizards. Alexia burst into laughter. Madeline, does that mean your boyfriend is also a fraud? Lewis is certainly different. Madeline, you have a boyfriend? Perry exclaimed in shock. Madeline exchanged glances with Evelyn and Alexia. Didn't I tell you? No. Well, during the summer, I met a boy named Lewis from Durmstrang. And we've been writing to each other, Madeline revealed, noting that he was as handsome as Lockhart. Ahem, Lewis is unlike that. He never indulges in flowery words. Madeline stated earnestly, his character is quite stable. That sounds nice. Will you meet during the summer? Perry inquired curiously. I'm not sure, Madeline replied, feeling a bit disheartened. I didn't tell my parents, so I won't be going to Germany this summer. However, Lewis might come to England, if I could sneak out. Just say you're going to Diagon Alley? Mother wouldn't be comfortable with me going out alone. Madeline sighed. And let us not forget, we can't use magic during the summer. And there's a Death Eater on the loose. They fell silent for a moment while Madeline quickly finished her letter. What do you think about sending it to Ms. Skeeter? She asked excitedly. Although she hasn't published anything in a while, she is exceptionally skilled at uncovering such scandals. Perry envisioned Rita Skeeter investigating Gilderoy Lockhart, and thought it a splendid idea, but lamented, unfortunately, while she did leave a message for the investigating Aurors. She has yet to escape the clutches of Barty Crouch Jr. You might consider sending it directly to the Daily Prophet, she suggested regretfully. This is a significant story, and they will choose the most suitable reporter to investigate. That makes sense, Madeline nodded. Yet she hesitated to rush to the Ollery. Instead, she lifted her gaze to her friend. Perry, I'm sorry for acting foolishly and assuming you were mistaken. In truth, I was the one who was naive and misled, always seeking Lockhart's approval. I should have thought better of it. You're incredibly intelligent. Your disdain for him is certainly justified. She appeared somewhat anxious and dejected. Perry's heart melted. She squeezed onto the short couch beside Madeline, gently embracing the 14-year-old witch. It's all right, I know who you are. I also made mistakes. I'm aware of that. And who says I'm above making errors? Her thoughts drifted to old Barty Crouch, and her smile faded. I too am capable of making mistakes. Who isn't? Evelyn chimed in, approaching from behind and wrapping her arms around both of them joyfully. It's perfectly fine to err. as long as we correct it. Don't worry, worst case scenario, we'll just lose some points from Professor Snape. Alexia laughed, pounding the table. Merlin. Losing points from Professor Snape is indeed one of the most terrifying consequences. But I truly lack any talent in potions, she chuckled. Oh, speaking of point deductions, Madeline interjected. Professor Dumbledore mentioned that as a reward for uncovering the truth, he awarded Hufflepuff an additional 100 points. Students in the common room gasped in disbelief, Cedric repeating incredulously. 100 points? 100 points, Madeline replied somewhat bashfully. I did mention that it was actually Perry's achievement. She reminded me to bring the mirror, so Professor Dumbledore said he'd grant Perry an additional 20 points. 120 points. Sturbin screamed, goodness, wait, what was our score before this? Over 300 points. I believe, Perry pressed her forehead, recalling that they were in second place, as Gryffindor had lost many points due to the twins' antics, leaving them at the bottom. Third place is Slytherin, Cedric murmured. I think it was due to Flint and 3 second-year students causing chaos, resulting in significant point deductions. First place is Ravenclaw. But they aren't too far ahead of us. Now that it's April, could we actually win the House Cup? His eyes sparkled, and the other Hufflepuffs shared his excitement. Oh my goodness, Madeline, I could just adore you. Evelyn squealed, and Perry too. Merlin. I've never seen the House Cup. We must maintain our lead, Perry reflected inwardly, feeling somewhat guilty about Gryffindor's iron triangle. After all, they had no chance to earn substantial points due to the basilisk, and then stated seriously, once Selena and Truman return. We must inform them of this. Let's make an effort. Professor Sprout will be thrilled. Indeed, last year it was Gryffindor. Previously it was Slytherin. Perhaps we can actually do it. Alexia exclaimed joyfully. How long has it been since Hufflepuff last won the House Cup? The atmosphere in the common room grew lively as Madeline leaned closer to Perry, whispering. Honestly, this should be credited to you, Perry. You guessed it long ago, didn't you? No, this is your accomplishment, Perry smiled. I truly only helped you borrow the mirror from Alexia. The Daily Prophet acted swiftly. By the next morning, a front-page photograph of Gilderoy Lockhart's arrest was published, depicting the wizard looking gaunt and haggard, his golden curls tousled, appearing weak and pitiable. Yet, hardly anyone felt sympathy for him. The owls delivered numerous furious letters and feathers to the publisher, as wizards demanded the Ministry of Magic imprison this loathsome fraud in Azkaban. Lockhart confessed to everything. Susan Bones shared the news she had gathered, including those wizards and muggles he had subjected to memory charms. He even targeted muggles? It is said to be for thorough preparation. Susan remarked that he did not wish for anyone to discover his actions. Of course, this allowed him to evade the consequences of the International Statute of Secrecy, as no muggle could recall what he had done. How despicable, Madeline commented. Yet, did he not disclose whose experiences those accounts belonged to? Indeed, Susan affirmed, pondering how the Ministry of Magic would respond. In truth, Fudge appeared quite eager to ensure that the true wizards responsible for those deeds received their due recognition. Especially since the award ceremony would feature an interview with the Daily Prophet, Dumbledore informed Poppy. As for your friends, they still cannot recall what they have done. Dumbledore sighed, explaining that forcibly breaking the memory charm could provoke dire consequences. Thus we can only hope that one day they might remember certain things. However, as far as I know, my 2 old friends hold little regard for honor and fame. They simply prefer a tranquil existence. They have revoked Lockhart's medals and honorary memberships, Dumbledore continued, stating that he would spend 6 months in Azkaban. It may not seem like a long time, but Azkaban is rife with Dementors. It seems rather fitting for him. Poppy remarked. Madeline would be pleased, as she is likely the most loathed person towards Lockhart in the entire school now. Miss Nelson, Dumbledore said cheerfully. She is remarkably brave. To uncover the truth for the sake of a friend, and to protect herself in a timely manner, I must extend my gratitude to her. Poppy chuckled, noting that many in the school have expressed their thanks to her recently. The Weasley twins even packaged some of their products and sent them to her as Mrs. Weasley finally discarded Gilderoy Lockhart's guide to cleaning out household pests. Moreover, we received a score of 120 points. Poppy, feeling somewhat embarrassed, lowered her gaze and admitted, I really shouldn't have taken those 20 points. However, the mirror you entrusted to Miss Nelson indeed played a crucial role, Dumbledore replied. Personally, I would like to award you even more points. Poppy noticed the portraits of former headmasters nodding in agreement, though you may not be entirely inclined. Oh, Poppy murmured. You know, I merely observed that I am not the one who actually uncovered the truth. I am unworthy of receiving such honors. Dumbledore shook his head in resignation and shifted the topic. I have extended an invitation to Remus for the next term. He remains somewhat hesitant. I may need to share your prophecies with him. No problem, Poppy immediately responded. Having Remus during OWL's year would be the best thing for me. As for your final 2 months of defense against the dark arts, I assume you have encountered Tonks? Nymphadora Tonks, who is related to Sirius, had appeared at Harry's birthday party previously. Poppy nodded. She has yet to become an Auror, Dumbledore mentioned. Nevertheless, Alastor recommended her to me. 2 months should not pose significant issues. Perhaps. Poppy considered that Tonks' metamorphmagus abilities might make her one of the most popular professors. As long as she is not Professor Snape. Everyone is worried about him. After all, he taught a class today. Professor Dumbledore seemed well aware of Severus Snape's reputation among the students. Chuckling, Tonks will be able to come here tomorrow. Splendid, Poppy beamed. We have defense against the dark arts tomorrow. Chapter 43, Hufflepuff's Victory. After Easter, the members of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team began increasingly rigorous training. They had a match against Slytherin in early May. Considering Slytherin's 7 Nimbus 2001s, they needed to enhance their skills. Consequently, Cedric became the busiest student in Hufflepuff. He had no newts or OWLs to prepare for, but he still needed to earn points in class. He was also the Seeker, a crucial member of the Quidditch team. This is difficult. One day after class, Stebbins told the girls. Before Christmas, Gryffindor led Slytherin by nearly 100 points and then narrowly defeated Ravenclaw. Unless we win this match against Slytherin by a wide margin, the Quidditch trophy will again fall into Gryffindor's hands. Professor Sprout seemed indifferent. Evelyn stated. But it appears Hufflepuff has not won the Quidditch trophy since I enrolled. I won it once in my second year, Cadwallader sighed. And then it was Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Slytherin. Gryffindor. Potter flies exceptionally well. I thought we could win the trophy last year. Cedric's skills are commendable, Poppy corrected him, but isn't his broom inferior to Harry's? Indeed, Stebbins sighed. Cedric uses a clean sweep 7. However, we did perform decently against Gryffindor. The Weasley twins really should replace their brooms. They lost some points due to their brooms. After saying this, he suddenly glanced around like a vigilant meerkat, noticing Cedric was absent, and lowered his voice. Poppy, do you have some free time lately? What do you want? Come watch us train, Stebbins eagerly suggested. I dare say if you are there, Cedric will surely put in more effort. Poppy nearly choked on her pumpkin juice. She looked to her friends for help, and Madeline immediately stepped forward. Who knows? Perhaps Cedric will struggle to concentrate. Poppy opened her mouth but in despair abandoned the idea of changing the subject. Romance was a topic far too distant for her. Certainly. Even from what she knew in her past life, many people experience their first love at this age. Yet when it happened to her now, it felt far too premature. I will attend the match, she murmured, but you know, I plan to challenge myself to take 12 OWLs next year. My schedule is nearly full. Stebbins appeared somewhat disappointed but shook his head and changed the topic. Oh, by the way, Madeline. Hopkins asked me to inquire why you didn't attend the last meeting of the Divination Club. Ah, that. Madeline replied, I have no intention of going. I don't think Professor Trelawney is all that impressive. But her predictions have come true this year. Stebbins exclaimed in shock. Lockhart indeed fell under a memory charm. Didn't he? That was merely a memory charm. Madeline folded her arms. Do you not think Marcus Flint from Slytherin has had it worse? Stebbins was at a loss for words. Marcus Flint somehow angered Professor Snape. He is a Slytherin. Consistently received P grades in potions class. And was assigned half a term of community service. Besides that, he also offended the Weasley twins, and has probably visited the infirmary 7 or 8 times this year. But at least Professor Trelawney saw something. In any case, I do not wish to attend, Madeline stated. I will return the badge to Hopkins later. After Stebbins departed. Evelyn curiously asked Madeline. Is that truly the reason you are not going to the Divination Club? Of course not, Madeline cheerfully replied. Didn't Poppy say? Last year. Professor Trelawney's prediction was not of Professor Quirrell, but rather a Slytherin student. I asked Professor Sprout. And it seems that Trelawney's predictions are actually about the deaths of third-year students. None have ever come true, so I believe everyone simply remembered it incorrectly last year. Really? Evelyn gazed at her in astonishment, but this year she was correct about Lockhart. I do not know. Madeline remarked, however, Polly is not mistaken regarding Lockhart. I believe she is also correct in this matter. Evelyn struggled momentarily, but she occasionally makes small prophecies in class, such as predicting who will drop a cup or who might face minor setbacks, and those have all come true. Alexia propped her chin on her hand, gazing at Polly. I cannot quite comprehend it either. All I know is that not every prophecy comes to fruition. Polly recounted the words Dumbledore had shared with her, suggesting that Professor Trelawney might not always be making prophecies, as that would be rather simplistic. It sounded quite plausible. Madeline pondered this. Yet she still felt disinclined to attend the club. Hopkins is exceedingly bothersome. I concur, Evelyn nodded emphatically. He always acts so self-assured. Yet he truly understands nothing. Let us disregard him, Polly shrugged, glancing down at the book in her hands. How to Blend In with Muggles, and resumed reading. I truly hope we can secure the House Cup this year. This sentiment resonated with all the Hufflepuffs. Upon discovering that the diamond pile representing Hufflepuff on the house point scoreboard was the highest, they began to tread cautiously, ensuring a lifestyle that would minimize point deductions. This was not particularly challenging. Aside from Professor Snape's stringent demands, the other professors were relatively lenient, deducting points only if students caused trouble. Professor Tonks, being a Hufflepuff herself, became quite enthusiastic upon hearing the students' aspirations, and began calling upon outstanding Hufflepuff students in defense against the dark arts to answer questions, generously awarding them points. On the first weekend of May, the final Quidditch match of the academic year commenced. Hufflepuff versus Slytherin. As long as Hufflepuff's score surpassed Slytherin by 120 points, they would claim the Quidditch trophy. The most crucial task, of course, fell upon Cedric. Capturing the golden snitch would earn him 150 points. However, the responsibilities of his teammates were not to be underestimated. They were to protect their players from the bludgers while ensuring the point difference between the two teams did not exceed 30 points before Cedric could catch the snitch. That morning, upon entering the Great Hall, Cedric discovered the Hufflepuff table brimming with people. Truman enthusiastically cleared a spot for him and piled 3 fresh sausages onto his plate. Rest assured that Slytherin Seeker is only in his second year. He is far inferior to you. Cedric opened his mouth, intending to assert his lack of anxiety. But his gaze faltered. Polly, are you here to watch the match? Polly Flitwick never watched Quidditch matches. She had no interest in flying. Yet now, Polly nodded at him. Yes, go for it, Cedric. Splendid, Cedric thought. He was beginning to feel anxious. Keppel clapped him on the shoulder. Honestly, I don't have high hopes. But if we can win both the Quidditch Cup and the House Cup consecutively, the headmaster will surely be delighted. The Hufflepuff students nodded appreciatively. Among the 4 house heads, Professor Sprout was known for her amiable temperament, and the Hufflepuffs held deep affection for this gentle lady. I will give my all. Cedric inhaled deeply. The weather outside was splendid, with a gentle breeze. Polly followed Alexia and Evelyn, who frequently attended matches, to find their seats, while Truman and Selena directed the younger students in unfurling a massive banner depicting a badger energetically bounding across the grass. Soon, the players emerged from the tents and mounted their broomsticks. Madame Hooch blew her silver whistle, and the match commenced immediately. Wow. This was Polly's first time witnessing a live match. She gasped and soon realized she could only see the quaffle in the players' hands. You don't come often, Alexia explained. But Slytherin is notorious for their cunning. They sometimes resort to fouling tactics to attack the opposing seeker, so Stibbons is keeping a close watch on Flint. Gryffindor's Lee Jordan served as the match commentator, his voice resonating throughout the stadium. The Hufflepuff players were flying remarkably well. Although their brooms were significantly inferior to Slytherin's, they managed to score first as the match commenced. Use this. Evelyn handed her binoculars to Polly. Of course, you can only see the larger balls and the players. I always wonder how the seekers locate the golden snitch. The binoculars did allow Polly to see further, but as the balls zipped through the air, her eyes quickly grew weary. Perhaps I should return these to you, she lamented, shaking her head. I cannot keep up with those balls. Evelyn did not hear her. At that moment, the Hufflepuff chasers were passing the quaffle, approaching Slytherin's goal, and she was loudly cheering them on, waving her hands. Fortunately, Lee Jordan's commentary was rather clear and comprehensible. Polly soon heard that Hufflepuff had scored again, followed by Slytherin making their own points. The golden snitch still seemed to be elusive. Had it not been under a spell preventing it from leaving the pitch, Polly would have assumed it had flown off into the Forbidden Forest. 20 minutes into the match, Hufflepuff was at 30 points against Slytherin's 40, and the situation stagnated. Hufflepuff's keeper was 6th year Hill, while Slytherin's was 4th year Blatch, both exerting tremendous effort, nearly blocking every scarlet object from entering their goalposts. Cedric and Malfoy flew about 20 feet apart, soaring high as they searched for the hidden golden snitch. At one point, Cedric seemed to spot the snitch, diving down at great speed, but Malfoy immediately followed suit. Slytherin's pews also recklessly charged forward, attempting to collide with Cedric's broom, but this was merely part of the strategy. Hufflepuff seized the opportunity and earned a penalty shot. Wow, we didn't try that in the past 2 years, Evelyn exclaimed. That's exceedingly dangerous. Polly couldn't help but interject. What if Slytherin knocks him off his broom? Oh, Cedric won't fall. He seems to be glued to his broom during matches, just like Cadwallader. Cadwallader has just over a year until graduation. Truman began contemplating future matters. Although his brother would be starting next year, he had heard that young Cadwallader flew exceptionally well. That's good. Selena grasped the armrests of her chair tightly. Ah, is that? This time it was indeed the real golden snitch. Cedric dove down first, with Malfoy a step behind, yet the latter's broom was faster. Slytherin's Montague attempted to intercept him, but Stibbons quickly flew in to block Montague's line of sight. The spectators erupted in screams and gasps, and then, a boy clad in canary yellow hovered in midair, his right hand clasping something, raised high in triumph, a look of joy illuminating his face. He had caught the snitch. Alexia leaped up. What's our score? Hufflepuff 180 points to Slytherin 40. Lee Jordan's voice answered her. The Hufflepuff stands erupted into jubilation, and Polly even heard Selena's unrestrained scream. The Quidditch Cup. We VE secured the Quidditch Cup this year. Evelyn rushed over to embrace Polly, then hugged Alexia and Madeline in turn, and even high-fived Hopkins. Hufflepuff has won the Quidditch Cup this year. The atmosphere was undeniably infectious, prompting Polly to rise and join in the fervent applause. Truman boomed, settle down, everyone, or I fear the Slytherins will launch an attack on us tonight. Yet. His grin betrayed his amusement. Students leaped from the stands in succession, rushing to convey their elation to the fallen players. Cedric was hoisted into the air by several seventh years, with some even producing cameras to capture the moment. I heard the Weasleys managed to acquire some butterbeer, Selena said. We can order some and celebrate in the common room tonight. The Quidditch Cup had awarded Hufflepuff additional points. In the subsequent potions class, Professor Snape scrutinized the Hufflepuff students with an even harsher glare than usual. However, no one wished to lag behind at this moment. Polly was astonished to learn that the younger students had even spontaneously formed study groups for potions. You are all earning points, Selena remarked. They do not wish to lose points either. Nonetheless, Gryffindor faced the most severe point deductions in potions. It was said that Professor Snape was particularly unkind to the second-year Gryffindors. They persevered until the end of June. At the end-of-term feast, when the hall was adorned with yellow and black ribbons, students witnessed Professor Sprout's tearful expression of joy. I cannot say for certain, but Madeline gazed at the enormous banner hanging on the wall behind the head table, emblazoned with Hufflepuff's emblematic badger. I had never envisioned a scenario where Hufflepuff would claim the House Cup. The previous 2 years had been dominated by Slytherin, and last year, it was Gryffindor. Her eyes brimmed with tears. This is all you're doing, Evelyn exclaimed passionately. Look at Professor Sprout. I've never seen her so happy. When Professor Dumbledore loudly announced the scores for each house, the applause from Hufflepuff was particularly thunderous. They were applauding for themselves and for Professor Sprout. Professor Sprout had to dab her eyes with a handkerchief, while Professor Tonks, who had only taught for the past 2 months, still attended the final feast with her hair transformed into a beautiful chestnut hue. When the trophy was handed to the head of Hufflepuff, the cheer and applause nearly shattered the ceiling. Gryffindor had incurred too many point deductions this year. They merely hoped Slytherin would not claim the trophy. The Slytherins appeared rather glum, yet maintained a semblance of polite applause. Ravenclaws had also enjoyed a decent rapport with Hufflepuffs in the last 2 months. Madeline had found the one who harmed Lockhart. This is simply marvelous, Alexia declared loudly. My mother always complained that I was the only non-Ravenclaw in the family. But look at us. This year we secured both the Quidditch Cup and the House Cup. I will forever cherish Hufflepuff, Polly responded enthusiastically. I saw Stibbons taking photos. You can ask him for some pictures to show your mother. She surveyed the long table and realized she felt prouder than she had anticipated. All the students had worked tirelessly for today, and they had achieved success. This was an emotion that mere printed words on paper could not convey. The cheers and applause felt so genuine, so close. She lifted her gaze and inadvertently locked eyes with Dumbledore. She was uncertain whether the wise elder had discerned her thoughts. He winked at her, and Polly could not help but smile again. Unlike those prophecies or tales, these changes she had brought about were tangible. They did not concern the future of the wizarding world, but merely represented a slight alteration in the honor of the students. Well, I am beginning to understand what Professor Dumbledore meant, she murmured. Did you say something? Evelyn turned to her. Nothing, Polly replied. I was just thinking I should eat less. There will be a second celebration when we return to the common room. Chapter 44. Visitors from Nurmengard. This summer, Polly experienced an extraordinarily pleasant time. The fireplace at the Folly residence was connected to the Floo network, allowing her to visit number 12, Grimmauld Place or other locations at her leisure. There were no more worries about spoilers, no additional painting tutorials, and any questions regarding her courses could be directed to the elder relatives. Sirius often sent Creature to deliver stews and desserts. The only downside was that the Daily Prophet had yet to report on the capture of young Barty Crouch. Polly could only speculate that Rita Skeeter's journalistic prowess had significantly aided in young Barty's evasion. Because of this, Remus Lupin, upon learning of Polly's situation in May, would regularly visit the Folly residence to check on security. They would also discuss the upcoming year's defense against the dark arts curriculum. After returning empty-handed from Albania, Remus finally accepted Dumbledore's invitation and began to contemplate what he could teach the students. The Weasley family provided significant assistance in this regard. Percy was set to enter his 7th year in September, while Fred and George were in their 5th year, Ron was in 3rd year, and Ginny would be starting her 2nd year. They nearly covered the entire age spectrum. I wonder what Professor Dumbledore is up to, she occasionally pondered. Those issues were being resolved one by one. If fortune favored them, perhaps this year they could entirely obliterate Voldemort's chances of returning. Did Harry need to die once more to rid himself of Voldemort? Although this time, he was not tethered by Voldemort's bloodline, Aunt Petunia's protective magic still lingered. Or perhaps Professor Dumbledore had temporarily set these matters aside. After all, their time was not as urgent now. He might have gone to visit his old friends, those 2 victims of Lockhart. In a sense, Albus Dumbledore was indeed visiting his old friends. He stood at the base of a grim and dark tower, flanked by the Minister of Magic from Austria. The young Stephen Gould was reviewing the documents in his hands, finally waving his wand. Well, these documents are indeed sufficient. But Mr. Dumbledore, are you certain you wish to enter? Dumbledore replied calmly, I believe my intentions were clear. Stephen nodded. While I do not understand why you have chosen to visit Nurmengard after all these years, you are the one who defeated Grindelwald. I trust this will not cause any issues. He approached the stone tower and tapped a seemingly unremarkable stone brick 3 times with his wand. As he did so, azure, wave-like patterns gradually emerged on the brick, expanding outward in ripples. Dumbledore paid little heed to his actions. He tilted his head back, gazing at the inscription carved several feet above, for the greater good. When he lowered his head again, the bricks had shifted to reveal an archway, which appeared dark and devoid of light, but Dumbledore knew it led to a central spiral staircase that would guide visitors to various cells. He was also aware that, while Nurmengard remained one of the most securely guarded prisons in all of Europe, it was currently only used to imprison one wizard, its original architect, Gellert Grindelwald. I will wait for you at the entrance, Stephen said. Grindelwald is of great significance. We must, I understand, Dumbledore replied, striding purposefully through the archway. His silhouette quickly melded into the darkness of the tower, and Stephen paused for a moment before once again activating the prison's magic, temporarily sealing the tower door. The Nuremberg of 1993 stands in stark contrast to that of 1945. In those days, the cells were nearly filled to capacity, as the purist party incarcerated most of Grindelwald's adversaries they encountered. Yet now, this tower houses but a solitary occupant on its uppermost floor. Dumbledore soon arrived at the staircase's end, where lay a single chamber, the darkest in all of Nuremberg. It was devoid of light, with windows that barely permitted the faintest sliver of illumination, making it exceedingly difficult for any sane wizard to endure long within its confines. The sound of his footsteps diverged significantly from those of the usual food deliverer, prompting the figure sprawled upon the stone bed to stir beneath a thin, tattered blanket and slowly sit up, turning toward the entrance. The meager light that filtered through the cracks in the stone was insufficient to illuminate the space, yet both individuals, inside and outside the cell, seemed to require no such brightness to recognize one another. A rare visitor indeed. Gellert Grindelwald sat upon his stone bed, his gaze fixed upon the stone pillar behind Albus Dumbledore. His form was emaciated and frail, his voice hoarse and weak. Dumbledore offered no reply to this observation, for Grindelwald sought none. He laboriously bent down to retrieve a chipped bowl from the ground, scrutinizing it as if attempting to glean some insight from the empty bottom, before water miraculously materialized within. After taking a sip, he coughed twice, and without raising his head he mockingly remarked, I presume you did not come to witness me groveling for a bowl of water? Calmly, Dumbledore replied, I did not. Then what brings you here? Understand that there is nothing to be found here. I possess nothing. Dumbledore regarded the prisoner before him. Decades had passed, and Grindelwald was a shadow of his former self, utterly transformed since the day he was imprisoned. Memories flitted through Dumbledore's mind like shards, now rendered meaningless phantoms. I have come seeking assistance, he stated with an air of tranquility. This declaration elicited a fit of laughter from Grindelwald. He chuckled, then coughed again, before lowering his head to drink from the bowl once more. The water line rose swiftly, and he tapped the rim with a finger. You certainly overestimate my capabilities, he said wearily. What aid could I possibly provide? I am merely a prisoner awaiting death, incapable of even conjuring a handkerchief to surrender. What more do you desire? A prophet, Dumbledore softly interjected. I have heard from Newt that you made a prophecy regarding Muggles in Paris. I wish to know in what state you were when you beheld those visions. Ah, Scamander, I recall him, Grindelwald replied. Your prized pupil. He tilted his head slightly, as if lost in the reverie of bygone days. It has been far too long. What, are you suddenly interested in prophecies again? Dumbledore remained silent. Grindelwald waited a moment longer, then let out a quiet laugh. Let us not dwell on that. Why would you presume I would answer your inquiries? Do you believe I am a fountain of good fortune capable of fulfilling others' wishes? What is it that you desire? Dumbledore asked. I must assert that I possess no authority to request your release from Nuremberg. I do not wish to leave here, Grindelwald interrupted him, fixing Dumbledore with a peculiar gaze. In truth, I desire nothing anymore. Do you truly believe that one who has languished here for decades would still have desires? A sardonic smile crept across his skeletal visage. No, there is nothing left. Yet Dumbledore continued to gaze at him, their eyes locking, before he sighed softly. If indeed that is your conviction, his voice devoid of disappointment, then I can only conclude that my visit was in vain. But Gellert, he shifted his address, eliciting a twitch in Grindelwald's fingers. Do you truly think I remain oblivious to your essence? Grindelwald paused momentarily. Is it that there are no living prophets left outside? I did write to Madame Vablitsky to inquire about this matter, but her family informed me that she has been unwell in recent years, and may not be able to respond. As for Mr. Imago, he has concealed himself. It has been over a decade since anyone has heard from him. Yes, I suspect you are the only one capable of answering my queries. How difficult it is to imagine that one day you would seek answers from me. Grindelwald set the bowl down and slowly rose to his feet. He had likely not left his stone bed in some time, and as he moved he staggered slightly. I cannot speak for others. He unexpectedly began to address Dumbledore's question. But those prophecies are merely simple fragments and visions. I can see much, yet not enough. Just as the illusions once revealed to me that there was a silent existence in New York, without directly disclosing who it was, if that is what you wish to know. Albus Dumbledore himself, clearly, did not possess the gift of divination. He listened intently, his brow slightly furrowing. These visions are typically elusive when one actively seeks them, Grindelwald continued. If someone claims to have seen something in a crystal ball or tea leaves, it is often of little significance, or not very accurate. Such individuals cannot foresee anything of great import. True prophets often perceive very critical or distant events, Grindelwald stated, but this also limits us. We cannot discern the details, nor grasp the complete picture of things. If indeed one of your students has emerged as a prophet. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Of course, Dumbledore. Who else would compel you to Nuremberg? Grindelwald said coldly. Do not worry. I no longer possess the capacity to threaten anyone. However, I advise you to pay closer attention to that student, he taunted, for we all know the calamity that seers can bring, do we not? A dreadful silence ensued. Before Dumbledore succinctly stated, I understand. They locked gazes in the darkness for a moment, after which Grindelwald returned to his stone bed. You should leave, he turned away. Fixating on the wall. Do not return, Dumbledore. Nuremberg does not welcome you. Is this your request? If you wish to think so, then yes, it is my request. I understand. As Dumbledore stepped back into the July sunlight of Austria, he instinctively squinted against the brightness. Minister Stephen Gold, somewhat clumsily, resealed the gates of Nuremberg and then turned to Dumbledore. Mr. Dumbledore, may I inquire what you discussed with Grindelwald? Is this a requisite part of the protocol? Ah. Not at all, Stephen replied. I am merely curious. You see, although we are responsible for Nuremberg, no one has ever attempted to converse with Grindelwald. I have heard he is quite adept at ensnaring hearts. Dumbledore glanced back, momentarily lost in thought as he stared at the towering structure behind him, then shook his head. We did not speak of much. Something once radiant that has since been shrouded in shadow has slipped past. He was uncertain if Grindelwald had returned to his cold stone bed, waiting for the passage of time, but... I must take my leave, Minister Gold. Would you mind if I borrowed your international flu network?